Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, The Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, The Mighty Dragons Are Dead, Naruto, Leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, Your Lord Has a Screw Loose, Apocalypse I Can See the Health Point Bar, Killing Monsters Drops Loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, My Monster Fuses Everything, Naruto, I Traveled with a Max Level Account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, Killed for 100 Years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen Invited Me to Soul Society, The World Conquest Giving Birth to Become a God, My Master Only Breaks Through on the Edge of Death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece The Strongest Female Pirate Cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, Must I Offend the Entire Ninja World, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, My Journey as Fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the Strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, You Can Ascend to the Throne of Heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate Beginning with Type Moon, A Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece Take the Uchiha Clan to the Grand Line, One Piece Don't Worry, I'm a Doctor, Building Harem and Dungeon with Monster Girls, DxD, Multiverse The Day-to-Day Life of the Sephiroth Hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, Many Children Bring Happiness, A Shameless Start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto Sleeping Invincible, One Piece, Life Choice Ask Me to Kiss Marine Goddess Hina, Reborn as the Genius Son of the Richest Family, Start by Eating Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, The Days of Being the Richest Man in the Ninja World, The Witcher and Madara Uchiha, Villain I Possess the Dragon Yang Dao Physique, All Saintesses Turns into Villainesses, All Beautiful Girls Want to Stick with Me, Interdimensional Farming in Another World, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. It seemed that Fang Heng was also involved with the forces in the game. 1400 Dealing with Fang Yuping thought about it and nodded. Let's go. We will continue to follow. Fang Heng let his stalkers follow him and left the city through the west gate. He then glanced at the game log. There was still more than an hour before the zombie clones resurrected. It was almost time. He turned his head and looked back one last time. Fang Heng transformed into a bat form and flew toward the direction of the bone graveyard. Instantly, the few tails following behind Fang Heng froze. What was going on? Bat form? This guy was actually a vampire? Practicing both the vampire form and necromancy at the same time? This was troublesome. Even after advancing to mid-tier necromancy, it would be difficult to enter the flying state. Many of the stalkers were helpless. After hesitating for a moment, they could only give up. The people from the Federation were dumbfounded. How should they follow him? Everyone looked at each other. Zheng Yuping looked in the direction Fang Heng had left and pondered. That's right, Captain. Our Federation has relevant information. Fang Heng has already controlled the entire world of the vampires as well as the vampires. He has high-level vampire bloodline abilities, and that form is just one of them. Kning had already confirmed that the person in front of him was Fang Heng. Seeing that his captain had been standing there in a daze, he could not help but ask, Captain, what should we do? Zheng Yuping raised his head and looked in the direction Fang Heng had left. He said in a deep voice, that area should be in the direction of the bone graveyard. I am thinking, could it be that he just accepted the necromancy upgrade mission? After Zheng Yuping's reminder, everyone felt that this guess was very likely. Captain, The bone graveyard area has been occupied by a few local player teams who have worked together to trick a few NPCs into occupying it. A few years ago, they have been drawing a line of influence over there. I also heard that they often deal with newcomers who have just arrived in Punos. Zheng Yuping narrowed his eyes. Let's not talk about whether or not to use it first. Anyway, we will talk about it after we occupy it. This kind of thing was more common in the mid-level game world. The Federation had no time to care about the conflict between players. The group of people who occupied the bone graveyard were very smart. They looked at the people and used the power of a few NPCs to occupy the area. They also arranged for almost all the large guilds in Punos. The Federation disdained being on their side. In addition, the other party had always welcomed them with a smile. The Federation had no reason to attack them. Normal player guilds were too lazy to fight with them. They would rather spend more time teleporting to another city and run away to another larger bone spawn point to complete the mission. Yes, it might be dangerous, but it's too late to catch up now. You can remind him offline and tell those people to restrain themselves. Zheng Yuping thought for a moment and continued, let's go to the bone graveyard. Yes, sir. In the distance, Feng Heng maintained his bat form and headed toward the bone graveyard. His Marquise-level vampire form could fly very fast at low altitudes, and traveling was much faster than running. With Feng Heng flying at full speed, he quickly followed the map to the bone graveyard. From a low altitude, a huge pit had appeared on the ground not far away. A large number of bones could be seen wandering in the middle of the pit. A faint white aura constantly emerged from the pit. The wandering bones absorbed this aura. Unlike ordinary skeletal creatures, bones held a white bone knife that burned with a dark blue soul fire. Looks like that's the bone graveyard. It seems to be a little different from those I've seen in the books. Feng Heng looked at the skeletal creatures and muttered softly. There were a few scattered buildings next to the bone graveyard, and the entire building was wrapped in a layer of special alchemy ray patterns. The few players who were responsible for guarding the bone graveyard area saw the bats flying in the air and immediately became vigilant. They raised their scepters and swords, and shouted, "Stop! Stop! This is a private area. Stop immediately. If you don't stop, we're going to attack." The 5 guards from Ryan mercenary group stared at Feng Heng in the air with joy in their eyes. They carefully approached the direction where Feng Heng landed. After waiting for a long time, they could finally open for business again. Feng Heng descended from the sky and returned to his human form. He looked around at the few people walking towards him. They looked like players. There were only 5 people. Hey, are you new here? Do you know where this is? Feng Heng frowned. It's a bone graveyard? Hey, you know it's the bone graveyard, yet you still come over? Didn't your guild tell you whose territory this is? A player with a mustache approached Feng Heng and looked like he was about to question him. Damn it, you idiot. You disturbed the normal operation of our magic array. Can you afford to pay for it? Feng Heng looked behind the mustache man. The area around the bone graveyard was constantly emitting dark halos. The skeletal creatures seemed to be afraid of the halos. Under the influence of the halo, bones could only wander around the inner area of the cemetery. Feng Heng pondered. It seemed that Harold did not know that this area had been occupied by the players. It was a little troublesome. Seeing that Feng Heng did not answer, the players surrounded him from all directions and blocked him in the middle. Hey! I am asking you a question. Are you mute? You destroyed our magic array, do you know that? Do you know how much time and money we spent to build this magic array? Damn it. Compensate us for our losses. You must compensate. Pay up. Feng Heng knew that these people were just trying to stir up trouble. He said coldly, scamming? Isn't this routine a little old? Ha. Don't talk nonsense here. Do you have money? Nerio's face revealed a vicious expression. He approached Feng Heng step by step and shouted arrogantly, either you pay up, or get your guild leader to come over and pick them up. This is the rule. Do you understand? Feng Heng asked coldly, what if I don't? Nerio's group of players had been guarding this place for more than half a year. Usually, only some newbies who had just accepted the intermediate necromancy mission would come here. Just by looking at Feng Heng's vampire form, he knew that he was a player from the vampire apocalypse. He was just a newcomer. Moreover, he had just tested it out. It was obvious that he was a newcomer who had not joined any faction. A fat sheep that could be extorted. Hey, no money. Nerio sneered and opened his hand. A bone spear appeared in his hand. Then use your life to pay for it. Whoosh. Several bone spears stabbed toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and immediately dodged to the side while observing his surroundings. No one else came out of the low houses, only the 5 players in front of him. He could deal with them. 1,401 plundering attack together. Get him. Nerio shouted, and the other 3 players on both sides were instantly covered in a layer of bone armor. Their speed increased, and they flew toward Fang Heng with white bone sabers and spears in their hands. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. 3 rare warrior-type necromancers. At the same time, several skeletal creatures emerged from the magic array in front of Nerio and another necromancy mage. Several black shadows dashed toward Fang Heng along the ground. Undead summoning. Undead curse. Mikulash and the other 2 warrior-type necromancers sped up from 3 different directions and approached Fang Heng. Kill him. In the eyes of these 3 undead warriors, Fang Heng was completely defenseless, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The distance between the 2 sides was rapidly closing. That was. Suddenly, Mikulash sensed something and his pupils suddenly locked tightly. Fang Heng stood rooted to the ground, and a powerful holy power flowed out from his body. Book of Creation? Holy power? That guy was actually from the Holy Court? Mikulash was shocked. Before he could react, a golden light suddenly attacked him from the front. It was too fast. Boom. Mikulash felt a heavy blow to his chest. A sour taste came from his mouth, and his entire body flew backward. The other 2 undead warriors were also sent flying by the Holy Remnant chapter. Whoosh! Whoosh! While still in midair, Mikulash heard the sound again. His heart skipped a beat, and he raised his head to look at Fang Heng with fear in his eyes. What was that thing? He raised his head, wanting to see what exactly that golden light was. When he raised his head, he saw several golden shadows flying toward him. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, several golden Holy Remnant chapters bombarded his body and exploded. The bone armor on his body could not withstand such a high-intensity explosion. Mikulash was severely injured and fell heavily to the ground. Mikulash. Seeing that their companion was heavily injured, Nerio and the other player, who was supporting them from afar, had a drastic change in expression. Just as they were about to provide support, the remaining 5 or 6 Holy Remnant chapters caught up and bombarded Mikulash, who was still on the ground. Boom. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions. By the time the explosion dissipated, Mikulash had already been blasted away. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Golden Remnant chapters once again chased after the remaining 2 warriors. The other 2 had just been sent flying and fell to the ground. They did not have time to resist before they were blasted into pieces by the Remnant chapters. In just a short moment, Nerio and the other necromancers saw that their 3 warrior-type companions had been killed one after another. They looked at Fang Heng with cold sweat on their backs and fear in their eyes. The holy system. He had easily killed 3 mid-tier warrior-type necromancers and had reached a level where he could easily crush them. Who was he? Just as they were in a state of shock and bewilderment, more than a dozen undead skeletons that had just been summoned attacked Fang Heng and fired arrows at him. Whoosh! Swoosh! The Holy Remnant chapter sensed the threat of an active attack and activated its passive ability again. More than 10 Holy Remnant chapters shot out from the Book of Oaths and attacked the skeletal creatures. Boom! The dozen or so skeletal creatures were instantly shattered to pieces. The Remnant chapters spun in the air and continued to fly straight toward Nerio and his companion. Both of their faces turned as pale as snow. What kind of enemy did they provoke? Nerio shouted, "Be careful! Bone barrier! Block it!" The 2 of them worked together and poured their spiritual power into the Book of the Dead. Whoosh! Swoosh! 2 white barriers rose from the ground in succession, blocking the attack route of the Holy Remnant chapters. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive violent explosions sounded. The moment the Remnant chapters came into contact with the barrier, they completely shattered it. Then, they instantly passed through the scattered bone fragments and attacked Nerio and the other man. Kai! Kai! 2 soft sounds rang out almost at the same time. The 2 Holy Remnant chapters pierced through their foreheads, leaving a bloody hole in each of their heads. Like most mages, necromancers were physically weak. There was no need for an explosion. The Remnant chapters easily took the mage's life. Ding! The player is currently in a special hidden game world. Under the current special environment, the player cannot obtain the battle game log of both parties. Ding! The player has killed an 5 unknown player. The player has received an additional 50 grams of the dust of evil thoughts. Ding! The player obtained 85.36 grams of the dust of evil thoughts from the player's backpack. Ding! The player is currently in a special hidden game world. If the player still has a number of resurrections when he dies in this game, he will receive a special punishment. The player will enter a soul cleansing state. In this state, the player cannot exit the game and will enter a dormant state. This state will last for 3 days. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the mission notification. In the hidden intermediate game world, it was impossible to determine the identity of the enemy through the game log. Moreover, even if there were resurrection times after death, he would still be punished for an additional 3 days. In this way, Their offline companions would only know that these people were dead. They would not know who killed them or what exactly happened. Of course, there was also the dust of evil thoughts. Feng Heng glanced at the extra dust of evil thoughts in his backpack. He had obtained a total of 135.36 grams of the dust of evil thoughts. For every player killed, 10 grams of the dust of evil thoughts would be obtained, and the remaining dust of evil thoughts in the opponent's backpack would also drop. All the signs of the game gave Feng Heng a feeling that the game seemed to encourage players to fight each other. Feng Heng pondered and put away the Book of Oaths. The Book of Oaths was indeed very useful, especially against the undead. Because it had a restraining effect, the effect was particularly obvious. The only flaw was that the Book of Oaths itself consumed energy, and relying on the holy artifact to recover energy was too slow. The previous round of attacks had consumed about 1/3 of his energy. It would take a long time for this 1/3 of energy to recover naturally. He had to use it sparingly. Feng Heng walked to 2 low rooms that were covered with Magicurate patterns and roughly searched the 2 rooms. The room on the left was quite spacious. Other than a few beds, a few research tables, and some living supplies, there was nothing else inside. It seemed that it was built to guard the bone graveyard and was usually used as a temporary residence. The other low room was a warehouse, where some low-level energy crystals were piled up. They were all inferior goods with high impurities. 1,402 bones. Feng Heng made a rough judgment in his heart and left the low rooms. He began to walk towards the bone graveyard not far away. The alchemy Magicurate seal was set up around the edge of the entire bone graveyard. The seal was constantly emitting unknown fluctuations. This fluctuation could affect the bones and make them stay away, but it had no effect on humans. The low-quality inferior energy crystals found in the warehouse should be used to charge the alchemy Magicurate. Feng Heng crouched down and carefully observed the Magicurate for a moment. Then, he stood up and passed through the seal. As soon as he stepped into the bone graveyard area, the bones that were wandering in the graveyard immediately noticed Feng Heng's aura. They dragged their feet and gathered toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng intentionally wanted to test the strength of these bones, so he took the initiative to approach a lone skeleton. At first glance, the bones looked like a normal skeletal creature and its movement pattern was also shaky and very slow. However, after getting close to Feng Heng, it suddenly accelerated and its body speed became 10 times faster. It used a nether bone blade in its hand to attack Feng Heng, creating a sound of slashing through the air. Phew! The sharp blade slashed past Feng Heng. Feng Heng quickly took half a step back to dodge the attack. At the same time, he threw a punch forward. Whoosh! The bones once again displayed a reaction ability that was several times greater than that of normal skeletal creatures. It dodged Feng Heng's attack with extreme agility and swung the nether bone blade again. It reached out from another tricky angle and slashed heavily at Feng Heng's body. PFFT. The bone blade cut a wound on Feng Heng's shoulder and then stuck firmly on Feng Heng's body. The bones clearly did not expect this scene, and its body instantly stopped. The game notification quickly appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player has received mixed damage from the bones, -498, -79, ding. Due to the suppression of the player's soul strength, the soul damage has been reduced, and the duration of soul burning has been greatly reduced, mixed damage. In addition to physical damage, it also added the soul burning damage of the necromancy attribute. The former dealt close to 500 points of physical damage, while the latter dealt 79 points of soul burning damage. The damage would be triggered every half a second for about a minute. Phew! He threw a punch. Bones was grabbed tightly by Feng Heng and could not avoid the attack. The punch landed squarely on its ribs. Bang! Bones' ribs exploded under Feng Heng's mighty punch. Bones was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, the bleeding parts of Feng Heng's body that had been slashed by the nether bone blade quickly healed, and the soul-burning effect gradually disappeared. Looking at the skeleton that was blown away, Feng Heng could not help but let out a soft gasp. This punch actually didn't kill it. Although he did not have many skills at the moment, his strength attribute was not low. Normal skeletal creatures would shatter with a pinch. Bones' ribs had been smashed into pieces by the punch. However, after it landed on the ground, a white aura immediately enveloped it. Following that, the injured part of Bones' chest quickly recovered under the infusion of the aura. In the blink of an eye, Bones returned to its original state. It stood up shakily and slowly approached Feng Heng with the surrounding skeletons. Its healing ability was outstanding. What a troublesome undead creature. It was at least 3 levels stronger than normal skeletal creatures. Feng Heng thought to himself. Relying on the attributes of his current body to fight head-on did not seem easy. I will try this again. Feng Heng muttered softly. He clenched his fists and switched to his holy form again, taking out the Book of Oaths. Whoosh! A Holy Remnant chapter was instantly activated and flew straight toward the nearest Bones. Bones immediately sensed the incoming danger and immediately raised the nether bone blade in front of it to block it. Boom! With a heavy collision sound, the long blade that it had just raised instantly exploded under the bombardment of the Holy Remnant chapter. The Holy Remnant chapter pierced through the long blade and instantly pierced through the skull of Bones. Thump! Bones fell on its back, and a white aura gradually seeped out from the skull and finally fused into the mark on the back of Fang Heng's hand. Ding! The player has successfully killed Bones. Current Intermediate Necromancy Advancement Mission Bones completion rate, 0.01%, just like that. The effect of the holy weapon was outstanding. He could easily kill them in seconds. Fang Heng looked down at the mark on the back of his hand, then looked up at the large group of skeleton creatures wandering in the bone graveyard. If he killed one, the completion rate was 0.01%. If he killed 10,000, he would be able to complete the mission. Therefore, the difficulty of the mission to advance to the intermediate necromancy was not high. All he needed to do was to work hard, right? Fang Heng pondered. Bones' resurrection ability was a problem, and it was not easy for normal players to deal with them. The Book of Oaths was a holy weapon that could kill in one hit. However, the remaining energy in the Book of Oaths was clearly not enough to support him farming 10,000 bones. Fang Heng glanced at the resurrection time of the zombie clones. He had no choice but to rely on his zombie clones. The ground beneath his feet was slowly churning, and thin hands reached out from the depths of the ground. An alchemy magic array appeared around Fang Heng. The lickers quickly dashed out of the magic array and charged into the group of bones. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 lickers had swarmed into the scattered bones. Not far from Keitanchul City on a black wasteland, a group of people from the Federation was heading toward the bone graveyard. On the barren land, the team's speed was very slow. They would stop from time to time to rest and wait for their teammates to communicate with the offline team. Therefore, the speed of their progress was very slow. Apart from that, they also had to be constantly on guard against the appearance of the undead storm. After resting for a while, Captain Zhenyuping hurriedly went online. The deputy leader quickly went forward and asked, "How is it?" "Captain, has there been any reply from the superiors?" "Yes, I received a reply from the superiors 2 minutes ago. The relationship between our eastern region and Fang Heng is very good. The superiors will provide us with comprehensive assistance. They are already helping us to contact Fang Heng," Zhenyuping said as he swept his gaze across everyone. He continued, "The superiors have already given instructions for me to take full responsibility for this talent upgrade mission. We must complete the relevant missions." "Yes, sir." Zhenyuping was a little excited. Their team had been here for more than a year, but they had not made much progress on the mission. He didn't expect that he would be able to find a breakthrough from Fang Heng this time. With the support of the superiors, this matter would be much easier to do. Another soldier who had just come online reported to Zhenyuping, "Captain, just as you guessed, Ryan Mercenary Group is in trouble. I just got some news offline. At the bone graveyard, the 5 players in charge of guarding Ryan Mercenary Group suddenly died. The people from Ryan Mercenary Group are all stunned and are asking around. It is said that they are already preparing to gather a team to investigate the bone graveyard. As expected, the Ryan Mercenary Group was very dirty. They often killed people and robbed them. They often walked by the river, and their shoes would get wet. Now that they had provoked Fang Heng, they were most likely in big trouble. Captain, the Ryan Mercenary Group is very likely to go over. If they meet Fang Heng, it might cause a bigger conflict." Kming asked, "Should we hurry over and take a look?" "Speed up. We must find Fang Heng before the Ryan Mercenary Group arrives." 1403 stones at the bone graveyard. The battle between the lickers and the bones had reached its climax. The bones had a huge environmental advantage and could rely on the surrounding white aura to quickly recover. They themselves also had extremely high close combat skills and their nether bone blades had serious damage output. Their overall combat strength was not low. On the other hand, the lickers had inherited Fang Heng's undying body and some of his attributes. Both parties' short-term recovery ability was greater than the other party's attack ability. Hence, it was a 50-50 chance. At first, they were still on par. Fang Heng used the advantage of numbers in a small area to eliminate the bones. However, as the number of bones that appeared in the graveyard increased, the lickers lost their advantage in numbers, and their killing efficiency became extremely low. This could not go on. He might not even be able to finish it in one night, let alone before dark. Fang Heng was protected by layers of zombie clones. He stood inside the bone graveyard, his eyes constantly wandering around, thinking about how to improve his efficiency. The problem lay in Bone's rapid self-recovery ability. The licker's damage output could not keep up. If he could get rid of this ability of Bone's, he would be able to do it. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. The bones were revived by the strange white fog in the cemetery. So, start from the source. Get rid of the white fog. Feng Heng lowered his head and looked at his feet. Where did the white fog that shrouded the bone graveyard come from? It seemed to have emerged from the bottom of the graveyard. Feng Heng squatted down and grabbed the soft soil on the ground. What was down there? A few zombie clones staggered over and started digging in front of Feng Heng. After digging a few times, they found something. Under the black soil, one could vaguely see white marble-like stones. This stone looked a little strange. The white aura that was healing the bone seemed to be coming from the stone. Stone? Feng Heng stood up and controlled the zombie clones to work together to dig up the huge stones buried under the ground. The stone was about the height of a person. It was very dense and heavy. 4 or 5 zombie clones worked together to move it to Feng Heng. Feng Heng reached out and touched the stone. It was cold to the touch. Feng Heng felt a cold aura mixed with the undead aura. The game notification flashed on his retina. Ding! The player has discovered a special item: Ancient Creature's Bone Stone. Item: Ancient Creature's Bone Stone. Type: Special Item. Construction Material: Research Material. Description: You have discovered the remains of an ancient giant beast. The remains are buried deep underground. After the baptism of time and the erosion of the power of the dead, the remains have formed a special type of fossil stone. An accidental change in the Earth's vein has caused the bones to appear on the surface. Description: This stone can release the aura of the undead. It is a necessary material for the birth of the bones. Looking at the game notification, Feng Heng seemed to have realized something. He suddenly understood. The source of the white fog was the remains of a powerful ancient creature. The entire bone graveyard existed because of the remains of powerful creatures buried below. He understood. Therefore, as long as they could destroy these stones, they could destroy the source of the bone's rapid recovery of life force, or even directly destroy the entire bone graveyard. Settled. The problem was solved. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. However, the fossil stone in front of him was very large. Although it was not indestructible, it was extremely hard. It was not easy to completely destroy it. Forget it. I will just spend more time and let the zombie clones dig it out slowly and crush it. With both methods, he could save some time and try to complete the mission today. Feng Heng was about to control the zombie clones to attack the fossils left behind by the ancient creatures when he suddenly stopped. A thought flashed through his mind. Wait, something was wrong. Why did he have to destroy the stone? Since the game hint mentioned construction materials, it meant that this thing was valuable. He could also use stones to construct buildings. Why couldn't he just move the construction materials away? Coincidentally, he had just built a lot of corpse pits in his vampire apocalypse game world. Currently, the corpse pit was gradually absorbing the undead aura transformed by the Shrine of Bones to upgrade. After a period of time, the vampire apocalypse would gradually be transformed into a world suitable for the undead to live in. It seemed that the corpse pit and the bone graveyard were very compatible. If he moved a large number of special stones over, would it be the same as moving the entire bone graveyard over? In fact, the difficulty of moving a stone was not much higher than destroying a stone completely. Why not get it done in one step? Just do it. Thinking of this, Feng Heng immediately gave the order to control the zombie clones to start digging on the spot, digging out the ancient fossil construction materials buried under the bone graveyard. The zombie clones immediately took action and started digging. Soon, game notifications appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Vine-modified form, has obtained an ancient creature's bone stone through excavation. Ding! The player's zombie clone is moving. Ding! The player's emergency contact button has been activated. Please take note, Feng Heng was focused on controlling the zombie clones when he suddenly saw a line of game notifications pop up. What was going on? Someone offline was contacting him urgently? I wouldn't look for him unless he was in trouble. Perhaps he had encountered something urgent. After thinking about it, Feng Heng decided to log out of the game and see what was going on. I was waiting at the entrance of the game cabin. He was a little anxious. When Feng Heng walked out of the game cabin, he said impatiently, Feng Heng, it's the people from the Federation. They contacted me and said that they met you in Panos? Yes, I might have been discovered. Feng Heng nodded. He did not change his appearance when he entered Panos, so it was very likely that he would be recognized. Such a trivial matter would not make I call him out of the game in such a hurry. What's wrong? Did you just kill a few people at the bone graveyard? You even know about this? I scratched his head and said, there's a captain called Zheng Yuping from the Federation's enforcement team who happened to be leading a team to carry out a mission related to talent upgrading in Panos. They were the ones who gave the information. The Federation just contacted me through my family connections. They said that they want to cooperate with you regarding the upgrade mission. In addition, they are on their way to the bone graveyard to look for you. They also asked me to tell you that there is a team behind the people you killed. This group of people is already preparing people to come and create trouble for you. I see. Feng Heng thought for a moment. It just so happened that the requirements for completing the talent upgrade mission were too harsh. He had no idea how to complete it. If the people from the Federation were also interested in completing it, they could discuss this together. 1,404 bricks. Alright, let them come to the bone graveyard. I want to talk to them first. As for whether we can cooperate or not, we can discuss it later. Okay, then. Other than that, there's something else that's more troublesome. Mojai Ai's expression turned grave as he said, the barbarian realm is in trouble. What trouble? It's the people from the Holy Court. There's someone you should be familiar with, Viana. Feng Heng was indeed a little surprised when he heard this name. It's her? How did she come to the barbarian realm? It's information from Ed's side. The higher-ups of the Holy Court came to the barbarian realm to investigate the destruction of the Holy Mountain. Mojai Ai felt a little uneasy. After all, Feng Heng was the instigator of that incident. Moreover, the strength of the people from the Holy Court this time was not ordinary. I heard that the Holy Court lost a very important holy artifact. Viana came here not only to rebuild the Holy Court but also to find the lost holy artifact. There are also rumors that the Holy Court has received the support of the North District Federation this time. Yes. The North District Federation has always had a strong desire to control the barbarian realm. It's very likely that they've joined forces in secret and are preparing to deal with us together. Thinking of the Holy Court, Feng Heng couldn't help but have a headache. He was also in a daze when he was at the Holy Court's holy mountain in the barbarian realm. Even now, he still could not figure out what had happened there. Why had the entire holy mountain suddenly exploded? Feng Heng had a vague feeling that the explosion of the holy mountain might have something to do with his own secrets. Perhaps. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't entirely a bad thing for the Holy Court to interfere and investigate this matter. Perhaps he could use the power of the Holy Court to find out something? However, doing so was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Moreover, the North District Federation was also involved. Feng Heng did not want to deal with so many troublesome things. He was thinking about whether he should just leave the barbarian realm. No way. Feng Heng thought for a moment and said, I understand. There's no rush to make a move. I will leave the barbarian realm to you. Keep an eye on them. I still have something to do in Punos and need more time. If any situation arises, we will communicate offline immediately. I will rush back. Yes, alright. A boundless black wasteland. The Federation team headed towards the bone graveyard. Seeing that they were about to reach the graveyard area, Kming, who was in charge of communicating with the offline players, hurriedly went online again. Kming's eyes were filled with excitement as he nodded and said, Captain, I just contacted World Lord Feng Heng. They said that Feng Heng is also willing to work with us and that he hopes to meet and talk. Feng Heng is waiting for us at the bone graveyard. When Zheng Yuping heard this, he reacted by saying, good. In addition, the Ryan mercenary group has just finished gathering. They are already on their way. It will probably take some time before they reach the bone graveyard. There's enough time. Let's speed up. Zheng Yuping commanded the team to speed up. Soon, the bone graveyard appeared in front of them. That was. When he got closer and saw the situation at the bone graveyard, Zheng Yuping was a little confused. They had all read some information about Feng Heng and knew that Feng Heng's powerful talent allowed him to control a large number of zombies to fight for him. But there were actually so many of them. More than half of the graveyard was filled with World Lord Feng Heng summoned creatures. Among them, there was no lack of advanced lickers. A large number of lickers were fighting the bones in the pit. However, what puzzled them the most was that behind the battle between the lickers and the bones, a large group of zombies did not join the battle. Instead, they waved their shovels and dug in the bone graveyard. Huge white stones were dug out from the depths of the graveyard by the zombies and then moved out of the bone graveyard by a few zombies. On the other side, hundreds of zombies were still doing a series of dividing and leveling work. After a series of operations, the stones were polished into rectangular white bricks that were several times larger than ordinary bricks. Finally, they were stacked neatly on the side. Huh? What had happened? Zheng Yuping and a dozen or so soldiers of the Federation looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. What were the zombies doing? Digging stones? Making stones? Everyone was a little confused. The scene in front of them was beyond their logical understanding. Zheng Yuping only regained his senses when he saw Feng Heng walk out from behind a pile of stones. He looked at Feng Heng and cupped his hands. Hello, World Lord Feng Heng, I am Zheng Yuping, the captain of the Federation Enforcement Team. I believe we have already mentioned this to you offline. Yes, someone has already told me. I am Fang Heng. Fang Heng recognized Zhen Yuping. He had seen him outside the Tower of Bones before. Zhen Yuping was too curious and could not help but ask, Lord Fang Heng, what are you? I am doing the intermediate necromancy upgrade mission. When everyone heard Fang Heng's explanation, they felt even more confused. They had completed the necromancy upgrade mission before. Wasn't the mission's objective to clear the bones? What was he doing digging the graveyard then? So. Kming looked at Fang Heng, waiting for his explanation. Looking at the strange gazes from the crowd, Fang Heng felt that the people of the Federation were not very smart. The bones have the ability to recover quickly. I tried it and found that the source of this ability is the ancient fossil stones buried under the bone graveyard. So I dug the stones out of the ground and tried to move them out. Fang Heng explained patiently, when the bones lost their ability to recover quickly, then I can complete the mission faster. While speaking, Fang Heng pointed at the rectangular bricks that were carefully cut and polished by the zombie clones. Moreover, these bricks have other uses. When the time comes, we can transfer them out and use them. Kming listened to Fang Heng's explanation and swallowed his saliva carefully. He fell silent again. The logic seemed to be right, but why did it feel like something was wrong? Shouldn't ordinary people try to lower the bones away from the bone graveyard and then consider killing them one by one? Why waste time and effort digging for stones? Making bricks? The brain of a big shot was indeed different from ordinary people. Zhen Yuping glanced at the zombie creatures that were still digging deep pits and decided not to use common sense to guess what Big Brother was doing. He nodded and said, World Lord Fang Heng, the players you killed were from Ryan Mercenary Group. They know that someone died and have just gathered in groups to investigate. If we continue to stay here, we might have a conflict with them. 1405 ceiling yes. Fang Heng nodded and looked at the zombie clones that had just started digging. No hurry. Let's wait. It will be done in an hour. This. Zhen Yuping felt something stuck in his throat and couldn't speak. A large team tended to move very slowly in the Black Wasteland. An hour was enough. However, I still encountered a small problem. You see, I can't find a place to store these bricks for the time being. Do you have any suggestions? Zhen Yuping looked at the bricks that had been cleared out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. We can rent a warehouse in Kaitanshul to temporarily store these bricks, but... But what? It's too dangerous to return to the city after such a long journey in the Black Wasteland. Moreover, we have to transport such a large amount of materials. Also, these bricks are still dangerous. It's best to seal the strength of the bricks in advance for safety reasons. That's right. Seal. What a good idea. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He would use a sealing technique to seal the energy fluctuations of the bricks, then transport them back to the city and rent a warehouse to store them. After that, he would think of a way to secretly open the world passage and transfer the bricks back home. Just like that. As for the sealing magic array, it didn't need to be too advanced. A single brick was very small and didn't have very strong energy fluctuations. The most basic sealing magic array was enough. Fang Heng quickly drafted a plan in his mind and nodded. He said, Okay, I understand. I will go into the room and come out soon. You guys stay here and wait for me. Everyone from the Federation watched Fang Heng lead the dozen zombie clones into a small room beside the bone graveyard, then shut the door tightly. Everyone looked at each other. Kming looked at Zhen Yuping and asked, Captain, we... Zhen Yuping smiled bitterly. Fang Heng was a capable person. This type of person was usually eccentric. There's no hurry. There's still time. Let's wait and see. Fang Heng entered the small room and closed his eyes after closing the door. A dark magic array appeared under his feet. Bone claws extended from the magic array and dragged Fang Heng into the spiraling magic array. After returning to the real world, Fang Heng immediately put on his mask and rushed to the Hall of the Dead's exchange to use his points to collect a wave of sealing technique materials. Then, he hurriedly went online. In front of the experiment table, a zombie clone walked up shakily and followed Fang Heng to make the elementary sealing runes in the room. An extremely fast channeling bar appeared above Fang Heng's head. Ding! You have completed the creation of the elementary seal aura, undead. You have obtained a special elementary rune, ding, your zombie clone has completed. It was not difficult to make the elementary sealing runes. In addition, Fang Heng's sealing technique talent had already reached 100,000, so the production efficiency was terrifying fast. Not to mention the help of the zombie clones. Half an hour later, Zhen Yuping and the others who were waiting outside saw the door open. Fang Heng walked out of the room with a small box in his hand and casually placed it on the ground. Zhen Yuping walked over and whispered, World Lord Fang Heng, Ryan Mercenary Group is already halfway there. They will probably be here in less than an hour. Yes, I understand. Fang Heng hummed softly and raised his hand to signal Zheng Yuping not to speak. Zheng Yuping and a few other Federation members followed Fang Heng and shifted their gazes to the side. They watched Fang Heng eagerly. A zombie clone was holding a white brick in each hand, walking toward them unsteadily. The brick emitted a weak aura. When it passed by Fang Heng, the latter took out 2 pieces of rune paper from the small box on the ground and pasted them on 2 bricks. A dark light flashed across the rune paper and disappeared. The aura that was originally revealed on the brick was immediately restrained. The zombie clone continued to move forward shakily. Huh? What was going on? When Zheng Yuping saw this scene, he was shocked and quickly went over to take a look. The small box was actually filled with rune papers. Where did all these sealing runes come from? Although it was only an elementary sealing rune, weren't there too many of them, and it was a targeted rune? Was it already arranged? Zheng Yuping looked at Fang Heng, his mind full of question marks. Fang Heng noticed that the people from the Federation were staring at him again, so he coughed lightly and explained to them, it's only the most basic sealing rune, and it only lasts for a short time. The stone brick itself isn't very strong, which is why the seal can be easily completed. Kming felt a headache coming on. He scratched his head. That was not what he was confused about. No, not that. I am just a little curious. Where did you get so many runes? Fang Heng shrugged and did not explain. He just pouted at the box and said, do you want to help me? Alright, help. Zheng Yuping knew that it was Fang Heng's secret to get these rune papers, so he cleverly stopped Kming from asking any more questions. He waved his hand and signaled for his team to come forward and help stick the rune papers. Soon, the zombies lined up in a row and began to escort the bricks in front of everyone. Then, they loaded the bricks with sealed doors into the self-made cart. Zheng Yuping finally found the time to talk to Fang Heng and discuss cooperating with him. He decided to get straight to the point. World Lord Fang Heng, I won't hide it from you, our team has been in Punos for quite some time now. Fang Heng turned to Zheng Yuping and asked, I am also here for the talent advancement mission. Indeed, but our mission hasn't reached the point where we need to enter the Tower of Bones. We originally thought that we wouldn't spend too much time on the talent advancement mission, but we didn't expect the difficulty to be much higher than we imagined. Zheng Yuping's team was a special team formed by the Eastern Federation. They usually carried out special missions and were also one of the teams secretly trained by the Eastern Federation. This talent upgrade was also strictly confidential to the outside world. The original plan was to complete it within half a year, but it had already been nearly 5 months. A lot of manpower and resources had been spent, and the talent upgrade mission was not even half completed. Zheng Yuping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the beginning, the upper echelons of the Northern Federation obtained 12 S-level talent transfer scrolls through a special mission. After completing the level 30 talent reselection mission, players could directly inherit an S-level talent through a special scroll, and they could also receive a free talent upgrade. Through the scroll, the talent level that could be reselected through the scroll was S-level. They were already much stronger than ordinary people. In addition to their special S-level talents, the 12 of them could even stack the power of their talents through cooperation. 1406 The Troubled Federation Team. The Intelligence Analysis Department of the North District Federation believed that the strength displayed by the 12 people working together was far greater than that of players of the same level. It could greatly increase the team's strength, which was far better than the 12 people leveling up their original talents. After a round of elite selection, Zheng Yuping's team accepted the mission and entered Punos to complete the level 30 talent selection. When they first arrived at Punos, the team felt that it was alright. After all, they didn't need to go through the most difficult Tower of Bones to reselect their talents. However, they only realized the difficulty of this mission after they had actually come into contact with it. They did not expect Fang Heng to take on the Tower of Bones, which was a level more complex than theirs. Fang Heng would have to face a hellish level of difficulty. Indeed. Speaking of this, Fang Heng felt the same way. He was also troubled by his talent advancement mission. He could not help but nod and say, I also encountered some trouble during the talent mission. Just as the words reached his mouth, Fang Heng stopped. A line of blue game warning notifications appeared on his retina. Warning, the player has the tendency to leak the details of the high-difficulty talent advancement mission. If the relevant information is leaked, the corresponding King of Gods points will be deducted as punishment. Please be vigilant. Fang Heng felt helpless that he was not allowed to complain. He shut his mouth and shook his head. Talent missions could not be shared directly, and if they were shared, he might be punished by the game. Zheng Yuping knew that Fang Heng had been reminded by the game, so he nodded and said, World Lord Fang Heng, actually we already have a small understanding of the difficulty of the highest level mission. Fang Heng looked up curiously and asked, huh? You know? More or less. Zheng Yuping knew a little about the top-tier talent mission of the Tower of Bones. Jinguoan, the former deputy head of the North District Federation investigation team, accepted the highest level talent main mission 12 years ago. Until now, he has been stuck on the main mission. I heard that he had given up on this mission a few years ago and has been stuck at level 30. I am not sure about the specific talent mission target, but I can roughly guess the situation. Zheng Yuping looked at Feng Heng as if he wanted to confirm with him. As far as I know, it's a hostile mission related to the Holy Court. Feng Heng nodded. Zheng Yuping looked at Feng Heng's calm face and felt that it was difficult to deal with. Back then, Captain Jingu Owen led a few secret assault teams of the Federation to plan for more than a year. At the last moment, they chose to give up. Zheng Yuping was still a little upset at first, so he went to ask Jingu Owen. It was only later that he found out that the Federation had encountered great resistance from the Holy Court. Completing this mission might cause the Holy Court to be extremely dissatisfied. After the Central Federation heard the news and intervened, the whole matter became even more troublesome. They could only force Jingu Owen to give up the mission. Feng Heng stuck a rune paper on the brick and continued to ask, "Go on, then? Since you know about my mission, what do you think? How do we go about cooperating?" "Alright, World Lord Feng Heng, it's like this. Our team has a total of 12 people, currently 10 of them have completed the Tower of Withering mission, and the remaining 2 are still at the level up invitation card stage." Zheng Yuping said seriously, "The team's goal is to have all 12 of them complete the talent advancement mission at the level of the Tower of Withering and choose a new initial talent. We hope to cooperate with Lord Feng Heng in various forms. The goal is to complete the final talent mission. We can provide assistance in all aspects, including materials, information, practical assistance, and so on." Feng Heng turned his head and asked, "Does that include dealing with the Holy Court?" Zheng Yuping looked at Feng Heng and nodded solemnly, "I've discussed it with my superiors. This cooperation is a secret and is limited to the cooperation between our teams. If the mission is of a certain level, I will report the situation to my superiors." Zheng Yuping paused and continued, "Of course, in reality, there are many restrictions in the game. If there are some things that I don't know, I naturally can't report it to my superiors." Feng Heng scratched his head. He understood Zheng Yuping's hint. They would help but don't make it too obvious. But even so, the difficulty of the mission was still extremely high. The Holy Court had developed believers in every world, including the real world. He did not know what benefits the Holy Court had given the Central Federation. They had a close relationship with the Central Federation. In comparison, only the Eastern Federation and the Holy Court had a good relationship. In other worlds, there were even a large number of believers of the Holy Court in the Western Federation. "Tell me first, what kind of trouble did you encounter?" "Yes. We already have some clues about the specific talent mission. It's related to killing some specific undead creatures." Just by revealing this information, Zheng Yuping received 2 consecutive game notifications as punishment, and his King of Gods points dropped rapidly. Zheng Yuping was so scared that he quickly shut his mouth. He paused for a moment and continued in a low voice after considering his words, "Our team already has some clues about what we just said. At the moment, it's still under control. The most troublesome thing is the brilliant crystal." "The brilliant crystal?" Feng Heng was immediately interested when he heard this. He asked, "Come, tell me in detail." "Yes, the mission we received so far says that in order to get the highest level of the talent upgrade, we require 1 purple brilliant crystal of the highest level or 9 red brilliant crystals of the lower level, or 36 orange brilliant crystals." Zheng Yuping's brows were tightly knitted and his expression was filled with distress. He wouldn't think of obtaining the highest tier purple brilliant crystal, and the other thing was getting the lower tier red brilliant crystal was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only the last brilliant crystal of the orange tier still had a chance to be obtained. However, each advancement required 36 crystals and the 12 of them would need more than 400 crystals in total. Where would he get so many orange brilliant crystals? Zheng Yuping's hair was turning white. Feng Heng rubbed his chin and pondered. Completing Teacher Guo Wo's basic mission to kill a judge was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention, if he wanted to obtain additional purple brilliant crystals, he would have to double the completion rate. It was too difficult. After hearing Zheng Yuping's words, Feng Heng felt that he could think of a way to get the brilliant crystal from other places and reduce the difficulty of the main mission. "I can help you deal with monsters, but I am also lacking in brilliant crystals. What do you guys think?" Zheng Yuping's eyes lit up as he said, "Yes, we've already come up with a few plans in this regard. We can obtain some orange crystals, but they're all quite difficult. If Feng Heng is interested, we can try cooperating in this area first." 1407 Intermediate Necromancy only orange? Not even red? It was useless. Feng Heng was a little disappointed. He had already decided to get the best one. 3 purple crystals of the highest level. He would max out his talent. Ahem, actually, my mission requires a purple brilliant crystal. Zheng Yuping's face stiffened when he heard Fang Heng's words. Brilliant purple crystal. That was a reward that could only be obtained by killing the highest level creature in the intermediate game, or the final reward of the main storyline mission. The difficulty was several levels higher than their mission. Cough cough. Zheng Yuping cleared his throat awkwardly. Alright, that's fine too. Let's go back and study it. There should be a way. Fang Heng nodded, agreeing to cooperate. Then, he shifted his gaze to the bone graveyard in front of him. In the graveyard, as the ancient creature's remains were dug out, cut, and sealed, the white aura in the entire graveyard was visibly reduced. Only 1/3 of the original amount of aura was left. Under the influence of the weakening white aura, the bone's health point recovery ability also rapidly decreased. The efficiency of the liquor hoard slowly increased. Soon. Fang Heng opened the game notification log and observed it. He muttered to himself and waited until the completion rate of the mission slowly rose to 100%. Ding, your zombie clone, Liquor, has killed the bones. Your talent mission, Bones mission progress, 100%, ding, you have successfully advanced to the intermediate necromancy. Your original skill has been forgotten, ding, you have learned the intermediate necromancy, skill, intermediate necromancy, level 1. Skill description, each upgrade of this skill will increase the player's will by 1 point, slightly extending the player's lifespan, and slightly increasing the strength of the player's soul. Skill description, this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 25. Description, you have gained some understanding of death. Please continue to explore the true meaning of death. It worked. He advanced to intermediate necromancy. Fang Heng clenched his fists. Next, he only needed to go back to the zombie apocalypse and absorb the undead aura to quickly cultivate his intermediate necromancy to the maximum level. As he thought about it, Fang Heng glanced at the zombie clones that had gathered. The zombie clones had already piled up the bricks with rune paper on the carts and were waiting for work to end. As for the bone graveyard's bones, they had also dropped a large number of Tier 1 mutation crystals. Fang Heng was too lazy to collect them. He controlled the zombie clones to form a long line and return to Keitanshul. I will go back to Keitanshul first. I will need your help to find a warehouse. It's a small matter. Leave it to us. Under the watchful eyes of Zheng Yuping and the other Federation players, the zombie clones formed a long line on the Black Wasteland and slowly moved forward. On the Black Wasteland, the Ryan mercenary group gathered a large group of people and rushed toward the direction of the bone graveyard. 5 players who had advanced to intermediate necromancy died in less than 2 minutes. The enemy was definitely prepared, and it was very likely that it was a large guild. It must be a carefully organized operation, and it was very likely that they were coming for their Ryan mercenary group. The leader of the Ryan mercenary group, Vino, thought about it and decided to gather a large number of combat forces to take a look. To ensure safety, Vino even pulled a few of the game NPC bosses who had been fooled to take a look. Very soon, the player at the front of the team returned to report, "Leader, things are bad." Vino's heart sank. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" An old NPC behind Vino had a friendly expression as he waved his hand and said, "Don't panic. Calm down and tell me slowly. What happened at the bone graveyard?" Graveyard. The player carefully looked at the 3 NPC elders beside Vino and nodded. He continued, "Teacher, the bone graveyard has been destroyed." Destroyed? The expressions of the 3 elderly NPCs also became unfriendly. Vino couldn't help but clench his fists. His guess was right. The other party was an enemy who had came to cause trouble. Otherwise, why would they tear down their graveyard? Who did this? I don't know, Captain. When we arrived there was no one there. They finished tearing it down and ran away so quickly? Vino's eyes flashed with surprise. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Hurry up and go take a look." The team sped up under Vino's signal. When they arrived at the bone graveyard and saw the situation, the team members couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. What was going on? What they saw made them extremely surprised. The entire bone graveyard had been dug up, and only a few dozen skeletal creatures were left standing on the ground. There were still many pieces of stone left on the ground after being cut. Vino was stunned. He had thought of many ways to destroy the graveyard. However, it was beyond his expectations that the entire bone graveyard would be completely destroyed by digging deep into the ground. "Captain, look." Vino frowned and clenched his fists. His tone was filled with hatred as he shouted, "Investigate. Find out clearly who did it." The other party did not want to occupy the graveyard and just want to completely demolish the entire bone graveyard. It must be someone who had a grudge against Ryan mercenary group. But who had the ability to do so? Vino couldn't help but ponder. "Yes, Captain." The team members immediately responded. Everyone felt that this matter was extremely difficult to handle. The Ryan mercenary group had done a lot of bad things in Punos. For a moment, they really did not know where to start investigating. They could only think of a way to investigate the people passing by the bone graveyard. Tanchul. In the northern warehouse area, Feng Heng glanced at the necromancy attendants guarding the warehouse. To rent a warehouse in the city, one needed to go through cumbersome procedures and provide proof of certificate. This was especially true for the resources of unknown origin that Feng Heng had brought. Thus, Feng Heng and the others were invited out by the necromancy attendants. "I am sorry, World Lord Feng Heng. It was my mistake. I am already thinking of a way to settle the procedures. Give us a little more time." Zheng Yuping apologized profusely. He had indeed been in Punos for almost half a year, but he had never used a function of the city warehouse. Who knew that Feng Heng would bring so many bricks over? If one wanted to store supplies in the city's warehouse, one had to go through various procedures and pay various taxes. It was too late to inquire about the procedures now. The supplies and zombie clones that had just arrived were blocking the entrance. There would definitely be problems as time passed. For example, the undead storm. By then, not only would the bricks be destroyed, even the zombie clones would be destroyed. 1408 teleportation test. It's fine. There's no need to think of other ways. Let's go to the manor at Shadow Street number 823 in the western region. What did you just say? The Rand Chamber of Commerce. Feng Heng nodded and replied, "I have a friend there." Right now, he could only look for Elisa and see if she could help. After all, the Rand Chamber of Commerce was in this line of business, so they should be able to get the proof of materials when entering the city. Zheng Yuping's eyes lit up. That's right. Previously, he had noticed that Feng Heng seemed to have some connection with the Rand Chamber of Commerce. Everyone quickly turned around and rushed to the manor at Shadow Street number 823 with a cart of bricks. Soon, they followed the address and entered the western region. Zheng Yuping's face revealed an envious expression. Every inch of land in the wealthy district of the western region was worth a fortune. Feng Heng's friend was wealthy enough to buy an independent manor. Outside the manor, when she learned that Feng Heng had brought his friends, Elisa went out to welcome them warmly. "It's okay, Feng Heng. It's indeed very troublesome to enter the city. Moreover, storing materials in the city warehouse requires the permission of the city lord's territory and a large amount of taxes. This material can be sent over as a private item that is prohibited from being sold. Our back garden area is still very large. It's usually semi-abandoned. I will send someone to collect the stones outside your city." Elisa came from a business family. When she heard that Feng Heng was in trouble, she thought for a moment and came up with a suitable solution. She called the butler to help. The butler of the manor, Cleo, nodded and greeted Elisa. "All right, miss. I will go to the Chamber of Commerce and inform them to send the stones back from outside the city immediately." It was inconvenient to store materials like stones in the wild. Feng Heng didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he accepted the favor and nodded in thanks. "Then I would need to trouble you." Cleo looked at Feng Heng with a smile and said, "It's my pleasure. Your Miss Friend." Before Feng Heng came, the person in charge of the Rand Chamber of Commerce in the city had specifically instructed them to further rope Feng Heng in if possible. At the very least, he couldn't offend Feng Heng. They believed that Feng Heng's soul talent was extremely strong and was definitely worth recruiting. While the sky was still bright, the Rand Chamber of Commerce immediately moved out to receive the stones that Feng Heng had brought from outside the city and temporarily stored them in the backyard of the manor. "Feng Heng, you probably haven't found a place to stay yet, right? Why don't you stay here today? Cleo, prepare a guest room for Mr. Feng Heng." "All right, that would be troublesome." The materials were also stored here, so Feng Heng agreed. The smile on Cleo's face grew wider and he said, "That's great. It's no trouble at all. We just moved in and there aren't many people around. It's great that we've added some popularity. I will bring you to your room." 2 hours later, Feng Heng stood in front of the window. Through the window of the room, he could clearly see the busy members of the Chamber of Commerce in the back garden stacking boxes filled with white bricks in the open space. The manor's butler, Cleo, knocked on the door and pushed it open. "Feng Heng, I've just changed the incense for you." "Oh right, Tanchul's nights are humid and there are often soul fires. You must close the curtains at night." "Thank you. It's what I should do. Don't stand on ceremony with me. If there's anything else you need, tell me. I will prepare it for you." "Yes, it's nothing. Everything here is complete. I have to go out later." "So late?" Cleo looked at the darkening sky outside the window and warned carefully, "It's not safe outside the city at night. Try not to leave the city." "Yes, I will be careful." Feng Heng watched as the butler Cleo finished decorating the room, lit the incense, and left the room. He could not help but rub his chin. The intermediate necromancy upgrade mission had been completed. The next step was to quickly level up his necromancy. Leveling up required a huge amount of experience points. Feng Heng was prepared. Through the undead aura, coupled with a zombie clone, he should be able to quickly complete the upgrade. But before that, there was still one more thing to deal with. The ultra-small spatial teleportation hub. Feng Heng wanted to try opening the world passage tonight so that he wouldn't need to use it in an emergency in the future. After taking a look at the game log, Feng Heng transformed into a bat and flew through the window of the room. At night, the sky above Kaitanshul was shrouded in a layer of ghost fog. Very few people noticed Feng Heng flying in the air. Feng Heng left the walls of Kaitanshul and flew out of the city. Feng Heng avoided the wandering undead creatures he encountered along the way. Soon, he arrived in the wilderness 12 kilometers away from Kaitanshul and landed in midair. Previously, for the sake of testing, Feng Heng had intentionally controlled a portion of the zombie clones. They were divided into more than 30 teams, and each team carried a cart of bricks. A few hours later, only one team was lucky enough to escape the undead storm. Feng Heng looked around. The surroundings were silent. Very few people would choose to leave the city at night and stay on a desolate land. Begin. Feng Heng stretched out his hand. Small pocket-sized robots kept jumping out of Feng Heng's sleeves and began to build the spatial teleportation hub. The illusion of a teleportation hub appeared in the open space. An hour later, the ultra-small spatial teleportation hub was completed. The azure light of the teleportation portal illuminated the surroundings. At the same time, several red game warnings appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! The player completed the construction of an ultra-small spatial teleportation hub. Warning! The player is currently using a teleportation device. The teleportation device has broken through the current world's environmental barrier limit and is allowed to be used. Warning! Using the teleportation device will cause great hostility from the local forces. Ding! The current region is affected by a special barrier. All living beings that enter the game region through external forces will be marked by the soul. Creatures without souls, such as elements, machinery, and some undead, are ineffective. Feng Heng looked at the game notification and frowned. Marks? According to the game description, all players who entered the world through the teleportation device would be marked. This would be troublesome. Initially, Feng Heng had thought that he could use the hub to pull the vampires and Mojai over. It would be very troublesome if it was marked. Feng Heng decided not to care about this for now. He seized the time to control the zombie clones to start moving the ores into the teleportation channel. At the same time, he sent this batch of zombies back to the zombie apocalypse. 2 minutes after he started moving, a series of game warnings popped up. Warning: the player's spatial fluctuation has been detected. Unknown character is heading to the location of the fluctuation. Warning: the player's spatial fluctuation. Warning: a high-intensity power source is detected approaching. Player, please be careful. 1,409 unusual fluctuations so fast? Feng Heng cursed inwardly. The dense warnings made his scalp tingle. After 3 minutes, Feng Heng immediately put away the teleportation device and hid far away. Running away in a panic and meeting people on the road made him feel a little guilty. Moreover, Feng Heng also wanted to know who the strong enemy hint was, so he simply hid in a corner and observed. Soon, another 3 minutes passed. More and more black-robed men descended from the sky, their gazes sweeping across the area where the teleportation passage had opened. It took a total of 6 minutes. More than 10 black-robed men gathered around. The fastest one arrived in 5 minutes. Judging from their attire, they should all be necromancers. Feng Heng hid behind a protruding rock and observed, secretly estimating in his heart. Therefore, it would take about 3 minutes to safely open the teleportation passage. Fortunately, he did not directly run away. Otherwise, he would definitely meet this group of people on the way. What are you hiding here for? Feng Heng's heart trembled. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a black robe standing behind him. Feng Heng used the excuse he had prepared beforehand. I just saw. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, black chains appeared around Feng Heng's body and quickly covered his entire body. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "There's no need to say any more. If you have anything to say, come back with me and explain." Feng Heng frowned and was about to resist. Wait a minute. Whoosh. A black shadow appeared behind the middle-aged man. The shadow gradually solidified. Ghoul Wo pressed his palm on the middle-aged man's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "He is one of my students." The middle-aged man slowly turned his head to look at Ghoul Wo. His expression softened a little, and his tone was a little surprised. Eh? Yes. Ghoul Wo asked Feng Heng, "What's going on?" Feng Heng hurriedly explained, "Teacher Ghoul Wo, I just sensed spatial strength fluctuations nearby, so I came over to check. On the way here, the fluctuations suddenly disappeared. I was also curious about what was going on. I saw so many people coming over, so I didn't dare to disturb them. The middle-aged man nodded at Guo, indicating that Fang Heng's words were true. Guo raised his hand and said, "Go back first. Don't tell anyone what you saw today." "Yes, teacher." Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left. Guo, can he be trusted? "Sure. Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and withdrew his gaze from Fang Heng, who was gradually walking away. He continued, "The spatial fluctuations are extremely intense." "Yes." As they spoke, more and more necromancy scholars approached them. Everyone noticed the strange fluctuations from before, and their expressions were somewhat solemn. Who is it? The spatial fluctuations were highly violent, and they could even break through the entire region barrier set up by the Undead Union. What was even more puzzling was that there were no energy fluctuations left behind at the scene. Was someone plotting against their Punos? Guo sneered and said coldly, "The Holy Court has already extended their hands to Punos. Do you all still want to continue pretending to be deaf and mute?" "Guo, the matter is still inconclusive. There is no indication that this is the doing of the Holy Court." "Humphrey. The matter is already in front of you, but some people just ignore it. Then you guys can discuss it. When you've made up your mind, come and find me." Guo snorted heavily and left with a flick of his sleeves. The remaining people looked at each other and shook their heads. Guo's temper was still as bad as ever. Fang Heng did not know that the opening of the space passage attracted the attention of so many people. After leaving, he returned to Keitanchul. After going back and forth, when he returned to the manor again, the lights in the entire manor had already been extinguished. Fang Heng flew back through the window and entered the room. This time, it was necessary to use the ultra-small spatial teleportation hub to test the waters. It was not easy to transport something in this hidden intermediate game world. There was only a total of 3 minutes available. He had to plan ahead next time. There was no point in staying here to sleep. He could go back and level up his intermediate necromancy first. Fang Heng took out the invitation card from his backpack again and looked at it carefully. The highest level invitation card could only be used 3 times. One use could allow one to stay in Punos for a maximum of 7 days. It didn't matter. Players could obtain additional uses by consuming the dust of evil thoughts. 5 grams at a time. Not much. Fang Heng thought for a moment and used the invitation card to return to the vampire apocalypse world. Ding. Do you wish to exit Punos and return to the zombie apocalypse? Yes. A moment later, Fang Heng used the teleportation passage to return to the vampire apocalypse. Prince Carl was responsible for the stable and orderly operation of the world of vampires. Your Majesty. Sensing Fang Heng's arrival, Prince Carl brought a group of high-tier vampires to greet him. Get up and prepare. I am going to enter the dark prison of blood. Yes. Your Majesty, please wait for a moment. The vampire elder Hayes replied respectfully. He then transformed into a bat and headed toward the altar of the vampire elders. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the sky. The Shrine of Bones was still floating in the air above the world of the vampires, constantly absorbing and transforming the aura of the death realm that had previously surged into the world. With the nourishment of the transformed undead aura, the dense corpse pits below were slowly leveling up. A cart of white bricks that had just been transported from Punos was also transported back and piled up on the ground. Fang Heng tried to control the zombie clones to tear off the seal on the bricks and throw them into one of the corpse pits. A line of game hints appeared. Ding. Your corpse pit has been slightly modified. The speed at which the undead aura increases has been slightly increased. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. It seemed that a cart of white bone bricks was not enough to transform the pit into a bone graveyard. Perhaps a little more would be effective. Carl walked to Fang Heng's side and nodded. Your Majesty, the passage to the dark prison of blood is ready. All right, let's go together. Fang Heng temporarily put down the corpse pit and immediately followed Carl back to the Elders' Council. In the Elders' Council, the vampires gathered a magic array and controlled the blood crystal to activate the magic array that led to the dark prison of blood. An orange portal appeared in the center. Fang Heng walked forward and stepped into the spatial rift. Whoosh! After entering the dark prison of blood, the undead aura that assaulted his face made Fang Heng feel refreshed. In the beginning, the undead aura in the real world had accumulated in the dark prison of blood. After a period of purification by the Shrine of Bones, a large amount of undead aura had accumulated in the dark prison of blood. The concentrated and purified undead aura was quickly absorbed by Fang Heng. Lines of game hints quickly appeared. Ding. The player has absorbed the undead aura. Player's current skill intermediate necromancy experience points plus 21. Ding. As the player has mastered too many talent skills, he will be punished by the additional experience required to level up. Ding. The player has absorbed the undead aura. Player's current skill. Ding. Player's current intermediate necromancy skill level has increased to level 2, 1410 gaining experience points after some time. Feng Heng opened his eyes again. It was still too slow. Feng Heng roughly estimated that because he had learned too many learning talent skills, he had received an additional punishment that was 128 times that of an ordinary player. This was even under the weakening effect of the fusion of skills. The consumption was too terrifying. Fortunately, he had stored a large amount of undead aura in the dark prison of blood in advance, which was enough for him to squander for a period of time. However, at this rate, he would have to stay here for half a month. So, could he use a zombie clone to do it for him? He had left more than 100 zombie clones to wait for orders in the vampire apocalypse. Feng Heng immediately brought the zombie clones into the dark prison of blood. After the zombie clones entered the dark prison of blood, they slowly moved forward under Feng Heng's control. Then, they took out the Book of the Dead one by one and began to absorb the aura of the outside world with the help of the Book of the Dead. Unlike Feng Heng's original body, the zombie clone could not use its perception to control its aura. It could only use the stupidest method, using the Book of the Dead as a medium to absorb the undead aura outside. This way, not only would the absorption speed be greatly reduced, but it would also require a large number of Books of the Dead as a medium. A Book of the Dead appeared in front of the zombie clone, and a slow channeling bar appeared above its head. Feng Heng waited patiently for 2 minutes until the channeling bar was completed. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone has successfully absorbed the undead aura. Player's current skill intermediate necromancy experience points +7, yes. Although the efficiency of a single zombie clone hack was a little low, it could not withstand a large number of zombie clones. A great cheat. He just needed to slowly grind it. Previously, he had bought a few batches of Books of the Dead from the Necromancer Association. They were all piled up in the game world. They were originally used to grind for the level of the necromancy talent, so he could bring them back and use them. There might not be enough Books of the Dead, so he asked Mojai Aoi to prepare another batch offline. Feng Heng sent a message to Mojai Aoi through the radio. He then controlled the remaining normal zombies in Punos to kill themselves by stabbing each other. He was prepared to max out his intermediate necromancy. Unexpectedly, after half an hour, he received an emergency message from Mojai Aoi via the survival radio. Mojai Aoi, old Feng, you're back? I just received news that the Holy Court is making some moves against us. I am in the barbarian realm now. I will come over to take a look when I have time. Feng Heng frowned. This was troublesome. The Holy Court and the Northern Federation? Their actions were faster than expected. Feng Heng left the zombie clones behind to continue increasing his experience points and left the dark prison of blood alone to head to the barbarian realm. In the barbarian realm, the Holy Court had arrived at the Holy Mountain a few days ago and started rebuilding the headquarters. High Priestess Susie personally led Holy Paladin Kinhu and Judge Rita into the barbarian realm to investigate. Soon, the Holy Court noticed Feng Heng. They gathered the information from the Federation, the Holy Court, and some players. They learned that Feng Heng had also been to the Holy City on the day of the Holy Mountain explosion. Moreover, someone confirmed that Feng Heng had entered the Holy Mountain at night. Therefore, Feng Heng was most probably the root of the problem. Susie's intuition told her that Feng Heng was very abnormal. After a simple discussion, the High Priestess Susie made a decision. She ordered Kinhu and Rita to gather the Holy Court's team and head to the Land of Plague with the Northern Federation. If possible, they would capture Feng Heng and bring him back to the Holy Court's Holy Mountain for investigation. At this moment, the group from the Holy Court had just finished gathering with the Holy Court team and were halfway to Hani City. Rita felt that High Priest Susie was being a little impatient. The Archbishop has given the latest order. Saint Asviana will soon enter the barbarian realm. Kinhu did not think so. He shook his head and said, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. Feng Heng is the breakthrough point for everything. If we find Feng Heng, we will be able to find the answer. The High Priestess' decision is the fastest. I understand, but we don't know much about the Land of Plague. It might be dangerous to act rashly. Dangerous? Humphrey, coming to the barbarian realm is the greatest danger. What is there to be afraid of? Kinhu didn't take what Rita said to heart at all. Instead, he said disdainfully, because the Saintess is coming, we need to help her clear the obstacles before she arrives. Do you understand? I just wanted to remind you. I hope you won't let your anger get to your head. I know. The Federation has already provided us with information and an opportunity to enter the Land of Plague. Don't worry, I will remain calm. This is just a test to confirm the strength of the sacred tree in the Land of Plague. Ha ha ha, don't worry, my friend from the Holy Court. As the two of them were talking in a low voice, Robin, the leader of the Federation, followed them with his team. Robin smiled and said, our people have already inquired in advance. Feng Heng is not in the barbarian realm's territory now. This is a good opportunity for us to investigate the sacred tree in the Land of Plague. Yes, that's for the best. Rita replied in a low voice. She felt that things were not that simple. How could he be a normal person who could single-handedly wipe out the entire Holy Court? Moreover, there was also the explosion at the Holy Mountain not long ago. The shockwaves from the explosion even affected the Holy Realm. If it was really Fang Heng's doing, then their operation this time was too risky. In front of them, a Holy Paladin was hurrying over. Judge, the outer region of the Land of Plague is just ahead. The Sacred Tree Domain is just ahead. Hearing this, everyone from the Holy Court raised their heads and looked into the distance. In front of them, there was a large area covered by vines. There was no end to it. All of them. Kinhu's eyes flashed with surprise. Only after seeing the sacred tree forest could one feel its massiveness. The area covered by the sacred tree was too vast. If it wasn't for someone telling him, he would have thought that it was just a primitive forest. Yes, only those who wear the emblem can be allowed to enter the sacred tree domain. Otherwise, they will be attacked by the sacred tree domain. As they spoke, the group gradually approached the outer perimeter of the area enveloped by the vines of the sacred tree. They dismounted one after another. The original path ahead was blocked by dense vines. Under Robin's signal, a federal attendant began to distribute special badges to the team. Rita held the round wooden badge in her hand and looked at it carefully. She asked, "What is this?" "It's an emblem. It works on vines. About 5 kilometers in that direction is Hani City." 1411 Exploring the forest. Robin pointed in a direction not far away and explained to everyone, "Recently, Tang Minayu has had a close relationship with the Land of Plague. Every day, a large number of materials are transported into Hani City. This kind of emblem is usually provided to the transportation team. After wearing it, you can be protected from the attacks of the vine forest and can make them make way." "Huh, interesting." As Kinhu spoke, he put on the emblem and tried to approach. The vines that had gathered in front of the passage immediately moved to the sides. Kinhu stepped forward to check for a moment. He looked at Rita with a puzzled expression. Rita didn't wear the badge. Instead, she walked forward and tried to touch the vine with her hand. Her expression was strange. Seeing that Rita had fallen silent, Robin walked up curiously and asked, "How is it?" "A very strange life form." As Rita spoke, her expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Rita did not say anything. She just put down the vines in her hand and raised her head to look at the dense vine forest in front of her. Buzz. The Book of Creation appeared in front of Rita. "Purify." Golden light bloomed from the Book of Creation and sprinkled down on an area in front of him. Kai Kai, Kai Kai. Under the illumination of golden light, the vines reacted to it. They seemed to be afraid of the golden holy light. They emitted sizzling sounds and slowly retreated. Many vines even began to wither. Seeing this, the people from the Holy Court were all on high alert. The people from the Federation that Robin brought with him looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. "What's going on?" Kinhu snorted with disdain and said, "The sacred tree is just a beautification of the Land of Plague. They are the embodiment of evil. They naturally wither when they are illuminated by the divine." She activated the Book of Creation floating in front of her again. Under the illumination of the golden light, the area of the vine forest that was illuminated by the light quickly withered and retreated. Kinhu's expression did not look too good. The sacred tree was filled with evil power, and it was very likely the culprit behind the destruction of the Holy Mountain. The whole matter was more or less related to Fang Heng. But it was very troublesome. The vine forest was so big that the evil power could not be underestimated. Relying on Rita's purification power alone was a little too much. At the same time, in the depths of the forest, 2 pairs of eyes were staring at the team. "Ding! The sacred tree Abakia has received divine purification damage." Fang Heng looked at the Holy Court's actions and then glanced at the game log. The Holy Court is really worrisome. When the sacred tree was in its infancy, it had been strengthened by the blood of the vampires. It had absorbed the blood's power to upgrade, so it had some vampire attributes. When it was in its mature form, Fang Heng chose to let it absorb the power of foulness to evolve. Now, after the upgrade, the sacred tree also had the attributes of the vampires and the power of foulness. Coincidentally, both attributes were restrained by the holy element. Mojai Oi followed Fang Heng and whispered, "Fang Heng, Wangnet, and the others have already returned to the barbarians. Minayu and Kale are still making money in the Empire. Moreover, the Northern Federation is meditating. We don't dare to go too far, so they can't come and interfere directly. You asked me to keep an eye on the people of the Holy Court. I saw them gathering in the afternoon, but I didn't expect them to come straight to us. I was originally going to ask Ed and the others to come over and think of a way to stall for time to see if we could stop them." Mojai Oi had initially planned to ask Tang Minayu and Ed for help, but when he saw Fang Heng's sudden message, he immediately came to him for help. "Did you tell Tang Minayu that I am here?" "Yes, as you said, I've already driven Ed and Kang Minayu back. I told them that we can handle it ourselves and that they should keep a low profile these days and focus on making money. Moji I paused for a moment and continued. I heard from my family that the people from the Holy Court are here to investigate the explosion at the Holy Mountain. It's said that they're all from advanced games. Yes. Fang Heng's face was solemn. He nodded and looked at the people from the Holy Court and the Federation. The Holy Court was personally sent by the Archbishop of the real world to investigate the destruction of the Holy Mountain. They were all from the advanced game world and were not weak. It seemed that they were testing the strength of the sacred tree. At the same time, this was also an opportunity for him to test the Holy Court's strength. Fang Heng and the sacred tree Abakuya communicated quickly through their spiritual power and sensed the fighting spirit coming from Abakuya. He could not help but nod and say, Old Mo, you stay here first. I will go take a look alone. Hey, Fang Heng, are you going alone? No way. It's fine. I am confident. Alright, be careful. In the distance, in the outer area of the vine forest, Rita led the Holy Court's apprentice judges behind her to cast a purification spell to clean up the vine forest. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Large patches of golden light shone. The vine forest was affected by the purification spell and slowly withered and retreated. Suddenly, Rita noticed something and raised her hand. The judges behind her stopped their purification spells. In the distance ahead, the dense forest of vines made a sizzling sound and quickly opened up a passage in front of everyone. A familiar figure walked out from the fork. Fang Heng. Upon seeing the person's face, Rita's pupils constricted. Everyone in the Federation was also staring at Fang Heng. Before coming here, they familiarized themselves with Fang Heng's information again, firmly memorizing Fang Heng's face and all his information in their minds. Fang Heng walked out of the vines and stopped more than 10 meters away from the people of the Holy Court. He stared at the two people at the front, Rita and Kinhu. My friend from the Holy Court, this is not a friendly greeting. In my world, you will be punished for damaging flowers and trees. Fang Heng? Rita stared at Fang Heng. She realized that Fang Heng was younger than she had imagined. Yes, what can I do for you? Humphrey. Kinhu snorted heavily and stepped out from the side. He questioned sternly, did you have anything to do with the destruction of our holy mountain? Holy mountain? Fang Heng shook his head and said, the holy mountain that suddenly exploded? I don't know what you're talking about. Fang Heng, someone saw you appear in Oshrino on the day of the holy mountain explosion, and you even went up the holy mountain. As she spoke, Rita carefully looked behind Fang Heng, wary of any ambush behind the forest of divine trees. We want to know if you noticed anything that day. 1412 Dealing with Fang Heng shrugged. Is that so? I don't remember going to the holy mountain. Isn't your information a little inaccurate? Stop talking nonsense with him. Kinhu whispered and took another step forward. Come back to the holy mountain with me. We will naturally investigate whether this matter has anything to do with you. TSK, what big words. Fang Heng sneered and ignored Kinhu. He turned to Robin, the commander of the Federation's operations, and asked, what's wrong? Does the North District Federation also have this intention? Robin, who was enjoying himself, frowned. You know me? I just found out. I remember that I still have a partnership with your North District Federation. So you want to terminate the cooperation? Robin's heart sank. This was the most troublesome part. Some time ago, after some exchange of interests, Fang Heng gifted District 9 of the World of the Vampires to the North District Federation. Of course, District 9 was still under Fang Heng's name. The North District Federation appointed a commander, and the Northern Federation was responsible for the basic materials of District 9's citizens. They would also provide Fang Heng with a share of the income every month. In the dark, the North District Federation was doing everything it could to take control of District 9. As far as Robin knew, the matter was already being carried out in secret, and there had been quite a breakthrough recently. Fang Heng seemed to have put more effort into the beginner game and had no time to pay attention to District 9. However, it was undeniable that Fang Heng still had great control over the vampires District 9. The higher-ups of the North District Federation had hinted to them before this operation. They could deal with him in secret, but now was not the time to completely fall out with Fang Heng. The North District Federation believed that Fang Heng was not willing to make things awkward. However, the North District Federation had limited knowledge of the boundaries of the elementary game. They would never have thought that Fang Heng had already seized the authority of the vampire's realm and could take back control of the entire District 9 at any time. This is an in-game matter. We, the North District Federation, have received a request from the Central Federation to cooperate with the Holy Court to investigate some matters. In addition, as you know, the North District Federation and the Holy Court have always had close cooperation. This is our responsibility. You can consult the Central Federation about the specific situation. He did not expect to see Fang Heng today. After thinking for a moment, Robin immediately reacted. With a smile on his face, he pushed the blame onto the Central Federation. World Lord Feng Heng, we're not here to look for trouble. We're here to assist the Holy Court in their investigation. I suggest that you follow the Holy Court and accept the investigation. Of course, the Federation will follow you along the way. If you agree, the Federation will definitely guarantee your safety. There's no need. I don't agree. Feng Heng knew the attitude of the North District Federation based on these few words. Naturally, he did not have to be nice to the North District Federation. The adjutant beside Robin immediately changed his expression. He took half a step forward and snapped, Feng Heng. Do you know what you're doing? It's just that you're... Feng Heng turned to Robin and asked calmly, what's wrong? Is this the attitude of the North District Federation? I am sorry, the people below are insensible. Robin maintained a smile on his face and gestured for his men to retreat. What he said just now was just to test Feng Heng. Perhaps World Lord Feng Heng has misunderstood. Let me repeat myself. The Federation and the Holy Court have a partnership. We are only trying to promote friendly development between the two sides. We are not participating in the battle between players. I understand. It's best if the Federation doesn't interfere. Feng Heng laughed coldly in his heart and looked at Rita and Kinhu. Now it's our turn. Rita looked at Feng Heng. She felt that Feng Heng was very strange. He dared to face so many people from the Holy Court alone. Moreover, she did not sense any powerful aura from Feng Heng. Would someone who had the ability to destroy the entire Holy Mountain be like this? Feng Heng, the destruction of the Holy Mountain is a matter of great importance. It involves the ritual of the Holy Artifact of the Holy Court. No matter what, we need an answer. If you're unwilling to follow us back, then we can only take action. Hey, can we do it now? Feng Heng curled his lips and flipped his palm forward. The Book of the Dead appeared in front of him. If I had known that you guys wanted to fight, you could have started. Do you want to take turns or fight together? I alone am enough to deal with you. Kinhu was already eager to try. When he heard Feng Heng say that he would attack first, he dashed forward and charged straight at Feng Heng. Boom. Boom. Along Kinhu's path, 2 5 to 6 meter tall white bone barriers suddenly rose from the ground. Just this. Kinhu's lips curled into a cold smile. The holy light aura that enveloped his body instantly solidified several times and accelerated toward the bone barrier. Boom. Golden holy light bloomed. The 5 meter tall white bone barrier was smashed into pieces by Kinhu. As the bones exploded, Kinhu charged at Feng Heng with a golden shield. Whoosh! Kinhu clenched his fist and punched forward. Kinhu let out a soft gasp. The punch went straight through Feng Heng's body. A phantom. Swoosh! Swoosh! Kinhu heard 2 sounds of air being torn apart behind him. He quickly turned around and threw another punch at his back. Boom! The 2 bone spears that came at him exploded under Kinhu's punch. Not far away, Feng Heng kept his distance and stared at Kinhu. It was really annoying. He had never found any suitable weapons or equipment. After upgrading to intermediate necromancy, he hadn't even had the time to master any new elementary spells or intermediate spells before he was dragged into the fight. He could only rely on the vampire skills attached to the Vampire King's coffin and his own high-strength attributes to fight. After returning to the Tower of Bones, I will have to get a set of undead equipment and learn a few necromancy skills. Kinhu was also looking at Feng Heng from afar, his expression grave. He was even more surprised than Feng Heng. It was clearly a skill under elementary necromancy, but the strength of the skill Feng Heng used was several levels higher than that of an ordinary person. It was not any weaker than him who had received the holy infusion from God. Let's see how long you can last. Kinhu let out a roar and left a deep footprint on the ground. He flew towards Feng Heng. Swoosh! Feng Heng split into 2 in the air, and his 2 afterimages quickly fought with Kinhu in the air. Feng Heng's basic fist and kick skills were maxed out, and so were his basic melee combat skills. He relied on his powerful self-recovery ability and the close combat skills brought by the Vampire King's coffin. For a moment, Kinhu realized that he really could not do anything to Feng Heng, and his strength was slowly being consumed. 1413 Savage. The people from the Federation watched from the side, and their faces all revealed grave expressions. Robin was even more surprised. He had heard from the regional commander in charge of the barbarian realm that the people from the Holy Court were here to deal with the destruction of the Holy Mountain. The Holy Court attached great importance to this matter, so the people who came to investigate were all elites from the advanced game. They had used special methods to enter the mid-level game world, and they had paid a considerable price for it. There were many restrictions. They did not expect Feng Heng to be so strong. He was not at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle with them. Rita was also staring at the battlefield with a frown. She suddenly realized something. From the beginning to the end, Feng Heng's aura was extremely balanced. On the contrary, after a period of battle, Kenhu's aura was somewhat unstable. Kenhu. He is stalling for time. Don't give him a chance. I know. Kenhu was experienced in battle, so he naturally noticed Feng Heng's intention. That terrifying recovery ability of his body and all kinds of endless methods made Feng Heng look like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. It gave him a headache every time. Bone Sphere. Whoosh. Explode. Boom. The white bone spear exploded in front of Kenhu again. Break. Kenhu roared. Relying on the explosive holy light barrier, he did not advance but retreated instead. He suddenly closed the distance between him and Feng Heng and swung his fist forward. Boom. Kenhu crashed into Feng Heng's body. Bang. Feng Heng's chest was hit by Kenhu's punch. His ribs were instantly shattered, and his pupils dilated several times. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Kenhu's eyes lit up. On the surface, Feng Heng looked extremely miserable. He had completely lost control of his body. Kenhu's speed once again reached its peak, and he dashed toward Feng Heng's landing point. He could clearly feel the immense pressure Feng Heng was giving him, and he could not wait to take Feng Heng down in one fell swoop. Ding! The player has been attacked by a special character, Kenhu. The player has been affected by the special skill and received 3091 damage and additional holy damage of 811 points. The player has entered a shocked state for 2 seconds. Ding! The player's passive skill Undying Body has taken effect. The player has recovered from the shocked state. In the air, Feng Heng opened his eyes and watched as Kenhu approached him rapidly. He was almost done probing. The opponent's close combat ability was even higher than the elite holy paladins he had encountered in a mid-level game. His overall strength was much weaker than the archbishops of the Holy Court. It was still within the controllable range. With his current ability, he couldn't test the limit of the opponent's defense without the help of the zombie clone. Without the summoned creature by his side, his individual combat ability was still insufficient. In addition, Holy Theology restrained necromancy and the vampires. The people that the Holy Court had brought over from the high-tier world were indeed not easy to deal with. Feng Heng sighed in his heart. TSK, when my training in Punos is over. Ibakuya. I am counting on you. Kenhu was rapidly closing the distance between him and Feng Heng, staring at his every move. He suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Feng Heng was heavily injured and was sent flying backward. He had just recovered from losing control of his body. The first thing he did was not try to adjust his body to avoid the attack and save himself. Instead, he reached out to wipe the blood that flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Kenhu even saw a hint of provocation on Feng Heng's face. What was going on? Kenhu suddenly had a bad feeling. Swoosh. Swoosh. What the hell? Kenhu was stunned. The dense forest around them let out a dense and sparse sound as if it had gone crazy. In an instant, dense vines surged toward him. What was going on? Kenhu's expression changed drastically. In that short moment of absent-mindedness, layers of vines blocked the path in front of him and quickly blocked his vision. Boom. The holy light shield bloomed again. Kenhu broke through the first layer of vines with all his might, slowing down his speed. At the same time, layers of dense vines covered the area in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he had completely lost track of Feng Heng. Damn it. Suddenly, Kenhu felt something wrapped around his ankle and his speed slowed down again. Not good. Vines. Turning around, he saw dense vines climbing toward his body from all directions. Get lost. Kenhu shouted again. Boom. The golden shield that enveloped Kenhu's body instantly exploded. The golden holy shield exploded into streaks of golden starlight, instantly breaking the vines that were wrapping around him and approaching him, clearing an empty area around him. Buzz. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kenhu focused his attention and released his skill. The dark holy light shield quickly bloomed and enveloped Kenhu's body again. Phew. Ho. In the center of the holy light shield, Kenhu was gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Damn it, I still got carried away and fell into that kid's trap. On the surface, Kenhu was arrogant and easily angered, but in reality, he was extremely careful during the battle. He did not expect to fall into Feng Heng's trap. Feng Heng had deliberately exposed those flaws just now. Kenhu couldn't help but sigh at Feng Heng's ruthlessness, even using his own body as bait. Helplessly, his vision and senses were blocked by the vines on all sides. He had already lost Feng Heng's aura. Kenhu knew that he could not do anything to Feng Heng now. He could only rely on the holy shield to save his life. He retreated first and then looked for a way out. However, in less than half a second, more vines swarmed over from all directions, gathering directly along the golden shield that was opened up around them. Eh? What? Kenhu's pupils constricted. Upon closer inspection, The vines that were attached to the outer layer of the holy light barrier actually had fine barbs under their skin. Under the effect of the special barbs, the outer layer of the golden shield kept emitting sizzling sounds, as if it was corroding. Kinhu could feel his power of faith rapidly depleting. Not good. Kinhu's expression changed drastically. Those vines were actually gradually corroding his power of faith. Not far away, Feng Heng, who was sent flying by Kinhu's punch, was quickly caught by the dense vines behind him. His health point that Kinhu had taken out with a single punch was rapidly recovering. Looking at Kinhu, who was wrapped in layers of vines, Feng Heng's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Well done, Ibakuya. The sacred tree was still the most reliable. He had not wasted so much time and energy to nurture it. Next, he would have to see if the Holy Court had the ability to deal with the sacred tree. If not, Feng Heng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then let them all stay. Under Feng Heng's control, the entire forest seemed to be angered and let out a rustling sound, revealing a ferocious side. In less than a second, Kinhu's entire body was devoured. 1414 Soul Bottle at the periphery of the vine forest behind them, seeing the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from the sacred tree, Robin immediately led the Federation's people to retreat, afraid that they would be swept into it. Rita's expression was also extremely cold. She saw a rapidly expanding ball gradually rising in front of the vine forest. That direction was where Kinhu had just entered the vine forest. Not good. Kinhu is in danger, let's attack together. Save him. Rita stood at the forefront of the team, and the book of creation in front of her was pushed to its limits, blooming abruptly. Golden holy light flashed. The people from the holy court poured their spiritual power into the book of creation. Under the illumination of the golden light, large patches of vines in front of them withered and were consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, just as a large area withered, dense vines immediately spread over from behind to replenish it. Rita frowned, her heart sinking. Was this the true power of the sacred tree forest? Was that just an appearance? No wonder she felt that Feng Heng had something to rely on. Hold on, Rita said in a deep voice. Fortunately, the purification breath released by the people of the Holy Court could stop the vine forest of sacred trees from spreading. The team could stabilize step by step and slowly advance. Kinhu was still trapped in layers of vines, unable to see the exact situation. He had the shield of faith to defend himself, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. He could hold on until the team came to his rescue. Bang! As Rita was thinking, she heard a dull explosion in the distance. She immediately looked forward. Golden holy light flickered faintly under the dense vines. Not good. Kinhu's first shield was broken so quickly? Rita's expression changed drastically as she forcefully activated the power of faith. The Federation team was hiding at the back. A player could not help but ask, "Sir, should we go up and help?" Robin looked at the chaotic forest of sacred trees in front of him, feeling guilty. He had heard that the sacred tree was very powerful, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. The Barbarian Realm's chief's judgment of Feng Heng was absolutely wrong. Feng Heng's existence had already threatened the Northern Federation's control over the entire Barbarian Realm. As for helping? Of course, he wanted to use this opportunity to join forces with the Holy Court to get rid of Feng Heng. However, they were not prepared this time. They could not win at all. If they rushed up rashly, they would be trapped in the layers of vines. Robin couldn't say it out loud, so he said in a deep voice, "Just do your own thing and watch from the side. This is a matter between the Holy Court and Feng Heng. Don't get involved." Not far away, in an area covered by layers of dense vines, Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the periphery of the forest with disdain. This group of people from the Holy Court. They agreed to fight one-on-one, but in the end, they still fought together, right? The dense vines in front of him quickly dispersed, and Feng Heng walked step by step to Kinhu. Feng Heng stared at Kinhu, who was surrounded by layers of vines. Feng Heng. Kinhu activated his armor with all his might. Sweat kept dripping down his cheeks as he stared at Feng Heng, who was walking toward him. His outermost layer of the holy shield had already been blasted apart, and the last layer of the shield of faith covering his body was still trying hard to resist the corrosion of the vines. Feng Heng asked slowly, "Kinhu, do you want to know what happened at the holy mountain?" Kinhu stared at Feng Heng and said in a deep voice, "You did it? Am I right?" "No, it's not me." Feng Heng shook his head and said, "But I was indeed there at that time. I also want to know what happened over there. Why don't we make an exchange? If you tell me some information, I will tell you what I know." "Dream on." Kinhu gritted his teeth and retorted, "Demons. I will not compromise and make a deal with evil." "Yes, a smart choice." Feng Heng nodded and raised his hand. A dark porcelain bottle appeared in front of him. When Kinhu saw the porcelain bottle, his pupils suddenly constricted. A hint of shock and fear appeared in his eyes. You That's... Oh? You even recognize this? Feng Heng was a little surprised. He had just received the porcelain bottle from Teacher Guo this morning. It was used to complete the talent upgrade mission and deal with the Holy Realm's enforcers. Kinhu's level did not seem to be high enough, but he could still make do. He could take his soul and run to Teacher Guo to exchange for rewards. He could also test the actual control and specific abilities of the soul bottle. Item: Soul bottle, special, unknown, level, legendary. Description: a bottle that can store souls. Inject spiritual power into it to summon evil spirits to tear the soul out of the enemy's body and pour it into the bottle. Description: a soul bottle created by Guo through special means for the Holy Court. It can seal high-strength Holy Faith souls. Description: this item has an unknown special power. It will definitely drop after a player dies. Activating the porcelain bottle, Feng Heng immediately felt a hole in his own spiritual power, which was quickly absorbed by the porcelain bottle in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the soul power in his sea of consciousness was pulled by an unknown force. Whoosh! What the hell? Feng Heng's pupils contracted. A vortex suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. His soul power was quickly devoured by the vortex. At the same time, a black aura seeped out of the porcelain bottle. The solidified aura slowly spread toward Kinhu. Feng Heng frowned. This was bad. The soul vortex was the special effect of activating the soul bottle. He suddenly realized that there was a huge pit hidden in Teacher Guo's mission. Normal soul absorption was done after killing the enemy, and Teacher Guo's soul absorption was to extract the soul from the human body alive. Feng Heng had never expected that the requirements for using the soul porcelain bottle would be so high. In addition to spirit power, he also needed sufficient soul power to support it. The soul energy in his sea of consciousness kept pouring into the vortex. Even though Feng Heng had extremely high talent in undead magic and powerful soul power, he still felt the pressure. The black shadow formed a palm in front of Feng Heng's eyes. It extended along Kinhu's body and grabbed onto the latter's body, slowly pulling his soul out of his body. Kinhu's face was terrifyingly pale as he gritted his teeth to resist. While resisting the corrosion of sacred tree vines, he also had to resist the tearing of his soul. His vision gradually blurred. Kinhu felt his soul gradually weakening. In fact, Guo did not intentionally hide the difficulty of using the soul bottle. Soul harvesting techniques were not difficult for ordinary targets, but it was different for high-level Holy Court. The Holy Court had special protection for the soul. Only by absorbing souls in a living state could one ensure that the soul was completely absorbed. Guo didn't expect Feng Heng to be so anxious to use the soul bottle to deal with the high-level Holy Court. In Guo's subconscious mind, Feng Heng had to at least reach the highest level in the study of necromancy to have the possibility of completing the mission, so he tacitly agreed that he would not use the soul bottle so early. 1415 Domain of Devotion. Feng Heng also clenched his teeth and stabilized the soul power in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he stared at Kinhu. A quarter of the dark soul body had been torn out of Kinhu's body by the shadow. Get lost. Kinhu used his last bit of strength to roar. The last layer of golden armor covering his body exploded at the same time. Golden light flashed. The vines that were attached to the surroundings were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feng Heng heard Kinhu wail in pain as if his soul was being torn apart. He stared coldly at Kinhu. Very good, Kinhu had reached his limit. Suddenly, Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. What was that? Feng Heng could clearly feel a strong wave of holy power exploding in the distance, and it quickly swept toward him. Ibakuya even sent a warning of extreme danger. What the hell was that? Seal. Seeing that his body was about to be filled with a dazzling golden light and that the soul bottle was about to lose control, Feng Heng immediately tore at Kinhu's soul with all his might, forcefully interrupting the operation of the soul bottle. Boom. In the next moment, Feng Heng's vision was instantly enveloped by a golden light. In the distance, Rita held her holy staff. A holy golden light descended like the sun. All the vines that came into contact with the holy light turned into dust without making any sound. The Holy Court had determined that the enemy had the strength to destroy half of the holy mountain in one fell swoop, so they had come prepared. In order to investigate this matter, the Archbishop even lent out a powerful holy artifact. Rita had not used it until she realized that Kinhu boomed the last layer of the shield. She knew that Kinhu was asking for help, so she decisively used a holy artifact. Buzz. The golden glow of the domain spread out in all directions with the staff as the center. Under the illumination of the realm of salvation opened by the holy weapon, the dense area of vines blocking the way was immediately cleared. The realm of salvation opened up an empty area with a diameter of about 100 meters. There were no vines in the area. Rita quickly approached Kinhu with her staff in hand. The holy court followed behind her. The layers of vines in front of her collapsed under the realm of salvation. Soon, Rita found Kinhu lying on the ground in front of her. What was going on? Seeing that Kinhu was still alive, Rita's heart sank. The realm of salvation created by the holy artifact could save all friendly units within its range even if they were still alive. Why was Kinhu still not awake? Could it be? A holy paladin beside Rita immediately squatted down to check for a moment before turning around and saying, "Judge. He's still breathing." Rita held her holy staff and looked up at the depths of the forest of sacred trees. She said hatefully, "Soul collection. Despicable undead." The holy paladin's eyes revealed a worried expression as he asked, "Judge, Sir Kinhu, he..." Rita didn't answer. She looked at the rustling of the vine forest, and her heart gradually sank to the bottom. This was bad. She could no longer sense Fang Hang's aura. Kinhu did not seem to have any external injuries, but in reality, his soul had already suffered a huge loss. It was a unique skill of the undead, an attack that targeted the soul. Before his injuries were completely healed, Kinhu would not be able to wake up. Even if he woke up, he would become an idiot. This time, they had failed in the trial of the Land of Plague. Kinhu had almost paid the price with his life for that moment of hesitation. The realm of salvation cast by the holy artifact could cause crushing damage to the surrounding forest, but Rita could not use the holy artifact for too long. The forest of sacred trees was too large. She could not clear the entire forest with the strength of her domain. Unconsciously, Rita clenched her fists tightly. She realized that she could only protect herself now and could not destroy the sacred tree domain at all. Calm down. If they continued to move forward, they would only fall into Fang Hang's trap. Let's retreat and take him down for treatment first. Giving up just like that? The holy paladins who were accompanying her were a little surprised, but they quickly nodded in unison and said, "Yes." On the other side of the sacred tree forest, Fang Hang opened his eyes again. He found that he was quickly retreating into the dense forest under the protection of the vines behind him. What just happened? Fang Hang immediately opened the game log to check. Ding! The player has used a soul bottle, special, unknown, to absorb Kinhu's soul body, 1 out of 4, ding! You have been affected by the domain of devotion and have entered a blind state, ding! You have been affected by the domain of devotion and have entered a blind state. The dazzling flash just now was an additional effect of the skill released by the Holy Court. Although the blind state was a physical negative effect that could be dispelled by the undead skill, the blind effect was triggered continuously. As soon as it was dispelled, it would return to blind again. Therefore, the game log was filled with a lot of information. Fang Hang finally found the game log related to Kinhu and frowned. After all that effort, he only managed to obtain a quarter of the soul. Fang Hang had already felt great resistance when he was collecting Kinhu's soul. His soul power was not enough. So what level was Kinhu at? Fang Hang couldn't help but raise his head and look ahead again, at the rapidly withering holy light domain in the distance. The domain of devotion? A move from the holy court? Seeing that the holy light in front of them was gradually dimming, the group of people from the holy court retreated calmly with the injured Kinhu. Fang Hang muttered to himself, troublesome. Although he had given the holy court a taste of hardship this time, they had not really suffered many losses. The strength of the sacred tree was exposed. Obviously, the holy court was only testing the waters this time. There was more trouble to come. According to Mojai Oi, the most troublesome saintess had yet to arrive. Fang Hang took a deep breath. Mojai Oi saw that holy court had been forced back, so he hurried over and called out, "Hey, brother, are you okay?" "Yes, it's fine. The holy court is very troublesome. We can be considered to have repelled them for the time being. It's hard to guarantee that they won't continue to attack in the future." Mojai Oi continued, "TSK, we've already lost all decorum with the holy court anyway. These people have no lower limits. They will definitely come back later. We have to be prepared. We will give them a good beating the next time they come." "Yes." Fang Hang nodded his head in agreement, and his mind quickly turned. The holy court's action this time seemed reckless, but it was actually a test. The strength of the sacred tree had already been exposed. The next time the holy court came, they would most likely find a way to deal with the sacred tree. He needed to make preparations in advance to deal with the holy court. The safest way was to move the sacred tree back to the zombie apocalypse and avoid the battle. However, it didn't seem that easy. He had no idea how to transplant the sacred tree. 1416 The connection. He should ask Teacher Gulwo when he returned to see which tier this group of invaders from the holy court belonged to. At the same time, he would ask Teacher Gulwo if he had any way to deal with the holy court. With his temper towards the holy court, he might even be able to give him some ideas. As he thought about it, Fang Hang quickly communicated with the sacred tree Abakia through his soul consciousness. The domain of devotion had a great restraining effect on Abakia, and it had a crushing effect on the vines surrounding it. If the domain of devotion invaded the central region area of the sacred tree, it would also cause great damage. However, it was not as if they were completely powerless. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Taking advantage of this period of time, he had to think of a way to deal with the Holy Court's holy artifact. Thinking of this, Feng Heng raised his head and said, "Old Mo, I will make a move first. I still have to go back to Panos to find something to deal with the Holy Court. I will leave these people to you. Keep an eye on them the entire time. We will keep in touch at all times." "Alright, leave it to me." In the Holy Mountain Oshirino, High Priestess Suzy examined Kenhu, who was placed on the prayer platform, and could not help but sigh. "High Priestess, is the situation very bad?" "His soul has been severely damaged, and a quarter of it has been extracted. Before the destroyed soul is found, Kenhu will continue to sleep until his body decays." Rita blamed herself. "High Priestess, what else can we do now?" "Stop all actions against the Land of Plague. Everything will remain still until the Saintess arrives." Suzy shook her head and said, "What we need to do now is to keep a low profile. Also, start an in-depth investigation on the Sacred Tree and Feng Heng. We must not have a direct conflict with the Land of Plague." Before coming here, the Holy Court had already adjusted Feng Heng's danger rating, believing him to be an extremely dangerous existence. Suzy had thought that with 2 holy paladins and a judge who had gone through the trials in the Holy Realm, and with the power of the Holy Weapon, it would be easy to probe the Land of Plague. Even if they could not take down the Land of Plague, they could still ensure their own safety. She didn't expect that she had underestimated Feng Heng. "Yes. In addition, High Priestess, these are the branches of the sacred tree that we picked from the Land of Plague. I asked someone to bring some back, hoping to find something." Ka. As he spoke, the Holy Paladin opened the box, revealing a few branches in the middle of the box. Suzy's expression changed slightly when she saw the branch. She reached out and touched the branch. Kai kai kai. The branch made a faint sound when Suzy touched it, and then it dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suzy didn't say a word. She lowered her head and looked at the branches that were gradually turning into ashes in the box. Her expression was extremely ugly. "High Priestess, did you find anything?" Suzy slowly raised her head and spat out a few words, "The vampires and the power of foulness." Everyone's heart sank as they looked up at Suzy. "Looks like things are getting more troublesome. The sacred tree in the Land of Plague is very likely to be related to the high-level world we've been searching for. Let's report this to the Archbishop first. We will make plans after the Saintess arrives." "Yes, High Priestess." Suzy waved her hand and turned to leave. She felt that this matter was tricky. A sinner who had escaped from God's punishment of the Holy Realm a long time ago. Not only did he break God's punishment, but he also obtained an extremely strange power from it. The Holy Realm had always been searching for that mysterious world. Based on the current situation, the two seemed to be extremely related. Ding. The player's current intermediate necromancy level has increased to level 25. Ding. The player's current necromancy level has been raised to the maximum. The player can find other ways to raise your necromancy level. It worked. The next afternoon, after Feng Heng returned to the game world after a nap, the game notification flashed across his retina. The attributes of his intermediate necromancy did not change much after reaching the maximum level, but Feng Heng could feel that his perception and control of the undead aura had increased significantly. Feng Heng sensed the condition of his body and looked up again. With the help of a large number of zombie clones and the Book of the Dead, he had absorbed most of the undead aura in the Dark Prison of Blood for an entire morning. The Dark Prison of Blood was originally filled with the undead aura. At this rate, it wouldn't be easy for him to max out the high-tier necromancy. Feng Heng shook his head and decided to take things one step at a time. After all, the corpse pit would automatically produce a small amount of undead aura when it was upgraded to the later stage. He hoped that he could be of help when the time came. In short, he would go and ask Teacher Gulwo about the situation first. Feng Heng remembered that Gulwo had told him to look for him after he had advanced to intermediate necromancy. He said that there would be a surprise. Before he left, Feng Heng ordered Carl to extract the remaining undead aura from the Dark Prison of Blood out of the world of vampires. The Dark Prison of Blood might be useful in the future and could be used to store other things. Carl nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Go ahead." Feng Heng took out his invitation card and returned to Panos. Panos. Elisa came to look for Feng Heng early in the morning and was a little disappointed when she learned that Feng Heng had left. Soul power had always been Elisa's weak point, and it was the biggest obstacle for her to advance to high-tier necromancy, so she was especially curious about Feng Heng. She really wanted to take this opportunity to communicate with Feng Heng and see if he was gifted or had some special cultivation method. At the same time, Elisa was also curious about Feng Heng's cultivation in the Tower of Bones. Since she couldn't find Feng Heng, Elisa could only return to Fort Nazca first and look for a teacher to study necromancy. In the afternoon, Feng Heng returned to the Tower of Bones. Under the guidance of the necromancy attendant, Feng Heng entered Guowo's lounge. Guowo sat behind the desk, thinking about the abnormal spatial fluctuation last night. The necromancers had spent a lot of resources and effort to build Punos, but it had been invaded. This incident aroused everyone's vigilance. The always calm and collected Necromancer Association finally felt a little pressure and set up a special investigation team to investigate. They even sent an invitation to Guowo to be the deputy leader of the investigation team. Guowo refused. Guowo's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Feng Heng enter. He stood up and sized Feng Heng up for a moment. He had not seen him for a day yesterday, and he'd successfully advanced to intermediate necromancy within a day. The speed at which he leveled up was unbelievable. For thousands of years, Guowo had seen countless talented young people. It was not rare for them to complete their advancement in just one day. However, this was the first time Feng Heng had not only completed his advancement but had also perfected his intermediate necromancy. Other than talent, Feng Heng must have other means. 1417 high-tier necromancy. Guowo looked at Feng Heng curiously, but he did not ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. Moreover, Guowo was in a very good mood. He admitted that he had not misjudged him. With such an ability, Feng Heng would be able to complete his mission better. The feeling of personally nurturing a terrifying enemy for the Holy Court was simply too wonderful. Guowo unconsciously smiled. Feng Heng cupped his fists and nodded, "Yes, very good." Guowo did not hide the admiration in his eyes and praised, "At first, I didn't expect you to complete your advancement so quickly. You gave me another surprise. This is an encouragement for you. I believe you will give me another surprise soon." Guowo stood up and pressed his hand on Feng Heng's forehead again. Ding! The player's current intermediate necromancy has been raised to the maximum level. The player has received Teacher Guowo's high-tier necromancy upgrade mission. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. So fast? He directly received the high-tier necromancy mission? In the next moment, Feng Heng felt a dark power flowing into his body through his forehead, slowly flowing into his sea of consciousness. Feng Heng could not help but close his eyes. He realized that something seemed to have left a trace in his sea of consciousness. "Don't resist." Feng Heng heard Guowo's words, "I've injected a soul seed into your sea of consciousness. After sharpening your soul to a certain level, the soul seed will bloom and fuse with your sea of consciousness. At that time, you will automatically complete the advancement of high-tier necromancy. So the next step is to sharpen your soul. Feng Heng, you must remember that the comprehensive strength of the soul is extremely important to us necromancers. Even after you advance to a high-tier necromancer, it is still very important to continue to sharpen your soul. This is a long period of cultivation, and we need to constantly perfect it until your soul is perfected." Feng Heng felt the power that Guowo poured into his sea of consciousness slowly recede. Then, he slowly opened his eyes with a puzzled expression. "Soul sharpening? What the hell was that?" Guowo seemed to have noticed the confusion on Feng Heng's face and explained, "A large portion of the skills in the necromancy is related to the control of the soul. The power of the soul is also a prerequisite for many of the skills in the study of necromancy. Generally speaking, everyone's soul power capacity is limited, and it's very difficult to increase soul power. However, we can increase the toughness, density, and carrying capacity of our souls through sharpening to increase the overall strength of our soul power." Feng Heng didn't quite understand and asked, "Teacher, are you referring to a type of training? Training the ability to control the soul?" "That's right. Control is only one part of it. But you can also understand it this way." Guowo nodded and said, "There are many ways to train your soul. There are many places to train near Gate Tanchul. There are many necromancy academies for academic theories. I suggest you go to the training ground in the south of the city to seek help. With your ability, I believe your soul power will be improved very quickly. In addition, you can come to me if you encounter any problems in your cultivation." A game hint appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player has triggered the advanced mission of high-tier necromancy soul sharpening. Mission title, Soul Sharpening. Mission requirements. In necromancy, the ability to carry the soul is an essential ability for a necromancer. The sharpening of the soul is a necessary test to advance to high-tier necromancy. Teacher Guowo has already planted a soul seed in your sea of consciousness. Please try to sharpen your soul's strength to A level or above, so that the soul seed in your sea of consciousness can bloom. Special explanation: due to the player mastering too many talent skills, the mission requirements have increased. The player needs to hone his soul's strength to S level in order to bloom the soul seed. Current player soul carrying ability rating, SSS, max. Current player soul control rating, E. Current player's soul tenacity rating, F. Current player's soul resistance rating, F. Current player's soul concentration rating, F. Current player's soul strength rating, S+. Player's current soul has fused with an unknown life form. Current player's soul strength rating, A mission reward, skill high tier necromancy. Looking at the mission description and the various attributes of his current soul power, Feng Heng could not help but feel puzzled. Wasn't this a little too strange? It was understandable that his soul's strength was S+. After all, he had completed the soul connection with the sacred tree Abakuya. Both parties shared the strength of their souls and received a high degree of amplification from Abakuya. However, why had the soul-bearing ability reached its maximum value? It was even higher than the strength of the soul. Was it also because of the help of Abakuya? Although it was strange, it was also great news. The highest level of soul-bearing ability of the SSS level was directly reduced by a portion, and it actually raised his soul's strength's overall score to. In fact, if he had only learned one of the necromancy's academic skills, he would have been able to advance to the high-tier necromancy. But now, he had to work harder. According to the current situation, he would be able to complete the mission condition by raising a few of them to AB. Alright, teacher. I will immediately begin to sharpen my soul. Feng Heng nodded and closed the game log. He then took out a porcelain bottle from his backpack and handed it to Guowo. There's one more thing. Teacher, please take a look at this. Guowo looked at the porcelain bottle in Feng Heng's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He had just given Feng Heng the porcelain bottle yesterday. It had only been a day, and Feng Heng was already able to capture the soul of a holy court expert. Oh? He had gained something so quickly? I did say that if you encounter any souls from the holy court, you can seal them and hand them over to me. However, I don't need low-level souls. I'm sorry, Teacher Guowo. I'm afraid that my current abilities are not enough to seal a holy paladin at the holy realm level. Feng Heng explained. Previously, in the barbarian realm, I encountered a group of people from the holy court that was relatively difficult to deal with. I tried to seal a portion of his soul power. At that time, I felt that it was very difficult to seal it, so I wanted to confirm the strength of this soul with you. Yes. Guowo nodded in understanding and pressed his hand on the porcelain bottle. His expression changed slightly. The soul sealed in the bottle belonged to the holy paladin of the holy court. They were not ordinary paladins, but holy paladins. It was a holy paladin who had passed the holy realm's experience assessment. Guowo looked at Feng Heng with a strange expression. When he gave Feng Heng the porcelain bottle, he did not expect Feng Heng to use it so quickly. Feng Heng saw Guowo's strange expression and couldn't help but ask, Teacher, may I ask what his strength is? 1418 Dagger of Sin. The strength of the soul in the bottle is still 2 tiers lower than that of the experts of the Holy Court's Holy Realm. However, you've already done very well. Guowo looked at Feng Heng, his eyes full of admiration. It was hard to imagine that a holy paladin who had gone through the Holy Realm trial could be sealed without any soul sharpening. Today, Feng Heng had already surprised him twice in a row. Feng Heng's heart sank when he heard that. Still 2 tiers away? This was troublesome. It took him a lot of effort to seal Kinhu back then. It would only be more difficult to seal high-tier Holy Realm experts. Don't worry. Guowo saw the worried look on Feng Heng's face and explained, I didn't make it clear to you before. I originally thought that you would complete the talent advancement trial after you advanced to high-tier necromancy. I didn't expect you to progress so fast. In short, after the sharpening of your soul, the comprehensive strength of your soul will be greatly improved. At that time, your ability to control the soul bottle will be greatly improved. Sealing the experts of the Holy Court at the Holy Realm level won't be a great burden to you. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. I see. Thank you for your explanation, teacher. Yes. It's very difficult to improve one's talent. Guowo continued, however, it still requires some experience. At this stage, the preparations for completing the talent mission are not sufficient. Although the soul you submitted is only a quarter, its soul strength is not low. I promised you before that I would give you a reward after you advance to the intermediate necromancy. I will give you both rewards together. Guowo sat on the chair and clapped his hands. 2 shadows appeared behind Guowo and condensed into 2 necromancy attendants. One of the necromancy attendants brought a wooden box to Feng Heng. This dagger was left behind by my teacher. I can lend it to you temporarily. I believe it will bring you some convenience in advancing to high-tier necromancy. Ka. The wooden box in front of the necromancy attendant opened. Item, Inherited Dagger of Sin, Rental, Tier, Legendary Status, Rental. In this state, the player cannot own the item. Damage to the item will cause the renter's favorability to decrease greatly. Description, a dagger that was once used by one of the 7 undead emperors. The dagger contains countless powerful souls that have been obliterated. The souls have dissipated, but their combat skills will forever remain in the dagger. Additional skill, Soul Burning, passive effect, unable to be deactivated. Skill description, consumes the player's soul energy. Each attack will be accompanied by an additional attack, causing additional soul damage to the target. Soul attacks will cause a large amount of additional damage to spiritual creatures. Additional skill, Evil Spirit Possession, passive effect, cannot be deactivated. Skill description, obtain the remnant memories of the souls sealed in the Dagger of Sin. Allows the player to possess the combat power of the soul. During use, the user will continuously consume soul energy and cause continuous damage to the user. Additional skill, Eternal Soul, passive effect, cannot be deactivated. Skill description, killing enemies with the Dagger of Sin will trigger the Eternal Soul effect, completely destroying the enemy's soul and absorbing it, restoring part of the player's soul energy, ineffective against machinery, elements, and other units. Feng Heng held the dagger and immediately felt a cold aura flow into his body, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. Phew! A thin layer of blue flames immediately ignited on the dagger. Ghoul Wo reminded, you can train and improve your soul tenacity and soul bearing while using this dagger. However, it will also constantly devour your energy. I suggest you don't force yourself. Alright, teacher. Feng Heng listened to Ghoul Wo and tried to wave the dagger a few times. The dagger did not look sharp, and one could even see the rust on the blade. However, the layer of dark blue flames on it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Take it slow. The sharpening of the soul can't be completed in a day. With the power of the dagger, it shouldn't be a problem for your soul to increase its tenacity and endurance to S level. Ghoul Wo continued to look at Feng Heng and said, I can lend it to you for 3 days. Also, the soul you gave me is not bad either. I can extend the rental period by 3 days. Of course, if you can provide me with more souls of the Holy Court experts or the dust of evil thoughts, I can extend the usage period for you. Ding. The player has triggered a mission that can be submitted repeatedly. Rending the dagger. Alright, teacher. Feng Heng put away the dagger and put it in his backpack. After they finished talking about cultivation, seeing that Feng Heng had not left, Ghoul Wo could not help but ask, any more questions? Yes, teacher. In fact, I encountered some trouble in the barbarian realm. Feng Heng nodded and told him about the trouble he had encountered in the Holy Court and the battle with the sacred tree. After he finished, Ghoul Wo lowered his head and fell into deep thought. His eyes were filled with doubt. That was strange. It would cost a lot to downgrade from the high tier to a low tier. Moreover, the Holy Court had brought a powerful holy artifact. Why would the Holy Court focus on an ordinary intermediate game world? Perhaps Feng Heng was hiding something. Feng Heng waited for a few minutes. Seeing that Ghoul Wo was still thinking with his head lowered, he could not help but ask in a low voice, Teacher Ghoul Wo, I am worried that the Holy Court might continue to attack me. Is there any way to stop the Holy Court? When Ghoul Wo raised his head again, the dot in his eyes had completely disappeared. This was good news. There must be something important that made the Holy Court spend so much effort to enter the barbarian realm. It would be great if he could give them some trouble. Ghoul Wo's confusion turned into a smile. I don't know much about the sacred tree, so I can't give you any hints. However, Feng Heng, this isn't a bad thing for you. Instead, it's an opportunity, isn't it? Feng Heng was stunned. Opportunity? An unawakened reincarnated saintess of the Holy Realm. Her tier has already reached the strength of a judge of the Holy Realm. After obtaining her soul, your talent guidance mission can be successfully completed. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Saintess. Vienna. Her level was actually so high? This meant that he had found the mission target. Previously, he was still troubled by the lack of clues about the talent guidance mission. He did not expect to find a breakthrough so quickly. It was obtained without any effort. Feng Heng asked a little excitedly, Teacher, what should I do? Ghoul Wo shook his head and replied, I can answer your questions and give you some hints when you encounter difficulties, but you still have to rely on your own strength to deal with the Holy Court. Go, my advice to you is not to be obsessed with the present. Time is the best gift death can give its believers. Our chance is far more than this. 1419 Cultivation Field. Feng Heng could not help but frown when he heard this. He was extremely puzzled. What the hell was this? What did he mean by there was more than one chance? Give up? Ghoul Wo waved his hand and said, Go, I am tired. Yes, teacher. Feng Heng nodded and took his leave. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Teacher Ghoul Wo had given the order to leave. It was very strange. Teacher Ghoul Wo first told him that this was a great opportunity, and then told him not to cling to the opportunity in front of him. Did he want him to give up or fight for it? Feng Heng pursed his lips and quickly came to a conclusion. No matter what Teacher Ghoul Wo said, he would try it out himself first before thinking of other ways. Otherwise, he would have to spend another 10 or 20 years to complete the talent advancement mission. This was nonsense. There was still some time before Vienna entered the barbaric world. He still had time. Currently, he had no idea how to deal with the Holy Court, so he would focus on cultivating first. It was useless to waste time. It was better to focus on improving his strength every minute and second. With that thought, Feng Heng left the Tower of Bones and followed Teacher Guo Wo's hint to head to the southern part of the city's cultivation field to further his soul cultivation. Guo Wo muttered to himself as he watched Feng Heng leave through the window of the Tower of Bones. With your current strength, it's still too difficult for you to deal with this, ain't this? It was not easy to find such a genius. Guo Wo did not want to help him grow too quickly and let Feng Heng deal with the enemy a few levels higher. Two necromancy attendants appeared behind Guo Wo once again. Guo Wo said, "Go, give them the 3 letters on the table and tell them this, the opportunity had been found for them. It is in the barbarian realm. Whether they should wait another 10 or 20 years or try to seize it now was up to them." After leaving the Tower of Bones, Feng Heng headed toward the south of the city. Most of the western region was an area where the rich gathered, while the southern region was a cultivation area. The various necromancy academies, research institutes, training grounds, private trading grounds, mage towers, and so on were all located in the southern region. To sharpen one's soul, one needed to use the necromancy's cultivation field and facilities. Soon, Feng Heng arrived at a large cultivation field in the center of the southern region. Feng Heng stood at the entrance of the cultivation field and observed. The entire building looked like a large stadium, and necromancers would come and go from time to time. 2 necromancy attendants stood guard at the door. Each participant needed to spend 100 points to be allowed to enter. After paying the entrance fee, Feng Heng strode into the cultivation field. Where should he go next? Feng Heng was momentarily lost. The venue was very large, and people came and went in 2s and 3s, all of them looking like they were in a hurry. He looked around but there was not even a sign. Coincidentally, 2 people walked over from behind Feng Heng. They walked past him and went straight to the left passage. Feng Heng shrugged and walked forward as well. Soon, Feng Heng followed the 2 of them to a square hall in the middle of a cultivation field. There were many people gathered in the hall. There was an information desk at the entrance. Found it. Feng Heng mumbled as he walked towards the information desk. The gray-robed necromancy attendant standing behind the information desk saw Feng Heng walking over and nodded respectfully at him. He asked, "What can I do for you, young scholar?" "I am currently advancing in the study of high-tier necromancy. I need to sharpen my soul. My teacher told me that I can get good training here." "Young scholar, there are various training venues for soul cultivation in the cultivation field. You can pay to use the training venue. If you are a newcomer, we suggest that you sign up for a class and study under the guidance of a teacher. We have 3 types of classes: open classes for 100 people, large group classes for 30 people, and small group classes for 10 people. In addition, you can also hire a one-on-one private teacher." The necromancy attendant skillfully picked up a flyer from the table and handed it to Feng Heng. Feng Heng took the flyer and glanced at it, feeling a little strange. Other than the free public lessons for 100 people, all the other courses were charged. There was even a discount for group registration. That's right. He remembered now. Wasn't this the same as the gym in the real world? Feng Heng put down the flyer in his hand and asked, "When is the next public lecture?" "The next public lecture is tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." "Forget it, I will hire a private tutor." "Alright, since this is your first time here, we will recommend 3 levels of one-on-one teaching for you. The elementary level instructor charges 500 points per hour, the intermediate level instructor charges 1000 points per hour, and the high-tier instructor charges 3000 points per hour. The teacher can formulate a training plan for you and adjust your various training methods in a timely manner to prevent your body from being damaged by wrong cultivation methods and achieve the most perfect cultivation effect. The service also includes providing you with training services and explaining part of the cultivation content." The necromancy attendant paused for a moment before continuing. "The explanation service provided by the teacher only represents the mentor's own understanding of the study of necromancy. It has nothing to do with the necromancy union. If you have any doubts, I suggest you enter the various academies for further study." Feng Heng ignored the second half of the necromancy attendant's words and looked down at the remaining balance on his invitation card. There were only 5000 points on the invitation card at the start. It was barely enough to exchange for an hour of individual guidance time. "I heard that the dust of evil thoughts can be used to exchange points?" The necromancy attendant nodded and replied, "Yes, we purchase dust of evil thoughts from outsiders. 1 gram of dust of evil thoughts can be exchanged for 1000 points." "Alright." Feng Heng looked at his backpack and placed all the remaining dust of evil thoughts on the counter. He had gotten some dust of evil thoughts from the 5 players he had killed in the bone graveyard. The most important thing was efficiency. Choosing a private tutor of the highest level could save a lot of trouble. All of them. In addition, I need a high-level teacher. "Yes, we are handling the application procedures for you. Your current level is a beginner. Please head to training room number 11 and wait for a while. The teacher will arrive in 10 minutes. If the teacher does not arrive on time, you will receive an additional fee reduction. During the one-on-one private coaching period, all your equipment and venues are free to use. Another necromancy attendant appeared behind Feng Heng and told him, "Young scholar, someone has accepted your order. Please follow me." Tori was a master necromancer. As the study of necromancy continued to improve, the master level of the study of necromancy needed to communicate with the death realm. Without a doubt, the requirements for soul strength were getting higher and higher. Tori spent most of his time training. In addition to training, Tori was also willing to guide some young reserves with potential. It was mainly to earn some extra money. Training in the study of necromancy was also very expensive. "Young man, are you ready to warm up? We are about to begin." 1420 soul cultivation. When he first saw Feng Heng, Tori did not take him to heart. He only thought that Feng Heng was from a branch of a small chamber of commerce or a family. After all, richer people would choose to enter Fort Nazca, where there were more professional teachers in charge of teaching and learning. And those who didn't have money were also reluctant to spend money to hire the highest level personal teacher in the cultivation field to guide them one-on-one. "Yes." Feng Heng turned his head and nodded at Tori. He said, "I am currently undergoing advanced training in high-tier necromancy. I need to increase the comprehensive strength of my soul as soon as possible. My teacher told me that I can receive sufficient training here." "Of course, you've come to the right place." Tori shrugged and pointed at his chest, saying, "And you found the right person. I've been cultivating here for 30 years. I am a professional when it comes to soul training. Alright, let's begin. I don't understand the academic stuff. I am more of a practical fighter. You're a newbie, so I suggest you start with the simplest training." "Yes. Follow me." Tori brought Feng Heng forward and came to a control device that looked like a tower on the side of the training ground. The device was about 2 meters tall. It was an external command station. Tori tapped a few times on the control panel and set the difficulty. Soul Training Tower. This is a device designed by the Necromancy Union. It can train our soul control abilities. The way to use the device isn't difficult, but there are still many points to pay attention to in order to obtain the best training results. Go and try it out. Start with the lowest difficulty. I will help you with your training. Feng Heng listened to Tori and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of the instrument. "Do you see this red button? Press the button to activate the device. After that, trigger your soul energy and absorption of all the red life energy." "Red? Life energy? Well, you will know later. Try it first." "Alright." Feng Heng stood in front of the instrument and pressed the red button on the instrument table. "TSK." A dry voice sounded. "Catch it." Feng Heng reached out and grabbed the metal object. Whoosh. As he grabbed the metal body, Feng Heng realized that the soul power in his sea of consciousness was triggered. His soul power and the metal instrument formed a strange connection. Under the effect of the soul training tower, the entire training hall was gradually filled with a red and blue aura. "Control your power. Control the blue aura to devour the red aura completely." Feng Heng frowned. According to Tori, he realized that he could control the blue aura spreading in the hall. The difficulty of controlling it was extremely high. There are a few key points to controlling the power of the soul, including the basic principles and concepts of the magic of the soul, the process of sublimation of life and soul, spiritual fusion and control, sensing the soul, and excavating potential. So that was how it was. The red aura was life energy, and the blue aura was the soul energy that corresponded to it. The two of them were transforming and fusing with each other. Feng Heng listened to Tori's explanation while focusing on controlling it. In fact, he didn't quite understand most of what Tori said. Players and game characters had different skill learning modes. As time passed, Feng Heng felt that the difficulty of controlling the blue aura became easier as the red aura gradually got devoured. Nearly 10 minutes later, all the red aura in the room successfully turned into the blue aura. A line of game notifications appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has completed the low difficulty training in the Soul Training Tower. The player's training time is 12 minutes and 23 seconds. Training rating, C. Obtained training experience points. The player's soul control has increased slightly. Player's current soul control rating, F. Tori watched Feng Heng successfully complete his training, and his eyes revealed a hint of doubt. That was strange. He was just a beginner in soul control. How could he successfully complete the training on his first try? How could his soul power be so strong? Was his soul mutated? After a round of training, Feng Heng stretched his stiff body. He didn't feel the danger that Tori had mentioned. Feng Heng couldn't help but turn to look at Tori and ask, "Again?" Tori frowned. Even for veterans, continuous training was not worth advocating. A newbie like Feng Heng, who did not know how to control the power of the soul, would also cause additional consumption. Could he still hold on? Tori secretly suppressed the doubts in his heart and nodded. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't suggest so much, but your soul power seems to be much stronger than ordinary people's. If you feel that it's alright, then try again. I will watch over you, and if you encounter any danger, I will stop you. Alright. Feng Heng nodded in understanding. With the support of the sacred tree Abikaya's soul power, he had an advantage over ordinary people in cultivation. Feng Heng reached out and touched the metal disc again. The room was once again filled with red and blue auras. Mental energy merged. The blue aura continued to devour and fuse with the red aura. After a while, Feng Heng retracted his hand. A line of game notifications appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has completed the low difficulty training in the Soul Training Tower. The player's training time is 18 minutes and 02 seconds. Training rating, B+. Obtained training experience points. The player's soul control has increased slightly. Player's current soul control rating, F. It was very difficult. Feng Heng felt that he still could not grasp the technique. The second training took a longer time, and the training effect reached B+. Speaking of which, could he use a zombie clone to do it for him? Seeing Feng Heng stop, Tori heaved a sigh of relief. In theory, everyone's initial soul strength should be about the same. The newbie in front of him was obviously 2 to 3 times stronger than an ordinary person. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter, which made him a little jealous. Are you tired? Tired? Feng Heng looked at the time. Only half an hour had passed. I am not tired. I am fine. Tori was shocked and looked at Feng Heng. He asked, you mean, do you feel your soul power weakening? Should there be? Feng Heng frowned and carefully sensed the changes in his sea of consciousness. He shook his head and said, I don't feel very tired. Tori was in disbelief and asked, so you can continue? Yes, but I am already familiar with the operation of this instrument. Let's change to the next one. Tori looked at Feng Heng curiously. Alright, there is a simple manual next to the device to adjust the difficulty of the device. In the future, when I am not around, you can also read the manual and practice. Yes, I will remember it. Tori suddenly wanted to know how strong Feng Heng's soul power was. He even had a little more anticipation. 1421 terrifying strength. That's right, we will start the next training. This training will consume your soul power and increase your soul density. The danger level is the highest among all the training, so once you can't tolerate it, you need to stop immediately. You can't force yourself. Understand? Alright, follow me. Tori pushed open the door and left the training ground. The two of them turned to another training ground on the 3rd floor. Most of the training ground was occupied by a large, strange black metal machine. Soul compressor. Tori gestured to Feng Heng at the entrance to the translucent container in the center of the training ground and said, the compressor is very expensive to use, and each time it is activated, it will consume a lot of energy. Let's not waste time. You go and stand inside the compressor. Feng Heng followed Tori's instructions and stood in the middle of the entrance of the large instrument. Just like that? Yes, that's it. Don't move. Press the red button on your right. Feng Heng pressed the switch. Ka. The glass door in front of Feng Heng lowered. Whoosh. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. In the next moment, a strong spirit pressure surged towards him. Feng Heng subconsciously clenched his fists. Use your mental strength and soul power to resist external pressure. Once you feel that you can't hold on any longer, press the blue button beside you. Also, don't struggle forcefully. Feng Heng heard Tori shouting outside the cabin door, focus, use your soul power to resist this corrosion. Use your body to get used to this feeling. Yes. Feng Heng nodded his head heavily and focused on resisting. A huge wave of spirit strength overflowed from the outside world, squeezing his sea of consciousness. Soul power was being consumed rapidly. Every time he was on the verge of collapsing, another wave of strength seeped out from every corner of his sea of consciousness. Feng Heng understood. It was Abikaya's soul power sharing. As time passed, his expression became more and more solemn. He watched as Feng Heng endured the compression of his soul for a full 10 minutes. Obviously, Feng Heng was a newbie. However, his initial soul strength was terrifyingly high. How did he do it? Ordinary people, no, not to mention ordinary people, even he would enter a soul power state of exhaustion after 5 minutes in the device. But now, 10 minutes passed. The young man in front of him seemed to be fine. Instead, a deep sense of curiosity rose from the bottom of Tori's heart. Let's see where your limit is. 2 hours later, Tori walked out of the room in a daze, his face full of shock. What was this kid's background? His soul strength was not human at all. Feng Heng also felt unprecedented exhaustion. The fatigue did not come from the body or the spirit but from the soul. The soul power in his sea of consciousness had been completely squeezed out. You've reached your limit, right? Yes. Feng Heng nodded at Tori. Very good. Every time you drain your soul force dry, your soul tenacity will also increase a little. This is also a way of training. Tori explained, there's one thing you must remember. It's very dangerous when your soul energy is exhausted. So, after every training, we need to nourish your soul to help you recover your soul power faster. Yes, alright. There's only one more thing left for today's class. Let's go to the recovery area on the 5th floor. Feng Heng followed Tori up the stairs. On the 5th floor of the cultivation field, Feng Heng changed into a new bathrobe. He never expected that Tori's so-called last course was actually a bath. There were several large bathhouses on the 5th floor that could accommodate thousands of people. Most of the people in the bathhouse were naked, and their bodies were soaked in a light green liquid. Tori was already used to this kind of cultivation and was comfortably soaking in the pool. Looking at Feng Heng's unaccustomed expression, Tori pointed to the right and said, there's also a private VIP room over there. It's cleaner and more private, but you will have to pay extra. Yes. Feng Heng replied. He imitated the others and slowly soaked his body in the light green pool water. A warm and relaxing feeling came from his sea of consciousness. It was so comfortable. The normal fee for a bathhouse is 1,000 points. The soul hot spring can not only help you recover your soul power, but it can also strengthen your training. If you have enough points, I suggest you come in and take a bath after every training. Alright, I understand. Yes, the bath time is half an hour each time. Every half an hour, there will be an additional fee. Basically, half an hour is enough. Feng Heng nodded. He finally understood. Just like in games, players could burn money in exchange for extra efficiency. Therefore, he had to think of a way to get more points. Tori soaked in the water for a while before getting up to leave. He said, alright, that's all for today's lesson. You've already learned the 2 basic aspects of soul cultivation. Your basic soul strength is much higher than ordinary people's. Personally, I suggest that you focus on these 2 aspects for a period of time. After you're familiar with them, you can do the next step of training. Next time, if you want to learn new equipment, you can come to me again. Okay, I will remember it. Thank you. Feng Heng nodded in thanks. After watching Tori leave, Feng Heng immersed his body in the soul hot spring again and couldn't help but ponder. It was still uncertain whether the zombie clone could help with soul cultivation. But there was one thing he was sure of. If he wanted to cultivate in a short period of time, he would need to spend a large number of points. He needed the dust of evil thoughts. Should he borrow some from the Federation? Seeing that it was almost half an hour before he would be charged again, Feng Heng quickly left the hot spring area. Before that, he would first try to see if the zombie clone could help to farm. Half an hour later, Feng Heng came to the entrance of the cultivation field again, with a hooded zombie clone standing behind him. The necromancy attendant at the entrance looked at the zombie clone for a moment before looking at Feng Heng. Young scholar, summoned creatures are prohibited from entering the cultivation field. You're wrong. He's not a summoned creature. He's my friend, Noise. In fact, he also needs some training. As an undead, you should understand what I mean. The necromancy attendant paused for a moment, then sized up the zombie clone beside Feng Heng. Every soul should be respected, but they also have to pay a fee. Of course. Feng Heng paid the entrance points for the zombie clone and entered the cultivation field together. He rented a training room for soul control at the front desk. 1422 experience soon, the zombie clone began to use the metal ball under Feng Heng's control. Buzz. Red and blue auras filled the entire room. At the same time, Feng Heng saw a long channeling bar appear on the zombie clone. It's here. Feng Heng waited patiently as he watched the blue aura in the room absorb the red aura bit by bit. At the same time, Feng Heng felt that the soul power that had just recovered in his sea of consciousness was slowly being consumed again. This time, after waiting for half an hour, a line of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone completed the low difficulty training in the Soul Training Tower. This training took 33 minutes and 55 seconds. Training evaluation, C. The player received training experience points. The player's soul control has increased slightly. Current soul control evaluation, F. Very good, it was a success. The game hint calmed Feng Heng down. However, Feng Heng checked the game log carefully. Indeed, the zombie clone could still use the equipment to train, which helped him greatly reduce the cultivation time. However, at the same time, his soul power was also being consumed by the zombie clone. Moreover, the experience points gained from the zombies' training were relatively low. Theoretically, if 100 zombie clones moved together, the training efficiency would increase by 100 times. The only thing he had to worry about was his soul energy. If he was not careful, it would be troublesome if his soul energy reached its limit. Right, the soul hot spring could speed up the recovery of soul power. Would bathing with hundreds of zombies increase the recovery speed of his soul power? Fang Heng felt as if he had found another bug in the game. He hurriedly took the zombie clone to the 5th floor to take a bath in the soul hot spring. Soon, they returned to the hot spring area again. Many people's gazes were focused on Fang Heng and the strange man in a gray robe behind him. Weird, why was he dressed so strangely when he came to take a bath? Plop. Fang Heng didn't pay attention to the strange looks of the others. He followed them into another pool and focused on observing the zombie clone and his sea of consciousness. No. The clone and the main body were bathing together, but the soul power in the sea of consciousness did not recover by double. Fang Heng lowered his head to sense. It could be seen that the nourishment of the soul hot spring was targeted at the soul of the main body, which was equivalent to providing a recovery bonus. It was only effective on the main body. This was troublesome. Fang Heng scratched his head. Fortunately, he had formed a soul contract with the sacred tree Abakaya in advance. Abakaya's soul energy recovery speed was very fast. Coupled with the recovery effect of the hot spring, 1 or 2 zombie clones could completely recover throughout the day using a hack. However, if there were too many of them, it would not work. Therefore, he could use the zombie clone to increase his cultivation speed, but it would be a little difficult for him to reach the maximum level in a short time. The difficulty lay in soul power. If he wanted to quickly recover his soul power, he had to ask Old Black and the Federation if there was any other way. As Fang Heng thought about it, he casually flipped through his backpack. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That one. Fang Heng saw the dagger in his backpack. The inherited dagger of sin. It was a legendary weapon that teacher Gulwo had lent him. The dagger had 3 additional special skills. One of them could replenish the soul power when killing the opponent. Although it had not been tested in actual combat, Fang Heng estimated that the spiritual power that the dagger obtained should be related to the target's level. He could give it a try. Coincidentally, he still lacked the dust of evil thoughts. If he farmed a large number of zombies at once, he would need a large number of training grounds, and he would have to spend a lot of points. All the expenses in the training ground could only be exchanged with the points on the invitation card, and the points could be exchanged with the dust of evil thoughts and King of Gods points. There was no need to think about the King of Gods points. He still had a large debt to pay off, and using the dust of evil thoughts to exchange for it was the best solution at the moment. The dust of evil thoughts and the soul energy of the dagger of sin could be used together. Soaking in the hot spring, Fang Heng couldn't help but rub his chin and set his sights on the undead storm in the wild. Resentment was the source of the dust of evil thoughts. Using the dagger of sin to kill the resentful creatures should also speed up the recovery of soul energy. Let's go. Farming monsters. Leveling up. Go all the way. Having made up his mind, Fang Heng felt much more excited. He immediately got up and left the bathhouse with his zombie clone. Fang Heng left the cultivation field and headed out of the city. As he walked, Fang Heng carefully pondered over the entire farming process and realized that something was wrong. Previously, when they encountered the undead storm in the wild, they relied on the party's release ritual, the release of soul fire, and Elise's special skill to control the vengeful creature before they could get rid of it. Fang Heng really didn't know how to kill the resentful creature. For safety reasons, it was best to form a team at the beginning. It was very troublesome to form a team with ordinary players, and it was easy to have disputes. Fang Heng was naturally unwilling. After all, he had already had some conflicts with the player outside the Tower of Bones, and the conflict wasn't too pleasant. He might as well ask the Federation for help. Fang Heng quickly changed his plan and prepared to cooperate with the Federation. However, the strange thing was that the Federation had agreed to cooperate with him yesterday, but today, they suddenly disappeared. Unfortunately, he couldn't contact them online, so he had to go offline to contact them through Mojai. Fang Heng was deep in thought as he walked along the street. He raised his head and saw a carriage parked in front of him. Elisa poked her head out of the car window and said, "Fang Heng? Are you going home? What a coincidence. Get in the car. I will give you a ride." "What did you say?" Elisa went out to gain experience. Wendy, the trainee president of the Rand Chamber of Commerce, frowned when she heard her subordinate's report, and asked, "So sudden?" "Yes, she just made the decision half an hour ago. The team just set off from the city more than 20 minutes ago." Elisa's 2 private tutors also set off to train. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce also has accompanying guards to protect her. Miss Elisa herself is not weak, so she shouldn't encounter any trouble. "Yes." Wendy nodded, "I understand. With the strength of the team, we shouldn't be in danger. I am worried about the people from other chambers of commerce. Recently, several major chambers of commerce have joined forces to suppress us. I am afraid Elisa might be implicated, so I will send more people to protect her. Alright, I will make the arrangements now. At the same time, outside the city, on a black wasteland, the Chamber of Commerce group was heading into the distance. When she found out that Fang Heng wanted to go out and find the undead storm to train, Elisa immediately showed great interest. Currently, her soul cultivation had already reached a bottleneck and was unable to break through. The two private tutors also thought that actual combat experience was a breakthrough. Therefore, Elisa immediately took action and brought the Chamber of Commerce and Fang Heng to the outside of the city to train. 1423 Cooperation. Fang Heng thought about it and felt that working with NPCs was not a bad idea. After all, the people from the Chambers of Commerce were very familiar with the wilderness. Their preparations were also very fast. In just an hour, they had completed all the preliminary preparations. After recruiting a guide, the group immediately set off. Miss Fang Heng, the area in front is the area where the undead storm is concentrated. We usually don't enter these areas. I suggest that it's safer to stay at the periphery of a danger zone. The guide explained to the group, there is a fixed undead storm nearby. It will appear at a fixed time every day. Of course, it is not 100% certain. This area is extremely dangerous. It is best to be careful. It was estimated that there would be a small undead storm in this area in half an hour, so the guide reminded them again and again. Everyone in the party was extremely cautious. Under the command of the leader of the Chambers of Commerce, they began to build fortifications on the spot. They gathered in the central region and prepared to set up the central soul flame. More than 50 lickers and normal zombies resurrected halfway through Fang Heng's journey, quietly waiting at the side. In the distance, the sky gradually darkened. The undead storm was about to descend. The necromancy mages of the Chambers of Commerce took out the Book of the Dead, and the wall of bones rose up, enveloping everyone within. Soon, the sound of flying sand colliding could be heard outside the bone barrier. This time, the party encountered a smaller undead storm. The power of the storm was not strong, and it seemed to be unable to shake the sturdy bone barrier. Fang Heng thought that he was here to farm monsters, not to avoid the storm, so he turned to Elisa and asked, "Can we start now?" "Yes." In the team, the two mentors who came to protect Elisa looked at each other and nodded. A slightly older necromancy mentor raised his hand. Immediately, cracks appeared on the wall of bones to the right. Kakaka. Bang. The wall of bones exploded under the guidance of the mentor's spiritual power, and a hole that was more than 2 meters tall appeared. Almost instantly, a bone-chilling aura surged into the bone barrier. The bonfire in the middle was affected and swayed a few times. Swoosh. Swoosh. 3 dark shadows rushed in from outside the broken bone barrier almost at the same time as the cold wind poured in. Resentful creatures. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. Fang Heng. They're here. At the same time, Elisa also revealed her vigilance and shouted. The Book of the Dead floating in front of her bloomed with a dark glow. PFFT. Kai Kai. Several black soul chains of different sizes shot out from the Book of the Dead and immediately wrapped around the resentful creatures. Good. Fang Heng replied, and at the same time, he took a step forward and dashed toward the resentful creature closest to him. Whoosh. In midair, the dagger of Sen appeared in Fang Heng's hand. Kai. The moment he took out the dagger, a layer of burning blue soul flame covered the entire blade. At the same time, Fang Heng suddenly felt his body freeze. Something seeped out from the dagger in his hand. An invisible force fused into a part of his body, causing him to feel a strange change. 2 lines of game notifications appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding. The player has triggered the special passive skill of the Dagger of Sin Soul Burning. Ding. The player has triggered the special passive skill of the Dagger of Sin Evil Spirit Possession. It was an extremely strange feeling. The clear memories of the battle had merged into his body. With the dagger in hand, the movement of swinging the dagger forward seemed to have been repeated hundreds of billions of times. It had already become an instinct for combat. At the same time, Fang Heng's self-thinking was still 100% clear. Swoosh. Fang Heng felt that he could do many exaggerated actions that he had never imagined before. When his thoughts touched, his body reacted first in the face of danger. Under the effect of his soul memory, his figure suddenly accelerated again and quickly crossed a distance. TSK. The dagger sliced through the air in front of him, bringing with it a faint blue color. Boom. The resentful creature was attacked and exploded in front of Fang Heng's eyes. Ding. The player has met the requirements for the initial attributes of the skill Shadow / Possession skill, has been used, causing an additional 2,812 skill damage to the resentful creature. The player's dagger's additional skill Soul Burning has been activated, causing an additional 1,132 into 10 soul burning damage to the resentful creature. It was killed in one hit. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Soul burning could cause additional damage to spirit life forms. He did not expect it to be an exaggerated 10 times damage effect. Kai kai kai. After the resentful creature exploded, the remaining blue spots in the air were absorbed by the burning dagger in Fang Hang's hand. Ding. The player's current weapon's additional skill Eternal Soul has taken effect, absorbing additional soul energy. A warm current flowed into his sea of consciousness through the dagger in his hand. Fang Hang did not immediately pursue his next target. Instead, he quickly closed his eyes to sense it. Not a loss. The absorbed soul energy made up for the loss of soul energy from using the dagger of sin, and even made a small profit. Fang Hang. Help me. Fang Hang turned his head and saw that the remaining 2 resentful creatures had been pierced by the black soul chains that Elisa had released and could not move. Good. Fang Hang answered, raised his dagger, and swooped forward again. Whoosh. Whoosh. The blue soul flame that enveloped the dagger of sin drew 2 streaks of blue light in the air. Bang. Bang. The 2 resentful creatures exploded one after the other, turning into specks of blue light that fused with the dagger in Fang Hang's hand. Under the surprised gazes of the members of the Chambers of Commerce, in less than 2 minutes, the 3 resentful creatures from the outside world were easily dealt with. Fang Hang turned to look at Elisa behind him and asked, "How do you feel? Can we continue?" After a small demonstration, Elisa, who had just entered combat mode, was full of fighting spirit. She gave Fang Hang a thumbs up and nodded, "Yes. I am in a very good state. Let's go. Let's go out of the bone barrier and take a look. Cover me." Elisa immediately agreed and followed Fang Hang forward. Good. Leave the barrier? What a joke. The 2 mentors behind Elisa frowned. They looked at each other and did not stop her immediately. Instead, they followed her. To be able to easily deal with the resentful creatures that had barged into the white bone barrier, Fang Hang and Elisa had already proven their strength. However, the inside and outside of the barrier were 2 completely different levels of difficulty. It was no use trying to persuade them. They would let them experience it for themselves and bring them back when they were in danger. The 2 mentors followed Elisa and escorted her forward. Fang Hang immediately stepped out through the hole in the bone wall. As soon as he left the barrier, the cold undead storm made Fang Hang shiver for no reason. Ding. The player has been exposed to a special environment undead storm, small. Combined with the overall strength of the player's soul power and various related skills and attributes, the player will lose an additional 90 health points per second and all attributes will be reduced by 5%, 1424. Calculating the cold aura continued to enter his sea of consciousness through his body and was then dispersed by the soul power in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, Fang Hang's dagger of sin burned faster, and Blue Soul's fire rose. Fang Hang's pupils reflected the resentful creatures attacking him from all directions, and he turned back to look at Elisa. Elisa was standing near the entrance of the cave, not completely out of the protection of the bone barrier. She was already at her limit just by standing at the entrance of the barrier. She gritted her teeth and circulated her soul power to resist the undead storm to prevent her sea of consciousness from being frozen. Seeing Fang Hang's gaze, Elisa gritted her teeth and said, "Fang Hang. No problem." Swoosh. Whoosh. As she spoke, she controlled numerous black soul chains to rise from the Book of the Dead in front of her, entering a battle-ready state. Fang Hang raised his dagger in front of him. Completely exposed to the undead storm, his health point was continuously decreasing, and his attributes were also slightly affected. Fortunately, everything was still under control. The undying body effect could completely withstand the damage caused by the undead storm. Behind Elisa, the 2 necromancy mentors looked at Fang Hang with surprise in their eyes. He was actually able to completely resist the undead storm outside with his own strength? More importantly, that guy hadn't advanced to high-tier necromancy yet. How strong was his soul? Fang Hang focused on the situation outside and shouted, "Elisa. To your right." Elisa clenched her teeth and focused on controlling the Book of the Dead. She shouted, "Good." Whoosh. Swoosh. Immediately, several black chains stabbed toward the resentful creature that was attacking from the right. Fang Hang tapped the ground with the tip of his toes, picked up the dagger of sin, and quickly charged at the resentful creature on the right to finish the attack. Boom. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the storm gradually subsided. Elisa sat beside the burning soul fire, closing her eyes and concentrating. Fang Hang was looking through his gains. He had collected 13.65 grams of the dust of evil thoughts thanks to the dagger of sin's soul absorption effect. The soul power he had consumed during his cultivation had been fully restored. Apart from that, his soul tenacity had also been upgraded from F to E. It was not a loss. He even earned a bloody profit. Fang Hang guessed that the increase in soul tenacity was related to the possession skill of the dagger of sin. Once the dagger was put away, The close combat skills that had come from the memories of the body and soul would all disappear, and the various close combat skills that came with it would also be useless. At first, Feng Heng was still not used to it. He felt that his body had become much stiffer. Elisa recovered for a moment and adjusted her state of mind. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were filled with excitement. The cultivation bottleneck that had been hindering her progress had finally broken through. Feng Heng. Feng Heng, there are signs of a breakthrough in the bottleneck of my soul's strength cultivation. The joy in Elisa's heart was indescribable. Half a month ago, she felt that her cultivation had reached a bottleneck. She originally wanted to return to Fort Nazca to study and spend half a year solving the bottleneck. Who would have thought that she would have a breakthrough so quickly? Feng Heng nodded calmly and asked, "Then can we continue?" "Continue?" Elisa was stunned and shook her head in embarrassment. "I am afraid I can't. I used up a lot of energy just now. I need to rest for a few hours before I can barely recover." When facing a resentful creature, she needed to use her spiritual power release skill while her soul was under great pressure. Not only her soul, but even her spiritual power was also greatly consumed. She could not recover in a short period of time. Forceful combat could even cause irreversible damage to the sea of consciousness. "Yes, it's all right." Feng Heng was a little disappointed. He could still fight without Elisa, but his efficiency would not be as high. Elisa could help to bind the resentful creature with the black chain, and he could easily harvest it. Otherwise, he would have to spend even more effort. Exposed to the undead storm, every extra step consumed his mental power, soul power, and stamina. "Miss, we've just counted and collected quite a number of soul fragments." The guide of the Chambers of Commerce walked over to report, his face also filled with joy. Resentful creatures were accompanied by some soul fragments. They were rare raw materials that could be sold as materials when they returned. The harvest this time was definitely worth the consumption of the previous strip, and there was still a lot of profit. Feng Heng calculated in his heart. The cooperative fighting style between him and Elisa had already been verified. The efficiency was not bad, and it could be greatly improved. If someone could help him control the resentful creatures, his farming speed would be even faster. Feng Heng could not help but look at Elisa and ask, "Is there a way to find more people to help control the resentful creature?" "We can hire them." "It's a little difficult." Elisa probably realized what Feng Heng wanted to do. After thinking for a while, she revealed a troubled expression and explained, "Hiring a high-tier necromancer for a day is very expensive, and very few people are willing to take the risk to enter the undead storm. Even if we pay more money, it's difficult to find so many people at once." "Yes." Feng Heng nodded in disappointment. If it didn't work, he could only ask the Federation to think of a way to get some people to help. At most, he would give them a bit more of the dust of evil thoughts. "Wait, Feng Heng. I have an idea." Suddenly, Elisa thought of something, and her eyes lit up. She looked up and said, "It's too difficult to hire people. We can find someone to help under another name, and we don't have to spend money." "No money? There was such a good thing?" Feng Heng looked interested as he said, "Tell me more." "Yes, we don't need to hire people. We will just recruit students in the name of training. Like me, many necromancy cultivators are stuck at the bottleneck of their soul power cultivation. If we can have this opportunity to train, I believe many people will be willing to give it a try." There was still such a move? Feng Heng thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Wasn't that how Elisa was tricked into coming here? In any case, a high-tier necromancy mage was only slightly more durable than Elisa, and he only needs efficiency. Recruiting a few more intermediate necromancers would increase the efficiency and be on par with that of a high-tier necromancer. It was settled. "Alright, but are they willing to come?" Yes. Leave this matter to me. If it's free, they might have concerns and be unwilling to come. We can consider charging a fee and limiting the number of people." "Yes, I will go and discuss it with the director. Then, we will use our family's channels to promote it." Feng Heng looked at Elisa, who was bending her fingers and calculating with a serious expression. 1425 Frost Hell. "Feng Heng, give me 3 hours. We will go back and prepare immediately. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I will bring the first batch of people to start the field training. As long as we make a name for ourselves and confirm that the training is really effective in breaking through bottlenecks, more and more people will beg us to sign up." Feng Heng was stunned when he heard this, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the clan talents nurtured by the Chambers of Commerce were indeed different. Not only did he not need to spend money to hire people, but he could also earn a sum of experience fees from the students of the Necromancer Association. "Okay, I will let you do the arrangements. I will come to the Chambers of Commerce at 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon to find you. Leave it to me." After the cooperation plan was finalized, everyone set off immediately. Halfway through, Feng Heng and Elisa discussed the details for a long time. After everyone returned to Kate and Chul, they split up. There were still 2 more hours left, so Feng Heng planned to go to the cultivation field and rent a few training rooms for zombie clones. Due to many restrictions when entering the city, Feng Heng could only bring 1 zombie clone into the city as a companion at a time. Just as he was leading more than 10 zombie clones into the city and rushing to the cultivation field, Feng Heng heard someone calling his name from behind. World Lord Feng Heng. Feng Heng turned around and saw that it was Kming, a member of the Federation's team. Kming waved his hand as he walked toward Feng Heng. He had been looking for Feng Heng for a long time. He had just heard that someone had seen Feng Heng near the training ground, so he hurried over to look for him. Feng Heng looked at his anxious expression and asked casually with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry? Is there news about the brilliant crystal? Found a way to get it?" "Not yet." Kming walked forward and smiled bitterly in his heart. It wasn't that simple. The brilliant crystal was a rare item, but Feng Heng made it seem as easy as buying cabbage. Kming took a deep breath and said, "World Lord Feng Heng, we have sorted out the information we have. The undead city lord of the Frost Fortress in the northern district's Frost Hell has a tier 7 crystal. Wasn't this it?" Cough cough dot cough cough. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Kming choked and covered his mouth, coughing non-stop. He took a long time to recover and explained, "No, World Lord Feng Heng, that's not what I meant. We're not going to kill the city lord." "Oh." Feng Heng understood and replied, "Not kill? You mean there's a mission for the undead city lord?" "Yes, I think so. It's said that there is a place outside the Frost Fortress in the extreme north. It is called the Frost Hell. The Frost Hell has a powerful king spirit system life form. It used to be a place where the Necromancers train their souls. Later, something happened and that area was sealed off. The Frost Hell will open once a month. If we can go to the Frost Hell to kill creatures or find a way to complete the mission entrusted by the undead city lord in the Frost Fortress and accumulate a certain amount of contribution points, the undead city lord will give us the corresponding brilliant crystals as a reward." Feng Heng finally understood and could not help but ask, "Is the difficulty of the Frost Hell very high?" "Yes, there are a lot of elite and boss-level creatures in Frost Hell. The creatures have the undead and frost attributes, and their attacks also have soul attack effects. They are a little difficult to deal with. Also, the northern Frost Hell is extremely cold. We can only enter the outer area of Frost Hell through the nearest teleportation passage. We might also meet trouble along the way. In addition to the abnormal weather and the influence of the undead storm, we still need to prepare a lot of supplies in advance. Although that place opens once a month, we didn't get much in the past few times. It's a pity that there are too few places that produce brilliant crystals. We also do not want to give up this time." "This time?" Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and asked, "When?" Kming heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Feng Heng's interest and said, "The entrance to the Frost Hell will officially open at night 3 days later. We also need to prepare a day in advance. We will set off in the afternoon 3 days later at the latest." Feng Heng calculated. The timing was fine. He could go over and take a look at the situation. In an ideal situation, it would be best if he could get a purple brilliant crystal. "Alright, I will join. I have something else to do now. You guys can arrange the details first." Kming was excited. "That's great. I will go tell the captain now. With you around, we can do something big. This time, we should be able to get some high-level crystals." "Alright, go ahead." Feng Heng thought for a moment, then reached out and grabbed Kming, who was about to leave, and asked, "Wait, do you still have the dust of evil thoughts on you?" Kming was stunned as he uttered, "Huh? Lend me some, I need it urgently." Kming had a bitter expression, "World Lord Feng Heng, this thing is not easy to get. Our team is still lacking a lot of dust of evil thoughts and invitation cards. It's urgent. Consider it a loan. I will do some business and return it to you tomorrow." "Alright, but can you really return it tomorrow? If you really need it, go borrow it from our captain. He can think of a way for you." Kming stammered and reluctantly took out a paper bag from his backpack and handed it to Feng Heng. "Feng Heng, business is not doing well now. Don't lose money. Don't worry, I will pay you back double tomorrow." Feng Heng took the paper bag and weighed it in his hand. He said to Kming, "I didn't expect you to be so capable. Alright, that's it. See you later." Kming watched Feng Heng leave reluctantly and walked straight into the cultivation field not far away. He was puzzled. He could earn the dust of evil thoughts in the training ground? There was such a thing? Could it be bogus? Feng Heng was a feudal lord, and every month, he could get a large number of investment funds from the Federation. Why would he covet the dust of evil thoughts from him? Definitely not. Feng Heng did not notice the complicated look on Kming's face. He had obtained more than 13 grams of the dust of evil thoughts from farming resentful creatures and more than 20 grams from Kning. It was just enough. After returning to the cultivation field, Fang Heng exchanged all the 30 grams of the dust of evil thoughts for the points in the invitation card. He then brought the 10 zombies, who were covered from head to toe, into the cultivation field again and again. Then, Fang Heng waved his hand and rented 10 training grounds. The 2 zombie clones started to farm experience, while the remaining 8 zombie clones stood by the side and waited for orders. Next, he would have to wait for news from Elisa. He hoped that she would give him a surprise. Fort Nazca. It was one of the most famous and advanced academic colleges in Gaitanchul. This place had once given birth to countless geniuses in the necromancy. The huge poster at the entrance of the teaching building attracted everyone's attention. Many students gathered around. Breaking through the shackles. Advance to high-tier necromancy, field experience, only 20,000 pesos to register, limited to 50 people, can bring along a teacher for safety reasons. 1,426 recruiting manpower. The high price of 20,000 pesos on the poster attracted the attention of many people. Most of the students who were able to enter Fort Nazca were not short of money. However, 20,000 pesos was still a little too much, and it was not easy to take it out at once. Of course, there were also many special enrollment students in Fort Nazca who were allowed to study because of their outstanding qualifications. Most of these people were living in poverty. The Rand Chamber of Commerce had invested a lot of money into Fort Nazca to be able to put up a poster here. Seeing that there were so many people gathered at the entrance, but no one came to register, the attendant could not help but feel a little worried. He whispered, "Miss, why did we set such a high price? Won't it scare them away? Most of the students in Fort Nazca are not short of money. If it's too cheap, it will make people doubt the authenticity. We have to make them feel that this money is worth it. Besides, those who can easily afford this money are from wealthy families. Usually, when they go to such a dangerous experience, they will be accompanied by a teacher." Elisa replied softly, "This training will be fraught with dangers. With a teacher around, he can ensure our team's safety to a certain extent." The steward of the Chambers of Commerce could not help but nod when he heard this. "Miss is wise, but what? The price is too high. Maybe the students are not willing to try." Just like now, but they had already waited for more than half an hour. Some people gathered in front of the stall, but perhaps the price was set too high. No one actually signed up before the reputation had spread. "Yes, there's no rush. I have my arrangements." During this period of time, Elisa had also heard some rumors that the Rand Chamber of Commerce's family had encountered some setbacks in their business recently, and their capital chain had been slightly affected. It would be best if she could use this opportunity to help her sister gain some fame in Gaitanchul City and earn some money. There was an endless stream of students coming and going in front of the poster. A group of students who came to ask questions gathered in front of the temporary counter. A young man dressed in plain clothes hesitated for a moment and asked, "I am a special enrollment student from Fort Nazca. My 3 companions and I want to sign up, but is what you said true? Going out to gain experience would definitely have practical results?" "Of course, we will use the reputation of our Chamber of Commerce as a guarantee." Zhu Chen frowned. He had already wasted too much time on advancing to become a high-tier necromancer. The fee for going out to gain experience was very expensive, but he was willing to take a gamble. "I don't believe in the credibility of the Chambers of Commerce. We want to have actual combat experience first and make payment after confirming that the experience is effective." The surroundings quieted down, and the students all turned to look at Elisa. Elisa nodded with a smile, "Of course. Student, the quota is limited. Are you and your companion sure you want to register?" Zhu Chen could not help but be stunned when he saw Elisa agreeing so readily. "Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word or deliberately say that it's ineffective? The Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to see such a thing happen, but we are willing to believe in the quality and potential of every necromancer. If you can't gather the money for the time being, the Chamber of Commerce is willing to provide an interest-free loan." Zhu Chen immediately said, "All right, I will sign up. I still have 3 companions who want to sign up as well. I will bring them over now." "Of course, but you have to hurry up. The registration time will end soon." Upon hearing the news that they could go out for training before paying the fees, more students gathered around. "Can we also train first and pay later?" With someone taking the lead, more students came to inquire. Just as Elisa had predicted, a large number of students in Fort Nazca were stuck on the path to high-tier necromancy. Such field combat training was extremely attractive to them. Not to mention that they could enjoy it first and pay later. Immediately, many people decided to sign up. There were even some who paid in full. "Miss, why do we still have the option of a full refund if we're not satisfied?" Some people would ask for a refund after trying. "Our main goal is not to make money. The steward looked at Elisa and then at the students who had signed up. He suddenly understood. Ms. Elisa, did you arrange those people? Yes, I hired them to sign up. I contacted them privately and all the expenses will be borne by our Chambers of Commerce. Miss is wise. The Chambers of Commerce's steward nodded again and reminded, however, once the news of the ineffective free trade spreads, we will probably be targeted by the opposing Chambers of Commerce. Indeed, there are risks. Let's take it one step at a time. Not far away, a few students gathered together and observed from afar. Du Qingshan asked his personal teacher, Uncle Qiao, what do you think? You can try. Being in a crisis situation can indeed awaken one's potential and allow one to break through. However, wilderness training is very dangerous. The undead storm is even more of a huge crisis. Moreover, this is the first time I've encountered a field combat training organized by the Chambers of Commerce. Qiao looked at the students who have gathered outside the registration area not far away and nodded. The strength of the Rand Chamber of Commerce isn't the best among the Chambers of Commerce. I heard that they seem to have encountered some trouble recently. Du Qingshan said, every time they go out to train in the wild, it costs a lot of money, not to mention that they have to bring such a large group of people. The consumption of resources is huge. The Chambers of Commerce won't do things at a loss. They vouch that they won't charge if the training is invalid. They must be somewhat confident. Qiao nodded and replied, that makes sense. Are you interested? Uncle Qiao, I've been stuck for more than half a year, and I don't feel any signs of a breakthrough. I want to give it a try. Sure. What surprised Elisa was that she had arranged a few people in the group in advance. Even so, they had thought that it would be good enough to have a party of 30 people. They did not expect that they would actually have a party of 50 people in the end. It was also because the quota was limited. There were even more students who were rejected and could only wait for the next batch. In fact, there were even more students who were waiting to see if they would participate after the Chambers of Commerce returned from their first trial. 3 hours later, the news of the Rand Chamber of Commerce recruiting students for field training gradually spread. This action attracted the attention of many people in the city. They felt that the people from the Rand Chamber of Commerce must have gone crazy. Recently, the Rand Chamber of Commerce had been attacked by several major chambers of commerce in the city and had been in financial trouble for a period of time. Why did they suddenly do this? A life and death struggle? Was this necessary? Earning money by organizing students to go out for experiential learning? No one had ever been involved in this area before. The risk was too great. Who could guarantee that they would not encounter a high-level undead storm halfway through? Even if they were lucky enough to succeed once, how could they be lucky every time? After the various chambers of commerce received the news, they all fell silent. They were all waiting to see the Rand Chamber of Commerce become a joke. At this moment, the Chambers of Commerce had already prepared the accompanying materials and led a large team to the area outside the Black Wasteland where the undead storm was more concentrated. 1427 Team experience soon, the Chambers of Commerce group arrived at the designated area. The accompanying Chambers of Commerce guide waved his hand to signal for the team to stop temporarily. We have arrived at the designated area. It is estimated that a medium-sized undead storm will arrive in 15 minutes. Get ready immediately. Prepare to build the soul flame. The people who participated in the expedition this time were all experienced veterans of the Chambers of Commerce. They immediately took action after receiving the guide's instructions. They built a protective layer of soul fire and summoned the bone barrier in the central region area. The students gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Under the arrangement of the Chambers of Commerce, they gathered in a row at the front. Most of them looked a little nervous. It wasn't a small-scale storm, but a medium-scale undead storm. Rand Chamber of Commerce was serious this time. Seeing this, the private teachers who came with the students also had solemn expressions. Fang Hang stood in the central region and waited. In order to make it easier to slaughter the resentful creatures, Elisa and the members of the Chambers of Commerce made some changes to the design of the bone barrier. There was a large hole in the barrier. Behind the hole, there were many bone barriers, and a long distance was reserved as a danger control buffer domain. It's coming. Outside the bone barrier, the sky quickly darkened. A storm that was accompanied by a strong gale was visible to the naked eye as it headed straight for the bone barrier. The students couldn't help but get closer, adjusting their positions to prepare for the undead storm. They spent most of their time studying in Fort Nazca and rarely had the chance to fight like this. Qiao, who was not far behind Du Qingshan, whispered, "A medium-sized undead storm is extremely dangerous. Don't get too close. If you encounter any danger, come to my side immediately. I can only guarantee the safety of one person at most. What are you afraid of? Only danger could force out one's potential, right? Uncle Qiao, you don't have to bother with me." Du Qingshan said disdainfully and took a few steps forward. He felt that it was time to force himself and see how much potential he had. They were all students from Fort Nezca, but the special enrollment students did not bring teachers or guards with them. They all stood at the front of the line. Du Qingshan had never felt that he was weaker than them. Elisa, who was standing in the middle of the group, shouted softly. The books of the dead floated in front of the undead. It's here. Everyone. Condense the formation. Boom. The strong wind created by the undead storm outside collided with the bone barrier in front of them, and the entire barrier emitted a cracking sound. Phew. A cold wind that could freeze souls whistled past and entered the wall of bones through the hole. The soul flame in the center swayed wildly under the howling wind. The cold wind was bone-chilling. Under the extreme crisis, everyone was incredibly tense, relying on the heat provided by the large-scale soul flame burning behind him to maintain their condition. 50 necromancers activated their books of the dead at the same time. The dense books of the dead connected together and emitted an even stronger dark light. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black shadows condensed into resentful creatures that scuttled in from the outside world and pounced on everyone. Seeing this, Elisa shouted, "Attack! Stop them! Kai! Kai kai kai!" Black soul chains shot out from the dense row of books of the dead and stabbed into the resentful creatures that were charging at them. In the blink of an eye, the first batch of resentful creatures was tightly controlled by the black chains. Success! Before the students could get excited, the second wave of resentful creatures followed closely behind and rushed in through the gap. So many. Faced with such a large number of resentful creatures, the students immediately became nervous. For a moment, their spiritual power control became chaotic. The more anxious they were, the more flustered they became. Elisa frowned. This time, the Chamber of Commerce was recruiting students from the Law Academy in Fort Nezca. The people who came to register had also been screened. Everyone practiced the art of necromancy. In theory, it was not difficult to deal with the resentful creatures of this scale. However, in the actual battle, due to nervousness and unfamiliarity, one could only use 40% of his original strength. Before everyone could calm down from their panic, the third and fourth batches of resentful creatures followed. Not good. The black chains could affect resentful creatures and slowly weaken their strength, but they could not kill them in a short period of time. Seeing the resentful creatures getting closer and closer, the students' foreheads immediately broke out in a layer of cold sweat. The many guardian teachers following behind stared at their own students and prepared to make a move. Their peripheral vision kept sweeping over the people from the Rand Chamber of Commerce, and they were puzzled. What was the Rand Chamber of Commerce planning to do? They had repeatedly promised to ensure the safety of the students, but it seemed that the Rand Chamber of Commerce was not reacting to it. Among the many students participating in experiential learning, Du Qingshan focused on controlling the Book of the Dead. His talent was not weak, to begin with. With the support of all kinds of high-level equipment on his body, his control ability was obviously higher than the other students. In the undead storm, he realized how insignificant his strength was. No, he couldn't resist anymore. Du Qingshan felt that he was reaching his limit by controlling 4 resentful creatures at the same time. Whoosh! What was that? Du Qingshan was shocked. He saw a black-robed figure suddenly emerge in front of him. Who is it? Whoosh! Feng Hang's figure flashed through the air, and the dagger of sea in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light. Bang! The resentful creature that was pierced by the black iron chain exploded the moment the dagger slashed through it. The game prompt on Feng Hang's retina also refreshed rapidly. Ding! The player has used skill Shadow Slash, Possession skill, causing an additional 2,331 skill damage to the resentful creature. The player's dagger's additional skill Soul Burning has taken effect, causing an additional 1,132 into 10 soul burning damage to the resentful creature. Ding! The player's current weapon's additional skill Eternal Soul has taken effect, absorbing additional soul energy. Ding! The player has received 0.12 grams of the Dust of Evil Thoughts. The blue light dots were absorbed by the dagger in his hand into his body. Following that, Feng Hang felt his soul power recover slightly. Good. Continue. Feng Hang flew towards another resentful creature. Bang! Bang bang bang! The figure was running around on the battlefield. Wherever he went, blue light flashed. The resentful creatures controlled by the students were continuously shattered by the dagger. The students who were controlling the Book of the Dead with rapt attention were extremely shocked. They could not help but look at Feng Hang. That guy is so powerful. Who was he? Was he an undead warrior? Even their teacher would find it difficult to destroy so many resentful creatures in such a short period of time, and looking at his situation, his consumption seemed to be very low. After Feng Hang joined the battlefield, the entire team got a chance to breathe. Du Qingshan wiped his forehead and quickly poured a bottle of potion into his mouth. Don't lose guard. Continue. Elisa's shout brought the students back to their senses. Everyone retracted their gazes and continued to focus on controlling the Book of the Dead. 1428 Giant with Fang Hang joining, the team began to adjust quickly and gradually gained control of the situation. More and more resentful creatures poured into the wall of bones through the opening. There were even some students who had never experienced actual combat before. Under immense pressure, making mistakes became a very normal thing. For a moment, the scene looked dangerous. Fang Hang relied on the soul possession effect of the Dagger of Sin. If he really couldn't do it, he still had the protection of the teleportation ability and barrier skills that came with the Vampire King's coffin to solve the crisis continuously. Behind the student team, the 30 teachers who had come with them also shifted their gazes to Fang Hang, their faces revealing thoughtful expressions. These teachers were experienced guards. They could tell that Fang Hang's ability was enough to protect this group of students. With them guarding at the side, they could ensure that the training experience was foolproof. No wonder the Rand Chambers of Commerce was so confident. But where did that young man come from? The undead Doran on his body was clearly not strong, but his strength was shockingly high. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on the dagger in Fang Hang's hand. That weapon. Yes, very strange. If I am not mistaken, it's the Dagger of Sin, the treasure of that old man Guo. So it's this. The Dagger of Sin is very powerful. The memory of the soul fragment stored in it can allow an ordinary person to instantly have thousands of years of battle experience. However, the dagger itself is extremely difficult to control. It requires strong control and soul strength. This young man is very young, and I've never seen him before. The others nodded in agreement. The older teacher shook his head and sighed. Guo's student he had waited for so long, and this time, he might really be the one. In the state of soul possession, Fang Hang was already immersed in killing. With 50 mid-level necromancy mages helping him control the resentful creatures, he would be able to eliminate them as quickly as possible and earn the dust of evil thoughts. By killing them, he would be able to recover extra soul power. It felt so good. At the same time, his 10 zombie clones also started to move in the training ground, quickly consuming the extra soul power that they had recovered and continuously training their soul control. Those who were able to join Fort Nazca were not ordinary people. They were either strong enough to pass the test of Fort Nazca and be specially enrolled, or they were average in strength, but their families were rich enough to pay for their tuition fees. These students were also equipped with high-level equipment and potions, which were enough to make up for their lack of strength. After the students gradually adapted to Fang Hang's momentum, they quickly calmed down, and the chances of making mistakes were greatly reduced. Everyone realized that Fang Hang would only attack those resentful creatures that were being controlled, so they needed to cooperate. Once a person was attacked by a resentful creature in close range, they would be the first to suffer a serious soul injury. They would need to recuperate for 10 days to half a month before they could recover. Secondly, the entire team would also be implicated. Everyone worked together. After familiarizing themselves with the routine and rhythm, the overall efficiency of the party in farming monsters began to increase at a rapid rate. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, the soul fire gathered in the center suddenly swayed. Seeing this, the expression of the captain guard of the Chambers of Commerce changed. He immediately signaled his subordinates to increase the intensity of the soul fire. At the same time, he reminded loudly, "Be careful. A big guy is coming. Everyone be alert. Speed up the burning of the soul fire." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the hole in the bone barrier. Looking in the direction of the explosion, the hole in the wall of bones had expanded by more than 3 times. A huge shadowy human face forced its way through the huge hole. A giant-sized resentful creature. The human face was wrapped in a howling spiritual storm as it headed straight for the student team. Ho! The soul fire in the center of the Chambers of Commerce team suddenly rose to resist the negative effects of the soul storm. Oh no! They had actually encountered a giant resentful creature. This was the first time most of the students had seen such a huge resentful creature. Seeing this with their own eyes, the sense of danger that assaulted their faces immediately made everyone feel extremely nervous. The accompanying teachers also revealed serious expressions, ready to intervene at any time. Elisa shouted, "Kill it! PFFT! Kai Kai Kai!" Almost at the same time, more than 10 soul chains shot out from the Book of the Dead and stabbed into the giant resentful creature's face in the distance. Roar! The resentful creature let out a roar when it was attacked, and its speed increased by several times. Continue. Kai Kai Kai. Mental energy infusion. More soul chains pierced out from the dense row of Books of the Dead. Whoosh! Fang Hang dashed out from the side, his dagger burning with soul fire slashing forward. Bang! The blue aura exploded on the giant resentful creature's body. Roar! The giant face let out a painful soul roar. Boom! Fang Hang's pupils constricted, and he immediately felt a strong gust of wind blowing at him. Ice crystals quickly appeared on his body, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Ding! The player has been attacked by the Frost Fury Roar, receiving 1,663 damage and 2,409 soul damage. The player has entered a frozen state and frozen soul state. Seeing this, Elise looked anxious. Seeing Fang Heng fly backward, she shouted, "Fang Heng!" An elite-level giant-sized resentful creature. It was a storm attack that could freeze the body and cause serious damage to the sea of consciousness. Bang! In midair, the ice crystals on Fang Heng's body shattered in an instant. Fang Heng's brows were tightly knitted together. Suddenly, he felt an extremely cold aura rapidly invade his sea of consciousness through his body. The injuries on his body were secondary. He could quickly heal through the undying body effect. The troublesome thing was the soul attack. It felt like a severe headache after eating a mouthful of ice cream in the middle of summer. The pain almost made him unable to think. However, in the blink of an eye, a scorching aura flowed out of his sea of consciousness. The scorching soul power instantly broke through the icy aura. Fang Heng recovered and quickly glanced at the game log as he adjusted his body. Ding! The player's passive skill Undying Body has taken effect. The player's frozen state has been removed. Ding! The player has relied on the strength of his soul to resist the frozen soul state. The player's soul resistance has been slightly increased. The player's current soul resistance rating, E+, A. What was going on? His soul resistance had also increased. There was such a good thing about being beaten up. Should he go up and get hit a few more times? Fang Heng immediately dismissed this idea. It wasn't the right time. If he was beaten up here, the students behind him wouldn't be able to hold on. In addition to dealing with the giant elite resentful creature, the ordinary resentful creatures continued to emerge from the shadows in front of them, rapidly approaching the team. Get rid of the resentful creatures first. This was not the first time he had encountered a giant elite resentful creature. The last time he encountered it, Fang Heng already knew how to deal with it. 1429 Upgrade. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and maintained his posture in midair. He landed lightly on the ground and quickly arrived beside the burning soul bonfire on the right. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Heng suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it on the bonfire. What? Many students turned their gazes to Fang Heng, and they couldn't help but wonder what he was going to do. Boom! In the next moment, the burning soul fire actually soared more than 10 meters high under Fang Heng's urging. All the students were surprised. What the hell? The fiercely burning soul fire illuminated the surroundings. The small and medium-sized resentful creatures that were charging at the team suddenly froze. The entire shadow seemed to be in a daze as it trembled uncontrollably. Then, it stopped on the spot and entered an unstable state. Roar! The face of the giant-sized resentful creature phantom in the air was also severely injured. It emitted an even more miserable spiritual roar. Not only the students from Fort Nazca but even the teachers who came along were once again shocked by Fang Heng. What was that? Soulfire explosion? How could Fang Heng's soul main body and his talent in necromancy be so high? The teachers were even more surprised. Previously, they had realized that Fang Heng's soul power far exceeded that of ordinary people, but it was so strong that no one present had expected it. Swoosh! Taking advantage of the fact that the elite resentful creature had entered a stunned state after being burned by the soul fire, Fang Heng's figure flew through the air and rushed straight to the front of the resentful creature. Boom! Many of the students were still wondering how Fang Heng managed to create such an explosive soul fire. Then, they felt their eardrums boom. The blue soul energy dissipated and was absorbed by the dagger of sin. Fang Heng quickly sensed his sea of consciousness and was pleasantly surprised. Amazing. The dust of evil thoughts did not drop much, but the energy recovery provided by the elite resentful creature and ordinary resentful creatures were not on the same level. The difference was nearly 100 times. After absorbing the soul energy in his sea of consciousness had recovered by a large margin. If there were more elite resentful creatures. Fang Heng raised a dagger in his hand and looked around again. He glanced at the students of Fort Nazca who were still in shock. The students had participated in the entire battle, and they felt far more shocked than the teachers. A person of similar age to them could not only resist the giant-sized resentful creature's Frost Fury Roar attack but also deal with the giant resentful creature in a one-on-one situation. Even after the battle, he was still full of energy. How did he do it? Fang Heng looked away from the people around him. Continue. Give it all. The mid-level storm lasted for a full hour before it completely dissipated. As the resentful creatures left, the storm faded away, and the sky regained its clarity. Fang Heng stopped. Even with the high attributes, he still felt tired and panted heavily. It was more of a mental exhaustion. After an hour of intense fighting, the students of Fort Nazca felt their mind and soul power being drained. They were so tired that they fell to the ground one by one. Du Qingshan felt exhausted. He had lived for more than 20 years, but he had never been so tired as he was today. He just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. It didn't matter who came. Du Qingshan looked up at the sky and saw his teacher. Teacher? Well, sit up and look at the people around you. What? Du Qingshan was puzzled. He struggled to sit up and looked around blankly. Around them, many of the Fort Nazca students who were participating in the training also struggled to sit up. Many people sat on the ground, closing their eyes to condense their spiritual power. Most of them were poor students who were specially recruited by Fort Nazca. The rich students looked at each other. It was unknown who took the lead, but the remaining students also forced themselves to sit up straight and followed the guidance of the teacher to condense the soul force in the sea of consciousness. I understand, teacher. Du Qingshan smiled bitterly in his heart. He forced his exhausted body to start condensing his sea of consciousness. Following the teacher's guidance, Du Qingshan closed his eyes and concentrated his spiritual power. Du Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his teacher. The strength of his soul had actually increased. He had broken through. Du Qingshan was pleasantly surprised, and he couldn't help but want to share the joy of his breakthrough with his teacher. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by his teacher. Continue. Du Qingshan's spirit became serious as he said, Yes. Teacher. After experiencing an arduous experience, everyone more or less felt an improvement in their mental strength and soul power. They were pleasantly surprised and then continued the second and third rounds of spiritual power condensation. Elisa also opened her eyes after completing 2 rounds of spiritual power condensation. As expected, actual combat training was one of the most effective ways to break through bottlenecks. Where was Fang Heng? Elisa looked around and found Fang Heng sitting not far away with a few guides from the Chambers of Commerce. They seemed to be having a good conversation. Fang Heng was in a good mood. After experiencing a battle, Fang Heng counted his gains from this trip. A total of 119 grams of soul dust was collected. Repaying Kming's debt would be a piece of cake. Apart from that, after the battle, his personal soul attribute had increased slightly. Fang Heng opened the game log. Player's current soul-bearing ability rating, SSS, max. Player's current soul control rating, D. Player's current soul tenacity rating, E+. Player's current soul resistance rating, E+. Player's current soul density rating, D. Player's current soul strength rating, S+. Player's current soul has fused with an unknown life form. Player's current soul strength rating, A. All his attributes had been slightly enhanced, but his overall score had not increased. Anyway, with soul bearing pulling up the score, if the remaining control, tenacity, density, and resistance were all raised to A level, the total score would probably be able to reach S level to complete the mission to advance to high tier necromancy. Fang Heng calculated in his heart. He had just chatted with the guides. According to the guides, the undead storm that they had just encountered was the smallest of the medium-sized storms. After all, the guides were afraid of death and were worried that something would happen to them. Previously, they had only reluctantly agreed to try out the medium-sized undead storm after Fang Heng's insistence and the generous reward from the Ran Chamber of Commerce. In fact, their luck was indeed not too good. They even encountered a giant-sized vengeful creature in the undead storm. Fang Heng felt that the team's efficiency could still be improved a little, so he tried to persuade the guides to try the higher-level medium-sized undead storm next time. At this rate, he would be able to complete the upgrade mission in 2 or 3 days. 1430 Revelation Fang Heng. Elisa walked over and greeted Fang Heng. How is it? Is everything alright? Yes, very good. How about you? Are you ready to continue? Continue? Elisa blinked and looked at Fang Heng as if he was a monster. Fang Heng should be the one who consumed the most energy among everyone present, right? The others were already exhausted. How could he continue to persevere? Elisa smiled bitterly in her heart and said, Fang Heng, I can still continue, but they might not be able to. Yes. Fang Heng looked at the people behind him in disappointment. The intermediate necromancy students were still not very good. Elisa did not know what Fang Heng was thinking and explained, Fang Heng, continuously controlling the Book of the Dead consumes a lot of mental strength and soul power. Moreover, it was under that kind of crisis just now. It's difficult to maintain the state of the battle. Elisa's talent was 1 in a million among the many necromancers, which was why she was invited by Fort Nazca. Even she couldn't handle a battle of this intensity. Alright then. Fang Heng didn't insist and continued, there should be many students in Fort Nazca, right? Can we start the next match as soon as possible? Elisa nodded and said, are you sure you want to continue? Don't force yourself too much. Moreover, if you train at night, the difficulty will increase. Yes, we need to speed up. I want to finish my cultivation as soon as possible. Alright, we will return first. 3 hours later, we will set off again. They still had to prepare after 3 hours. Fang Heng sighed inwardly. It was still not satisfying enough. The golden light shone in the rebuilt holy hall. Viana was bathed in holy light as she descended with many guardian paladins. Saying this, the members of the holy court bowed respectfully. High Priestess Susie stood up to welcome her. Viana, you're here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. High Priestess. Viana nodded respectfully. Before I came, the bishop told me many times that High Priestess Susie is very experienced and that I must listen to her advice. You're welcome. You're in charge of this operation. High Priestess Susie walked forward and whispered in Viana's ear, telling her some of the information that the Holy Court had obtained after investigating the Land of Plague. This was especially true for the many problems she had found out about Fang Heng. Viana's eyes were filled with surprise. She had heard of Fang Heng and investigated him. But the sacred tree in the Land of Plague was related to the curse of the vampires that the Holy Court had been investigating. Viana felt that things were getting more and more complicated. It seems that Fang Heng is hiding many secrets. Yes, saying this. We've also investigated some of Fang Heng's background information in the real world and found that a large portion of his information has been modified. The person who tampered with it was very detailed. Moreover, some of the information has been encrypted by the Central Federation system. The level of authority is very high, so we can't investigate it. The Federation? Viana frowned and asked, Susie, do you have any suggestions? Saintus, Fang Heng must be hiding a secret. A deeper investigation requires the approval of the Archbishop in advance. With the influence of the Holy Court, we will obtain a higher level of investigation authority from the Federation. Yes. Viana nodded gently. The destruction of the Holy Mountain and the unknown high-level world boundary are both related to Fang Heng. I will seek the help of the Archbishop, but directly requesting the Federation to investigate may alert the enemy. After saying that, Viana slowly walked forward and looked around again. Is this the place where the explosion happened? The judge of the Holy Court, Jerry Main, had experienced the explosion of the Holy Mountain. He immediately walked forward and knelt on one knee, reporting, yes, saying this. That day, I was in charge of guarding the foot of the Holy Mountain. I am sorry, but everything happened too quickly. I only felt an intense and powerful aura fluctuation. When I turned around, I only saw a red pillar of light. Then, the entire Holy Mountain was destroyed under the influence of the pillar of light. Susie continued, we investigated the red pillar of light after we arrived. Unfortunately, we found nothing. It's fine. I came here because of this. Viana nodded, walked forward, and slowly opened her arms. Buzz. The Book of Creation appeared in front of Viana. Dark golden light bloomed from the Book of Creation, gradually enveloping the entire hall. Under the illumination of the holy light, evil will definitely be exposed. As Viana chanted, a faint ripple appeared on her chest, and the reflection of a halo appeared behind her. Seeing the silver halo, Jerry Main's heart skipped a beat. The Saint's innate ability, Wheel of Fate. Even though Viana had yet to fully awaken, under the enhancement of the holy artifact, the necklace of faith bestowed by the holy realm, the power of the Wheel of Fate could already achieve a level of suppression. In the hall, the members of the Holy Court on both sides knelt down on one knee, revealing pious expressions on their faces. Ka. The silver Wheel of Fate behind Viana slowly spun. The trajectory of fate was gently stirred. Viana's pupils also reflected two spinning halos. See through the illusion. The surrounding space gradually turned into nothingness under Viana's command, and the time phantom seemed to be flowing backward. Until the day of the explosion on the Holy Mountain. Viana's pupils constricted. What was that? Her eyes were filled with red light. The Wheel of Fate in Viana's eyes was instantly filled with red. Susie sensed that the surrounding energy fluctuations had suddenly become extremely unstable. She also saw that Viana's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She immediately sensed that something was wrong and shouted, "Be careful." Boom. In the next moment, a violent explosion filled the entire prayer hall of the Holy Mountain. The entire Holy Mountain shone with intense golden light again. At the foot of the Holy Mountain, the believers knelt down and prayed when they saw the golden holy light. Saintus. A moment later, the golden light dissipated, and the prayer hall was in chaos. The illusion in front of them dissipated, and the people of the Holy Court saw that Viana's chest was dyed red by a ball of blood, and her facial features were still bleeding. Viana was supported by the High Priestess Susie. She tried hard to suppress her urge to say something, but her lips moved, and she still fainted. What had happened? Everyone from the Holy Court was shocked. Saintus. She's fine. Susie stopped the people who wanted to help. With a solemn expression, she said in a deep voice, "The saint has suffered a severe backlash from the Wheel of Fate and needs a good rest. I will bring her down to rest. This matter is strictly confidential." Yes. Susie personally brought the unconscious Viana back to her room to rest. She was extremely shocked. Even the Wheel of Fate had suffered such a powerful backlash. What kind of power was it? Soon, everything would be answered after Viana woke up. 1431 Frost Hell. 2 days later, at night, there was almost no starlight in Punos, which was shrouded in grey fog. Keitanshul also gradually fell into silence. The anniversary celebration of the Rand Chamber of Commerce in Keitanshul was held at a large hotel on the west side of the city. The Chamber of Commerce booked the entire hotel and invited all the business partners in the city. In the past 2 days, the word group had become a new favorite in Keitanshul. The reputation of the Rand Chamber of Commerce's innovative experiential learning program gradually fermented. Many students had tasted the sweetness and rushed to spend money to sign up for the experiential learning program with the Chamber of Commerce. After deducting all the expenses, the Rand Chamber of Commerce made a lot of money. The big cash infusion was a direct shot in the arm for the beleaguered Rand Chamber of Commerce. The Rand Chamber of Commerce of the Keitanshul branch was once again thriving. Affected by this, the other chambers of commerce also launched the same model, preparing to compete with the Rand Chamber of Commerce for students. However, the other chambers of commerce encountered trouble just as they started. They did a rough calculation. Hiring manpower, early preparation, various follow-up organizations, building relationships, hiring teams, and finally, the amount of money that could be earned in the end was really small. It was fine if they earned less, but it was not an easy job. The various chambers of commerce were very anxious. After all, the risk of training in the wild was huge. If the students participating in experiential learning were to encounter some danger, the reputation of their entire chambers of commerce would suffer a great loss. They did not dare to be careless in terms of safety and could only spend more money to ensure their safety. The most troublesome thing was that the few field trips that the chambers of commerce had tried to organize did not satisfy the students. The reviews were really average. The various chambers of commerce began to feel that something was wrong. Why did only the Rand Chamber of Commerce make a lot of money? They copied what they did, but they suffered a ridiculous loss? After careful investigation, they gradually realized that the business model of the Rand Chamber of Commerce was mainly based on one person: Feng Heng. At the same time, Feng Heng reluctantly agreed to Elisa's invitation to the banquet after 2 consecutive days. For the next 2 days, Feng Heng cultivated day and night. When Elisa's team arrived, he would lead the team. If the team did not arrive, he would find an elite resentful creature to increase his soul resistance. His determined attitude made the NPCs of the Rand Chamber of Commerce shout that they did not care about their lives. Everyone thought that Feng Heng was a monster. Elisa could not help but feel a little heartache when she saw that Feng Heng had such a desperate cultivation mode in addition to his talent. She did not know what had happened to Feng Heng to make him work so hard. In fact, Feng Heng did not feel tired. Instead, he felt that he was enjoying himself. Every time he finished training, he could see the excellent training results through the game hint. The progress of high-tier necromancy increased by leaps and bounds. The overall strength of his soul attribute had also increased. Feng Heng opened the game character log to check. Player's current soul-bearing ability rating, SSS, max. Player's current soul control rating, B+. Player's current soul tenacity rating, B. Player's current soul resistance rating, A. Player's current soul density rating, B. Player's current soul strength rating, S+. Player's current soul has fused with an unknown life form. Current comprehensive soul strength rating, A+. Initially, his comprehensive soul strength was just 1 step away. Feng Heng originally did not want to come and participate in this banquet and the subsequent missions that would have a high probability of being triggered. However, he was helpless against Elisa's warm invitation. The Rand Chamber of Commerce had indeed helped him a lot in the past 2 days. Elisa even said that the Chamber of Commerce had a gift for him to thank him for his help in the past 2 days. It was just a change of mood and to take a break. Feng Heng agreed half-heartedly. The good news was that Zheng Yuping was here too. At least he wouldn't be alone and be bored. After Zheng Yuping found out that Feng Heng was attending the banquet, he got an invitation letter from somewhere and went straight to Feng Heng's side. Feng Heng, we're almost ready. We will set off for the Frost Fortress in the far north tomorrow afternoon. We should be able to make it in time for Frost Hell, which opens at night. Can you make it in time? Yes, no problem. Feng Heng estimated the time. After the banquet ended, he would lead 2 or 3 more groups. By then, he would be able to raise his soul strength to S level and advance to high-tier necromancy. Then, he would successfully set off for Frost Hell. The timing was just right. That's good. If it's convenient, I will pick you up at noon tomorrow. Zheng Yuping heaved a sigh of relief. In the past 2 days, his main focus had been on preparing for the Frost Hell. In his opinion, with Feng Heng's help, this was a great opportunity for them to farm for brilliant crystals. At the same time, This was also a way for the Federation to assess Fang Heng's strength. He would take this opportunity to test Fang Heng's true strength and lay the foundation for future cooperation. However, what Zheng Yuping did not expect was that in just 2 days, Fang Heng had already made a name for himself in Keitanchul and even caused a little trouble. The Federation's Intelligence Department's evaluation of Fang Heng was indeed correct. Fang Heng was very strong and could cause trouble. This was extremely terrifying. He was like an unstable time bomb. Zheng Yuping leaned over and whispered into Fang Heng's ear, "Fang Heng, you've caught others' attention for the past 2 days. I've received some news that a few chambers of commerce have released news that they want to make a move on you. If you still want to lead a group, be careful." Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you referring to those hostile chambers of commerce that aren't on good terms with the Rand Chamber of Commerce?" "Yes, it seems that you have already heard the news." "Yes." Fang Heng nodded lightly. In fact, he had felt it since yesterday afternoon. There were a few people in the group who were not normal. They did not look like ordinary students. They spent most of their time sizing him up. There were still 2 or 3 groups left. He would stop after he was done with them. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be a big problem. Fang Heng had also communicated with Elisa about this matter. Elisa was distraught that the other chambers of commerce would make a move, so she agreed with Fang Heng's plan to stop after this. "Alright, as long as you know what to do." Zheng Yuping nodded and said no more. Fang Heng shifted his gaze to Wendy, the president of the Rand Chamber of Commerce, who was on the podium in front of him. He nodded and said, "The Rand Chamber of Commerce has also prepared a group of people to enter the Frost Hell with us. Their Chamber of Commerce needs some special resources from Frost Hell to increase its competitiveness. When we enter the Frost Hell, we will help each other and sell the resources to the Rand Chamber of Commerce first." "No problem. I will go and discuss the cooperation with them after it's over." Zheng Yuping didn't care. In the past, they had randomly chosen which Chamber of Commerce they would sell their supplies to. The main reason was that he was too lazy to compare the goods. He would sell them to the one that provided the most convenient transportation service. This was to save trouble. With the help of the Rand Chamber of Commerce, Zheng Yuping naturally wouldn't refuse. 1432 Skill Book. Next, let's invite Fang Heng to the stage. Fang Heng was stunned when he saw Wendy on the podium beckoning him to come up. There was such a thing? Most of the people's gazes were focused on him. There were a few malicious gazes among them. Fang Heng ignored them and went up to the front of the platform. Wendy, the president of the Rand Chamber of Commerce, nodded at Fang Heng with gratitude. In just 2 days, the capital chain of the Rand Chambers of Commerce had been replenished, solving their urgent needs. Wendy wanted to tie Fang Heng to the worship of the Rand Chambers of Commerce. "Fang Heng, the Rand Chamber of Commerce has been very happy working with you during this period of time. Thank you for taking care of Elisa during this period of time. Our Chamber of Commerce has prepared a gift for you." Ding. The player's friendship with Rand Chamber of Commerce has reached a level of trust. The player has obtained a skill book, Undead Summoning, Bones, Changed, Reward? And it was actually a skill book? Fang Heng took the blue skill book that was wrapped in red and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He immediately held the skill book in his palm and observed it. Item, Undead Summoning, Bones, Changed. Type, Skill Book, bound after acquisition. Level, Epic. Description. The Bones summoning skill was modified by the Master Necromancer Andrek. Able to control the bones by injecting a soul brand into the skeletal creature. With the help of the soul brand, the caster can summon bones more smoothly. This skill can be used even without the Book of the Dead. However, this skill also has a huge flaw. Description. This undead summoning spell has some flaws. Prerequisite for learning, high tier necromancy, soul strength rating, S level, soul strength overall rating, S level, spiritual power attribute, above 200. It was actually an epic skill book? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, a scholar who studied necromancy would be able to record skills in the Book of the Dead in various ways after leveling up. For example, he could look for a mentor or enter various necromancer associations or academies to study. Skills that were in the form of skill books were extremely rare. Unlike normal learning and recording skills, this method of learning skills would not take up the restrictions of the Book of the Dead's transcription skills. It could also be used in the absence of the Book of the Dead. In comparison, it was more convenient. Fang Heng carefully checked the skill description. What a high learning difficulty. There was the normal bone summoning skill in necromancy. The skill level was relatively low and could be learned at the elementary level of necromancy. Similarly, the undead bones summoned by the skill were also very ordinary and did not have any combat ability. In a one-on-one battle, ordinary bones couldn't even defeat ordinary zombies. At most, they looked a little scary and were mostly used as cannon fodder in battle. However, the bones summoning skill book in front of him looked different. No matter what, similar singular skills were different from academic talent skills. Learning too many of them would not result in additional penalties. Having more skills doesn't weigh down one's body. Thank you. As long as you're satisfied. Fang Heng nodded and thanked Wendy. He took the skill book and walked back to Zheng Yuping's side. When Zheng Yuping saw Fang Heng's new skill book, the initial surprise on his face immediately turned into pure envy. He sighed, Fang Heng, I didn't expect the Rand Chamber of Commerce to give you this skill book. They really spent a lot of money to rope you in. Fang Heng couldn't help but be curious. He turned his head and asked, Is this skill book very powerful? Powerful? It's not just a little bit powerful, it's very powerful. If it could be traded, many people would be willing to pay a lot of money to buy it. Seeing the confusion on Fang Heng's face, Zheng Yuping continued to explain, the skill book in your hand is a little special. For example, the ordinary undead summoning skill directly summons skeletal creatures, but the skill book in your hand has been modified. It uses the soul to brand the skeletal creatures to enslave them. Through the soul brand, you can summon and reverse the summoning. That sounds a little too much. The most obvious difference is that ordinary undead summoning can only summon low-level bones. With the skill book in your hand, you can start from the lowest level bone summoning, high-tier bone summoning, elite bones summoning, and even summoning a bone dragon at the end. Bone dragon? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, although it's powerful, the bones summoning skill has a very high learning requirement. Even if I were to have it, I wouldn't be able to use it. It's not that easy to use the skill. I still need to leave a soul brand on the skeletal creature. The damage that the summoned creature receives in battle is also very difficult to recover. In short, there are advantages and disadvantages. Yes, I understand. Fang Heng nodded. He had a rough understanding of the situation and put the skill book back into his backpack. Looking at the game description, the skill was still incomplete. It was fine. In any case, there was still some time before he could learn the skill. When he met the learning requirements, he would learn it and see its effect. If it was really useless, he would throw it aside. Applause came from the banquet stage from time to time. Fang Heng took the gift and followed behind to eat. It was safe and sound until the banquet was about to end. Fang Heng noticed a young man walking up to him. Mr. Fang Heng, we're meeting for the first time. I am here on behalf of the major chambers of commerce in Kaitanchul. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the well-dressed young man. Which major chambers of commerce? You will know soon enough. The young man's tone was arrogant and his expression was somewhat condescending. We're just reminding you in advance that the Rand Chamber of Commerce is not a good partner. I suggest that you find another partner. What Rand Chamber of Commerce can give you, our Chamber of Commerce can give you enough, and we're willing to give you more. You're a smart person, so you should know what to choose. Fang Heng looked at the young man in front of him. He had an indifferent attitude and did not care about threatening to poach someone in this venue. I understand. I will consider it. Of course, but there's not much time left for you to consider. We hope to get an answer tomorrow. Otherwise. The young man smiled and paused before continuing. If you encounter any trouble during the process of leading the group, and the students participating in the trial encounter danger, that would be a very bad thing. I am afraid even the Rand Chamber of Commerce can't bear the responsibility. What do you think? Hee. Without waiting for Fang Heng's reply, the young man pretended to laugh dryly and left. Watching the young man leave, Zheng Yuping couldn't help but shrug and say, Fine, look, the game rewards aren't that easy to get. This guy is one of the heirs of the Kulo Dai Trading Company's hereditary family's chambers of commerce, and he's already clearly threatening you. Yes. Fang Heng nodded, thinking that it was troublesome. Fortunately, he had almost completed his mission and would be leaving soon. He could delay him for a while, and then he would run to the North District's Frost Hell tomorrow morning. He didn't have to worry about the mess here. 1433 high-tier necromancy, ding. The player's current soul tenacity has increased to. The player's current overall soul strength has increased to S, ding. You have successfully advanced to high-tier necromancy. Your original skill has been forgotten, ding. You have mastered high-tier necromancy, skill, high-tier necromancy, level 1. Skill description, an advanced skill of necromancy. Through this skill, you can use some items related to the study of necromancy and learn necromancy skills. When using various skills, you will receive a small boost. Skill description, every time the skill level is increased, the player's basic willpower will increase by 2 points, the player's lifespan will be extended, and the player's soul strength will be slightly increased. Skill description, this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 30. Description, on the path of exploring the soul and death, you seem to have seen the threshold. As the trial ended, a game hint appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Finally, I've leveled up. Feng Heng exhaled deeply. Finally. He was so exhausted. Along the way, while dealing with the resentful creatures, they had to be constantly on guard against a few unstable factors in the team. Feng Heng clearly noticed the warning looks from a few people on the team. They were most likely hired by other chambers of commerce. Elisa also felt relieved. In the past 2 days, the people from the other chambers of commerce had been watching more and more closely. She was also worried that something might happen. After the last training session, Elisa hurriedly called the Chamber of Commerce to prepare for the trip. While everyone was packing up, Feng Heng took out the skill book from his backpack and slapped it on his head. Ding! The player has met the current skill learning requirements. The player has successfully learned the skill Undead Summoning, Bones, changed. The skill book turned into a ball of white light and merged into his body. Feng Heng tried to understand the way to use the skill in his memory. At the same time, various skill descriptions appeared in his vision. Skill, Undead Summoning Bones, changed. Skill description, Bone Summoning, modified by the Necromancy Master Andrek. Able to control skeletal creatures by injecting a soul brand into their bodies. With the help of the soul brand, the caster can summon the bones more smoothly. This skill can be used even without the Book of the Dead. However, this skill also has a huge hidden danger. Skill description, raising the skill level can reduce the spiritual power consumption and soul power consumption of the summoning, and increase the duration of the summoning. Skill description, when applying a spiritual imprint, it will slightly consume the player's soul power and spiritual power. The success rate is related to the player's soul strength, the player's talent in necromancy, the player's necromancy level, the player's skill level, the player's attributes, and the target's status level. After comprehending the way to use the skill in detail, Feng Heng finally understood. Bone summoning was another form of torture. It was equivalent to seeing a decent skeletal creature and the caster would carve a spiritual brand on the skeletal creature, and in the future, he could use the power of the soul brand to summon it to fight. The disadvantage was that after the reversal, the damage to the bones could only be slowly healed by itself. Moreover, it was very likely that the creature that was imprinted with the mark suddenly encountered some danger in its living environment and accidentally killed itself. The benefits were also obvious. The strength of the bones he branded could be controlled. If you have the patience and strength, find a way to recruit a large number of powerful bone dragons to fight for you. It was countless times stronger than the ordinary bone summoning spell. Good stuff. After pondering for a moment, Feng Heng discovered the benefits of this move. The Vampire Apocalypse. Currently, his Vampire Apocalypse was still in the process of being modified, and there were still a large number of corpse pit buildings that were constantly being upgraded. At that time, a large number of skeletal creatures would slowly be born. There would be a probability of elite bones being born in the pit. Wouldn't the Vampire Apocalypse become a cultivation ground for man-made bones? He had the bones kill each other and create a large number of elite skeleton creatures. There would be no danger if he placed the bones in the Vampire Apocalypse. He would also find a way to create a similar bone graveyard with the bone bricks he had collected from the bone graveyard. He could even use the power of the graveyard to heal the injuries of the bones. It was simply perfect. Feng Heng pursed his lips, feeling that he finally looked like a necromancer. When he had some time, he would go back to the Vampire Apocalypse world and try out his skills. He wanted to see if he could seal some elite bones. At that time, they could be considered a group of combat forces. Soon, the team set off again. Feng Heng followed them back to Keitanchul. The captain of the Federation team, Zheng Yuping, had been waiting for a long time at the warehouse of the Rand Chamber of Commerce. Since the city of Keitanchul did not allow the transportation of large quantities of supplies, the Federation team had already transported the required supplies to the city closest to the northern Frost Hell. The Federation team and the people from the Rand Chamber of Commerce had already gone over to make preparations. Seeing Feng Heng come over, Zheng Yuping waved at him and said, "World Lord Feng Heng, we are almost done here, we can set off now. How is your situation? Is everything alright?" "Not bad." Feng Heng walked over from afar, made a hand gesture, and nodded. "Everything went smoothly." "Yes, it's good that it went smoothly." Zheng Yuping didn't think there was anything special about Feng Heng. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that in just 3 days, Feng Heng had already maxed out his necromancy from elementary to high tier. As a matter of fact, Feng Heng had not completely stopped his soul cultivation. He had left his zombie clone in the training ground to improve his soul control. Controlling the soul of a zombie clone didn't consume a lot of energy, and he could completely replenish it with his soul energy. Feng Heng was not in a hurry. In order to prevent advancing to the higher tier master necromancy and facing soul strength requirements, he might as well grind slowly and think of a way to grind all the attributes related to soul strength to SSS level. Not far away, the Chamber of Commerce was preparing to make the final preparations. Wendy and Elisa whispered a few words and walked over. Wendy looked a little solemn and nodded. Feng Heng, sorry to trouble you. I heard that the major chambers of commerce are very dissatisfied with you. Because of our relationship, they might harm you during this hunting day in the Frost Hell. They want to pursue me? When Feng Heng heard this, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. He had gone to the North District's Frost Hell to avoid trouble, and these people still wouldn't let him go. How much hatred do they have toward him? He had already promised not to lead a group in the future. Feng Heng smiled bitterly. Is there a need to be so ruthless? Elisa said, Feng Heng, the major chambers of commerce are already competing with us. Even without you, they would still attack our chamber of commerce during hunting day. You just happened to be in time, so they found a target to kill as an example to the others. We must be careful this time. 1434 Hunting Day. Wendy continued, there are a lot of materials and resources in Frost Hell. Many of them are extremely rare in Punos, and they are usually fought over by the major chambers of commerce. They are taking advantage of this opportunity to deal with us. Feng Heng, we will have 2 experienced guides to join your team. They have entered the Frost Hell dozens of times and are very experienced. Looking at Feng Heng, Elisa felt a little guilty. At first, she thought that she could use Feng Heng's strength to help the family's chambers of commerce a little, and she could also help Feng Heng. She did not expect things to develop too quickly, so Feng Heng encountered such great danger. Okay, I understand. Just guard against those people from the chambers of commerce. Feng Heng was ready. The zombie clone team and the liquor team were ready. Try not to cause trouble. However, if they really fought, he was not afraid of them. Thank you. Be careful. Wendy nodded and thanked Feng Heng. Then, without saying anything more, she continued to call the chambers of commerce to make the final preparations before leaving. Cough cough, Feng Heng. After the others left, Zheng Yuping coughed lightly and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng saw the strange look on Zheng Yuping's face and couldn't help but say, What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Actually. Zheng Yuping looked bitter and said, Actually, it's not just the chambers of commerce who want to deal with you during this hunting day. There's also a portion of the player teams. Player? Feng Heng was also shocked. He promised himself to keep a low profile during this period of time. When did he fall to the point where everyone hated him? How did I offend them? Do you still remember what happened at the Bone Graveyard? The few guilds that you messed with aren't very convinced. They might also make a move against you during this hunting day. There are also some who are secretly targeting our federation. There might be anti-federation forces involved. Feng Heng shrugged. That's it. Indeed, Zheng Yuping was right. At this point, it didn't matter if there was one more or one less. Northern Frost Hell. Halfway to the Frost Fortress of the Undead City, the cold wind kept whistling. Feng Heng's physique was extraordinary, and it was not a problem for him to rely on his physical fitness to endure it. The mages and scholars in the team couldn't hold on any longer. The team moved very slowly. The team only arrived at Frost Fortress when night fell. Why isn't there a teleportation passage in the Undead City of Frost Hell? You didn't build a mage tower. Feng Heng was curious as he sized up the large fortress in front of him. It would not take much effort to build a mage teleportation tower. If he had enough resources, he would be able to help build one very quickly. Unfortunately, the entire Frost Fortress was so powerful that not a single mage tower was built, forcing the entire team to rush over. We've complained about this more than once. Maybe there's some reason that we have no choice. Kming chimed in, and the security of Frost Fortress is exceptionally tight. That city lord is also very strange. Feng Heng raised his head and looked ahead. Indeed, there was a long queue of people entering the city. All goods entering the city had to be carefully inspected before they were allowed to enter the city. The Rand Chamber of Commerce was also like this. After queuing for more than half an hour, the team finally entered the city. The Frost Hell Hunting Day was held at a fixed time every month. Many player teams and local NPC teams would come to Frost Fortress to participate. There was no lack of people who were interested in the rewards given by the city lord. Some of them were here to gain experience, and most of them were here to obtain the materials and rare treasures of Frost Hell. During this period of time, the city was always prosperous. The major chambers of commerce had set up in the city in advance, and private owners could be seen setting up stalls on both sides of the main road. Most of them were selling some goods prepared for hunting day. After the hunting day ended, the various chambers of commerce began to purchase all kinds of materials from Frost Hell. The Rand Chamber of Commerce also had a small warehouse in the city. They had already prepared materials for everyone in advance. After resting for a while in the warehouse, the team prepared to set off for the Frost Hell. The entrance to Frost Hell was not far from the city. In fact, the entrance was directly connected to the north gate of Frost Fortress. Soon, Fang Heng followed the team to the north gate. Looking from afar, he saw a large stretch of mountains. The entire mountain range was covered in a layer of white mist. The mountain range was surrounded by a thick metal wall. Necromancy attendants in grey robes could be seen at regular intervals on the metal city walls. These attendants seemed to be guarding. Fang Heng frowned. He suddenly had a strange feeling. It seemed that this fortress was built to protect Frost Hell. Everyone, take a break. The hunting day will start after dark. There's about half an hour left. The guide interrupted Fang Heng's thoughts. The team found an empty space nearby to rest. There were many teams that came to participate in the hunting day. There were also mercenary teams and chambers of commerce teams gathered nearby. A total of 55 people from the Federation and the Rand Chamber of Commerce had entered the Frost Hell. Apart from the 12 people from the Federation, the rest were guards and guides brought by the Rand Chamber of Commerce. According to the guide in the Chambers of Commerce, the Frost Hell was abnormally dangerous. Moreover, many of the passages could only be passed by one person. If the number of people in a party exceeded a certain level, it would become bloated. It would be difficult for the leader to worry about them, and they would be more likely to encounter danger. Based on past experience, it was best to act in small to medium-sized teams of 10 to 15 people. A team of more than 20 people would be a little difficult, and their movements would be hindered. Thus, the party had discussed beforehand that they would enter the Frost Hell together at first, and then split into two teams after they entered deeper. The Rand Chamber of Commerce had already found a relatively large resource point in advance and was preparing to enter the Frost Hell to collect materials. The two sides had agreed on some emergency distress signals so that they could provide each other with timely support in case of danger. Taking advantage of the break, Zheng Yuping went to discuss a few details with Wendy, the leader of the Rand Chamber of Commerce. Soon, the moon descended. The metal gate in front of them opened. In an instant, a white frost that could be seen with the naked eye seeped out of the door. The cold air spread. Everyone gathered at the entrance couldn't help but shiver and shrink their necks. The people from the Federation and the Chambers of Commerce began to pour resistance potions into their mouths. Fang Heng also felt that something was wrong. There was a cold aura in the cold air. The aura seeped into his body and invaded his sea of consciousness. However, the cold aura was quickly dissolved by the soul strength in his sea of consciousness. 1435 Entering the arena. It seems that the training during this period of time has been effective. As Fang Heng thought about it, a game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has been affected by the environment Frost Hell. The player's current soul strength is higher than A level, immune to this negative effect. Ding! As the player enters the current environment, the effect of the Frost Hell may increase. Please be careful. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint. Previously, the Federation had given him a few bottles of high-level potion to resist the cold aura. Now, it seemed that there was no need. In front, the teams began to line up to enter the arena. This was not Zheng Yuping's first time entering Frost Hell, so he was very familiar with the place. Seeing that the team had started to move, he waved his hand and said, "We will follow them and prepare to set off." Yes. Fang Heng nodded and followed the federal team led by Zheng Yuping into the Frost Hell. The merchants and teams that had just started to enter the narrow passage were crowded together behind the metal door in large numbers. They could not be separated. Fang Heng's team followed behind the main group and did not even encounter any undead creatures in Frost Hell. Very soon, many forks appeared in front of them, and the group began to become sparse. After walking for a while, Elisa and Wendy followed Fang Heng. Wendy said in a low voice, "Mr. Fang Heng, we will go to the collection area in the periphery of the Frost Hell to look for a special medicinal material called ice crystal flower. We have received news that there are ice crystal flowers blooming in that area." "Yes, I will follow the federal team deeper. There are creatures gathering in that area, and very few teams approach. We will try to farm for supplies there." Fang Heng and Wendy had communicated earlier and knew that the Rand Chamber of Commerce was going to the less dangerous areas to collect some materials. The goals of both sides were different. Wendy gestured behind her. A few subordinates of the Rand Chamber of Commerce worked together to move a wooden box that was more than 2 meters long over. "What is this?" Some time ago, the Chamber of Commerce found a broken green crystal soul stone while cleaning up the warehouse. The soul stone has a special property that can hide the aura of life and reduce the attack of nearby soul creatures. We've tried it a few times and it's very effective against the undead creatures in the Frost Hell. Take it with you and avoid unnecessary trouble on the way. Yes, it's cumbersome. It's a little inconvenient to transport it. Fang Heng stepped forward and opened the wooden box to take a look. There was a light green stone in the box. The stone was huge and looked very heavy. It seemed to have been hit by some impact, and its round surface was covered with cracks. Fang Heng tried to touch the stone. The game hint immediately appeared. Ding! The player has obtained an unknown item. Item: Soul Crystal with cracks. Broken. Level: Unidentified broken special item large. Description: A light green crystal. You can feel the broken soul aura from it. Description: Carrying this item can shield a large area of soul power and life aura, greatly reducing the probability of being attacked by undead creatures, only effective on normal units, partially effective on elite units. Description: This item has some unknown effects. The player does not possess any related skills. Unable to obtain more information. Description: A special item, cannot be stored in the backpack. Description: This item is relatively heavy. If your constitution is higher than 200, you can carry it by yourself and suffer an additional 70% movement speed penalty. If your constitution is higher than 100, 2 people can carry it and suffer an additional 50% movement speed penalty. If multiple people carry it, your movement speed will be reduced depending on your constitution. Feng Heng looked at the stone's attributes and shook his head. He finally understood. It was probably a tool that could conceal one's aura. After using it, it could shield the surrounding aura from the attacks of undead creatures. The item was not bad. It could avoid attacks from others. However, the negative effects of this thing were too troublesome. Not only did it require several people to move it, but it also directly reduces the movement speed. To Feng Heng, it was completely useless. No need, you guys can keep it. This crystal can hide your aura, so it's more useful to you. Moreover, it's not convenient for us to carry it around. Wendy didn't insist. She thought for a while and called the steward of the Chamber of Commerce. Soon, another person came up with a small box. This piece is relatively small and suitable for carrying. It was cut off from a large stone during our previous research. The effect is much worse and can only be used by one person. Opening the box, there was a small green crystal inside. Item: Soul Crystal with cracks. Broken. Feng Heng took a look. There was a slight difference between the mission description and the description of the large crystal. The range of effect was only effective on a single person, and it could only be used on ordinary undead creatures. The only advantage was that it could be directly put into the backpack. Unfortunately, after putting it into his backpack, it still had a 10% movement speed reduction negative effect. Okay, I will take it. You guys be careful on the way. Feng Heng took the soul stone and passed it to Kming for safekeeping. Soon, under the guide's guidance, the two teams completely separated and headed in 2 different directions. Feng Heng and the federal team gradually separated from the main force that entered Frost Hell. Along the way, faint white souls gradually began to appear on the road. Zheng Yuping stopped when he saw the enemy and made a combat gesture. Feng Heng observed from afar. The frozen vengeful spirit. A special creature that resides in the Frost Hell. The vengeful spirit was surrounded by a layer of cold air that was visible to the naked eye. Without waiting for Feng Heng to continue observing, the Federation team launched an attack ahead of time. Whoosh! Show! Several black spears pierced the frozen vengeful spirit. The black spear was a great counter to the frozen vengeful spirit. After being hit, there would be a 3 seconds done. After 5 or 6 long spears pierced its body, the frozen vengeful spirit exploded in front of them, leaving behind sparkling eyes shards. While they were on their way, Zheng Yuping introduced the key points of the Frost Hell operation to Feng Heng. To put it simply, it was to farm for monsters. In Frost Hell, a special type of soul ice crystal would drop after killing monsters. The city lord of the undead city was purchasing these soul ice crystals. The player could use ice crystals to exchange points and other items. After accumulating a certain amount of points, they could exchange them for the brilliant crystal. However, his points would be emptied every 3 months, so it was difficult to accumulate a large number of points over a long period of time to exchange for high-tier brilliant crystals. The undead life forms in Frost Hell have all been affected by the undead aura and have mutated. Their attacks will be accompanied by a considerable degree of soul attacks and frost freezing attributes. There are 2 types of undead life forms that are most commonly seen here. One is the frozen vengeful spirit, and the other is the ice bones. Both of them have a single attack method, and neither of them has long-range attacks. 1436 Mountain Stream. Feng Heng listened to Zheng Yuping's explanation and summarized the situation. Farming monsters. Earning points. Go all out. Feng Heng rubbed his fists. Zheng Yuping glanced at Feng Heng from the corner of his eye. In the past, every time the Frost Hell opened, they would grind at a fixed leveling spot. Every time they fought with all their might, they would obtain a Tier 5 brilliant crystal. There was still a huge gap between them and a Tier 6 brilliant crystal, but it was already an incredible achievement. This time, with Feng Heng's help, they wanted to challenge and obtain 3 Tier 5 brilliant crystals. To be safe, they had to first see Feng Heng's actual strength. After all, they had always known that Feng Heng was very strong and could control a large number of zombie creatures. In just a few days, he had even helped the Rand Chamber of Commerce earn a large sum of money and easily offended a large number of chambers of commerce. In short, it was not something that normal people could do. However, no one had seen Feng Heng's actual combat situation, so they could not help but feel a little uneasy. Half an hour later, Zheng Yuping brought Feng Heng through the rugged mountain passage and into the depths of frost hell. Not there yet. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint and said, "Let's find a place with more monsters and fewer people." "Yes, we will be there soon." This time, we found a special location with very few people. In order to avoid trouble during the farming process, Zheng Yuping agreed with Feng Heng's suggestion to choose a place with fewer people to set up a farming route in advance. Feng Heng was a little anxious. He had calculated the time and ordered the zombie clones to commit suicide. Along the way, the path between the mountains was extremely rugged and dangerous. Even the lickers had a hard time walking, let alone the zombie clones. At least half of the zombie clones summoned would die halfway. "It's just ahead." As he spoke, Zheng Yuping pried open the tree branches blocking the road and pointed at a mountain stream in front of him. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and sized up the mountain stream shrouded in thick fog. There was originally a stream in front of them, but it had been completely frozen. In front of the stream was a mountain stream, and it was scattered with white skeletal creatures. Looking closely at the back of the mountain stream, there was still a large area behind that was somewhat unclear. It seemed that there were a large number of ice bones and frozen vengeful spirits inside. This was a great chance. This terrain was excellent. The beginning of the mountain stream area was a little narrow, but after passing through this section of the road, the area in the mountain stream was extremely wide and flat. It was very suitable for large-scale creatures to take action. The terrain of the exit was also very suitable. If they encountered any danger, they only needed to send a large number of zombie clones to block the entrance of the mountain stream. At that time, a large number of undead creatures would be blocked inside. "Feng Heng, how is it? I found this place according to your request. There's hardly anyone nearby. Are you satisfied?" "Not bad." Feng Heng nodded in satisfaction. The location that the people from the Federation found was quite reliable. He could let the zombie clones try to farm a wave of undead creatures in Frost Hell to see how strong they were. "Let's go." "Good." Zheng Yuping immediately took the lead and led the federal team to jump down from the 4-meter-high platform. They quickly walked across the frozen ice. Before they even entered the mountain stream, the surrounding frozen vengeful spirits and ice bones were attracted by the aura of living people. The members of the federal team were already prepared. They immediately used their soul lances to deal with the few wandering frozen vengeful spirits around them. The use of the soul lance was a skill that could be learned after advancing to an intermediate necromancer. It had an added bonus when dealing with spiritual creatures. In order to farm monsters, everyone in Zheng Yuping's party recorded this skill through the Book of the Dead. In order to be in time for hunting day, Feng Heng did not have the time to record a batch of skills after leveling up to high-tier necromancy. According to Zheng Yuping, he still had to spend time doing the prerequisite missions and points to record skills in Punos. It was a bit late in the game. Feng Heng took out the dagger of sin in his hand and dashed forward to attack a frozen vengeful spirit. TSK. The dagger slashed across the frozen vengeful spirit's body. Ho! The blue light exploded and cut a blue hole in the frozen vengeful spirit's body. Feng Heng frowned. The frozen vengeful spirit was stronger than normal vengeful spirits. Moreover, he had lost the help of the Black Soul Lock, so he could not kill it in one hit. Whoosh! A cold aura whistled past Feng Heng's eyes. Feng Heng dodged the vengeful spirit's attack agilely and swung his dagger again. PFFT. Kai Kai Kai. After 2 consecutive attacks, the frozen vengeful spirit exploded in the air. The game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! Player has killed the frozen vengeful spirit. You have obtained 120 survival points, 1 piece of broken soul ice crystal. Not bad. The efficiency of killing was not low. The dagger had an added bonus to the soul body. However, dealing with those ice bones was a little troublesome. Feng Heng thought about it and quickly waved his dagger. After taking care of 3 approaching frozen vengeful spirits, he retreated. He looked at the frozen vengeful spirits and ice bones that were slowly gathering from afar and could not help but think about how to deal with them. In his current situation, even if he relied on a large number of zombie clones, it would be difficult for him to farm monsters quickly. They could still rely on their numbers to suppress the bones, but against the undead that was immune to physical attacks, they were a little restrained. He could switch to the sacred study state and add weapon blessing to the claws of the zombie clone to make its physical attacks effective on the soul body, but he lacked equipment and could not cast weapon blessing on the claws in batches. The weapon blessing's duration was short, and he had to release the skills one by one. It was too slow. The efficiency of farming monsters could not increase either. Feng Heng had come with the intention of farming the highest level tier 7 crystals. He had always been used to farming monsters quickly, so he was naturally reluctant to farm monsters slowly like normal players. The crowd did not know what Fang Heng was thinking, but seeing Fang Heng kill 3 frozen vengeful spirits with just a few moves, they could not help but admire him and nod their heads secretly. Zheng Yuping saw this and was happy in his heart. This wave was going to be a success. With Fang Heng's current strength, he could easily obtain 2 Tier 5 brilliant crystals by the end of the competition. After all, he was a world lord, he was strong. Not to mention anything else, just this move alone crushed them by more than 10 roads. While Fang Heng was pondering, Zheng Yuping's team quickly cleared a small piece of empty space in the surroundings and then gathered to set up a small bonfire. Phew! The soul fire burned in the bonfire, dispelling the negative effect of the soul freeze on the players in the area. Zheng Yuping nodded to Fang Heng and asked, Fang Heng, how is it? Is this area okay? There are no resource points in the vicinity, so very few people would pass by. 1437 increase in efficiency. Yes. Fang Heng was still thinking about how to increase the efficiency of farming monsters. He was a little absent-minded. When he heard Zheng Yuping's words, he couldn't help but raise his head and nod. Alright. That's good. Let's hurry up and start. First, think of a way to clear the passage leading to the mountain stream in front. Yes. Zheng Yuping waved his hand to signal the team to move out. Kai. TSK. The player team immediately adjusted their formation and shot out arrows with Midweth. In addition to the Soul Lance skill, the Federal team was also equipped with Midweth arrows that were specially used to deal with the frozen vengeful spirits. There was a limit to the number of arrows, but the attack range was more than 10 times longer than the Soul Lance. It consumed less spirit power and could be recycled. A portion of the spirits and skeletal creatures that were entrenched in the mountain stream was attracted by the arrow attacks. The small area around him started to move and quickly approached the Federation players. Fang Heng glanced at the game notification again. The zombie clones still had some time to revive. He would try again and see if the vengeful spirits have any weaknesses. Facing the oncoming frozen vengeful spirits, Fang Heng lifted his dagger of sin and stepped forward again. The dagger of sin's soul had been attached to its body, providing it with powerful melee combat abilities. It even had various martial arts techniques that were free to use. Fang Heng's physical attributes were far superior to the average player of the same generation. He could easily meet the basic conditions for the use of various physical skills. With Fang Heng's help, the scattered undead creatures that were attracted to the team were wiped out before they could even get close. The Federal team player quickly discovered a fact. Zheng Yuping's team used arrows to lure monsters from afar, while Fang Heng continued to attack from the front. Kming felt great. This was just the first cooperation between the Federation and Fang Heng. One person was more powerful than their entire team. He just didn't know how long Fang Heng's stamina was, and how long he could keep farming monsters like this. The Federal team couldn't maintain their peak condition for continuous battles. In order to ensure their safety, they would need half an hour to recover after half an hour of continuous battles. Suddenly, Zheng Yuping, who was commanding the battle, saw Fang Heng stop the pace of the battle in the distance and made a hand gesture to him. It's only been 5 minutes and he's already done? That's not right. Looking at him, he should still have some energy left. Did Fang Heng discover something? Zheng Yuping was suspicious. He raised his hand and signaled for the team to stop for a while. He walked over to Fang Heng and asked, How do you feel? Are you okay? Yes, I am alright. Fang Heng had deliberately exposed a few flaws to test the strength of the ice bones and the frozen vengeful spirits. Fortunately, he could still withstand it with the powerful recovery ability of the undying body. The problem was that the long swords and sabers used by the ice bones were covered in a layer of ice soul aura. Ice soul attacks could cause additional soul damage, which could break through the effect of the undying body and cause death. The more troublesome frozen vengeful spirit was a vengeful spirit creature. All its attacks were soul attacks that could completely kill his zombie clones. Therefore, Fang Heng made some adjustments to the battle plan after a short period of observation. Fang Heng confirmed with Zheng Yuping again, Is this area safe? Zheng Yuping was stunned for a moment. He looked around vigilantly, thinking that Fang Heng was hinting at something. He lowered his voice and asked, Did you notice someone following us? No. That's good. Zheng Yuping heaved a sigh of relief and continued, Then it should be quite safe. I chose this area. There are more undead creatures here, and it's deeper into the frost hell. Fang Heng nodded, Alright, let's adjust our combat methods and increase our efficiency. Zheng Yuping was stunned and asked subconsciously, Do you have a more efficient method? Yes. Fang Heng pointed at a few high platforms in front of him and said, Get a few of your men to guard them carefully. Be careful not to let outsiders approach. The rest of you gather here and think of a way to deal with the vengeful spirits first. Zheng Yuping heard Fang Heng's words and couldn't help but feel a little strange. He could tell that Fang Heng's melee ability dealt extra damage to the vengeful spirit, but it was a little weaker against the ice bones. Should they all focus on dealing with the frozen vengeful spirits? What's the point of this arrangement? What should he do with the remaining ice bones? Alright. Zheng Yuping was a little confused, but he still waved his hand to signal the team to do as Fang Heng said. He let his men occupy a few high observation positions and then confirmed with Fang Heng, "Is that all? What's next?" "Yes, that's enough. That's all for now. You guys retreat a little and leave the rest to me." Fang Heng didn't mean to joke around. His face was serious. "What? Just this?" Zheng Yuping was even more confused. The people from the Federation did not know what Fang Heng was going to do. They all listened to his instructions and retreated. At the same time, they cast a puzzled look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng took 2 steps forward and extended his hand. Then, everyone heard the sound of a crack. The Federation players who were standing on the high ground also looked at Fang Heng curiously. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, dense cracks appeared on the gray frozen soil around Fang Heng's feet. Kai. TSK TSK. Green-gray palms stretched out from the ground. At the same time, red spiraling magic rays appeared beside Fang Heng. Whoosh. 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 The scarlet liquor was the first to fly out from the magic ray. Following that, a dense group of zombies crawled out of the ground. Zheng Yuping's pupils constricted, and he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with excitement. Zombies. Fang Heng's innate skill, zombie control. A terrifying S-level talent ability. To be able to become a world lord in just half a year and control the entire vampire apocalypse, the zombie control skill played a huge role. In the Federation, it was even rated as a talent beyond S-level strength. Regarding Fang Heng's innate ability, there were currently 2 different voices within the federal team. Many experts believed that the zombie control talent was extremely terrifying in elementary games, but once it entered the middle and advanced stages, the practicality of the skill would greatly decrease. After all, the zombie's individual combat ability was too low. After entering the advanced game stage, they would lose their advantage. Zheng Yuping had doubts about this analysis. Just based on what Fang Heng had shown, he would be able to crush most players in the mid-tier game world. 1438 Brand Kaikai. A large number of zombies gathered at the same spot, and the liquors that came out of the magic array followed Fang Heng as they flew forward, pouncing on the ice bones. Zheng Yuping immediately understood Fang Heng's intentions. They would use liquors to deal with the ice bones, leaving them to deal with the frozen vengeful spirits. After confirming the target, Zheng Yuping immediately waved his hand and gave the order. "Don't just stand there. Attack. Help him." Yes. The federal team immediately moved to deal with the frozen vengeful spirits. The entire mountain was filled with the ice bones and frozen vengeful spirits, and the ratio was about 7 to 3. The number of frozen vengeful spirits was relatively fewer. Fang Heng was not in a hurry. He consciously maintained the battle rhythm and relied on the advantage of the terrain to lure the monsters wave by wave. They maintained a rhythm of numbers against numbers, relying on the advantage of numbers to suppress the enemies. Fang Heng's body moved back and forth among the group of vengeful spirits, continuously harvesting the lives of the frozen vengeful spirits. He would occasionally retreat to rest. Zheng Yuping was commanding from the side, but at the same time, he was secretly shocked. He realized that the intelligence department of the Federation was several versions behind in their information on Fang Heng's innate skill. The strength of zombies was much higher than what he had seen in the documents. Even when faced with high-tier ice bones, they could still cause damage. The key was endurance. With the help of the zombie team, the efficiency of the entire party in killing monsters had more than doubled. At this rate, he would definitely be able to get 2 Tier 5 brilliant crystals. There was even a chance to get a Tier 6 crystal. After all, with a group of meat shields in front, the Federation players did not have much to do. They could easily follow behind and attack the frozen vengeful spirits. He only focused on dealing with damage, so his efficiency had also increased. If he had known that Fang Heng was so strong, he would have brought more people over to greatly increase the efficiency of farming monsters. The problem now was the frozen vengeful spirits. Because the zombies and liquor could not cause any damage to the soul, their farming efficiency was greatly limited. What should he do? Looking at Fang Heng constantly shuttling through a large number of frozen vengeful spirits, Zheng Yuping was silent and slowly fell into deep thought. He felt like he had overlooked something. "Captain, I have an idea." Kuming walked over and whispered something into Zheng Yuping's ear. Zheng Yuping's eyes lit up when he heard Kuming's thoughts. "That's right. Wasn't there still this?" Zheng Yuping patted Kuming's shoulder and praised, "You rascal, you got something." Kuming scratched his head in embarrassment and said happily, "Captain? Is my idea okay?" I am not sure about the requirements for the skill yet, but we've learned that Fang Heng's soul strength is astonishing. He might meet the requirements. I will go and discuss it with him. Well, it's good that I can help. You have been of great help. No matter what, this would be good to increase efficiency. Zheng Yuping then waved at Fang Heng, signaling him to come over for a discussion. Fang Heng was still farming monsters when he noticed Zheng Yuping's movements. He quickly came to Zheng Yuping's side and scanned his surroundings. What's going on? Is someone nearby? No, it's not that. Zheng Yuping waved his hand and looked at Fang Heng expectantly. He tried to ask, Fang Heng, I remember that when we were at the Rand Chamber of Commerce's banquet, you obtained a skill book for bone summoning, right? Fang Heng was surprised at first, but then he immediately thought of the skill he had obtained from the Rand Chamber of Commerce not long ago. He immediately understood and turned to look at the ice bones behind him. You mean to use the summoning skill? That's right. Ming, who had just suggested this idea, couldn't help but slap his thigh and say excitedly, Fang Heng, the undead bones are also skeletal creatures. Don't look at them just because they're just skeletons. They're not weak, and they're even stronger than the sea of bones in the bone graveyard. Zheng Yuping also nodded and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, the bones summoning skill you obtained is very high level. You can even control the bone dragon, so it won't be a problem for you to control the ice bones. The ice soul slaying blade in the ice bones hand can work on the vengeful spirits. If we can control the ice bones, then we have a way to deal with the frozen vengeful spirits. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows, and his mind began spinning. That's right. With the help of the bone summoning skill, he could think of a way to leave a brand on the ice bones and control them to fight for him. Then, he would use the controlled ice bones to deal with the frozen vengeful spirits. Closed loop. That makes sense. Why didn't he think of it just now? Fang Heng nodded immediately and said, all right. I will try. Whoosh. Fang Heng was eager to try out his new skill. He immediately turned his head and quickly approached the front. He arrived in front of one of the ice bones that was waving the ice soul slaying blade. The surrounding zombie clones were controlled by Fang Heng, and they all rushed towards Fang Heng, blocking the ice bones in the middle and reducing its range of movement. The ice bones realized that it was an enemy, so it waved the ice soul blade in its hand with all its might, continuously slashing at the vines that were attacking from all directions. The vines that had been frozen by the ice soul slaying blade lost their toughness and were easily cut off. However, there were too many vine zombies surrounding it. Tiny vines extended out of the zombie clone's body and bound the ice bones tightly in a short while. Fang Heng stood not far away from the ice bones. He slowly raised his hand. Skill bone summoning. His spiritual energy was activated. A dark aura that was visible to the naked eye seeped out from Fang Heng's palm and quickly spread forward until it completely enveloped the ice bones. A line of game notifications appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player is using the bone summoning skill to brand its soul. The skill is being guided. Please maintain your skill guide status. Any movement, attack, casting, or being attacked will interrupt the status. The ice bones that was wrapped by the dark aura was temporarily stimulated and immediately fell into a violent state. The blue flames in its pupils accelerated and danced wildly in its hand. Fang Heng frowned. The bones summoning skill required time to be channeled, and the target would be stimulated and struggle crazily. It was much harder than he had imagined. Fortunately, the ice bones could not use its flying skills. It was surrounded by more than 30 vine zombie clones, and it could not use large-scale skills. It could only be blocked in the middle. After waiting for a full 2 minutes, the ice-cold blue flames in the eyes of the ice bone suddenly extinguished. Ding! Skill guidance successful. Authentication successful. The player has successfully branded the soul of the ice bones. Whoosh! The red soul fire burned in the pupils of the ice bones again. 1439 mode. At the same time, Fang Heng clearly felt a tiny light spot in his sea of consciousness. Through the connection of this light spot, he could easily control the movements of the ice bones and summon them remotely through his mental strength. In other aspects, the way he controlled the bones was not much different from controlling the zombie clones. He could directly use his mental strength to control them. Go. Fang Heng sensed the light spots in his sea of consciousness and tried to point forward. The zombie clones who were gathering around the ice bones moved backward. Whoosh! After the ice bones was freed, it immediately took a step forward and attacked a frozen vengeful spirit with its saber. Whoosh! It accelerated for a short time at close range and swung its ice soul-slaying blade, bringing with it the sound of air breaking. TSK. A gash appeared on the frozen vengeful spirit's body. We succeeded. Did you see that? Kming clapped his hands excitedly when he saw Fang Heng switch sides with the ice bones. He could not help but shout excitedly. Zheng Yuping was also secretly shocked by Fang Heng's terrifying ability. He actually succeeded in one try. The bone's summoning skill was extremely powerful and could even control high-level ice bones. However, it was said that the success rate was very low. Zheng Yuping was different from Kming. He considered the problem more comprehensively. Even so, he felt that the skill of summoning the bones was still not enough. The biggest problem was that the difficulty of soul branding was too high, and the efficiency of branding was too low. The skill channeling time was too long. With this little bit of time, Feng Heng could have killed several vengeful creatures. What was even more troublesome was that he had to consider the subsequent success rate of the branding and the ability of the controlled ice bones to continue fighting. It was more like a consumable. Zheng Yuping suddenly laughed at himself. He felt that his expectations were too high. Could it really be a perpetual motion machine? After staying with Feng Heng for a few days, his horizons also become higher. In fact, only a talented player like World Lord Feng Heng could rely on zombies to help him complete the soul brand. For ordinary players, using this skill was too difficult. Recruiting ice bones had already increased their farming efficiency. Captain, look, what is World Lord Feng Heng doing? Zheng Yuping was deep in thought when he suddenly heard Kming's exclamation. He couldn't help but look up in the direction that Kming was pointing. What was that? Zheng Yuping was shocked. The zombies with the vine entanglement ability once again surrounded the ice bones. And this time, the person who was standing in front of the ice bones and casting the skill was not Feng Heng himself, but a controlled zombie. A dark aura? The zombie clone vibe kept leaking out from its palm, slowly enveloping the ice bones. Zheng Yuping's pupils contracted as he turned his head and stared at Feng Heng. What was going on? Zombies. Zheng Yuping's eyes were filled with extreme shock. His zombies could also use skills? Feng Heng stood not far away, his expression normal. Soul branding required mental strength and soul power. All along, zombie clones did not have the option of having mental strength, which was why Feng Heng had miscalculated that zombies did not have the ability to cast spells. But in reality, it was not impossible to actively cast spells, but the restrictions were very big. He needed to spend mental strength to control them one by one. Normal small skills that consumed less than 5 points of mental strength were not difficult to control. Once it exceeded 10 points, it became troublesome and required a single spiritual energy to control. Spells that consumed more than 20 points would require Feng Heng to concentrate on controlling them, and the success rate would be greatly affected after controlling them. As for higher level spells, spells that consumed more than 30 points could not be used. The mental strength of the soul brand skill was very weak. Therefore, the zombie clone could also use the soul brand. Feng Heng tried to control the vine zombies to bind the ice bones tightly. A long channeling bar appeared above the heads of the zombie clones behind them, and they began to brand the ice bones with their souls. Feng Heng could feel the soul power in his sea of consciousness being drained at an extremely fast speed. Although the zombie clone didn't need to consume its mental strength, it could share the consumption of its soul power. It could only be used on Feng Heng's main body. At the same time, the soul brand was being carried out, and the soul force of Feng Heng's main body was rapidly weakening. Feng Heng frowned and charged into the midst of the frozen vengeful spirits again. He relied on the dagger of sin in his hand to kill the vengeful spirits and recover his soul power. The 2 minutes of skill channeling time passed, and dense game prompts appeared on Feng Heng's retina again. Ding! Comprehensive authentication failed. The player's zombie clone successfully branded the target, ice bones. Ding! Overall judgment. The player's zombie clone successfully defeated the target, ice bones. Feng Heng frowned again. Perhaps due to some restrictions, the success rate of using zombie clones as a medium was not as high as he had imagined. It was only less than 25%. But it was enough. Swoosh! In an instant, 3 red soul flames emerged from the pupils of the ice bones. Feng Heng controlled the ice bones that had been branded by his soul and quickly joined the battlefield. The vine zombie clones continued to use the vines to capture and bind the ice bones, while the remaining ordinary zombie clones continued to use the soul brand to speed up the recruitment of companions. The ice bones were branded with soul marks one after another and were under Feng Heng's control. This set of assembly line-like operations stunned everyone from the Federation who was standing not far away. Kming opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. This was too awesome. Zheng Yuping's breathing became heavy. The creature controlled by Feng Heng could also use soul brand? Was this possible? In this way, what kind of terrifying chemical reaction could be produced when the bone summoning skill and Feng Heng's talent collided? The development of the matter was moving towards a path that Zheng Yuping had never imagined. In just 10 minutes, wave after wave of ice bones was controlled by Feng Heng under the influence of the soul brand, gradually joining the battlefield. Feng Heng gradually did not need the assistance of the Federation anymore. After the number of ice bones he recruited had reached 30, The damage dealt was enough to deal with the frozen vengeful spirit that was slowly surging out of the mountain stream. Fang Heng killed his way into the frozen vengeful spirits under the cover of the ice bones. He kept waving the dagger of sin in his hand, constantly finishing off the last attack, obtaining soul energy through killing. For a moment, the zombie clones and the team formed by the ice bones actually grasped the rhythm and slowly increased their speed to move toward the inner part of the mountain stream. 1440 Farm Captain, let's. Kming opened his mouth in shock. He knew that Fang Heng was very strong and terrifying. He had seen the zombie team controlled by Fang Heng before, but the scene in front of him still made him feel a sense of terror from the bottom of his heart. He had thought that the North District Ice Hell Hunting Day would be extremely dangerous. He didn't expect that after World Lord Fang Heng joined the battle, the game's mode seemed to change. After encountering a wave of undead creatures, the zombie army under Fang Heng's control did not weaken. Instead, it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yubing was equally shocked. With Fang Heng around, their speed of farming monsters was terrifying. Tier 6. If they continued to farm monsters at this speed, they might even have a chance to get a Tier 6 mutation crystal before the end. Suppressing his excitement, Zheng Yuping said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's go and say hello. Brothers, be careful, don't lose your guard. Let's follow and see what goes." Roger. As the number of ice bones controlled by the zombie clones behind Fang Heng increased, the team's killing speed also increased. 2 hours later, a large pile of ice bones had accumulated in the mountain area. There were about 600 to 700 of them. After a long battle, Fang Heng felt that his physical strength had greatly decreased, and his spirit was also extremely tired, so he retreated to take a break. "Fang Heng, well done." Zheng Yuping walked over and sat beside Fang Heng, handing him a bottle of high-intensity stamina and spirit recovery potions. Currently, Zheng Yuping's team could no longer help in the battle. They might as well scatter around the periphery and patrol the players and NPC teams that they might encounter. This group of people was the hidden threat. Not bad. I need to rest. Fang Heng took the 2 bottles of potion and gulped them down. The risk in the battle was not high anymore. The controlled ice bones were already rolling like a snowball. Even if Fang Heng did not join in, he could continue to farm automatically by relying on the zombie clones and the ice bones. Of course, if he was willing to personally participate, his farming efficiency could continue to increase. Fang Heng glanced at the densely packed skeletal creatures in the mountain stream in front of him, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. With the Ice Soul Slash, the combat strength of the ice bones was even stronger than the bones they encountered in the bone graveyard. With the undead bone summoning skill, he could use this opportunity to accumulate a wave of ice bones. When he encountered danger, he could directly summon them to fight. Compared to the zombie clones, the ice bones were more like consumables that were only used in battle. However, they could be summoned directly as a skill and were more flexible than the zombie clones. In addition, during the battle, Fang Heng realized that his soul control and soul tenacity were still slowly increasing. "I've almost recovered. I'll continue." After resting for 5 minutes, Fang Heng nodded to Zheng Yuping and joined the battle again with the Dagger of Sin. "So fast?" Zheng Yuping looked at Fang Heng, who was beside him, and quickly disappeared into the mountain stream. He swallowed the words he was about to say to him. How long had he rested? His talent was already so terrifying, and he was still trying so hard. This kind of person did not give others a chance to catch up at all. Zheng Yuping watched as Fang Heng once again charged into the group of ice wraiths, and a thought arose in his mind. If it was Fang Heng, would he really be able to complete that impossible task? Kaming walked over and whispered into Zheng Yuping's ear, "Captain, the latest report from the offline team has arrived. There seems to be some movement from the NPC forces of several games during hunting day. I heard that they are coming for Fang Heng." Kaming saw that Zheng Yuping was staring at Fang Heng in a daze. He couldn't help but gently touch Zheng Yuping's shoulder and whispered, "Captain?" Zheng Yuping was still thinking about something. He turned around and asked, "What? What?" "It's the Rand Chamber of Commerce. We just received news that a few NPC teams seem to be coming for the Rand Chamber of Commerce. They might make a move on this hunting day. Fang Heng is very likely to be the target." Zheng Yuping looked behind him. The surroundings were heavily guarded. If anyone approached, they would be the first to notice and react. "Yes, continue to strengthen the alert. If they dare to come, they will be the unlucky ones." Zheng Yuping nodded and asked, "Are you still in contact with Boss?" Hearing Zheng Yuping change the topic, Kaming was stunned. "You mean Boss Jin?" "Yeah, I saw him from afar at the commendation ceremony 2 years ago. I called him to ask about him during the new year." Kaming didn't know why Zheng Yuping suddenly asked this, so he lowered his voice and said, "I don't have much contact with him either. Didn't he say that he was transferred to the special department in the past few years and that the level of confidentiality was very high? He even moved his house several times. Think of a way to contact the boss. I have a feeling that Boss Jin's talent mission is about to be completed. In the wee hours of the morning, the frost hell was covered in frost. Feng Heng retreated once again, gasping for breath. He took the rapid recovery potion from Kaming and gulped it down, quenching thirst. After the initial shock of seeing a large number of ice bones, Zheng Yuping's team members felt even more admiration for Feng Heng. 6 consecutive hours. That lunatic. Every time he came back, he would take a sip of the potion, rest for a few minutes, and then immediately join the battlefield to continue fighting. Right now, 99% of the entire mountain stream area had been cleared out by Feng Heng. Under the cold moonlight, the mountain stream was densely packed with white bones. There were more than 3,000 of them. Their eyes were filled with red soul fire. They were all soul brands that Feng Heng had carved. Feng Heng, you've almost reached your limit. Take a break. Using the potion continuously will put an extra burden on your body. It'll be very troublesome to recover. Zheng Yuping saw that Feng Heng was going to drink the potion again and could not help but go forward to persuade him. Also, we received news that a few people from the Chamber of Commerce are plotting to attack us. We need to preserve a portion of our physical strength in the face of dangers. Yes, all right. Feng Heng felt that it made sense. He nodded, put down the potion in his mouth, and temporarily withdrew from the battle. The battle between the zombie clones had almost reached the final stage. He could rest for a while and recover his body's resistance to the drug. Taking advantage of the rest period, Feng Heng closed his eyes again to sense the situation in his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was extremely vast. Other than the soul power that had fused with the sacred tree Abakia, there was a large number of stars gathering in one area. Those were the bones brand marks that he had used to brand them. 1,441 shady lines. The effect of the brand was not permanent. As time passed, the brand on the bones would slowly disappear. The duration was about a year. Once the brand disappeared, his control over the bones would also disappear completely. Therefore, he had to brand them every year. Feng Heng didn't think this would affect him much. It was fine if he threw away a slightly low-level skeletal creature. If he encountered a high-level one, it was not a big deal to brand it every year. After all, the zombie clones could do it for him. It was not difficult at all. Apart from that, there were more than 200,000 soul ice crystals in his backpack. The remaining materials, such as the cold marrow, accumulated resentment, and bones of hatred, which were dropped by the undead creatures after they died, could no longer be stored in his backpack. After zombie clones packed them up, they temporarily piled them up in the mountain stream. At that time, it would take a lot of effort to move all of them out. Taking advantage of his free time, Feng Heng asked Zheng Yuping, who was beside him. He wanted to know what it meant to get 200,000 soul ice crystals, and what level of brilliant crystal he could exchange for in the end. If you have more than 200,000 soul ice crystals, according to its different levels, you could probably get about 12 orange brilliant crystals. Zheng Yuping lowered his head and estimated. With excitement, he said, "This is an estimate. I can't guarantee that you can get exactly 12 orange brilliant crystals. It's best if you can get 2 million. That way, you'll be able to exchange for a red crystal." Hearing this, Feng Heng was stunned. It actually took 2 million soul ice crystals to exchange for a red crystal? Then why are you so excited? He thought. Feng Heng calmed himself down and continued to ask, "How many points do we need to exchange for a purple brilliant crystal?" 50 million. What? 50 million? Feng Heng was shocked. In the beginning, he had came to the Frost Hell to fight for the highest tier purple crystals. Wasn't it too far away from the target of 50 million? Yes, we've calculated that it's almost impossible to obtain the purple crystals just by getting crystals, unless we can complete some high difficulty missions and slay monsters. Feng Heng was even more disappointed. This was too difficult. The hunting day of Frost Hell would only last for a day. After more than 7 hours, he had only obtained 200,000 crystals. Feng Heng felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement to reach the fastest monster slaying efficiency. However, how should he increase the efficiency by 200 times? This gap was not something that could be achieved with hard work. It was related to many aspects. Feng Heng doubted if he could find so many undead creatures in the entire Frost domain to obtain soul ice crystals. It seemed that just slaying monsters was not enough. He had to combine the two methods. Feng Heng looked at Zheng Yuping and said seriously, "So, you guys have done some digging in advance on the high-level missions that the City Lord has issued, right? What is the highest level mission?" "Sigh, we've already done this countless times." Zheng Yuping took advantage of his free time to explain to Feng Heng. "Speaking of which, this matter is related to the undead storm in Punos. It's said that a long time ago, The world of Punos had yet to be occupied by necromancers. At that time, it was still a world that was being fought over. The Holy Court discovered a few huge shady lines in the depths of the Frost Hell and believed that the source of the undead storm in Punos was these shady lines. After that, we necromancers also noticed this world and had some friction with the Holy Court. After that, the Holy Court withdrew, and the necromancers obtained the final ownership of this world. Later, there were rumors that the Frost Fortress was built to protect these shady lines. Fang Hang frowned. Why was it related to the Holy Court? Fang Hang asked, so the current mission is also related to the shady line? Does the City Lord want to completely solve the problem of the shady line? Not exactly. The existence of the shady line is beneficial to us necromancers. Moreover, it's not our turn to completely solve such a difficult problem. Zheng Yuping shrugged and laughed at himself. Then, he continued, the specific mission is that the City Lord's ancestor once entered the depths of the shady line alone. Unfortunately, an accident happened, and he died under the shady line. If anyone can find the City Lord's ancestor's corpse and bring it back to the City Lord is willing to provide 30 million points as a reward. Fang Hang rubbed his chin. That was more like it. 30 million points was equivalent to 3/5 of the points he needed. It seemed that he had to start from the mission to get tier 7 brilliant crystals. Do you know the entrance to the shady line? Yes, I know too. Those two entrances are currently occupied by a few teams. If we want to go, I'm sure they will show the Federation some respect, but... Zheng Yuping looked at the large group of zombies not far away, his face darkening. How were they supposed to bring so many zombies over? He felt that it was better to be more discreet. The highest tier City Lord mission had existed ever since the existence of Punos. No one had been able to complete it for many years. Even if Fang Hang was very powerful, it would still take some time to investigate and prepare. It was impossible for him to complete it in just a day. It was better to think of a way to obtain a few more orange brilliant crystals. In fact, there are many entrances to shady lines hidden in the Frost Hell in the North District. As players have explored the Frost Hell over the years, more and more entrances to shady lines have been discovered. However, none of them have been revealed. We haven't explored this area too much either. Zheng Yuping reminded him, many people have explored the shady line before. The number and strength of the undead creatures wandering inside are higher than those in the outside world. It's very difficult to deal with them. Moreover, in the shady line, you will be affected by the negative effects of the higher level shady line aura. The difficulty of the mission is too high. Many teams are interested in purple brilliant crystals, so we decided to give up the mission temporarily after some research. Don't forget that there are still some people who are prepared to deal with us in the winter hell. Fang Hang stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Just by listening to Zheng Yuping's words, he could tell that the difficulty of the mission was extremely high. Fang Hang thought that he could go to the shady line first to take a look at the situation. As for zombie clones and the ice bones, it was difficult for them to move. They could temporarily stay in the mountain stream and spread out to slay monsters in the surrounding area. Thinking of this, Fang Hang raised his head again. It was strange. It had been a while, but why hadn't the rest of the monsters been cleared? Looking into the mountain stream carefully, Fang Hang saw that a large area behind the entire mountain stream passage had been completely cleared, but there were still frozen vengeful spirits and skeletal creatures emerging from a certain passage in the distance. Fang Hang was curious and could not help but stand up, searching in the direction where the frozen vengeful spirits and ice bones had emerged. Not far away, there was a hole in a stone wall. From time to time, there would be several ice bones coming out of the hole. 1442 The entrance. Fang Hang frowned and approached the cave entrance, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Zheng Yuping also brought his men and followed. Seeing Fang Hang's puzzled look, he could not help but raise his guard. He looked in the direction of the cave entrance a few more times and asked Fang Hang in a low voice, "Fang Hang, how is it? What's going on?" Something was wrong. Fang Hang sensed something. He stared at the inside of the cave, his eyes narrowed into slits. Holy aura? Fang Hang was very familiar with the holy aura. He was very sure that a faint holy aura was coming from the depths of the cave. It was too strange. Why was there a strange holy aura coming from the cave? And there were endless undead creatures coming out of it? The cave is a little strange. Be careful. Let's go in and investigate. Zheng Yuping's expression also became serious as he signaled for his team to follow him. All right. The entrance to the cave was very small, and it would be difficult to find it if the entire mountain stream was not cleared of undead creatures. Fang Hang controlled the lickers and the ice bones to lead the way. Everyone carefully followed behind and groped their way forward. At first, the narrow entrance could only allow one person to enter sideways. After that, as the passage ahead gradually widened, the area before them also gradually widened. The cave was separated by stone pillar rocks, and it seemed to be connected in all directions. Suddenly, everyone felt a cold aura assaulting them. The game hint on Feng Heng's retina refreshed again. Ding! The player has been affected by the environment, high-tier frost hell effect. The player's current soul strength is higher than S level, immune to this negative effect. The light of the soul fire dispelled the coldness in the surroundings and illuminated the surroundings. Be careful. Stimulated by the aura of living people, the frozen vengeful spirits continued to spill out from the surrounding rock walls. The ice bones also staggered out of the surrounding shadows. Feng Heng controlled the liquors and the ice bones to pounce forward. The federal team immediately gathered together to counterattack. Fortunately, the density of these vengeful spirits wasn't high, so the team easily dealt with them. Zheng Yuping looked around and seemed to sense something. He raised his head and reminded Feng Heng, "Feng Heng, we're pretty lucky. This is very likely one of the entrances to the Shady Line." Oh? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Zheng Yuping had mentioned that the Holy Court had tried to completely solve the problem of the Shady Line a long time ago. So the holy aura he sensed was related to the Shady Line? Feng Heng quickly sensed the direction of the aura and pointed to the right. He nodded and said, "Go. Over there. Be careful and follow me. Keep up." They walked around for nearly half an hour. The members of the federal team followed the ice bones controlled by Feng Heng and continued to explore the narrow cave passage. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from frozen vengeful spirits that suddenly overflowed from the rock walls. Kming was completely stunned. He opened the game log and frowned. In a special environment, the game did not give any hint about the map passage. He felt that the terrain around him was similar, as if he had been here before. He began to wonder if he had been walking around in circles all this time. Kming couldn't help but ask, "Lord Feng Heng, how much longer do we have to walk? Are we lost? I feel like I've been here before." "Yes, the route is roughly correct," Feng Heng replied after some thought, walking straight to a rock wall. Previously, he had been circling around the area of the fluctuation by relying on his perception of the holy power. His perception had clearly told him that he was very close to the location of the holy aura. It was nearby, but he had led the team around the surroundings several times, and he still could not find the entrance no matter how hard he tried. Therefore, it was very likely that his search route was wrong. There was no entrance at all. Feng Heng stood in front of the stone wall and sized it up for a moment. "Everyone, step back a little." Zheng Yuping's expression turned serious, and he immediately signaled his team to take a few steps back, leaving enough space for Feng Heng to use his skills. He could not care less at this moment. He believed that great strength would create miracles. Feng Heng raised his fist and punched the rock wall in front of him. Bang! There was a dull sound of hitting. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. His fist struck the rock wall, leaving a deep fist mark. The broken gravel brushed past Feng Heng's cheek. It was so hard. The wall was very thick and solid. That was right. The exact location of the fluctuation of the holy aura should be inside. However, there was a long distance between them. Feng Heng pondered and took 2 steps back. Zheng Yuping picked up the gravel on the ground and examined it in his hand before walking to Feng Heng. "Feng Heng, I think my judgment is correct. This is one of the entrances to the Shady Line. The stones here have become extremely hard after being invaded by the Shady Line. The real entrance is nearby. We have to look for it carefully. It's fine. There's no need. This area is just right. Let's change an easy way." Feng Heng looked at the rock wall in front of him and waved his hand. After searching for more than half an hour, his patience was almost worn out. He would use force. What did he mean? Zheng Yuping wondered. Under the confused gazes of Zheng Yuping and the Federation soldiers, the zombie clones behind them walked up one by one. The zombie clones stood in front of the rock wall, raised the pickaxes in their hands, and started digging. Bang! Bang! Immediately, the sound of knocking and digging rang out in the passage. Zheng Yuping silently shut his mouth and retreated. Right, Lord Feng Heng still had this plan, he thought. It was also like this back at the bone graveyard. Everyone on the federal team reacted. As the cave was relatively small, Feng Heng had chosen the largest open space and the largest rock wall to excavate. Even so, there were only 20 to 30 zombie clones that could squeeze into a row and dig. A moment later, the zombie clones dug a hole in the wall. The narrow terrain and the hardness of the rock walls had brought great obstacles to the excavation, so the excavation efficiency was very slow. After waiting for a good hour, Kming heard the sound of rocks falling from the depths of the passage. It's here. When the surrounding players heard this voice, their eyes lit up and they immediately gathered around. Yes, let's go. Feng Heng looked at the game log and led the way into the newly dug passage. After following the passage for more than 10 meters, a relatively large cave appeared behind them. Feng Heng was the first to step inside. There was no entrance to the cave, and the surrounding walls were covered in dense rune marks. Zheng Yuping followed Feng Heng into the cave. He looked up and around, and his face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. 1443 Holy Spike. It seems that this area is one of the entrances to the Shady Line. The special rune on the surrounding walls can offset a portion of the ore leaking out of the Shady Line. Feng Heng also observed the rune and frowned. Yes, it's a special rune mark that belongs to the Holy Court. From the information we've gathered, the Holy Court had once thought of completely sealing the Shady Line and purifying the world of Punos. However, the Sacred Court seemed to have failed with the Necromancer Association intervening. They left Punos completely, but there's no telling what exactly happened. Ming noticed something and pointed to the corner of the cave. Look over there. What's that on the ground? In the corner of the cave was a circle like a magic array. A circle of spikes was nailed onto the outer circle. Feng Heng turned his gaze to the magic array. The holy aura he had sensed earlier was coming from the surroundings of the magic array. But what exactly was this thing? This seems to be. Zheng Yuping felt that he had some recollection of this place. As he spoke, he slowly approached the circle of magic array. Suddenly, the silver spikes that had been nailed into the ground began to flicker and crackle. Zheng Yuping immediately felt an electric shock and quickly took 2 steps back. Just as I thought. His eyes lit up as he turned to Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, we've found a treasure. These are magic weapons left behind by the Holy Court. They have great restraining power against the undead. They're also used to seal the passage to the Shady Line. They should have been left by the Holy Court many years ago. Feng Heng also walked to Zheng Yuping's side to observe and asked, so how do we enter the Shady Line? Destroy it? As soon as he finished speaking, the game hint appeared on the retina of Feng Heng and the other members of Zheng Yuping's team. Ding! The player team has triggered a special mission, the magic weapon left behind by the Holy Court. Mission name, magical weapon left behind by the Holy Court. Mission difficulty, B. Mission description, you have discovered a magic weapon left behind by the Holy Court during your trial in Frost Hell. This magic weapon has great power. Please record the location of the magic weapon and return to the Frost Fortress to report to the City Lord. Mission requirements, lead the City Lord's team back and retrieve the magic weapon left behind by the Holy Court. Failure penalty, none. Ming's eyes lit up when he finished reading the game hint. Missions. And 100,000 mission points. That was a huge profit. Ming looked at Feng Heng and Zheng Yuping with excitement. With Feng Heng's help, it was possible for them to get a Tier 6 orange crystal. Zheng Yuping also felt happy and couldn't help looking at Feng Heng. We've made a huge profit. 100,000 points can be exchanged for 5 orange crystals. There are also follow-up missions that can obtain even more points. Feng Heng glanced at the mission. His mood did not fluctuate much. He came here to farm purple crystals of the highest level. Such a reward was dispensable. So, how do we enter the Shady Line? Let's go back to the Frost Fortress and find the Lord of Undead City to complete the mission. He will send someone to follow us to deal with the seal. After the seal is completed, we will be able to find the entrance that is sealed by the magic weapon. The follow-up mission is probably related to under the entrance. Feng Heng frowned as he listened. How troublesome. He still had to run back. After going back and forth, their trial was probably about to end. In the end, he could only manage to obtain a 6th-tier crystal at best. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss? When would he be able to get a Tier 7 crystal at this speed? Every time the Frost Hell opened, it would take a month. Feng Heng's gaze focused on a circle of silver spikes on the ground not far away and asked, so if we can get rid of these spikes, we can also follow into the Shady Line to take a look? What? Is there a need for us to do it ourselves? The reward might expire. Zheng Yuping was stunned for a moment and frowned. Theoretically, yes. I haven't tried it before, so I can't say for sure. However, World Lord, this thing left behind by the Holy Court is very dangerous. You have to be careful. I see. Feng Heng nodded and tried to approach the circle of silver holy weapons. Everyone from the federal team could not help but look at Feng Heng when they saw this, and their breathing could not help but become heavy. Ming's heart was in his throat. He couldn't understand. They could have easily completed the mission and even triggered the follow-up mission, easily obtaining a sum of brilliant crystals. However, Feng Heng did not seem to be satisfied with the current situation. As he read, Ming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Feng Heng actually slowly approached the circle of silver spikes left behind by the Holy Court until he squatted down beside them. Unlike when Zheng Yuping approached, the magic weapon of the Holy Court did not react at all. Kai. Just as Feng Heng reached out to touch the silver spike, the spike suddenly emitted a ray of light. Feng Heng felt a pain in his fingers as if he had been electrocuted. A wisp of green smoke burned between his fingers, and he immediately retracted his hand. Ding! Player received damage from Holy Spike, minus 6,711, what a high damage value. Feng Heng took a look at the game hint and retracted his hand. Originally, he wondered if he could pull out a silver spike and get another wave of Holy Court magic weapons while unsealing the Shady Line. Helplessly, he did not get what he wanted. He had already switched to his sacred form before approaching, but he was still affected by the Holy Spike when he wanted to pull it out. Was it because of the rune on the wall and the magic array on the ground? Feng Heng didn't continue but observed the surrounding magic array. The game hint appeared on his retina again. Ding! The player's alchemy level has not reached the required level. Unable to obtain relevant information, his alchemy level was not high enough to crack it. Then he would temporarily record the contents and get someone to help him take a look when he returned. Ding! You are trying to memorize the magic array. Feng Heng tried to memorize the magic array in the entire area before standing up again. Zheng Yuping saw him standing up again after studying for more than 10 minutes. He couldn't help but ask, Feng Heng, how is it? It's okay, it's alright. Seeing the eagerness on Feng Heng's face, Zheng Yuping could not help but remind him, Feng Heng, this is a special alchemy magic array. It can't be directly destroyed by external forces, or it might cause a big explosion. Yes, I know. Since the alchemy magic array couldn't be cracked and he could not directly pull it out, so he could only use that move. Feng Heng nodded and flicked his wrist. Buzzing. The Book of Oaths floated in the air. A dark golden light illuminated the cave. What was going on? When Zheng Yuping and the others saw Feng Heng take out the Book of Creation of the Holy Court, their expressions became extremely interesting. Book of Creation? Feng Heng? Was he from the Holy Court? No. 1444 absorption. They had clearly seen Feng Heng use all sorts of undead abilities. Could it be? Everyone looked at each other, and an answer immediately rose in their hearts, making them feel a little terrified. Cultivating the sacred study and the necromancy at the same time. Dual cultivation of two elements was nothing, but cultivating two opposing elements at the same time was too crazy. Swoosh. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the Book of Oaths in Feng Heng's hand once again emitted a gentle golden light. In front of Feng Heng, the Holy Court's magical weapon that had been nailed to the ground was undergoing a substantial change. Golden light gradually rose from the magic weapon and continuously emerged from it. The golden light floated in midair and was controlled by an unknown strength. It floated toward the Book of Oaths in Feng Heng's hand and slowly merged into it. The Book of Oaths' additional skill was energy absorption. Ding! Your Book of Oaths has absorbed the energy of Holy Light, and the energy point of your Book of Oaths increased. In just a short while, as the game hints kept popping up, the energy point in Feng Heng's Book of Oaths quickly recovered. In just a short moment, it recovered to full value. TSK. It was a bit of a loss. The magic weapon left behind by the Holy Court was definitely valuable. In less than a minute, it had filled up the previous loss of the Book of Oaths. The Book of Oaths could not store the excess holy power, which could only be wasted. Helplessly, there was no time to think about other ways to store energy. Feng Heng continued to control the Book of Oaths to absorb the holy power in the magic weapon. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the federal team, as the specks of light were absorbed, the silver spikes that pierced the ground gradually became rusty and decayed. They constantly made weak cracking sounds until they completely lost their strength and became scrap metal. Feng Heng put away the Book of Oaths, walked forward, and pulled out a spike. Item: worn out magic weapon, expired. Description: unknown item. Description: this item has lost its strength. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes again, raised his fist, and punched at the center of the circle of spikes. Boom. A muffled sound. Bang. The ground cracked. A passage leading downward was revealed in the middle of the ceiling circle that was originally surrounded by the spikes. Suddenly, a visible and even colder aura emanated from below the entrance of the passage. The magic array on the entire rock wall was triggered and was faintly discernible. Everyone carefully gathered around and looked at Feng Heng. Then, they lowered their heads and looked at the pit in front of Feng Heng, which was constantly emitting a white and cold aura. They hurriedly poured the potion into their mouths. Kming's heart started beating faster. Was it really settled? So this was the entrance to the Shady Line? While they were thinking, the game hint appeared in their retinas again. Ding! The player has failed to acquire the magical weapon left behind by the Holy Court. There is no penalty for failure. Feng Heng stood up and nodded to Zheng Yuping and the rest. He explained, the entrance should be below. Let's go down and take a look. Before Zheng Yuping could answer, he suddenly frowned and took 2 steps back. He loudly reminded, be careful. Due to the unsealing of the magic array, the frozen vengeful spirits under the Shady Line directly flowed out from the ground. A group of over 20 frozen vengeful spirits emerged from the ground beneath everyone's feet. There were even a few elites among them. Everyone from the federal team retreated and used their soul spears to deal with the frozen vengeful spirits. Under Fang Heng's control, the ice bones followed suit. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and brandished his dagger of sin again. The level of the frozen vengeful spirits of the Shady Line was higher than outside, and 1/3 of them were elite-level high-strength creatures. Alright. Elite creatures were indeed a little troublesome to deal with, but they could provide more soul power for recovery when killed. Very soon, the wave of frozen vengeful spirits that had seeped out from the ground of the Shady Line was quickly eliminated with the cooperation of the Federation and Fang Heng. The first wave of attacks had just ended, and before Zheng Yuping's team could catch their breath, more frozen vengeful spirits began to emerge from the ground. Fang Heng weaved through the crowd of frozen vengeful spirits, constantly brandishing the dagger of sin in his hand to kill. As he continued to kill, Fang Heng observed the situation of the frozen vengeful spirits. The strength of the frozen vengeful spirits had increased. The reason why they kept overflowing from the ground might be related to the destruction of the Holy Quartz seal. Not good. The entrance to the Shady Line was very narrow, and the entire cave wasn't very big. In addition, there were vengeful spirits spilling out from the walls and floor, making it easy for the enemy to surround them. Fang Heng wasn't afraid of going down alone. He could just enter the passage and investigate. However, it would be too dangerous for Zheng Yuping and the others to go down together. Fang Heng was still alright, but the Federal Team players could no longer hold on. An endless stream of frozen vengeful spirits flowed out, and there was no sign of them stopping. Moreover, the entire cave was not large. If they were not careful, they would be easily annihilated. This was not the most troublesome part. The frost-white shady aura that constantly seeped out of the hole in the ground caused them a lot of trouble. Every second, a small amount of health point would be deducted, and various attributes would also be reduced. They could still resist for a short period, but it would definitely be bad if it lasted for a long time. Zheng Yuping saw Fang Heng's dilemma and suggested, "Fang Heng, why don't you go down and take a look first? The few of us will retreat and wait outside the entrance. These vengeful spirits are endless. It will be dangerous for us to go down together." Fang Heng had the same thought and nodded. "Okay, let's do that. I will go down and take a look at the situation first." Hearing this, Kming threw the light green soul crystal kept in his backpack to Fang Heng. "World Lord, take this. It might be useful." Fang Heng raised his hand to receive the crystal, and his heart moved. It was the soul crystal that he had obtained from Wendy of the Rand Chamber of Commerce when he entered the Frost Hell before. The crystal would take effect immediately when placed in the backpack. It could reduce one's life aura and the probability of being attacked by ordinary undead creatures. The negative effect was a penalty of 10% movement speed down. He didn't expect to really have the chance to use it. Ding! Player has obtained an item, Unknown Soul Stone. After he put the Soul Stone into his backpack, the surrounding normal-level frozen vengeful spirits immediately ignored Fang Heng and turned their target to the other members of Fang Heng's group. "Good. You guys retreat first." After Fang Heng said that, he immediately stepped into the cave in front of him and followed the passage that gradually slanted down to explore deeper. Soon, he entered the area below the Shady Line. An icy aura attacked again. Fang Heng's Sea of Consciousness was stimulated and once again triggered a warm aura, dispelling the bone-chilling coldness that spread into his Sea of Consciousness through his body. At the same time, a game hint popped up on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player has entered a special environment. The player is affected by the aura of the Shady Line. Based on the strength of the player's soul power, all of the player's basic attributes have been reduced by 5%. The player loses 50 health point per second. This health point loss ignores defense. 1445 White Frost Shady Line aura. What a troublesome negative effect. Fang Heng muttered to himself. At the same time, he sized up his surroundings and activated his hidden skill to reduce his aura. Fortunately, Zheng Yuping and the others did not catch up. Only he could rely on the undead's health point recovery effect to take the attacks. After entering the Shady Line, there was a narrow and winding passage in front of the entrance. In the passage, there were ice bones and frozen vengeful spirits. There was no lack of elite-level creature among them. Fortunately, the soul crystal in his backpack had taken effect, and with the effect of the active hidden skill that Fang Heng had released, the undead creatures still stood rooted to the ground without moving. "I can't rush it. Take it slow," Fang Heng muttered to himself. He picked up the dagger of sin and slowly moved forward, dealing with the undead creatures piled up in the passage one by one. Kai! The dagger of sin sliced through the frozen vengeful spirit's body, leaving a trail of white frost. Ding! Player has used skill, Dagger Rapid Strike, Possession Skill, dealing 831 times 5 skill damage to the frozen vengeful spirit, elite level. The additional skill of the player's dagger, Soul Burning, has activated, dealing an extra 532 times 10 soul burning damage to the soul body. Player has killed the frozen vengeful spirit, elite level. You have obtained 3 pieces of intermediate soul ice crystal. Boom. The elite-level frozen vengeful spirit exploded in front of Feng Heng, scattering into blue tiny spots in the air. Whoosh! Swoosh! The blue tiny spots of soul power were quickly absorbed into the dagger in Feng Heng's hand. How troublesome! Feng Heng whispered. This path was harder than he had imagined. The passage was packed with undead creatures, and the roof was very low. It was impossible to fly, so Feng Heng had to clear them himself. With the significant effects of Soul Crystal and Hidden Skill stacked effect, the hostility of the undead creature was greatly reduced. Elite-level undead creatures would only attack when one was very close to them. Even so, Feng Heng still spent a lot of time. Feng Heng looked into the distance. An exit? After passing through a few ice bones, an empty passage appeared not far ahead. Good. Feng Heng was in somewhat higher spirits. After patiently dealing with the 5 ice bones blocking his way, Feng Heng stood at the exit of the passage and sighed heavily. Finally. It felt like he was in jail. After passing through the exit of the narrow passage, there was a relatively protruding platform in front of him, with an extremely vast below. Feng Heng looked down with a solemn expression. The passage ahead was even more dangerous. At a glance, there was a dense mass of ice bones below. It was like a white sea of bones, and there was no end to it. From time to time, a few frozen vengeful spirits were born from the white sea of bones. The frozen vengeful spirits did not notice Feng Heng. After they were born, they floated into the air and slowly disappeared into the rock wall. Since the ice bones usually moved slowly when they were not in combat, they could not penetrate most of the rock walls like frozen vengeful spirits. Therefore, a large number of bones gathered together after they were born. Perhaps it was because no one had came to this area for a long time. After a long time, it had finally developed into this state. However, for Feng Heng, this part of the road was easier to walk than before. Because the ground was very high from the rock roof, he could rely on his bat form to fly over. Ice bones and frozen vengeful spirits did not have any long-range skills. Feng Heng rubbed his chin and looked at the sea of bones in front of him. He was not in a hurry to leave, but a strange thought rose in his mind. What would it be like if he could leave his spirit brand on such a large area of ice bones? Ice bones. Moreover, at least a quarter of them were elite-level ice bones. These were his combat strength. In terms of numbers, his zombie clone was only a drop in the ocean compared to this pile of bones. Feng Heng couldn't help but feel excited as he pondered in his heart. He needed to find a way to put an opening out on the other side, keep the ice bones release, and then slowly leave the zombie clones outside to slowly brand. Feng Heng immediately perked up and licked his lips. Whoosh! Feng Heng quickly transformed into bat form and leaped up from the high platform. He quickly flew above the rock wall and hung upside down on the rock wall. Following that, Feng Heng opened the game log to control it. Yes, I will control it and plan the entrance of the passage. I will think of a way to lure the ice bones out one by one and slowly brand them. In theory, it should be feasible. I will have to make some simple adjustments depending on the actual situation. Feng Heng muttered to himself, then looked up at the sea of undead bones in the distance. Next, I have to think of a way to lure them out. At the same time, outside the passage entrance, the federal team had just left the iron mine area and was working with the ice bones controlled by Feng Heng to deal with the undead creatures. As the seal of the shady line was destroyed, the speed at which the undead creatures were out gradually increased. The two sides cooperated well, and there was no danger after they were familiar with the place. It was just like farming monsters. It was just that there were some skeletal creatures to cooperate with them. As they farmed, Kming realized that something was wrong. The zombie clones who had been quietly waiting to watch the show on a side began to move one by one. They raised the pickaxes in their hands and gathered around the entrance of the passage, starting to dig into the rock wall in front of them. What the hell? Did they want to dig the rock wall open? Everyone from the Federation exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes revealed a puzzled and confused expression. The zombies were obviously controlled by Feng Heng. So what did Feng Heng want to do? Did he want to completely expand the passage? Deng Yuping frowned and called for everyone to focus. Everyone, focus. Ignore the zombies for now and focus on the vengeful spirits. Yes, sir. Kming agreed quickly, but he couldn't help but pay attention to the zombies nearby. Soon, the passage leading to the exit was gradually expanded. He noticed the group of zombies crowding over and standing guard at the side of the exit as if they were waiting for something. Coming. Kming's heart skipped a beat. An ice bone staggered out of the passage. Kai. Before the player team could do anything, countless vines on the right side of the cave enveloped the ice bones. The ice bones struggled for a while before it was firmly bound by the vines and dragged to the side. A dark aura rose from the palms of the other zombies and slowly floated toward the ice bones controlled by the vines. What the hell is this? Ming swallowed his saliva cautiously when he saw the ice bones walking out of the passage constantly and receiving the binding of the vine zombies and spirit brand. So this thing could also be farmed? 1446 The passage in the passage. After the assembly line was set up, Feng Heng used the flying ability of the vampire's bat form to continue moving forward along the dense sea of white bones. In other words, he was bullying the skeletal creatures because they could not fly and did not have the ability to remote attack. There were simply too many ice bones below. After flying at high speed for more than 10 minutes, there was still a dense of bones below. There was no end to it. Feng Heng felt that he had overestimated himself. With his current soul power, he could not pack these bones away. He could only farm as much as he could. Elite-level undead bones had extraordinary combat strength. Feng Heng didn't think about anything else and continued flying forward. After flying at high speed for more than half an hour, Feng Heng raised his head and looked ahead. There it was. Not far away, there was another protruding rock platform. Was it the exit? Feng Heng immediately adjusted his body and flew toward the high platform. Someone was there? Just as he stepped onto the high platform and had yet to return to his human form, Feng Heng heard someone's voice coming from the front of the high platform. Humans? Who could it be? Was it also one of the people who participated in this hunting day? There was a group of people walking toward him. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, but he did not return to his human form immediately. Instead, he quickly concealed his body and hung upside down on the rock roof, hiding in the shadows and carefully observing. There was a large open space on the high platform. In the distance, a large team was discussing and slowly approaching him. Feng Heng hid in the dark and listened to their conversation. He guessed that they were also there to participate in the Frost Hell hunting day. It looked like their team was huge, with a total of 50 to 60 people. Feng Heng couldn't help but let out a soft gasp when he saw the team clearly after they got closer. He was surprised to find that this group of people seemed to have used some special tool to open an invisible barrier around the team. The frozen vengeful spirits and ice bones outside the barrier ignored their team's presence. How did they do it? Was it also because of the soul crystal's effect? It seems to be isolating the aura as well. Feng Heng observed carefully and found that the barrier had some kind of effect of isolating the aura. It did not have any offensive or defensive effects. Once undead creatures entered the barrier, they would immediately attack the team. Due to the dense density of the undead creatures in the passage, the team couldn't completely avoid them. Even with the barrier, the team still had to clear out the undead creatures in front of them. As a result, their speed of moving forward was limited. Despite his curiosity, Feng Heng thought it was better to avoid trouble. Right now, he had made too many enemies in this area, so it was better to keep a low profile. He had originally planned to wait for the group of people to leave before going out to take a look. He did not expect that when the group of people passed through the passage below, their discussion would reach his ears again. Gano should have started as well, right? Gano's personality is not calm enough. I am afraid he won't be able to handle it if he leads the team over. Why? It's just the Rand Chamber of Commerce. We've investigated them many times. They don't have many guards. Moreover, they don't even know what the soul crystal is for. Were they talking about the Rand Chamber of Commerce? Feng Heng frowned and immediately felt that something was wrong. He pricked up his ears and continued to eavesdrop on what they were saying. Another middle-aged man with a full beard on the team said mockingly, "You still have the cheek to say that? If it weren't for some idiot who offered to buy the soul crystal at a high price last time, Wendy wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong. We would have gotten the soul crystal long ago, and there wouldn't be so many problems later." Soul stone? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat again. Was it the soul stone that Wendy had given him? From the meaning of these people's words, they seemed to want this soul stone very much. Don't worry, I've already spread the word that we will be targeting Feng Heng here. The people from the Rand Chamber of Commerce will never think that our target isn't Feng Heng, but the soul stone in their hands. Looking at the time, Gano should have already made his move. By the time when we finish dealing with these things along the way, Gano will be almost just in time to come and join us. Feng Heng frowned and wanted to continue listening, but the few people in front of him had already gone further and further away. They gradually entered the passage in front of them, and their voices became even more blurry and difficult to recognize. Helplessly, Feng Heng flew closer and tried to catch up. This group of people seemed to have noticed something. They slowed down and stopped in front of a rock wall at the end of the road, guarding the surroundings. Feng Heng did not dare to get too close, so he observed from afar. The group seemed to have manipulated something on the rock wall, and the rock wall moved to the sides, revealing an inward passage opening. After everyone had entered the wall, the passage opening closed again and returned to its original state. Is it a secret passage? Interesting. Feng Heng was even more curious. He descended from the sky and transformed back into his human form, landing in front of the rock wall to observe. The rock wall was extremely sturdy. There was no obvious gap with the naked eye. How could he open the passage opening? Fang Heng looked around again. There were no traces of any traps at all. Strange, how did they enter the secret passage? No. Fang Heng was muttering to himself as he carefully recalled the conversation between the group of people just now. He realized that there might be trouble at the Rand Chamber of Commerce. The path ahead was blocked by a huge rock wall, and he couldn't find the exit for the time being. The zombie clones couldn't be summoned there to dig a passage for him in a short time. Fang Heng didn't even know who his enemy was. No, he had to go back to the Rand Chamber of Commerce first. With that thought, Fang Heng transformed into his bat form again. Since the enemy had cleared a small number of undead creatures along the way, Fang Heng could easily determine their route. Fang Heng immediately followed their movements and went back in the opposite direction. He continued forward along the passage. Relying on the rapid flight ability of the bat form and the life aura isolation ability of the soul stone, Fang Heng flew quickly in the cave for more than 20 minutes before entering a huge cave that was more than 10 times wider. He had arrived. It was the exit area. Inside the giant-sized cavern, many player teams and NPC teams were clearing out the undead creatures purposefully. The teams were clearly separated by a certain distance. They were farming monsters in the iron mine and were on guard against each other. Fang Heng returned to his human form and put on a mask. This area should be one of the main entrances to the underground shady line. Many teams had chosen to farm monsters there. Many players noticed Fang Heng, who had suddenly appeared, and cast him probing gazes, wondering why he was alone there. Fang Heng ignored everyone's probing gazes and followed the crowded place to find the exit to the outside world. He was going to the Rand Chamber of Commerce. Fang Heng took out the map and glanced at it briefly, then immediately rushed toward the valley where the Rand Chamber of Commerce was located. 1447 besieged. The Rand Chamber of Commerce was in the periphery area of the Frost Hell. It was in the middle of a certain valley. The Rand Chamber of Commerce was surrounded by undead creatures. From the very beginning, the Rand Chamber of Commerce had no intention of competing with the other large chambers of commerce during the hunting day. They were cautious and didn't dare to make any big moves. After entering the Frost Hell, they immediately went to a very small gathering area. Little did they expect to be ambushed by members of the Kulo-Dai Trading Company. There were only 3 exits in the entire valley. By the time the Rand Chamber of Commerce reacted, they were already surrounded by a large number of undead creatures. Wendy's face was solemn. She looked at the people from the Kulo-Dai Trading Company who had gathered not far away and said in a deep voice, "City Lord has ordered that no one is allowed to kill each other in the Frost Hell. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the City Lord once you leave?" "Huh? Held accountable?" A young man walked out from the crowd outside with an arrogant smile on his face. "Being held accountable? What for? You guys just miscalculated the situation. You were accidentally surrounded by the undead creatures and died in the valley. What does it have to do with our Kulo-Dai Trading Company?" Wendy bit her lip. She knew that young man. He was the next generation nurtured by the Kulo-Dai Trading Company. His name was Gano. Some time ago, he had made all kinds of obstacles in the open and the dark, causing a considerable impact on their business. Elisa looked worried as she whispered, "Wendy, they seem to be able to control these undead creatures and want to use them against us." "All right." Outside, more and more undead creatures were swarming into the valley. The huge soul stone that the Rand Chamber of Commerce brought along could reduce the attack probability of the surrounding undead creatures. But there were too many undead creatures around. So the effect was greatly reduced. Helplessly, the team gathered in the center and relied on the burning soul flame to weaken the strength of the surrounding undead creatures. However, soul flame required fuel and a continuous supply of mental strength from the team. When the flame burned out, they would definitely be swallowed by the surrounding undead creatures. Wendy focused her gaze on the Kulo-Dai Trading Company members in the distance. "Our Rand Chamber of Commerce has always done business in an honest manner. Even if we have some business conflicts with you, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? Haha. Done business in an honest way?" Gano seemed to have heard something very funny and couldn't help but laugh. "So you still don't know anything? Idiots. You are really idiots. You don't even know how you will die." A few months ago, she had a vague feeling that several major Chamber of Commerce were targeting them. At first, she thought that the major Chamber of Commerce felt that the Rand Chamber of Commerce had developed too quickly in the past few years and had reached an agreement with each other to kick them out. But now, it seemed like it wasn't just that. Gano's intuition told him that he had the situation under control. He was a little carried away by his pride and could not help but taunt, "You bunch of idiots. You don't even know that the stone in your hands is a treasure." "What stone?" Elisa turned around in surprise and looked at the soul stone placed beside the soul flame. This stone was probably found by Elisa and Wendy a few months ago when they were tidying up the old family warehouse. The Rand Chamber of Commerce used to be in the pawn business, and they had found many pawned items in the old warehouse. Like other items, the stone was unclaimed after hundreds of years and automatically belonged to the Rand Chamber of Commerce. Wendy asked someone to study the stone and found that it had the effect of concealing the aura of life form. Besides its weight, it could be said to be extremely useful. At the moment, they relied on the life aura shielding effect of the stone to prevent the nearby horde of undead creatures from becoming even more frenzied. Did it have other unknown properties? Was this the reason why the Kulodite raiding company was targeting them everywhere? Several thoughts flashed through Wendy's mind. And then she immediately said in a deep voice, "I will give you the stone if you let us go." "Hey. Now do you want to obediently hand it over?" "Unfortunately, it's a little too late. I don't want to be entangled with your Rand Chamber of Commerce in the future." Gano sneered. "You should have agreed when I asked someone to buy your stone at a high price. Who made you so greedy?" Elisa focused her mind and continuously poured her mental strength into the soul flame. She whispered, "Wendy, the soul flame can only last for 2 hours at most. The longer we delay, the more undead creatures there will be. While we still have combat strength, we should think of a way to escape as soon as possible. Just wait a little longer. The signal has been sent out. Wait a bit longer." Wendy replied in a low voice, "I am getting people to prepare. Their target is the stone. When we leave, I will destroy the stone. When the time comes, we should take the shrapnel and escape separately. The shrapnel can block our aura and evade the undead attacks. When we retreat, you don't have to worry about me. Go alone first. We will make it out as many as we can." Gano saw the few of them talking softly and sneered. "What? Do you still want someone to save you? That Fang Heng? Don't waste your time. They've already ventured deep into the frost hell. Our people have been watching them all this time. It's impossible for them to come back in time. So, it's better for you to be obedient. The sooner you give up resisting, the sooner we will finish this." As he spoke, a subordinate hurried over and whispered something in Gano's ear. "What did you say?" Gano was stunned when he heard that. He then turned around to look at the back of the team. A commotion broke out at the rear of the team. In the distance, a large number of ice bones attracted by the holy aura had been stimulated by something. They ignored the aura barrier around them and directly attacked the Kulodite raiding company members. The Kulodite trading company was caught off guard by the attack. For a moment, they were caught off guard. And some minor chaos appeared in the team. Different from before, the pupils of this group of ice bones flickered with scarlet soul flames. What was going on? "Bring me over to take a look." Ignoring the besieged Rand Chamber of Commerce, Gano personally rushed towards the rear of the team. And he discovered that a large number of out-of-control ice bones had appeared behind them. They stumbled into the barrier area and engaged the team in battle. "Get lost. Stay away from me." Gano frowned and shouted as he poured his mental strength into the dark green runestone in his hand again. A buzzing sound came over. The runestone emitted a faint light, enveloping the team with a transparent shield. It was actually ineffective. Why was that? Gano fiddled with the green runestone in his hand and suddenly panicked. Why was it ineffective? What was wrong? Not far away, Fang Heng had been hiding in the dark. He had been here for more than 10 minutes and had been observing the situation. Gano's team used the silver nail magic tool they had seen before to set up a small magic array near the entrance of the valley. Through the magic array, the holy aura was guided into the center of the valley where the Rand Chamber of Commerce team was located. Large numbers of ice bones and frozen vengeful spirits nearby were attracted by the holy aura. Then, Gano used the green stone in his hand to create a special barrier around the area. The undead creatures seemed to be unable to sense the presence of Gano's team after being attracted here. So they attacked the Chamber of Commerce members in the valley. 1448 surrounded. What a good tactic. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. While he agreed with the opponent's tactics, he was also a little curious. What was the origin of the green stone in Gano's hand? The team he had encountered in the underground shady line could also open a barrier to avoid the attacks of the undead creatures. Did he also rely on that strange green stone? He wondered if the barrier effect would work on all undead creatures. It would be best if they could snatch one over to take a look. Knowing the opponent's tactical arrangements, it was very easy to deal with them. After Fang Heng investigated the situation, he tried to cast the undead skeleton summoning skill not far away. He summoned a piece of ice bones and mixed it with the normal undead creatures, pretending to be attracted by the holy aura and taking the opportunity to approach. It was obvious that the other party's barrier could only block the aura. The Kulodite trading company never expected that someone would choose to control the ice bones to mix with the normal undead creatures. They simply did not have time to react. By the time they discovered the danger, it was already too late. Under Fang Heng's deliberate control, the ice bones easily entered the barrier and launched a surprise attack on the team. The entire team was thrown into chaos. The Dai Trading Company members had experimented countless times, and countless lessons had taught them that the Soul Crystal Runestone could block the senses of undead creatures. As long as they stayed within the barrier, they would be safe. Why was it ineffective today? Gano kept trying to activate the green stone in his hand. He was so anxious that sweat was about to drip from his forehead. The stone was still ineffective. Why was it ineffective? The Dai Trading Company had brought quite a number of combatants this time, but they were unable to deal with such a large number of ice bones. They were instantly thrown into disarray. The team immediately fell into chaos. Understood. In a panic, Gano quickly called for a group of people to run to a small magic arena nearby and shut it down. The group from the Rand Chamber of Commerce, trapped deep in the valley, saw Gano and the others panicking first. They immediately revealed a look of joy. It was a ray of hope in a desperate situation. How could there be such a good thing? A steward of the Rand Chamber of Commerce hurriedly suggested, "President Wendy, this is a great opportunity for us. They're in a mess now. Let's take advantage of this moment and fight to the death. We might be able to kill our way out and escape." Wait. Wendy was extremely calm. She observed the entire battlefield and reached out her hand to signal her team not to act rashly. "Elisa, don't you think these ice bones are strange?" Elisa had been preparing to fight, but she calmed down a little when she heard this. She looked at the group of ice bones attacking Gano's team in the distance. What's strange? After careful observation, a look of astonishment appeared in Elisa's eyes. Their eyes. They are red. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Elisa's mind. She looked at her sister Wendy in disbelief. Wendy also looked at Elisa. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "It's skeleton summoning skill." There was no mistake. It was Fang Heng. It was very likely that Fang Heng was secretly controlling these ice bones. There were so many of them. Fang Heng had mastered the skeleton summoning skill in a short period of time and even controlled so many ice bones. Even though this guess was ridiculous, it was the most reasonable explanation Elisa could think of. Elisa looked into the distance, feeling excited. Fang Heng must have seen the distress signal they sent out earlier. So he came over to help them. Wait a minute. Elisa looked at the ice bones in disbelief. She had wanted to learn the skeleton summoning skill before, but she had given up because the prerequisites for learning the skill were too harsh. First, she had to achieve a high-tier level in necromancy. Second, she had to have a very high initial soul strength. She felt that her undead strength was her weakness, and it would be a waste even if she learned it. That was why she suggested giving it as a gift to Fang Heng, who was more suitable. So, did Fang Heng have already advanced to a high-tier level in necromancy? Just a few days ago, when she first met Fang Heng, she communicated with him and confirmed that Fang Heng was only an elementary necromancy scholar at that time. In just a few days, he had already advanced to a high-tier level in necromancy. What a terrifying talent! What was even more terrifying was that Elisa could see that the eyes of the ice bones in the distance were filled with red soul flame. To be able to control such a large number of ice bones, how strong was Fang Heng's soul power? To be able to control so many ice bones in such a short period of time and leave so many soul brands, how did Fang Heng do it? Elisa felt extremely shocked. But at the same time, she also felt extremely surprised and envious. Wendy took a deep breath. She was now extremely glad that she had agreed to Elisa's suggestion and given Fang Heng a skeleton summoning skill. If a young man with such potential could build a good relationship with her, the Rand Chamber of Commerce would profit greatly from this investment. Let's not rush. Seeing the hope of escaping, Wendy became even calmer. She whispered, "Let's wait and see. Fang Heng hasn't shown up yet. He must have a plan. Let's wait a little longer." Fang Heng's potential and strength had far exceeded her expectations. Since Fang Heng was able to control a large number of ice bones and gain the initiative, they did not need to take such a huge risk to break out of the encirclement. The safest choice was to stay where they were and burn a soul flame to wait for Fang Heng's support. In the distance, contrary to the situation with the Rand Chamber of Commerce, Gano felt like he was about to go insane. He had clearly stopped the operation of the small magic array. But something strange happened. The influx of ice bones from the outside not only didn't decrease but rather increased. Moreover, the ice bones ignored the barrier effect. They showed no interest in anyone else and just chased after their team to attack. The pressure on the Dai Trading Company was increasing, and casualties were already occurring. Cold sweat broke out on Gano's forehead. He even suspected that there was something wrong with the soul crystal rune in his hands, which might have attracted these undead creatures. Could they really meet their end at the hands of these undead creatures today? Soul fire. Hurry up and burn a soul fire. Boom. After some chaos, The central bonfire of soulfire was finally ignited. A soaring soulfire suddenly rose. The ice bones that were rushing over from nearby were affected by the soulfire and gradually retreated, surrounding Gano and his team in layers. Damn it. He finally got a moment to catch his breath. Gano gritted his teeth and looked at the ice bones around him, breathing heavily. What was wrong with those ice bones? Why were they fixated on them? Now, the situation seemed to have completely reversed. They were the ones surrounded by the ice bones. 1449 Fear of Death Soul Bonfire. In the darkness not far away, Fang Heng muttered to himself. He raised his head and drank a bottle of potion, summoning another batch of ice bones. In any case, the bones summoning spell had almost no cooldown. It only required some mental strength to be released. This time, Fang Heng also tested the strength and potential of the bone summoning skill. Its strength was top-notch, and so was its potential. As long as he had enough branded skeletal creatures in his sea of consciousness, he could summon a large number of them with a wave of his hand as his basic attribute gradually increased in the future. The ice bones had a natural fear of the soulfire and would be continuously injured if they got close. Fang Heng didn't force the bones to continue. He watched as Gano's team was gradually surrounded and slowed down their pace of attack. He would grind them to death slowly. Fang Heng was very familiar with using summoned creatures to fight. In the past, he had relied on his zombie clones, but now, he had replaced them with the ice bones. A familiar recipe, a familiar taste. Seeing that the enemy was completely trapped, Fang Heng hid his body and immediately transformed into a bat. With the help of the green soul stone, he bypassed the layers of undead creatures and approached the group of people from the Ed Chamber of Commerce. Fang Heng. When Elisa saw Fang Heng flying over in his bat form not far away, she immediately greeted him in a low voice with joy on her face. Fang Heng returned to his human form and stood in front of everyone. He looked at Elisa and the others. Looks like we made it in time. Is everyone okay? Too timely. Thank you so much. Luckily, you came over and saved us. Elisa's attention was on the ice bones as she asked, Fang Heng, were you the one who summoned those ice bones? Yes, I still have to thank you for your skill books. Fang Heng nodded and glanced at the area behind him from the corner of his eyes. He continued, they're trapped and won't be able to deal with us for a while. I will take you guys away first. Even though they had already guessed most of it, the members of the Rand Chamber of Commerce were still deeply shocked when they saw Fang Heng come over. How long did he take to master the bone summoning spell? He had already learned to this extent? Alright. Wendy quickly came back to her senses. She looked away from Fang Heng and told her team to get ready to leave. Quick, let's move. We're preparing to retreat. Yes. After escaping danger, the entire team was a little excited. They immediately moved to disperse the undead creatures that gathered around them and packed up their equipment and supplies to extinguish the soul bonfire. While everyone was preparing, Fang Heng nodded to Wendy and Elisa and whispered, I have something to ask you. Wendy nodded and followed Fang Heng to the side. Wendy and Elisa looked at each other after listening to Fang Heng's account of what happened in the depths of the Shady Line. The people you saw should be from the Kulodai Trading Company and the other major trading companies. He was certain that the target of the Kulodai Chamber of Commerce was the huge soul crystal. Moreover, the stone was related to the Shady Line of the Frost Hell. This stone was left behind by the great-grandfather and has always been kept in the attic of the warehouse. Ever since the great-grandfather passed away, the attic was completely sealed off. A few months ago, the warehouse was ready to be demolished and rebuilt. Wendy pursed her lips and recalled, previously, a few guilds wanted to buy the stone at a high price. I felt that it was strange at that time and suspected that the stone might have unknown value, so I didn't agree. Now, it seems that it's related to the Shady Line. Yes. Fang Heng hummed softly. He thought to himself that Wendy didn't know about the stone and its true function. Fang Heng continued to ask, think about it carefully. Did you find anything else when you found the stone? Ah, I remember now. Elisa clapped her hands and said, there's also a stone slab that was placed in the same box as the stone. There are some traces of a magic array on it, and it's a little old. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. This type of magic array is very common. The stone slab is still stored in the new warehouse. You can find it when you go back. Fang Heng scratched his head. It was a little troublesome. The magic array on a stone slab might be related to the Shady Line. Unfortunately, it was not convenient for him to go back and take a look under such circumstances. Fang Heng, it's not difficult to know how to use a stone. Wendy looked at Gano's team, who was surrounded by ice bones, and whispered, the leader is Gano, a scion of a noble family from the Kulodai Chamber of Commerce. He is usually extremely arrogant in his dealings with the world, and his abilities are limited. What? He is very afraid of death. We should be able to get something out of him. Alright. Fang Heng looked at the trapped Gano not far away and nodded to show that he understood. Someone who was afraid of death? It was indeed an advantage for him. Two guides from the Chamber of Commerce walked over and reported, "President, the team is ready. We can set off now." Fang Heng looked at Wendy and said, "How about this, you guys take the Soul Stone and leave first." The Kuluwadi Chamber of Commerce has joined forces with several other major chambers of commerce to attack you. They have already shed all pretense of cordiality. It is no longer safe for you to stay in Frost Hell. You guys leave Frost Hell and leave the rest to me. Good. Wendy made a prompt decision and waved her hand to signal the team to set off. She nodded and said, "You be careful too." After watching Wendy leave with the Chamber of Commerce and the large soul stone, Fang Heng turned around and quickly approached Gano's team. At this moment, Gano and the guards he brought were gathered around the burning soul bonfire. Gano kept praying that these crazy ice bones would quickly recover and run away from them as far as possible. However, the prayer failed. The ice bones had no intention of leaving. On the contrary, more and more bones crowded towards them. The members of the Kulodai Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to leave the area where the soul fire was burning. One of his subordinates suddenly noticed something and reminded him, "Boss, the Rand Chamber of Commerce is about to run away." Gano clenched his teeth, unable to speak for a long time. How could he not have seen the Rand Chamber of Commerce's big move? Take advantage of this opportunity to slip away right under their noses. However, the bones around them didn't seem to be interested in the Rand Chamber of Commerce at all. What could he do? Or should he bring his men and charge over to fight the Rand Chamber of Commerce? Was this enough to stop the Rand Chamber of Commerce from escaping? Gano could only hope that his business partners in the nearby chambers of commerce would be notified and come to support him as soon as possible. It was already good enough that he could successfully escape from the encirclement of the ice bones. How could he still have the mood to care about the Rand Chamber of Commerce? Just as he was thinking, Gano suddenly noticed that the area in front of the team where a large number of ice bones had gathered was gradually spreading to the sides, opening up a narrow path. 1450. The reason what was going on? The strange situation of the ice bones made Gano's heart skip a beat. He immediately signaled for the team to be on guard. Pada, pada. Following the sound of light footsteps, a young man walked out from the passage made by the bones. Gano's heart trembled when he saw that person's face. His eyes widened as he pointed at him in disbelief. Fang Heng? Fang Heng. How could it be him? Could it be? It was said that Fang Heng had obtained the bone summoning skill book from the Rand Chamber of Commerce a few days ago. Coupled with the strange behavior of the skeletal creatures around him, Gano couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. Could it be that the large number of ice bones around them were all under Fang Heng's control? Fang Heng stopped in his tracks. Surrounded by the ice bones, he moved a short distance away from Gano's party, quietly looking at the latter with an expressionless face. "It's you, Fang Heng." Sweat trickled down Gano's cheeks. Even though the other party did not move or say anything, he could feel his legs trembling. The young man in front of him gave him too much pressure. Gano couldn't help but shout, "You still dare to come out? You'd better take your bones and scram now. Our Kulodai Chamber of Commerce has always been vengeful. Our people are nearby and will be here soon. When the time comes." Fang Heng looked at Gano and coldly interrupted, "Do you want to live?" Gano's face instantly turned deathly pale. "Fang Heng. It was indeed you who did it. What do you want? The timing is just nice. I have a few questions for you, so I came over." Fang Heng looked at the soul bonfire behind Gano and his group and said, "I noticed that you have a special ability that can create a barrier to isolate the outside world. I am curious how you did it, and why you want the soul crystal stone." Gano gritted his teeth as he said, "Don't even think about it. No room for discussion?" Fang Heng shrugged and said casually, "That's a pity. By the way, you just released a distress signal, right? Your companions should be here soon. I hope your companions can be as stubborn as you." Gano understood Fang Heng's threat and his face turned pale. He did not want to die. He regretted rejecting him so quickly. Gano gritted his teeth and uttered, "You will really let us go? Do you swear on your words?" "Not everyone." Fang Heng saw the fear on Gano's face and his expression turned even colder. He said, "Your lives are not worth that much. 2 questions, and I can only let you go. Dream on. Even if I die, I won't." Gano slowly stopped and looked at Fang Heng. What was that? A thick book appeared in front of Fang Heng, emitting a dark golden light. The dark golden glow that was constantly seeping out from the book made Gano feel immense pressure. What was that? The Book of Creation? That pressure was obviously the suppression of the holy element on the undead element. The other members of the Kulodai Chamber of Commerce also looked at Fang Heng with shock in their eyes. He's actually a practitioner of the sacred study? Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, 20 golden specks of light shot out from the Book of Oaths. Gano's pupils constricted. What was that? A guard shouted, "Be careful." Gano only reacted when he heard this shout. He was shocked to find that the golden light spot was heading straight for him. The speed of the light spots was too fast for him to dodge effectively. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! The specks of light brushed past Gano's shoulder at an extremely fast speed. Just a little bit more. The target of the attack was not him. Gano was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. Before he could rejoice at his luck, he heard an explosion behind him. Boom! Boom boom! Not good. Gano's heart skipped a beat. Turning his head, he saw the dark golden light flash past the group of guards and directly hit the burning soul bonfire behind them. The Holy Remnant chapter crashed into the fiercely burning soul bonfire, immediately causing a violent explosion. The soul fire suddenly rose. Not good. His target was the soul bonfire. Under the bombardment of the Holy Remnant chapter, the few guards of the trading firm who were pouring their spiritual power into the soul fire immediately felt their spiritual power being drained at a speed that was dozens of times faster. Go help them. The expressions of the two guides beside the bonfire changed drastically when they saw this. They immediately called for the others to come over and support them. However, the attack power of the Holy Remnant chapter was too high. Before his teammates could rush over to help, a few guards who were sending spiritual power to the soul fire were instantly sucked dry. Without the support of the spiritual power, the soul fire flickered a few times before it was extinguished. Oh no! The faces of everyone from the Kuluwadi Chamber of Commerce turned pale. Everything happened too quickly and they had no time to react. By the time they came back to their senses, the bonfire had already been extinguished. Almost instantly, the ice bones that gathered around them lost their obstruction and surged toward the player team from all directions. Get into formation. Don't let them get close. Don't split up. The captain of the guards shouted. Under the huge chaotic impact, the Kuluwadi Chamber of Commerce wanted to form a formation to resist, but in less than half a minute, the team was immediately scattered. Run. Gano saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. Under the cover of the two accompanying guards, he quickly ran to the right where there were fewer ice bones. He sprinted forward with all his might. Wherever there were fewer ice bones, he would go into the gaps. He only wanted to live. Gano felt like his lungs were about to explode as he continued running. He relied on his survival instincts to keep running forward. Suddenly, Gano realized that the two bodyguards on his left and right had stopped. Why don't you continue? Gano was about to blame them when he looked up and saw the person blocking his way. The second half of his sentence was stuck in his throat. Fang Heng and the numerous ice bones blocked his way. They were densely packed together, blocking all of his paths. Without waiting for Fang Heng to speak, Gano immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. I will talk. Let me go. I will tell you everything you want to know. You see, it's good to cooperate earlier. It can save a lot of trouble. Fang Heng's face was gentle as he asked, can you answer the question now? Alright, alright. Our trading company found someone to specially make the undead aura barrier. The exact method of making it is confidential, so I don't know either. I know that the raw material for making it is soul crystals. We need a large number of soul crystals to make the barrier. In order to save his life, Gano didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. About 10 years ago, our trading company began researching how to enter the Shady Line and explore it. It was only when we found the soul crystal and used the crystal's power to create a barrier that we made a huge breakthrough. 1451 Making use of about a year ago, we found a special passage under the Shady Line. We've been digging for more than half a year to open the passage. Some time ago, we opened the passage and found a large number of elite-level giant-sized undead creatures behind the passage. Gano swallowed his saliva carefully and looked at Fang Heng. The Chambers of Commerce think that the source of the Shady Line is behind the passage. The remains of the city lord's ancestors are also inside. It's possible to find treasures or something inside. Wait. Treasure? Fang Heng interrupted, raising his eyebrows. Tell me more about the treasure. Gano opened his mouth and said, it's just a rumor. It's said that the Holy Court fought against us Necromancers when they were fighting for this world. There was a huge battle at the source of the Shady Line. Both sides paid a huge price and left many treasures there. Perhaps we can still find them there. Yes. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and continued asking, strange. Since you have the ability to open a barrier, why did you attack the Ran Chamber of Commerce? The normal barrier is of a lower level and can only deal with most normal creatures and some elite creatures. Most of the creatures at the back of the passage are elite-level giant-sized creatures. The normal barrier can't guarantee the safety of the team. The Chambers of Commerce has always been looking for larger soul crystals to create a stronger barrier. Later, I heard that the Rand Chamber of Commerce has one. We originally wanted to work with the Rand Chamber of Commerce, but this proposal was rejected. A few trading firms felt that the Rand merchants did not have the right to do so. Moreover, they owed us so much investment in the early stages. One more person meant one more share. We then thought of a way to buy from the Rand Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Gano's words, Feng Heng nodded slightly, finally understanding. In other words, you guys are relying on tools made from soul crystals to release a higher level barrier to avoid the perception of ordinary undead creature? Right? Gano nodded frantically. Yes, that's it. I promise, I swear, I didn't lie to you at all. Where is it? Gano quickly took out a green crystal and handed it to Feng Heng. Feng Heng took the jade token. Ding, player has obtained an item Soul Jade Crystal, small, item, Soul Jade Crystal, small, level, fine durability, 128 out of 1000, unable to be repaired. Description, inject mental power to create a barrier, small. The barrier will block most of the life force of the creature in the area and reduce the attack of the nearby undead creatures, only effective on ordinary undead creatures and some elite undead creatures. Not bad. Feng Heng put away the jade crystal and weighed it in his hand. The quality of the jade crystal was exactly the same as the soul crystal in his backpack. For safety reasons, Feng Heng continued to ask Gano for a few more details. He confirmed that Gano's information matched what he had seen in the underground shady line. There was a high chance that Gano wasn't lying to him. Gano looked at Feng Heng and begged, I've already told you everything I know. Can you let me go? Feng Heng thought for a moment. Gano was just a small character. Even if they let him go, the Kulo Dai Trading Company would still deal with him. However, Feng Heng sized Gano up and thought of a better idea. Gano panicked even more when he saw Feng Heng's gaze. He said, I promise I won't tell anyone. If I reveal anything related to the shady line, the family won't let me off. Even if it's for my own sake, I won't tell anyone. Killing me won't do you any good, right? I can still stay in the trading company to provide you with information. Very good. Don't do anything, understand? I promise. I swear to you. Gano was afraid of death. It was easy to control people who were afraid of death. Feng Heng nodded and said, listen to me. Not only will you not die, but you will also receive many benefits. Under Gano's puzzled gaze, the surrounding eye spoons gradually dispersed. Follow me. Feng Heng said as he stepped forward. Where are we going? Of course, we're going to find the people from the Kulo Dai Chamber of Commerce. Your distress signal has been sent out, so there should be people coming to help soon, right? Gano's expression changed again, not knowing what Feng Heng was up to. Don't be so nervous, relax. You should be happy that you've taken the large soul crystal stone from the hands of the Egg Chamber of Commerce. What? Let's go back to the Rand Chamber of Commerce to get the soul crystal back first, then we will meet up with your reinforcements. Gano was utterly stunned. He turned to look at Feng Heng, his eyes full of surprise as he uttered, Yes, you were the one who stole the soul stone from the Rand Chamber of Commerce. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and continued, from now on, I am the expert you invited. I am an expert who cultivates both the study of necromancy and a sacred study. I was invited by you to explore the source of the shady line. Do you understand? Gano swallowed his saliva carefully, and goosebumps rose on his back again. You want. Don't move. Whoosh. Gano watched as Feng Heng pressed his finger on his forehead. Wang. A cold breath flowed from Feng Heng's fingers into his forehead. Gano's body immediately stiffened, not daring to move at all. After a while, Feng Heng retracted his hand and whispered, All right, raise your hand and look at the back of your right hand. Gano quickly raised his right hand. He could clearly see a strange pattern on the back of his right hand. Gano panicked and asked, What did you do to me? Your life is connected to the rune mark. As long as I die, you will also die. Therefore, it's best not to do anything strange, or else we won't have a good ending. Gano suddenly felt a chill run through his body. He had no doubts about what Feng Heng said. In Gano's opinion, Feng Heng was not only able to control so many ice bones, but he was also able to use the high-level abilities of the sacred study. He had an endless stream of strange methods and was an extremely terrifying existence. It was very reasonable for him to use such a mysterious life rune mark. Don't worry, the mark only lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, you will be free. Looking at Gano's frightened expression, Feng Heng was quite satisfied. In fact, he didn't know anything about the connection mark. It was just a mess of ordinary runes to deceive laymen. It hadn't disappeared into the back of Gano's hand but had directly dissipated. There was no practical effect at all. However, Gano was afraid of death, so Feng Heng was sure that he wouldn't dare to take the risk. Needless to say, Gano didn't have the time to find someone to verify the authenticity of the mark. 1452 Going deep 3 hours later, in the underground Shady Line, Feng Heng met up with the backup team led by Gano and returned to the Shady Line with the large soul crystal. After entering the Shady Line, they came to the rock wall they had encountered before. It took them another 3 hours. This was on the basis that the passage below the Shady Line had already been cleared once. Otherwise, the team would have to spend even more time. They are behind the cave. Gano carefully glanced at Feng Heng, who was wearing a human skin mask, and pointed to the right side of the rock wall in front of him. He explained to Feng Heng in a low voice, "There's a mark at the entrance. Only a special runestone can open the passage." Feng Heng had already changed into the attire of a normal necromancer. He wore a hood and disguised himself as an expert invited by Gano. Gano was the only one on the team who knew Feng Heng's true identity. "Where's the runestone? Open the door." Gano shrunk his neck and waved his hand. Behind them, a white-haired middle-aged man walked out of the team and carefully walked to the side of the rock wall, embedding a runestone into the wall. Ka-ka-ka. The rock wall made a slight sound and moved to the right, revealing a long passage behind it. The depths of the passage were pitch black, and one could not see the end with the naked eye. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. Holy aura. The moment the passage entrance opened, a holy aura leaked out from behind. Strange, why was there a holy aura? Moreover, the strength of this holy power was much stronger than that of the holy weapon. While Feng Heng was still thinking, the team had already begun to move forward. Gano saw the hesitant Feng Heng standing at the side and walked to the side, whispering, "Feng Heng, we can go now." "Yes." Feng Heng hummed softly and asked, "Can you feel it?" "Holy aura." "Oh, you mean that?" Gano quickly reacted. The holy aura that seeped out from the depths of the passage was very strong. Even those who practiced necromancy could sense it, but it was not as strong as Feng Heng's perception. "The holy aura is coming from the end of the passage. I suspect that it might be related to the source of the Shady Line. It was there when we first came in. As for the deepest part, we haven't gone in yet, so we don't know the exact situation inside." Gano explained in a low voice, "The Chamber of Commerce's team has already entered the front. They should still be blocked in front of the elite giant creatures. We will go and meet them now." "Yes." Feng Heng agreed and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He continued to move forward with the team. The dark blue soul fire illuminated the path ahead. At first, the passage was wide, but it became narrower and narrower at the back. It was obvious that it was man-made. When we first came here, the passage had already completely collapsed. It took us less than half a year to open the passage. Due to the influence of the Shady Line aura, the rocks on both sides of the rock wall were extremely solid. It would take quite some time to dig such a long passage. After walking for more than 20 minutes, the exit finally appeared in front of the passage. There was a group of people gathered outside the exit, discussing something in low voices. Feng Heng signaled Gano with his eyes, then secretly retreated and blended into the crowd. Gano took a deep breath and pretended that nothing had happened. He signaled for the team behind him to follow. "Gano, why are you so slow?" Outside the passageway, the Kulo Dai Trading Company and many other Chamber of Commerce teams had been waiting for a long time. The few people in charge of the trading firm were dissatisfied. Seeing Gano arrive late, their tone became more accusatory. Gano felt even angrier when he heard this, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Who was the one who told him that Feng Heng had been staying in the depths of Frost Hell? If it wasn't for the fact that the information given by this group of idiots was wrong, how could he have been so miserably tricked by Feng Heng? Now, even his life was in the hands of others. Just as he was about to argue, he saw Yatsuki standing in the crowd. The anger in Gano's heart immediately dissipated and turned into worry and uneasiness. Yatsuki was a powerful figure in the Kulo Dai Trading Company and had great prestige in the Chamber of Commerce. Just like before, he was in charge of leading the Shady Line this time. Gano walked forward uneasily, his expression somewhat unnatural. With a fawning smile, he explained, "Elder, the people from the Chamber of Commerce are not easy to deal with. We also encountered Feng Heng bringing people over to support us, which took a lot of time." Yatsuki frowned. Gano glared at the people from the Chamber of Commerce behind Yatsuki and seized the opportunity to complain, "It's you. The information you gave me is a problem." He was not in the depths of the Frost Hell. He even came to rescue the Rand Chamber of Commerce. He could even control a batch of ice bones. "I almost died there." The people from the Chamber of Commerce were naturally not convinced. From the moment they entered Frost Hell, they had sent people to keep an eye on Feng Heng from afar. They were very sure that Feng Heng was in the depths of the Frost Hell. He had came to rescue the Rand Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that Feng Heng had the ability to clone himself? Are you sure it was Feng Heng? Impossible. Our people have been watching him. It's impossible for him to bring people over to support them. The people from the Chamber of Commerce began to mock him in a few words. Could it be that you're deliberately finding an excuse to push the blame on us? Gano's eyes widened as he tried to defend himself. I saw Feng Heng with my own eyes. How could there be? Alright. Shut up. When Yatsuki heard the noise, his expression turned cold. He looked at Gano coldly and asked, so you failed? Not really. Fortunately, our reinforcements arrived in time and we managed to obtain the soul crystals. However, the Rand Chamber of Commerce people took advantage of the situation to create havoc, and we lost more than half of our men. Gano gestured with his hand. The dozen or so members of the team slowly pushed up the huge box containing the soul crystals and displayed it in front of everyone. Well done. The life and death of the Rand Chamber of Commerce is not important. As long as you get the soul crystal, your mission will be completed. As for why Feng Heng appeared there, we will talk about it when we get back. Yatsuki waved his hand and his tone softened a little. He walked forward and signaled the guard to open the box to check. The people from the various chambers of commerce also gathered around. Crack. The box opened, revealing a huge green stone inside. Seeing the appearance of the soul crystal, the members of the chambers of commerce revealed a satisfied expression. Let's begin, Mr. Ambe. This soul stone should be enough, right? Yatsuki turned his head and looked behind him. An old man walked forward and first observed the crystal before nodding. Perfect? With the soul stone, we can create an even stronger barrier to avoid the high-level undead creatures along the way. Give me some time and I will be able to complete it very quickly. I still need to borrow everyone's mental strength. 1453 Great Sword. Yes, of course. Yatsuki nodded and waved his hand to call the people from the chambers of commerce behind him. Come over and help. Soon, under the old man's signal, a circle of necromancers gathered around the huge rock and pressed their hands on it. Mental strength was injected. Ambe was in charge. The giant-sized soul crystal was stimulated, and dark patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the stone. Feng Heng stood in the crowd and observed carefully. Unfortunately, he was too far away and still could not tell how this group of people operated. It seemed to be a technique related to runes. The whole process of injecting mental strength lasted for 10 minutes. Ambe withdrew his hand. Upon closer inspection, the giant-sized soul crystal was much brighter than before. There were even fine patterns on its surface. Ambe checked the stone and nodded to Yatsuki. He said, that's enough. This crystal is very big, and the energy stored inside is enough for us to use for 1 or 2 years. Yatsuki stepped forward and pressed his hand on the stone. Buzz. With the activation of mental strength, a huge white barrier enveloped the team. Pick up the stone and be careful. Let's go. Yes, sir. The party members immediately gathered around and continued pushing the stone forward. After leaving the man-made hole, a wide passage appeared in front of them. The passage went straight ahead. At first, it was fine. The undead creatures that appeared in the passage were all normal and elite. As they gradually went deeper into the source of the shady line, the strength of the surrounding creatures increased rapidly. Even Feng Heng could not help but be secretly shocked. It was a giant-sized elite creature. The giant-sized creature was 1-2 times larger than ordinary elite creatures, and its strength had also increased greatly. It was very likely that its strength had already reached the level of a mini-boss. Feng Heng observed the giant-sized elite ice bones and unconsciously licked his lips. This thing was very powerful. He wondered if he could control them by using the bone summoning spell. That was a super strong combat power. He had to find an opportunity to try it later. The white barrier released by the giant-sized soul crystal blocked the perception of the many giant elite undead creatures. Everyone slowly walked through the crowd of monsters. The barrier only served to shield the aura. Fortunately, most of the creatures in the passage stayed where they were and did not move. The team carefully passed through the gaps between the undead creatures. If they really couldn't pass through, they would use special tools to lure them away. As a result, the path was particularly difficult to traverse. It took the team an hour to barely pass through. The further they went, the stronger the holy aura felt by Feng Heng. All the undead creatures on the last section of the road had completely disappeared. At the end of the road, a bronze door about 5 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. The door was covered in a thick layer of frost. There was a gap between the 2 doors, which could probably accommodate an ordinary person. A golden holy aura visible to the naked eye was constantly leaking out from the opening. Seeing this, the hearts of the party members could not help but beat faster. That was most likely the source of the shady line. As for the holy aura, it was very likely that it was left behind when the holy court sealed the source of the shady line. Yatsuki looked at the people behind him and nodded, "Follow me." After saying that, Yatsuki took the lead and entered the door. The party members followed suit. Feng Heng also joined the team and followed them through the door. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene inside the door. Behind the door was a spacious hall. Near the center, a great sword about 7 meters long pierced straight into the ground. 7 to 8 meters away from the great sword, there were at least hundreds of ice bones, frozen vengeful spirits, and their leaders surrounding the great sword. They were constantly surging toward the great sword. The powerful holy aura that the great sword emitted blocked the undead from the outside world. This was the first time Feng Heng had seen so many high-level undead creatures gathered together. His heart began to beat faster. A boss-level undead creature. There was far more than one. Other than that, there was also that great sword. The powerful aura emitted by the great sword was even stronger than the Book of Oaths in his hand. For a moment, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Gano swallowed his saliva carefully and asked, "What's that?" "I don't know," Yatsuki said concisely as he carefully observed his surroundings. The holy aura fluctuation was triggered by the great sword and was extremely strong. The surrounding vengeful spirits were obviously stimulated, and they kept rushing toward the great sword in the center, but they were blocked by the holy aura that the great sword emitted. The members of the Chambers of Commerce gradually recovered from their initial shock and discussed in low voices. There was a time limit to the hunting day. No matter what, just looking at it, he definitely did not have enough time. He had to make a move. What should we do? Should we try to get closer to take a look? Let's wait and observe. There were at least 20 commander-level undead creatures in the hall. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. In the team, a young man wearing a hat noticed something and pointed to the right. He said, "Everyone, look over there. Bones." The floor of the hall was littered with bones. After a long period of erosion, most of the equipment and weapons had already decayed, leaving behind ghastly white bones. The young man was pointing at a white bone near the edge of the cave. Is he the ancestor of the feudal lord of the Frost Fortress? Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked at the skeleton. The golden ring on the skeleton's hand has a star-like rune mark on it. It looks like the city lord's family rune ring. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. Oh, right. Zheng Yuping had mentioned it to him before. A mission issued by the city lord of Frost Fortress. Find the body of the city lord's ancestor and bring it back. Players can obtain a large number of points by completing the mission. Similarly, the Chambers of Commerce could also obtain great benefits by completing the commission. Yes, very similar. Yatsuki looked at the ring, nodded slightly, and shifted his gaze to the great sword in the center again. The ring was located near the holy great sword. It was not that easy to get the ring. A great sword of the holy system. I think this great sword might have some kind of sealing ability, sealing the source of the shady line. The high-level undead in the surroundings are all stimulated by the holy system and have probably gathered here for at least hundreds of years. Yes. Yatsuki nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and focused his gaze on Feng Heng, who was talking behind him. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Gano's expression changed when he saw Feng Heng suddenly speak. His heart was in his throat. He never thought that Feng Heng, who was hidden in the crowd, would take the initiative to speak. He was so shocked that a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He quickly went forward to explain. Elder, he's a helper I found and has learned a little about the sacred study. I thought that this mission might be related to the sacred study, so I brought him here. 1454 probing. Oh? The sacred study? Yatsuki's eyes were filled with curiosity. What do you think? Tell me. Feng Heng nodded and looked at the great sword in the middle of the hall from afar. He had the urge to go up and use the Book of Oaths to absorb the great sword. The great sword has existed for at least a few hundred years. During this period, it has constantly suffered the corrosion of the shady line aura and the attacks of the surrounding undead. It is still so strong now, which means that its ability is extremely strong. It is very difficult to break it forcefully with external forces. And then? I want to try and see if I can absorb the strength of the great sword or find a way to control it. Everyone's interest was piqued when they heard this. Do you have the ability to do it? I don't know, but I can give it a try. Feng Heng looked around. In theory, the Book of Oaths was a holy weapon. It was just like the silver nail magic tool he had encountered in the shady line. Relying on the holy weapon, he could completely think of a way to absorb the holy light's strength within the great sword. After the absorption, the great sword would become a pile of scrap metal. Only the frozen vengeful spirits and ice bones wandering around were a little troublesome. In addition, Feng Heng was also very curious about what was sealed under the great sword. The source of the shady line? What exactly was it? He had a feeling that he might have triggered a big mission. Well, I think we can give it a try. Yatsuki did not have much hope for what Feng Heng said. The great sword's level was obviously high. How could a necromancer who had learned a little about the sacred study undo it? Wasn't this a joke? Since he couldn't find a better way, He could try and observe the great sword's reaction. Yatsuki and the old man who drew the runes on the soul stone, Ambe, discussed for a while before looking at Feng Heng. Alright, we will think of a way to create a high-strength barrier for you. As he spoke, Yatsuki took out a soul jade crystal and threw it to Feng Heng. Take this and begin. Yes, sir. Under Ambe's command, the Chamber of Commerce once again opened up the barrier. This time, under everyone's control, the barrier fell on Feng Heng alone. Feng Heng also poured his spiritual power into the soul jade crystal and released a second layer of the barrier. Ambe gestured to Feng Heng, let's begin. Yes. Seeing Feng Heng approach the holy system's great sword step by step, everyone became nervous. The most nervous person wasn't Feng Heng, but Gano. Gano stared at Feng Heng's every move, his heart thumping, praying that nothing bad would happen. Most of the high-level undead gathered outside the great sword's holy light were attracted by the holy wave. Coupled with the double barrier protection, they turned a blind eye to Feng Heng's arrival. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He maintained his necromancy form and advanced through the gaps between the undead creatures. The most difficult step. A large number of elite and commander-level undead creatures. If he accidentally triggered the aggro of the undead creatures, he might even be killed in one hit. Fortunately, there was a gap between the undead creatures. Feng Heng carefully moved forward, bypassing many undead creatures until he arrived at the location of the holy light fluctuation. Swoosh! A holy light shone. Feng Heng switched to his holy form and stepped into the forbidden area of the undead with ease. Success. Good. Seeing Feng Heng ignore the light from the great sword and continue to move forward, everyone could not help but nod secretly, and their faces revealed happy expressions. It was indeed the strength of the holy system. Even the frozen vengeful spirits could not get close to the great sword, but Feng Heng could ignore the holy light fluctuation. Well done. Yatsuki didn't expect Feng Heng to be able to do this. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Gano with appreciation. Thank you, Elder. Normally, Gano would be happy for a few days after receiving Yatsuki's praise. But now, Gano didn't feel happy at all. He squeezed out an extremely stiff smile. Instead, he had an even worse premonition. Feng Heng approached the great sword step by step, observing it carefully at the same time. A huge crack was formed on the ground by the great sword. The front end was about 2 meters deep into the ground. A cold aura kept seeping out from the cracks in the ground. It was cold and carried a part of the undead aura. The undead aura was instantly purified by the great sword, leaving behind a cold and icy aura. The huge crack was covered in frost. There was no mistake. The strength that could freeze souls came from this crack. Seeing that Feng Heng had successfully approached, the eyes of the people from the chambers of commerce revealed some excitement. One of them shouted, "Little brother, can you think of a way to get the bones of the city lord's ancestor out first?" Feng Heng turned his head to the right. A large number of bones were scattered on the ground. Under the influence of the frost aura, a thin layer of frost was attached to the skeleton. One of the frosty white bones that were believed to be the ancestor of the city lord was left not far from the great sword. Okay, I will try. Feng Heng answered and tried to walk towards the skeleton at the side. Kai. Just as he took a few steps forward, Feng Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows and quickly retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. What the hell? The great sword suddenly emitted strong light, and a golden current visible to the naked eye flashed. Buzz. A golden shield appeared and shone. A wave of holy aura burst out from the great sword. The violent spread of the holy aura caused the surrounding undead creatures to freeze, pushing them back a few meters. Not good. Be careful. The expressions of the people from the chambers of commerce changed when they saw this. Release the barrier. Boom. 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 Dozens of bone barriers rose. The dark barrier opened. The shockwave of the spreading holy aura instantly shattered more than 10 bone barriers and finally exploded on the barrier set up by the Chamber of Commerce team. Ho! They barely managed to block the aura. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yatsuki looked up again. The great sword released a dark golden shield, enveloping the great sword and a surrounding area in the center. Shield? The shield slowly faded in front of everyone's eyes. In fact, the shield was always there. It would only appear when it was attacked or touched. Feng Heng was still standing outside the shield and observing. No. He couldn't do it. He was completely immune to the impact of the holy aura, but he had no way of dealing with this shield. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the great sword in the center of the shield again. The game notification flashed across his retina. Ding! Player has triggered the mission The Remains of the Ancestors. Mission title, The Remains of the Ancestors. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description: you have discovered the remains of the ancestor of the City Lord of Frost Fortress while exploring the Shady Line. If you can bring the remains back to the City Lord, He will definitely give you a generous reward. Mission requirements: bring the remains, as well as the seal ring that proves the identity of the remains, to the City Lord. Mission reward: City Lord's friendliness, and other rewards. 1455 Trapped to death. Feng Heng looked at the mission description. It was most likely due to the game settings. If he wanted to complete the City Lord's mission, he had to first think of a way to break through the Great Sword's barrier. The members of the Chambers of Commerce who had gathered at the periphery quickly recovered and sighed when they saw this. Yatsk shook his head. It was basically impossible to break through such a powerful holy barrier in a short period of time. He could only go back first and then slowly think of a way. He couldn't rush. He had already spent so much time. It would not be a big deal to spend a few more months. Little brother? Are you alright? If you can't, then retreat first. Hearing the persuasion of Chambers of Commerce people at the entrance of the hall, Feng Heng waved his hand and nodded. I want to try again. He would give it another try. Feng Heng turned his back to face the Holy Great Sword and raised his hand. Everyone stared at Feng Heng, curious about what else he wanted to do. It was already like this. Could there be a way? Whoosh! The Book of Oaths suddenly appeared in front of Feng Heng. The dark golden Book of Oaths shone brightly. Feng Heng's eyes flashed with excitement. He would use the strength of the Book of Oaths to absorb the Great Sword. Absorb all of its strength. Activating his mental power, lines of game prompts flashed through Feng Heng's vision. Ding! The player is using the Book of Oaths to absorb strength from the weapon. Ding! Hidden level check failed. Book of Oaths cannot absorb the item's strength. What the hell? Unable to absorb? Feng Heng glanced at the information in the game log from the corner of his eye and suddenly had an idea. Not good. In the next moment, under the stimulation of the Book of Oaths, the entire Great Sword suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling holy light. The dazzling light shone, and everyone gathered at the entrance of the hall could not help but close their eyes. Ding! You have received an unknown attack effect, receiving 200 damage, ignore defense. Ding! You have received damage. The item you are equipped with human skin mask disguise, fine grade, has expired. You cannot use similar equipment and items for 24 hours. Ding! You have received an unknown attack effect, receiving 200 damage, ignore defense. Ding! You are blinded. Ding! You have received. The light faded away. When Feng Heng opened his eyes again, everything around him had returned to normal. Oh no, he had failed. The people of the Chambers of Commerce standing at the back also gradually recovered from their blindness. What was going on? What just happened? Everyone in the Chambers of Commerce looked at Feng Heng. What was that? Human skin mask? When they saw the human skin mask on Feng Heng's face that had turned into jelly, everyone's eyes flickered with confusion. A member of the Chambers of Commerce looked at Feng Heng's face and felt that it was extremely familiar. He looked like... The man's heart skipped a beat and he immediately shouted, Feng Heng. He's Feng Heng. Feng Heng had just recovered from the blind state and was still observing the game log. When he heard the shout, he could not help but turn around and look behind him. It's Feng Heng. Damn it. Why is he here? Yatsk revealed a surprised look when he saw Feng Heng. He turned his head and stared at Gano. Gano was so frightened that his face turned ashen. His knees went soft and he immediately knelt on the ground. No, I don't know. It's none of my business. He was the one who sneaked into my team. I don't know anything. Shut up. Yatsk never thought that Feng Heng would infiltrate the team and discover the secret of the shady line. Huh, interesting. Yatsk turned his head and looked at Feng Heng, who was standing in front of the giant sword. A sneer overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Feng Heng, I've heard a lot about you. You managed to sneak in under my nose. No wonder so many people want to buy your life. Feng Heng also turned around and stared at Yatsk, feeling helpless. What did he mean? He had been very low-key recently, but why did it feel like there were still enemies everywhere? Since you want to stay here forever, I wish you luck. Yatsk slowly stepped back and waved his hand. Let's retreat. With that, Yatsk turned around and left without looking back. The members of the Chambers of Commerce were stunned for a moment. Then, they immediately understood Yatsk's intention and followed him out of the hall. Seeing this, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Shit. Noticing that Yatsk and the others were about to leave, Feng Heng immediately wanted to chase after them. However, just as he stepped out of the range of the giant sword's holy light aura, a circle of ice bones around him was immediately attracted to him. Feng Heng quickly stopped. Not good. He was trapped. He had also lost the strength protection of the giant soul crystal barrier. He was currently in the sacred study state and was affected by the hatred of the undead creatures. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal or elite undead creature, he could still force his way out, but now he was facing a commander-level creature. And it was not just one creature. Before he could even get close, the oppressive aura emitted by the commander-level ice bones came straight at Fang Heng. Fang Heng had no choice but to take a few steps back, retreating into the area enveloped by the holy light aura of the great sword. The undead creatures outside wanted to chase after him, but they were helplessly blocked by the holy light aura emitted by the great sword. This was troublesome. Fang Heng's brows were tightly knitted as he watched Yatsk and the others leave the hall. With a loud bang, the gap in the door of the hall closed. Yatsk led the people from the trading company out of the door and signaled for everyone to work together to close the bronze door. He even left a seal on the outside of the door to completely seal it. After doing all this, the leaders of the chambers of commerce looked at each other. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gano. Gano immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yatsk, begging for mercy. "Elder, I really don't know when Fang Heng snuck in. It's my fault. Fang Heng and the others might." Yatsk's face was as cold as ice. He could already tell that there was something wrong with Gano. Gano was a member of the Kulodite Trading Company. In front of outsiders, Yatsk had to protect the Kulodite Trading Company's face. "Now is not the time to discuss this. We will talk about your matter when we get back." The other representatives of the chambers of commerce exchanged glances. An old man smiled and waved his hand. He stepped forward and said, "Don't be so angry. It's normal for young people to make mistakes due to their lack of experience. It's good that they can learn from their mistakes. Fortunately, the losses aren't that great. Yatsk, your Kulodite Chamber of Commerce has always been fair. The losses this time." Yatsk glanced at the old man. "Previously, we received a commission from Lord Donnie to deal with Fang Heng. Now that Fang Heng has been trapped to death, the mission is considered completed. Our Kulodite Trading Company will not participate in the distribution of the reward for this commission." Everyone in the chambers of commerce immediately beamed with joy when they heard this. "Ha ha ha, I told you. The Kulodite Chamber of Commerce has always been fair. That's right. We've worked together for so many years. Everyone can trust each other." 1456 Getting out of trouble just 2 days ago, the feudal Lord Donnie had secretly sent a commission to the various major factions of Punos. The commission's objective was to kill Fang Heng. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could still control Fang Heng for a period of time. The price given for this commission was very satisfactory. However, it was required to be completed within a fixed time. Time was very tight. Originally, the people from the chambers of commerce had planned to give up. They did not expect that they would actually complete it by accident. A supervisor of the chambers of commerce looked at the bronze door behind him worriedly and asked, "But isn't it a little dangerous to leave Fang Heng alone inside? Won't he escape?" "HMPH, escape? What can he use to escape?" Yatsk sneered. "Don't worry about it, he won't be able to come out. There are only 4 hours left before Frost Hell closes. No one can stay in Frost Hell during the closing period." Yatsk was very confident about this. Since they didn't have a good way to deal with Fang Heng now, they might as well trap him inside. Save time and effort. What he needed to do now was to think of a way to get rid of that great sword. "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Behind the bronze door, inside the cave, after trying a few times, Fang Heng sat back down on the ground and fell into deep thought. "This is troublesome," Fang Heng muttered to himself. After more than 10 attempts, he divided the entire hall into 3 areas. The first part was the central sealed area of the great sword. This area was guarded by the great sword in the center. It was impossible to enter. Once you got close, you would be affected by the Holy Light's defensive barrier. The barrier was extremely strong and could not be broken for the time being. The second area was the area where the holy aura of the great sword was spreading. The leaders of the undead were all blocked outside by this power. The last area was where the undead creatures were free to move about. It was very awkward. Fang Heng was now trapped in the second area where the holy aura was dissipating. If he went deeper, he would reach the central sealed area. With his current ability, he could not break through the barrier. If he wanted to retreat, the area behind him was where the undead leaders were active. He couldn't beat them either. Fang Heng had no choice but to flip through his backpack again. He had 2 small soul jade crystals on him, which could block a part of his life aura. It can deal with ordinary undead. However, it was far from enough to deal with a commander-level undead creature. Fang Heng had tried several times before, but before he could step out of the area where the holy aura was spreading, he was targeted by the undead leaders outside. What should he do? Fang Heng couldn't help but feel distressed. Was he really trapped here? The problem was that he was currently in a special environment affected by the shady line, and he would be attacked by the cold aura every second. It was not a problem to use the undying body effect to resist, but it was impossible to log off using conventional methods. The hunting day only lasted for 1 day. At that time, the entire Frost Hell would be closed. As for after it was closed, Fang Heng frowned. He hadn't asked Zheng Yuping what would happen if he continued to stay in Frost Hell after the hunting day ended. He thought it wouldn't be anything good. Fang Heng took out the Tower of Bones invitation card from his backpack. Ding. You are currently in a special environment. You cannot use this invitation card. Even the invitation card was invalid. Fang Heng's heart sank and he slowly closed his eyes. Swoosh. A magic array appeared under Fang Heng's feet and spun rapidly. Golden holy light sparkled and gradually enveloped Fang Heng. When Fang Heng opened his eyes again, he was back in the single room of the Necromancer Association in the real world. Fortunately, he could still return to the real world. Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief and took out the invitation card from his warp backpack. The invitation card was currently in a usable state, and the card description had also changed. Item Tower of Bones invitation card, type, consumable, 3 out of 3. Description: through this invitation card, the player can enter Punos, a special hidden mid-level game world. Each time you enter, you can stay for up to 7 days. This card is a consumable and will disappear after 3 uses. You can use points to replenish the number of uses. Description: this item is bound to the soul and cannot be traded. It will disappear upon death. Special description: in the current environment, if you use this card to leave Punos again, the player's location in the game will be transferred back to the zombie apocalypse. His luck was not bad. He could use the invitation card to leave Punos and return to the zombie apocalypse. Knowing that he could escape, Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief. But even so, the next time he used the invitation card to enter Punos, he would still be trapped in the Shady Line Hall. It was troublesome. If that were the case, he would have wasted the month of progress in the game of Punos. Don't be anxious. There must be another way. Fang Heng muttered in a low voice, forcing himself to calm down. He closed his eyes and entered the game world again, patiently looking for a breakthrough. Deep in the mountain stream of Frost Hell, Zheng Yuping's team had been waiting for Fang Heng for half a day. Even as the sky gradually darkened, they still did not receive any news from Fang Heng. Strangely, the zombies under Fang Heng's control were still branding the ice bones. From the looks of it, Fang Heng should still be safe. But where was Fang Heng? Why did he suddenly disappear into thin air? The hunting day in the Frost Hell was about to end. At that time, the entire Frost Hell would be completely sealed off, and no one would be allowed to enter or leave. Zheng Yuping was anxious. It wasn't as if no one had ever thought of staying in the Frost Hell to earn points. However, after trying it out, he realized that this was almost impossible. After the hunting day ended, the negative environmental effects in the Frost Hell greatly increased. The cold aura could even cause a huge negative suppression effect on the soul bonfire, and the fuel consumption rate was greatly increased. All the teams that had tried to stay in the Frost Hell were wiped out without the need of the city lord. Helpless, Zheng Yuping could only choose to take the risk and enter the cave to explore and try to find Fang Heng. Unfortunately, it was useless. Captain, we can't find any trace of Lord Fang Heng. The cave is filled with skeletal creatures. There are too many of them. Ming led his team into the cave again and returned helplessly. Forget it. There's no need to look for him. Lord Fang Heng might have other arrangements. Zheng Yuping calculated. For safety's sake, it was better to retreat with the team first. World Lord Fang Heng always did things that were unexpected. Perhaps he had thought of a way to stay in the Frost Hell forever? They were different. With their bodies, they wouldn't even know how they died if they stayed in Frost Hell. Yes. The Federation team began to pack up their supplies and prepare to return. Previously, Fang Heng had killed a large number of frozen vengeful spirits and obtained a lot of resources. It would take some time to pack them up. 1457 The study of probability. Captain, this is bad. As he was packing up, a player in the party hurriedly came online and jogged forward. He whispered into Zheng Yuping's ear, just now, our people outside received news that World Lord Fang Heng was killed. What? This is impossible. Zheng Yuping suddenly turned around and looked at the person. His intuition told him this news was unreliable. Fang Heng was killed off? It's news from within the Kulodite raiding company. It hasn't spread out yet, so it doesn't sound fake. It says that he's trapped in a special environment, and the hunting day is about to end. The player in charge of communicating with the offline players was obviously a little anxious. He hurriedly said, we just contacted the people from the Rand Chamber of Commerce. They had a conflict with the Kulodite raiding company last night and were rescued by Fang Heng. After that, they separated from Fang Heng and left Frost Hell early. The Rand Chamber of Commerce also heard some news and just confirmed with us about World Lord Fang Heng's condition. Oh no, this was not good. Zheng Yuping's heart sank. Could it be that he had really run into trouble? Swoosh. Hearing the sound, Zheng Yuping suddenly raised his head and looked towards the right side of the mountain stream. Suddenly, A dense dark magic array appeared under the feet of the ice bones that had gathered in the right area under Feng Heng's control. The ice bones entered the magic array and quickly disappeared. It was the bones' summoning spell. They were summoned back by Feng Heng. Zheng Yuping frowned. It seemed like Feng Heng had encountered a huge problem. The good news was that at least Feng Heng was still alive. "Captain, what do we do now?" Zheng Yuping nodded and lowered his head to think. They were not even sure where Feng Heng was, let alone rescue him. In short, Frost Hell's hunting day was about to end, so they should leave first. After they got out, they would figure out the situation and think of a way. World Lord Feng Heng might have encountered some trouble. Let's leave first and think of a way out. Yes, sir. At the same time, in the underground shady line. Warning, the Frost Hell's hunting day has 60 minutes left. Please evacuate within 60 minutes. Staying in Frost Hell will result in additional punishment. Feng Heng was still trapped at the entrance. He glanced at the red hint in the game. It had already been more than 3 hours. Freaking. It wasn't that Feng Heng didn't want to leave, but that he couldn't. After several attempts, Feng Heng found a small bug. He could casually stand in the area where the holy light aura was spreading and launch long-range attacks on the undead creatures outside. The leader of the frozen vengeful spirits was continuously attacked by Feng Heng, and its anger value had slowly accumulated to the peak. However, it was unable to get close to Feng Heng, who was in the area protected by the holy light aura and was constantly blocked by the holy light power. If the damage output was sufficient, he could slowly grind the frozen vengeful spirit to death. Unfortunately, Feng Heng found that his long-range output ability was far from enough. At most, he could only rely on the Book of Oaths to unleash a burst of power. He probably wouldn't be able to kill the frozen vengeful spirit leader. In addition, the zombie clones could stay in the holy light protection zone after switching to the holy form. Once they went out, the zombies would be attacked by the undead regardless of their academic form. The branded ice bones could enter the surrounding areas where the undead gathered, but once they entered the holy guarded area, they would instantly dissipate. Of course, under normal circumstances, the leaders would not attack the ice bones. However, if the ice bones tried to attack, the leaders would immediately counterattack. The result was that they would be instantly killed. How troublesome. Feng Heng scratched his head. Unfortunately, his subordinates could only control melee attacks, so they were unable to grind down these commander-level undead creatures. Was he really trapped to death? Feng Heng felt like he had nowhere else to go. That's right. Staying in the holy light-guarded area could ensure his own safety. Since he was idle, he might as well think of a way. Feng Heng slowly walked forward to the edge of the holy guarded area. Let's try it out with the giant elite bones first. Feng Heng muttered to himself and tried to raise his hand. Bone summoning spell. Several ice bones were summoned by Feng Heng. Just as Feng Heng had predicted, the undead creatures in the outside world were all attracted by him and the holy light aura. They gathered at the periphery of the holy light aura fluctuation area and did not have any hatred for the ordinary ice bones. Feng Heng gulped down a bottle of magic point recovery potion and tried to summon more ice bones. He surrounded one of the giant elite ice bones in the center and kept squeezing its space. Soon, the giant elite ice bones was trapped in the middle of the 3 layers of ice bones controlled by Feng Heng, unable to move. There was hope. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and stretched out his hand. Buzz. A dark aura overflowed from Feng Heng's body and spread toward the giant elite ice bones. At the same time, a line of game hints appeared. Ding. The player is using the bone summoning skill to brand souls. The skill is being guided. Please maintain your skill guide status. Any movement, attack, casting, or being attacked will interrupt the status. The giant elite ice bones that was affected by the gray shadow aura immediately became restless. Unfortunately, it was surrounded by other bones, and its range of movement was limited. It was even more certain that the danger was coming from the front, and it kept swinging the frostbone blade at the area where the holy aura fluctuated. This was completely useless to Feng Heng. 2 minutes later, the skill guidance ended. Ding. The player failed to use soul branding. He had failed. Feng Heng glanced at the hint. Even though he had already predicted this, he was still a little disappointed. Following that, another line of game hints refreshed. Ding. The current target creature has been determined to be a special elite. The difficulty of soul branding will increase. The success rate of soul branding is extremely low. Player, please be careful. Ding. The player can try to increase the success rate of the skill by reducing the target's health point, causing the target to enter a special negative state, weakening the target's level, etc. Feng Heng was pleasantly surprised when he saw the hint. The probability of branding was extremely low. This meant that there was still a possibility of success for the brand. That was awesome. As long as there was a probability, it could be stacked with numbers. Feng Heng's eyes flashed with excitement as he licked his lips. Soon, more than 20 zombie clones gathered behind Feng Heng, and channeling bars popped up above their heads. In an instant, a dark aura enveloped the giant elite ice bones. At the same time, more than 20 game hints appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding, your zombie clone is using the bone summoning skill to brand its soul. Ding, your zombie clone, 1458 asking for guidance. The soul brand required very little soul power and not much mental strength. It could withstand the branding of tens of zombie clone at the same time. Feng Heng was even more excited. Since he couldn't run away in a short period of time, he might as well take it slow and take this opportunity to slowly imprint it. If he managed to get his hands on a commander-level ice bones, wouldn't he be rich? With that thought, Feng Heng was no longer in a hurry. He immediately called for the zombie clones in the outside world to commit suicide and revive themselves. The area where the holy light aura fluctuated was quite wide, and there would definitely be no problem for 1,000 zombie clones to stand there. Even 10,000 zombie clones could fit in a small crowd. Even if the success rate was 0.000001% and multiplied by 10,000 times, there was still a 1% chance of success. As long as he kept trying, he would always be lucky and succeed. Outside Frost Hell, as the Haunting Day event ended, the metal gate at the entrance of Frost Hell slammed shut. A federal soldier ran over hurriedly and whispered a few words into Zheng Yuping's ear. Elisa looked anxious and asked, "Mr. Zheng, is there any news about Feng Heng?" Yes, from the information leaked by the Kulodite raiding company, Feng Heng might have encountered trouble and is trapped inside. Hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately became very ugly. This was bad. It would be a whole month before the next opening of the Frost Hell. Based on past experience, no one had been able to survive for a month inside. Elisa was worried and said anxiously, "Let's go and ask the city lord and ask him to help open the city gates." "It's useless." Wendy shook her head and pressed down on Elisa's shoulder, saying, "The city lord will not easily open the gates of the Frost Hell. The Ren Chamber of Commerce is worthless in his eyes." Zheng Yuping took a deep breath. He knew very well that staying in the Frost Hell for a long time was destructive to players. The players stayed inside, and even if they kept swallowing potions, their health point would not stop dropping. As for Feng Heng, he might be fine for the time being. After all, he had been observing Feng Heng previously. Feng Heng's attributes were extremely strong. He had not even drunk a bottle of potion before and had taken it all head-on. Feng Heng probably still had a lot of potions on him. Relying on the potions, Feng Heng could still persist for a long time. However, as time passed, the players would develop resistance to the medicine. At that time, they would not be able to withstand it at all. Feng Heng, that fellow. He was terrifyingly strong, but he always liked to go to dangerous places. He couldn't let anything happen to him. There was only one way now. Go and ask the old captain for help. Only the captain had the ability to bring Feng Heng out of that place. In the real world. Necromancer Association. Whoosh. Inside the room, a dark golden magic array appeared on the ground. Buzz. The light quickly dissipated, and Feng Heng's figure appeared in the magic array. Phew. Feng Heng exhaled heavily, and the frost on his body quickly melted. After the hunting day ended, the negative effects of the frost hell increased. A large amount of cold air gushed out from the gap in front of the great sword. Feng Heng would receive a large amount of fixed damage every second if he stayed there. Although he could still withstand it with the undying body effect, Feng Heng would still feel pain, and it was that kind of bone-chilling pain. The cold aura was even attached to the surface of his body with ice crystals. Once he stayed in the same spot for a few minutes, ice crystals would appear on his body and even his movements would be hindered. Helpless, Feng Heng was not a masochist. After forcefully holding on for a while and realizing that there was no good solution, he chose to go offline. Feng Heng quickly thought about it. It wasn't dangerous to be temporarily trapped in the Frost Hell, but the barbarian realm was a little troublesome. The Holy Court and the North District Federation were watching from the side. For safety's sake, it was best to think of a way to get out of there as soon as possible. There was nothing he could do even if he couldn't escape. He could only go back and think of other ways to obtain the brilliant crystal. He remembered Teacher Dicky had finished his seclusion last night. Teacher Dicky was very experienced and would definitely give him some suggestions. He would go and ask Teacher Dicky about the situation first. After making up his mind, Feng Heng put on his hood and mask and hurried to look for Teacher Dicky. After all, he was still trapped in the Frost Hell in the game. The special way to enter and exit the game was Feng Heng's secret. He tried to hide it. Teacher Dicky had just finished his seclusion last night. On the second day after his seclusion, the students who came to look for their mentors formed a long line. After such a long time, many students encountered many difficulties in their cultivation and wanted to ask for advice. Once there were more people, there would be a long queue. Apart from these, there were still many miscellaneous matters of the association waiting for Teacher Dicky to handle. Seeing the necromancy attendant leading a scholar to cut the queue and be the first to meet their mentor, the students could not help but cast envious looks at him. Only the exclusive disciples of the mentors could enjoy this privilege. In the study room, Dicky was napping on a wooden chair. He was a little tired from reading the documents that had accumulated for several days. "Please come in." Hearing the knock on the door, Dicky woke up and looked up. Even though Fang Heng was wearing a mask, Dicky could sense his aura immediately. Seeing Fang Heng looking for him, Dicky's mood improved a lot. "Fang Heng, you came at the right time. I was talking about you with a few old men yesterday." Dicky raised his eyebrows. His gaze could not move away the moment he sensed Fang Heng's undead aura. He stared at Fang Heng, his face quickly filled with surprise. Necromancy. Advanced. In just a short month, he had already advanced to advanced necromancy. This also meant that Fang Heng's initial soul strength was definitely not low. Genius. He had never been wrong. Fang Heng was a genius in the study of necromancy. Ha 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 ha. Good. That was awesome. Those old fellows would be so jealous of him. The smile on Dicky's face widened. Fang Heng nodded respectfully and said, "Teacher. Come, sit down and talk." Dicky warmly invited Fang Heng to sit down and nodded with a smile. He asked, "I heard that you went to Puno's. How was it? Is everything alright over there? From the looks of it, you should have successfully completed your cultivation." "Yes, some time ago. It was fine at the beginning and I successfully passed the cultivation. However, I encountered a little trouble before." Fang Heng nodded and quickly recounted what had happened when he was trapped in Frost Hell. Dicky's expression gradually turned grave as he listened to Fang Heng slowly narrate the entire matter. After hearing everything and learning that Fang Heng was temporarily trapped in the game, Dicky could not help but let out a sigh. "Fang Heng, I've heard some things about the Frost Hell. Back then, the Holy Court wanted to completely seal the source of the Shady Line, but they still suffered a small loss at the last moment. Teacher, what is the source of the Shady Line?" 1459 Practice. It's an extremely difficult vengeful spirit to deal with. Don't ask, that person is not someone you can deal with for the time being. Dicky waved his hand and said, "I can help you ask about how to get out of here. It's not a problem to borrow some props, but I hope that you can try to get out of here by yourself. If you still can't do it, come find me anytime." "Thank you, teacher." Fang Heng saw that Teacher Dicky was unwilling to talk about the Shady Line, so he thanked him and asked, "Teacher, I actually encountered a few problems related to the Holy Court." "Yes, go ahead." Fang Heng then briefly explained everything related to the sacred tree. After listening to Fang Heng's long narration, Dicky looked at Fang Heng and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This student. He had actually caused so much trouble in just a month. He really didn't look like a necromancer. If one were to say that he was not doing his job properly, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his cultivation had not fallen behind at all. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had advanced by leaps and bounds. After all, the matter of the sacred tree involved the Holy Court. Even Dicky felt that it was very troublesome. The curse of judgment has always been the way the Holy Court shows its strength of faith. The ancestors of the vampires relied on the power of the sacred tree to escape God's punishment, and the authority of the Holy Court was affected. Dicky slowly explained, because of this, the Holy Court has been investigating the vampires. They will definitely do their best to find the source of their strength. I am afraid it's impossible to make them give up. Saintess Fiona is extremely powerful. I don't recommend that you go and confront her head-on. It's best if you avoid her. Fang Heng shook his head and said, "Teacher, I know it's difficult, but I can't give up on the sacred tree." "Yes." Dicky nodded. The sacred tree had the potential to make even the Holy Court extremely fearful. If it were him, he would not give up so easily. Dicky looked at Fang Heng with a serious and warning expression as he said, "Fang Heng, Fiona is different from ordinary people. She is the soul reincarnation of one of the 7 guardians of the Holy Court. It is not a good thing to be targeted by her. Once she completely passes the test and completes the release of the soul reincarnation strength, her soul and inheritance will completely fuse and advance. At that time, the entire Necromancer Association will be greatly suppressed." Fang Heng couldn't help but frown in surprise. "So strong?" Dicky patted Fang Heng's shoulder. "I don't want you to become his stepping stone, understand?" Fang Heng's pupils contracted, and his heart became even more solemn. "Yes, I know, teacher." Dicky's expression eased up a little and he continued, "There's no need to be afraid. If it really comes to that, our Necromancer Association won't be easy to deal with. As long as you stay here, no one will be able to hurt you." "Thank you, teacher." Dicky thought for a moment and continued, "Remember not to reveal the source of the sacred tree to the public. Give me some time. I have a friend who is very knowledgeable about the nature element. I will talk to him and hope to get his help to find a way to transplant the sacred tree. In short, remember not to have a direct conflict with the Holy Court at the moment. Try to keep a low profile. Yes, teacher. I don't want to cause trouble. It's best to avoid them. Feng Heng had the same thought. He didn't want to fight in the front either. He just wanted to slowly develop. Dicky was even more satisfied when he saw Feng Heng agree. Now, he was afraid that Feng Heng, a young man, would be hot-tempered and go up to find someone to beat him to death. Yes, it's good that you think so. Feng Heng continued, should I go with you to visit that friend? No need. My friend has a strange temper. I will write a letter to him. I will go alone tomorrow. Dicky had a gentle expression on his face as he said, just nice. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's test your recent cultivation level. Have you encountered any obstacles in your cultivation process? Let's take advantage of today to talk about it. Feng Heng was interested. It just so happened that he was able to gain experience in the study of necromancy. He had read about many theoretical things in books, and it was impossible for him to understand the meaning behind them. Feng Heng rarely studied as seriously as he did now. He took out a pen and paper and began to record. Ding! The player has received guidance from the necromancy teacher, Dicky. Current advanced necromancy level has increased to level 3. 3 hours later, Feng Heng finished learning and received a game notification. He directly leveled up by 2 levels. Feng Heng was a little surprised. This bit of experience points would be a huge sum if he absorbed the undead aura to level up. Go, that's all for today. The points I just said are basic and very important. It's a good thing that your advancement speed is very fast. You don't have to deliberately slow down. It's the same for you to supplement your foundation later. Yes, teacher. Also, you've already completed the leveling up of the necromancy, so you haven't recorded any skills, right? Yes, I haven't had the time yet. Feng Heng scratched his head. Indeed, after he leveled up his advanced necromancy, he rushed to Frosthell to participate in the hunting day. Apart from that, collecting skills in Punos would also take time to take the necromancy scholar assessment and cost points. Feng Heng really didn't have the time. Dicky waved his hand to the side. Dark dust gathered around Dicky. The necromancy attendant gradually appeared. Bring him to the transcription hall. Dicky instructed the necromancy attendant and reminded Feng Heng, there are very few high-level skills in the undead hall. I suggest you consider learning Soul Impact. That skill is more suitable for you. Okay, thank you, teacher. Feng Heng respectfully took his leave. Outside the door, the necromancy scholars cast envious looks at Feng Heng again. To be able to receive teacher Dicky's exclusive one-on-one tutoring for more than 3 hours, when would they have such heaven-defying luck? In the barbaric world, a slender figure stood in front of the cliff facing a boundless sea of trees. Her gray robe fluttered in the breeze. Donnie raised her hands. PFFT. Kai Kai Kai. The dark aura spread rapidly under the control of the Book of the Dead. Stimulated by the corrosive aura, the outermost layer of vines rapidly aged and withered, gradually spreading to the inner layer. The sea of trees was full of vitality. When the skill's effect ended, it began to slowly move forward. Feng Heng. Donnie muttered softly. A dark sandstorm blew. 2 gray shadows condensed into a human form behind Donnie. Donnie, everything is ready. We can begin. Yes. Donnie stopped, but her eyes were still focused on the forest of sacred trees. The AO corrosion spell was obviously effective on the sacred tree area. However, the sacred tree region was simply too vast. Her current strength was not enough to pose a threat to the entire sacred tree region. Unless she could enter the core of the sacred tree and attack the fatal point in the center. 1460 copying what's wrong? Feeling troublesome. Donnie's face was cold as she replied, Rivera, did you come here just to laugh at me? Ha 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 ha, I am just joking. Can't you smile more? The people outside are spreading the word about us that we necromancers are all old antiques with no expressions on their faces. Rivera laughed loudly and walked to Donnie's side, also looking at this large forest of sacred trees. Very powerful, right? Interesting, that's all. Donnie retracted her gaze and looked at Rivera, asking, has the threat been removed? Rivera laughed in his heart. If Donnie really didn't care about Feng Heng, she wouldn't have asked such a question. Don't worry, it's settled. This time, even the heavens are on our side. Guess what? Before the people I arranged for him could make a move, Feng Heng had already started fighting with the Kuluwadi Trading Company. Now, he's trapped in the frost hell by the Kuluwadi Trading Company's people. It's impossible for him to come out. That's good. Donnie had some understanding of Punos's frost hell, so she nodded. In her opinion, Feng Heng was a huge risk. However, the Federation is in a hurry. They just came to look for me again and said that they want us to deal with the sacred tree first before continuing our cooperation. Hey, they're really shameless. Whatever. It doesn't matter whether the Federation or not. Considering our future cooperation, we should settle the Saintis first. It won't be too late to deal with the sacred tree after we complete the talent advancement. As the two of them were discussing, a deep voice sounded from behind them. Have you discussed it? Can I make a move? Donnie turned her head and looked at the tall figure behind her. She nodded and said, okay, let's go. After visiting Teacher Dicky, the necromancy attendant brought Fang Heng to the skill transcript hall in the Necromancer Association. The front of the transcript hall was very spacious, but only a few people were present. Fang Heng had just stepped into the hall when his eyelids suddenly twitched. He immediately felt that the soul area of the sacred tree in his sea of consciousness had been touched. What was going on? The Holy Court? Since he was unable to sense the specific situation of the sacred tree, Fang Heng did not know what had happened. Just as he was hesitating about whether he should return to the game to take a look, the spiritual power of the sacred tree disappeared again. Everything returned to normal. It seemed to have calmed down again. Fang Heng frowned. It was very likely that the Holy Court was testing him again. He hoped that Teacher Dicky would be able to find a way to transplant the sacred tree as soon as possible. Honorable Scholar, you can copy 5 skills in the hall for free. Please choose. Fang Heng was deep in thought when a voice came from behind him. The necromancy attendant quietly appeared behind him and handed him a thick book. You can choose 5 skills first. After you have made your choice, I will lead you to the transcript hall to learn the copying skill. Alright, thank you. Fang Heng did not think too much about it. He was ready to go to the barbaric world to check on the situation after learning the skill. Unlike in the game, skills outside the game could not be learned directly in the transcript hall. Instead, one had to choose the skill in advance and then enter the hall to copy it. The thick book recorded a total of 181 low-level necromancy skills and 15 intermediate-level necromancy skills. There were only 3 types of high-tier skills. Fang Heng checked the attributes of the Book of the Dead that he often used. With the help of the advanced necromancy level, Fang Heng could use the Book of the Dead to record 8 low-level skills, 2 mid-level skills, and 1 high-level skill. Of course, if the Book of the Dead continued to level up, it could record more skills. It was currently a transition period, so Fang Heng did not hesitate for long. He spent some time picking a few skills that looked good. I've chosen. After selecting the skills, the necromancy attendant led Fang Heng into the knowledge hall at the back to copy the skill. Please follow me, Honorable Scholar. They entered the knowledge hall. Fang Heng listened to the arrangements of the necromancy attendant and walked to the center of the hall, taking out the Book of the Dead. The dark light flowed down along with the light and slowly flowed into the Book of the Dead in his hand. It took some time to record the skills. After a full hour, the light gradually faded. The game notification appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has recorded skills in the Book of the Dead: Undead Bone Summoning, Basic Skill, The Curse of Weakness, Basic Skill, Corrosion Curse, Intermediate Skill, Soul Chain, Intermediate Skill, Soul Impact, Advanced Skill. The basic skills of necromancy were generally weak, so Fang Heng randomly chose 2 to make up the numbers. It was only necessary to choose from the mid-level. The Corrosive Curse skill could reduce the enemy's physical resistance and shield-type skills. Fang Heng had learned this move specifically to deal with Holy Court. The second skill, Soul Chain, was a skill that he had always coveted. It was also a skill that most necromancy liked to use. It could deal damage and control. It could be said to be a combination of attack and defense. Its adaptability and power were very good. As for the high-level Soul Impact skill, it was Teacher Dicky who suggested that he learn it. The Soul Impact skill was effective against the soul. When it dealt damage, it also added pain and dizziness negative effects. To ordinary people who had not been trained in the power of the soul, it was almost full damage. The weakness was that it could not be effective against certain soul-missing units, the preparation stage before the skill was released, and the area of effect attack that ignored both friend and foe. It seems to be difficult to use. Fang Heng checked the skills and left the hall, thinking about going back to the game world to practice. The necromancy attendant who was waiting at the side of the hall walked up and whispered, Honorable Scholar, a friend of yours has been waiting for you outside the door for a long time. Friend? Fang Heng reached out and touched the mask on his face. He felt a little strange and nodded. Alright, bring me there. Mojai was waiting anxiously in the front hall of the transcript hall. When he saw Fang Heng coming out, he winked at him from afar, indicating that it was an urgent matter. The complexity of the matter far exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over in such a hurry. Fang Heng suddenly had a bad feeling and walked up. What's so urgent? Big trouble. Mojai exhaled heavily. He finally found Fang Heng after making a big detour. When he heard that Fang Heng was trapped in the game, he was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, Feng Heng had a special way to leave the game, so he was most likely not in danger. Therefore, he spent some time looking for Teacher Dicky and learned Feng Heng's whereabouts from him. There's a big problem in the barbaric world. Sigh, it's hard to explain. Anyway, you have to come back quickly to take charge of the situation. Feng Heng's expression darkened. This was bad. It came so quickly. The people of the Holy Court had attacked, but they were not ready yet. Is it Vienna? Yes. Mojai Aoi nodded, then shook his head and said, no, it's not right. It has something to do with her. We won't be able to make it in time. Let's hurry back and explain to you on the way. Yes, alright. 1461 Fight in the Barbarian Realm. About a day ago, Tang Minayu received a hint from her subordinate NPC. A violent fluctuation appeared in the space. It was suspected that a powerful energy body had invaded. At first, Tang Minayu didn't take it to heart. She thought it was Feng Heng's spatial fluctuation again. Then, a series of warning hints appeared. Tang Minayu immediately became alert. She really couldn't stay in the barbarian realm anymore. In just half a day, it had been hacked more than 10 times. However, on second thought, if Feng Heng did not do this, she would not be able to handle it anyway. She might as well leave it and make money peacefully. Hence, she ordered her subordinates to take out the Empire's holy weapon. If anyone dared to disturb her from earning money, she would shoot them first. At most, they would fight to the death. It was worth mentioning that the Empire's holy weapon that Tang Minayu had high hopes for previously could not be traded or placed in the inventory. It also required the royal bloodline and the control of the royal personnel to be used. Of course, even so, she still had to investigate. However, Tang Minayu never dreamed that this incident would be directed at the Holy Court. Holy Court? Everyone rode on the back of the Empire's griffin and rushed to Osperino. Feng Heng could not help but ask. The violent energy fluctuation came from the Holy Court. Why was it so strange? That's right, we also find it strange. Didn't the people from the Holy Court come over? Why did it explode in the Holy Court? Tang Minayu was also confused. Originally, the money-making plan was already 99% complete, and the rest was all free riding. They were just waiting for Feng Heng to return in the end and leave the stamp place with the resources. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a strange thing? The barbarian realm was really an ominous place. Ed spoke with a serious expression. Lord Feng Heng, I've just contacted a few friends in the Federation. One of my reliable friends has revealed a piece of news to me. He said that Vienna actually entered the barbarian realm a few days ago. Feng Heng became even more vigilant. Vienna had secretly come over, and she really hadn't done anything during this period of time? Strangely, there was no news of Vienna after she arrived. Ed continued, in fact, the Northern Federation originally planned to attack the Land of Plague on the day Vienna arrived. However, the Holy Court cancelled the plan on their own, which caused the Northern Federation to be dissatisfied. Also, not long ago, the Federation received a distress signal from the Holy Court. Feng Heng was even more curious. What the hell is a distress signal? Could it be that someone wanted to make a move against the Holy Court? Just now, there were continuous high-intensity power reactions from the Holy Court. We discussed it and felt that something big might happen, so we quickly called you over to take a look. As they were discussing, Mojai Aoi came online and his body gradually became corporeal. Yes, it's someone from our school of necromancy. The Holy Mountain has been attacked by the necromancers. The situation is very bad now, and it's in danger. Tang Minayu's eyes lit up when she heard this. She said excitedly, this is great news. Fight. Hurry up and fight. The more lively the fight, the better. Something's not right. Ed looked at Feng Heng and the others suspiciously. Isn't necromancy always a coward? He rarely had a direct conflict with the Holy Court. Why did he suddenly go all out this time? Feng Heng also felt that there was something strange about this matter. Have you heard of Donnie? I heard that this operation was organized by Donnie. Everyone shook their heads. Tang Minayu was mostly in elementary games, and Ed was also focused on the barbarian realm, so he didn't have much information about the outside world. Donnie is a faction in a mid-level game. She has been developing in her world. For some reason, she has set her sights on the barbarian realm's Holy Court and has even roped in many necromancy factions to join in the fight against the Holy Court. Mojai Aoi explained, then looked at Feng Heng and asked, Feng Heng, you really don't know her? Donnie. Feng Heng muttered to himself and shook his head, I have no impression of her. That's really strange. The investigation company I commissioned also investigated Donnie. There's news that Donnie has recently secretly issued some assassination commissions targeting you in Punos. Huh? Feng Heng was even more confused. He had originally thought that it would be a good thing and wondered if he should help these players who studied necromancy. He did not expect the players who studied necromancy to have bad intentions. Feng Hang felt that he had been keeping a low profile during this period of time, but he was still being targeted. We don't know what exactly happened. I've sent someone to investigate as soon as possible. Well, let's go over and take a look first. The griffin quickly approached Oshrino. From afar, Feng Hang raised his head. A thick undead aura appeared in front of them. Ed's eyelids twitched. He pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look at that." In front of him, a pillar of holy light rose into the sky. The bottom of the light pillar was connected to a huge holy barrier. A dark golden barrier enveloped the entire Oshrino. Outside the barrier was a thin layer of ghost fog. Looking down at the area below, the outer circle of the holy light barrier was densely packed with rings of undead creatures. Undead summoning. Feng Hang narrowed his eyes. Moreover, it was such a large-scale soul summoning technique. Looking closely, the undead creatures were constantly attacking the outer barrier. Did the people from the school of necromancy make a move? So sudden? The reason? Feng Hang had an inexplicable feeling. Could it be that the Holy Court had offended too many people and had suffered retribution? Feng Hang pondered over the situation. Tang Minayu looked down and asked, "Feng Hang, what should we do?" "Don't get too close. Let's stay further away and fly at a low altitude." "All right." Tang Minayu commanded the griffin to fly a distance away from the undead and hover at a low altitude. "I will go take a look. You guys stay here to receive me." "Are you alone?" "Yes, undead creatures are sensitive to the aura of living people. They might be hostile if they get close. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I will go over and scout first to see if I can talk to them." As he spoke, Feng Hang quickly switched to his necromancy form and nodded at Mojai Oi. He said, "Keep in touch. Inform me immediately if there's any news." "Wait." Tang Minayu stopped Feng Hang and took out a mask from her backpack and said, "Your identity is sensitive. We don't even know if they're friends or foes. It's safer to wear a human skin mask. Item, exquisite human skin mask. Level, precious, one-time consumable. Description, a magical item that can disguise one's appearance. There is a high chance of failure when attacked. Maximum duration, 3 hours, usage interval, 24 hours. Alright." Feng Hang took the human skin mask from Tang Minayu and put it on. He jumped down from the sky and took out the soul rune crystal from his backpack. He opened an aura barrier and rushed toward the light screen. Although the undead creatures gathered nearby were controlled remotely by the players, they did not sense Feng Hang's existence, so they would not take the initiative to attack. 1462 Hostile Feng Hang avoided the undead creature and quickly approached the holy light barrier. Soon, Feng Hang saw a few figures appear in front of him as he approached the holy barrier. Several necromancy scholars were summoning the bones. When they saw Feng Hang walking out from the side of the path, several scholars immediately looked at him warily. Feng Hang's gaze quickly swept across the few people in the room, quickly identifying their identities. They were all players. It seemed that this operation was led by the players. Donnie. Who exactly was she? Stop. Who are you? Feng Hang suppressed the doubts in his heart, stopped in his tracks, and slowly stretched out his hand. The Book of the Dead appeared in front of him. Like you, I am also a believer in death. I have always lived in a neighboring city. After seeing the fluctuation, I rushed over to take a look. Seeing that he was holding the Book of the Dead in his hand, the players relaxed a little. One of the young men said, "What else could it be? We are here to deal with the Holy Court. This isn't a place you should come to. Go back." Feng Hang narrowed his eyes. Deal with the Holy Court? That's great. The Holy Court almost ruined my cultivation last time. This time, I can take revenge. I know the surrounding area better. Maybe I can help. The few necromancy players looked at each other and quickly exchanged glances. You can break this Holy Court shield? I can try. Ilsa was the team leader of the player. He used his eyes to signal to his other 4 teammates, then pointed his mouth at the holy light screen in front of him and said, "Okay, then you go and try. If you can really break the shield, you will get a lot of benefits." Feng Hang put away the Book of the Dead and slowly walked forward until he stopped at the edge of the holy light barrier. He tried to reach out to touch it. What was going on? This simple scene shocked the necromancy players. There was actually someone who could get close to the protective light screen without being affected. Without waiting for Feng Hang's next move, Ilsa raised his eyebrows and immediately shouted, "There's something wrong with him. Take him down first." The 5 of them moved at the same time. Several black chains shot out from the Book of the Dead in front of the 3 players. Swoosh! Feng Hang reacted immediately when he heard the sound behind him. He grabbed the dagger of sin with his backhand and suddenly sped up several times to jump to the side, avoiding the black chain that came from behind. Seeing Feng Hang dodge the black chains, The necromancy players became even more vigilant. Fang Heng looked at them and asked, "Why? Who the hell are you? Even Lady Donnie couldn't get close to the barrier, how could you?" Ilsa stared at Fang Heng, his eyes flashing with vigilance. He said, "Stop pretending. Which faction are you from? You also know about the Saintess and are here to investigate, right? Who sent you here?" Fang Heng was extremely confused. What were they talking about? Investigation? Intelligence? News of the Saintess? What news? Seeing that Fang Heng did not speak, Ilsa felt that something was wrong and shouted, "You think you can get away with this just because you are not saying anything? Attack! Get rid of him!" Swoosh! Swoosh! Several black soul chains attacked Fang Heng again. The two warriors who practiced necromancy had a layer of bone armor attached to their bodies, and they pounced at Fang Heng from the left and right. Control it. Seeing that all the other party's paths of retreat had been locked, Ilsa's eyes flashed with malevolence. Bang! Bang! What? Ilsa heard two consecutive collisions in front of him, and then his pupils constricted. A golden light flashed in front of his eyes. The necromancy melee players who were attacking Fang Heng from both sides were hit in the chest by the beam at the same time. Their bone armor was instantly shattered, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, they were sent flying backward at an even faster speed. Bang! Bang! The two of them were sent flying for several meters and landed on the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. What was that? Ilsa stared at Fang Heng with a hint of fear in his eyes. Golden runic fragments gathered around Fang Heng. Different from before, Fang Heng's body was enveloped in a clear layer of holy light aura. Fragments? Ilsa saw clearly that the two streams of light were produced by the high-speed movement of the shards of the holy light. In just 2 short attacks, 2 necromancy melee players had lost their combat power. Whoosh! Swoosh! Under Ilsa and the others' surprised gazes, the fragments floating in the air turned into streaks of light again and flew straight at them. Not good. He is from the Holy Court. Ilsa shouted and quickly retreated while detonating the emergency rescue device. Since they had entered the barbaric world through a special method, they could not use survival radio. They could only use a more primitive distress signal. Whoosh! Boom! A dark purple light rose in the air. Wall of bones. Several bone barriers quickly rose in front of Ilsa and the others who were retreating. Boom! In the next moment, the golden remnant page of the Book of Oaths directly shattered the bone barrier that Ilsa and the others had summoned together, sending them flying. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the So's flare that exploded in the air. He frowned. This was troublesome. At first, he didn't want to get into a conflict with this group of players who studied necromancy. He only wanted to get some information from them. He didn't expect the players to have such a big reaction. The Book of Oaths' counterattack ability was passive. If he was not careful, the hatred between the two sides would grow. This was bad. There were necromancy players all around and their support speed was too fast. He would have to make a move first. Unable to continue chasing Ilsa and the others, Fang Heng turned to face the holy barrier and reached out his hand again. His finger touched the barrier, and a game notification flashed on his retina. Ding! The player discovered the holy barrier, eh? Fang Heng was thinking about how to enter the barrier when he suddenly realized that his hand had easily passed through the barrier. It seems that the barrier is specially set up to deal with the undead. Fang Heng whispered and quickly stepped into the barrier, heading toward the holy mountain. 2 minutes after Fang Heng left, a small team of players who had received the signal gathered to provide support. What happened? The players saw that everyone on Ilsa's team was seriously injured and quickly went forward to check on their injuries and ask about the situation. Ilsa gritted his teeth and stared at the light screen in front of him. That person was extremely powerful. Recalling the scene just now, he was still a little afraid. If he hadn't issued the alarm at the first moment to make the other party hesitate, he might have died here. Seeing Ilsa's pale face, a middle-aged leader walked up to Ilsa and pressed his shoulder. Ilsa. Speak. What happened? 1463 The conflict. Ilsa came back to his senses and nodded. It's the holy element. They're here to provide support. Did you see who it was? Ilsa closed his eyes to recall, then opened them again and shook his head. No, it's someone I've never seen before. He is extremely powerful, so I can't determine his identity. Everyone looked at each other. Support from the Holy Court? From outside? There's no need to worry about it. Get someone to report to Lord Donnie. We will leave first. Although the middle-aged man also felt that this matter was a little strange, he could not follow up with it anyway. The 3 sirs have already joined forces to break a hole in the barrier. Let's go and gather. We must capture the Saintess. Yes, sir. After passing through the holy barrier and entering Ushirino, Fang Heng quickly headed toward the holy mountain. Along the way, Fang Heng could see many Holy Court followers and guards stationed in various corners of the city. The Holy Court was ready to fight. As for the Holy Mountain, it was the central area that was strictly guarded by guards of the Holy Court. Feng Heng was observing from a distance not far away from the Holy Mountain. All personnel entering and leaving the Holy Mountain would undergo a detailed inspection. He did not have any proof of identity to enter the Holy Mountain region. He had to think of a way to sneak in. Feng Heng was deep in thought when he saw Mojai Ai's reply from the survival radio. Mojai Ai, there's a situation. Let's chat offline. Feng Heng quickly looked around and made sure that there was no one around before he logged out of the game. In the guest room of the Necromancer Association, Mojai Ai saw Feng Heng knock on the door and walked in. He hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead and said excitedly, Feng Heng, we've confirmed it. They're here for Vienna. Vienna? First, I will talk about an important piece of information. There are rumors that Vienna is seriously injured. How did that happen? I am not sure, but the information should be accurate. Feng Heng lowered his head and rubbed his chin, suddenly thinking of many things. Lord Donnie has received a very special mission related to Vienna. Including Lord Donnie, there are also a few top-notch necromancers from the mid-level game area. They came together under Donnie's call. They are all very strong. It is said that they have been preparing for this mission for several years. Taking advantage of Vienna's injuries, they paid a great price to enter the barbaric world and catch the Holy Court off guard. The news came from our Necromancer Association. I heard that the Holy Court even protested against us, saying that our Necromancer Association is openly provoking us and is preparing to send people into the barbarian realm. In order to prevent the matter from spreading, they hope that our Necromancer Association will immediately stop all actions. Mojai I couldn't help but get excited as well. This is too exciting, Feng Heng. It's spreading like crazy in our Necromancer Association. Good heavens, after so many years, the Necromancers had actually become more powerful. Usually, they would be beaten up quietly, but the moment they made a move, it became such a great deal. The Necromancers would directly attack Saintess Vienna in the game. Previously, Vienna's domineering attitude in the Necromancer Association had made many players who cultivated the study of necromancy unhappy. Right now, the entire Necromancer Association was in an uproar. Countless eyes were paying attention to the situation in the barbarian realm. I understand. After Feng Heng heard the whole story, he suddenly understood a little. Could it be that Donnie also received a mission from the talent guide teacher Gul Wo? That was to take advantage of Vienna's serious injuries and snatch her away? No. Feng Heng immediately felt a sense of danger. Vienna was his mission target. How could he let someone else beat him to it? Sure enough, there was no such thing as a good thing without a reason. He had to think of a way to take down Vienna first. Feng Heng pondered for a moment, then raised his head and asked, how's the situation outside now? TSK, those old fogies are all smart people. They're stalling for time and arguing with the Holy Court. However, I heard that the people from the Holy Court are already on their way to reinforce them. There's not much time left for Donnie and the others. I hope they can quickly take down Vienna. That way, our land of plague can breathe a sigh of relief. But it's strange, I still haven't found out why Donnie wants to deal with you. Mojai I did not know about Feng Heng's talent mission. He rubbed his fists and encouraged, Feng Heng, what should we do now? No matter what, we're still members of the Necromancer Association. Moreover, dealing with Vienna is also beneficial to us. Should we go and help? No, no need. If it was any other time, Feng Heng would have considered cooperating with them to let the Holy Court know how powerful they were. But it was definitely not now. There was only one saintess. If they cooperated, who would get the final victory? Moreover, after asking around, she knew that the barbarian realm was his territory. Donnie had brought people over without contacting him in advance. Clearly, she was also wary of him. Feng Heng even felt that the mission to kill him was to prevent him from disrupting the plan. All signs showed that their mission goals were the same. Kill Vienna. Feng Heng sorted out his thoughts and immediately nodded and said, go and help me gather information on those player forces. Make sure that the leaders of these people, including Donnie, are all thinking of ways to complete the level 30 talent advancement mission. Huh? Mojai I was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then, his expression turned serious as he nodded and said, all right, leave it to me. I will hire someone to investigate. Don't rush, wait a while. Feng Heng stopped Mojai I and carefully instructed, there's one more thing. After logging in, tell everyone I've just met that if anyone asks about me, tell them that I am currently trapped in Punos's frost hell and have not contacted the outside world for a long time. Mojai I sized Feng Heng up. Alright, I know. We haven't met before. Yes. After watching Mojai I leave, Feng Heng closed his eyes and a spiraling magic array appeared under his feet. Whoosh! The magic array suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, enveloping Feng Heng in an instant and disappearing. When he went online again, Fang Heng reappeared behind a big tree, not far away from the entrance to the Holy Mountain region. The defense of the Holy Court was extremely tight, and they even opened up 3 barriers to protect themselves. Based on the current situation, the Holy Court wanted to hold on until reinforcements arrived. After Moji's analysis and integration of the information, Fang Heng roughly understood what had happened. The only thing that made him feel a little strange was Viana. Viana was injured? Where was she injured? The last time they met, she was still full of energy. She was seriously injured just like that? Wasn't the Holy Court an expert in healing? He felt that something was wrong. Could it be a trap set by the Holy Court? 1464 Sneaking in. Fang Heng couldn't help but have some doubts. He sized up the passage leading to the top of the Holy Mountain and pondered his next step. He had to think of a way to enter the Holy Mountain first. Just as he was thinking about how to enter the Holy Mountain to investigate, a muffled explosion sounded from afar. Boom. The shield that enveloped the outside of the city shattered with a loud bang, and bits of holy light scattered. The ghost fog that was condensed outside instantly broke through the barrier and spread toward Oshrino City. The player team worked together with the undead creatures to flood into Oshrino, and the flames of war instantly spread to the inner parts of the city. The teams from the Holy Court that were guarding the foot of the mountain immediately set off and entered the city area to provide support. Looks like they're fighting. Fang Heng muttered to himself as he continued to wait patiently for an opportunity. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Fang Heng discovered a situation. Apart from the continuous stream of teams from the Holy Court rushing from the Holy Mountain to the outside world to provide support, there were also teams in 2s and 3s carrying stretchers and bringing the seriously injured back to the Holy Mountain for treatment. Fang Heng observed and couldn't help but lick his lips before shifting his gaze to the distance. There was a way. Fang Heng switched to his sacred form, turned around, and quickly headed toward the city of Oshrino. In the inner city, there were small groups from the Holy Court and the Necromancers fighting everywhere. Jose, the captain of the elite Holy Paladins, rushed toward the Holy Mountain with the help of 2 of his teammates. More than a dozen wounds on Jose's body were bleeding non-stop as the poison continued to corrode his body. Undead. Go to hell. Captain, you can't continue fighting. Please hold on a little longer. You can receive treatment immediately after returning to the Holy Mountain. The team led by Jose had just engaged in a fierce battle with the undead player, and both sides had paid a heavy price. The entire Holy Court team was almost completely wiped out. Jose was heavily injured and fled in a sorry state with the help of his last 2 teammates. Seeing that they were about to return to the Holy Mountain, Jose's expression changed drastically when he turned a corner. Be careful. More than 10 ice bones suddenly appeared from behind the corner. Whoosh! The ice bones used the ice soul-slaying blades in their hands to slash forward fiercely. Jose endured the pain and pulled out his sword to block. Clang! The 2 accompanying Holy Paladins also raised their swords to counterattack. Oh no! As soon as they started fighting, Jose realized that something was wrong. A bone-piercing chill entered the holy long sword through the ice soul-slaying blader. The dozen or so bones in front of him were definitely not ordinary low-level skeletal creatures. When did they appear? Why were they so close to the Holy Mountain? Jose cursed in his heart. Activating his life potential, he raised his holy long sword to bombard the ice bones. Undead. Go to hell. With 3 people against a dozen ice bones, the team was at a huge disadvantage. His 2 teammates were also seriously injured. A sense of sadness rose in Jose's heart. If this continued, everyone would die here. He could only use that move and sacrifice his own life to save his 2 teammates. In his despair, Jose was about to use a sacrifice skill when he suddenly saw several skeletal creatures in front of him explode. Boom. What was that? Jose and the 2 holy paladins of the Holy Court were stunned. A young man walked out from behind the corner. Jose was stunned. What a powerful young man. One move and he got rid of the undead skeletons? He had never seen this young man before, but he did exude the aura of holy light. Fang Heng nodded at Jose and the others. He took out the Book of Oaths and cast a slow healing spell at Jose from afar to show that he was from the holy element. He then quickly went forward to help Jose up and said, "Let's go. It's very dangerous here. I will bring you back to the Holy Mountain first." The situation was critical. Jose and the others had just narrowly escaped death, so they were the most relaxed and did not suspect his identity at all. The Holy Mountain was currently in a crisis, and a large number of reinforcements from the Holy Court were constantly rushing over from other worlds through the sacred passage. It was normal for Jose to not know who Fang Heng was. In addition, Fang Heng had just saved them, so their favorability towards him increased greatly. They subconsciously treated Fang Heng as a teammate. "All right, thank you." After narrowly escaping death, Jose's mind relaxed. He instantly felt double the fatigue and staggered. "Be careful, I am holding you. Feng Hang quickly stepped forward and helped Jose to go to the holy mountain. He said, the situation outside is very bad. Also, we saw a lot of special undead creatures coming out from all corners of the city. Despicable undead. They should not have existed in this world. Jose said angrily. Feng Hang pretended to be worried and asked tentatively, is the Saintess alright? Is she in danger? Humphrey. The undead wanted to take advantage of the Saintess' injury to break through the holy mountain. They had made the wrong decision. The Saintess was protected by the power of the holy artifact. She would wake up soon, and then the undead would be destroyed. Jose did not know what Feng Hang was thinking and cheered on the team. The reinforcements from the holy court are arriving one after another. Don't worry, the holy mountain will not be destroyed a second time. Hearing this, Feng Hang was slightly excited. From what Jose said, the Saintess was really seriously injured and not a pretense made up by the holy court. Now that the holy court's attention was attracted by Donnie and her team outside, wasn't this a good opportunity for him? Could he sneak off to complete the mission? Good. That despicable undead will definitely be purified by the holy light. Feng Hang nodded in agreement. Soon, the team arrived at the foot of the holy mountain, which was protected by layers of barrier. The battle gradually became more intense, and the wounded were constantly being carried back to the temple at the top of the holy mountain for treatment. Feng Hang helped Jose up and blended in with the injured people of the holy court. The situation was critical. The guards at the entrance did not pay much attention to Feng Hang. They waved their hands to signal him to pass. Feng Hang easily entered the holy mountain area and followed the other injured people into the rebuilt temple. Entering the temple, the hall had been transformed into a temporary rescue hall. It was a scene of extreme chaos. Seeing that Jose's life was hanging by a thread, a priest immediately shouted, "Hurry up! Help him over for treatment. The undead rotting poison in his body had already invaded his meridians and we need to remove it immediately." Feng Hang had no choice but to continue helping the injured Jose to receive treatment with the holy paladin beside him. "Hurry up! His condition is not good. Let him lie down immediately." The priests of the holy court started to heal him in a flurry. Feng Hang quietly took 2 steps back and inadvertently blended into the crowd. At the same time, he carefully observed his surroundings. The rebuilt Holy Mountain Temple retained its original architectural structure. The headquarters of the Holy Court was located below the side hall on the right. Vienna should be there too. Huh? Feng Hang observed something and suddenly raised his eyebrows. His gaze could not help but shift to a corner on the left side of the hall. It was him. Robin, the vice captain of the Northern Federation's executive team. Previously, when the Northern Federation and the Holy Court were probing the sacred tree together, Robin was the one who led the team. Feng Hang had a deep impression of him. 1465 headquarters. Robin was followed by a group of about a dozen Federation members. They waited quietly in a corner as if they had no intention of joining the Holy Court. He would ignore them for now. Feng Hang quickly thought for a moment. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he quietly walked into the crowd and approached the entrance of the side hall on the right. Before he could reach the door to the left of the temple was suddenly pushed open. A high-tier judge of the Holy Court rushed into the hall surrounded by more than 10 holy paladins and said in a deep voice, "High Priestess Susie has instructed that the teleportation hall requires a large amount of energy transmission. Hurry up. Those who still have spiritual power, come with me." "Yes, sir." A group of holy paladins who had just recovered immediately gathered in the hall and followed the judge in a hurry. There was another flurry of activity. Feng Hang took advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the right entrance. Behind the door was a passage corridor. Unlike the chaos in the hall, the back hall was very quiet. Feng Hang followed the passage and went forward. At the entrance of the side hall, there were 2 holy court guards at the door. When they saw Feng Hang rushing over from the other end of the passage, they all looked at him and raised their vigilance. They realized that Feng Hang was dressed a little strangely. He was not a holy paladin, neither was he a priest. He was more likely an ordinary follower. From afar, the guard raised his hand to signal Feng Hang to stop. "What is it?" "The situation outside is very bad. The undead has already broken through the outer protective barrier. The Saintess is fine. Believer, this is not a place you should be." Feng Hang slowed down his pace and walked forward, saying anxiously, "High Priestess Susie wants you to hurry over. The energy hub of the teleportation hall is insufficient. We need to provide energy immediately. Immediately. If we don't go over now, it will be too late." When the 2 guards heard this, they looked at each other. Without much doubt, they hurried back to the main hall. This was a bit of a gamble. He had originally wanted to attract the guards' attention and launch a surprise attack. He did not expect that he was so lucky that he directly deceived 2 guards and avoided a small-scale battle. After the 2 guards had completely disappeared from his sight, Feng Hang pushed open the door of the side hall behind him. The hall of the side hall was extremely quiet. There was not a single person guarding it. Feng Heng recalled the scene when he entered the temple last time. He walked to the side and fumbled around the wall for a moment before finding the hidden switch. Ka. He pressed the mechanism and the central floor moved away. The gate leading to the headquarters of the Holy Court opened, revealing a passage leading down. If he was not mistaken, Saintess Viana should be in the lower level of the Holy Court's headquarters. The Holy Court deliberately left the entrance hall unguarded to prevent intruders from noticing that the entrance to the Holy Court's headquarters was right below. As for entering the passage, there would definitely be a large number of guards guarding it. I have to think of a way to muddle through. Feng Heng whispered to himself. I got it. At the headquarters of the Holy Court below the temple, the clamor of the outside world did not affect the peace of the headquarters. High Priestess Susie was in charge of protecting the Holy Mountain Temple, while Viana's protection was entrusted to the 5 guardian knights she had brought with her. The protection work of the Holy Court's headquarters under the Holy Mountain was handed over to the elite Holy Paladin Zarl. Zarl had just finished his patrol and returned to the entrance when he heard hurried footsteps and breathing coming from the passage leading to the upper level. Looking in the direction of the voice, a believer from the Holy Faction ran towards them in a hurry. Who is it? His face was very unfamiliar. Zarl looked at Feng Heng, a hint of vigilance rising in his heart. Before he could stop the man, he heard the man shout, "Undead! The undead is chasing us!" Undead? Zarl's expression suddenly changed. Not good. It was the undead Dora. Feng Heng pretended to be afraid and hurried over. When he first saw the Holy Court team guarding the passage, he was shocked. There were actually so many people. Feng Heng ran towards the group while shouting, "Sir, the temple has been invaded." A large number of undead creatures suddenly appeared on the upper level. They're coming. The undead invaded the main hall so quickly? Zarl's heart sank when he heard this. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and looked behind Feng Heng. Soon, shadows appeared behind Feng Heng. Ice bones. The ice bones controlled by Feng Heng's soul brand squeezed together and quickly approached Zarl's group in the passage. Raise your shields. The Holy Paladins of the Holy Court raised their shields. Attack. Zarl waved his hand, and more than 40 elite Holy Paladins behind him rushed forward at the same time, fighting with the ice bones summoned by Feng Heng. The strength of the ice bones was not weaker than that of an ordinary paladin. Not to mention, there were even a few elite-level ice bones among them. In the chaos, Feng Heng was helped up by 2 Holy Paladins and brought to Zarl's side. Without waiting for Zarl to ask, Feng Heng hurriedly asked, "Sir, is the Saintess alright?" Zarl had a bad feeling. He stared at Feng Heng and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Our Federation just received news that the undead wanted to take advantage of the Saintess' injury to attack her. They suspected that the undead might have used a special method to enter the temple below and attack the Saintess. High Priestess Susie is currently unable to leave the teleportation passage. Commander Robin quickly sent me to check on the Saintess's condition. I didn't expect to encounter an undead skeleton up there. Feng Heng was out of breath, pretending to be anxious. Holy Paladin, hurry up and take a look. The Saintess may be in danger. Zarl's heart sank. The news of the Saintess being injured was a secret of the Holy Court. He didn't expect it to be leaked. Damn it. The undead was creating a diversion. So their target was the Saintess. Zarl made a prompt decision and waved his hand and said, "Team 2 and Team 3 follow me. The rest of you stay here. Pat, I will leave this to you." "Yes, sir." In the face of danger, Zarl immediately led Feng Heng and a portion of the Holy Court's Holy Paladins to Viana's resting room. Below the temple, in the resting room on the 4th floor of the Holy Court's headquarters, Mohiter leaned against the wall to rest. The Saintess had been unconscious for 3 days. During this period of time, Mohiter had been staying close to Viana. He would return to his room every half an hour to check on Viana's condition. Suddenly, Mohiter sensed something. He opened his eyes and turned to look at the right entrance of the passage. Hurried footsteps approached. Zarl rushed over with more than 20 Holy Paladins, including Feng Heng. Is the Saintess doing well? Mohiter had always been arrogant. He forgot to glance at Zarl, his expression as cold as ever. The Saintess is still resting. Please don't make a racket. 1466 lower layer. Zarl was already dissatisfied with Mohiter's attitude. He looked at the tightly closed door with an unfriendly expression. We received news that the undead's target might be the Saintess. We want to confirm Saintess' situation. There's no need. We will protect the Saintess well. The Saintess has just shown signs of recovery. It's just wishful thinking for those undead to deal with the Saintess. Mohiter's eyes were filled with disdain. Taking advantage of the Saintess being seriously injured? Dream on. I will protect the Saintess. We don't need you here, so you should go elsewhere. Alright, please ensure the safety of the Saintess. Zarl really wanted to confirm the saintess condition with his own eyes, but he did not dare to offend her. Seeing that Mohitter did not agree, he could only leave helplessly. Let's go. Wait a minute. Mohitter suddenly reached out to stop everyone and pointed at Fang Heng. His eyes revealed a hint of suspicion as he asked, "Who is he? Why have I never seen him before?" When he first saw Fang Heng, he felt that Fang Heng's figure was very familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before, but this face was very unfamiliar. Everyone turned to look at Fang Heng. After Mohitter said this, the others also realized it. No one had seen Fang Heng before. Fang Heng's expression did not change. He had already found a scapegoat. The Federation. Fang Heng calmed down a little and said in a deep voice, "I am a member of the Federation who came with Sir Robin. I've just been transferred from another world to assist him because I am studying the sacred study. The Federation received news from offline sources that the Necromancer's target is the Saintess. Captain Robin ordered me to inform everyone to be on guard. He also asked me to stay here so that I can contact the outside world through the built-in communication channel and grasp the situation outside." Everyone looked at each other. These words sounded reasonable and they could find no fault in them. "Alright, then you can stay here." Fang Heng stood to the side and watched Zarl's group leave. At the same time, he carefully sized up the 5 Saintess Guardian Knights who were guarding the door. If he were to make a move now, what was the success rate? Mohitter was very strong, and he had 4 other teammates to assist him. Under normal circumstances, the winning rate was not high. Moreover, if the battle dragged on for too long, the reinforcements from the Holy Court would arrive quickly, and it would be even more difficult to complete the mission. If he directly used the ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, he could quickly get rid of Mohitter. Should he make a move? Fang Heng couldn't help but deliberate the risks. It wasn't difficult to deal with Mohitter, but what was difficult was the follow-up. After killing Mohitter, he still needed to obtain Vienna's soul. Vienna's serious injuries were just based on the Holy Court's statement. How serious were her injuries? Would she suddenly wake up? Was there any special protection inside the room? How difficult was it to collect Vienna's soul? How long would it take? Would there be an unexpected failure? Wait a minute, all of this was unknown. These were all risks that Fang Heng had to consider beforehand. To be safe, it was best to think of a way to go in and take a look. However, Mohitter didn't trust him very much. Acting rashly would only increase his suspicion. Wait a little longer, there was still a chance. Fang Heng decided to wait patiently. Time passed by. Suddenly, a game prompt flashed on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone has successfully completed the branding Giant Elite Ice Bones. It finally succeeded? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. At the Shady Line source in Punos, Fang Heng had left hundreds of zombie clones there to continuously recruit high-tier Ice Bones. Due to the extremely high level of the Giant Elite Ice Bones, the success rate of branding was very low. The hundreds of zombies kept using their soul brands and finally succeeded after half a day. Fang Heng closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He immediately found that there was a light spot in the sea of consciousness where the stars gathered. Compared to the other dim spots of light, this one was much brighter. Very good. If he had the help of the Giant Elite Ice Bones, his chances of winning would increase by quite a bit. Fang Heng calculated in his mind. He opened his eyes again and secretly sent a message to Mojai through the survival radio to ask about the situation outside. At the same time, on the upper level of the Holy Mountain Temple, Robin led the Federation team to a corner of the hall. A member of the Federation hurriedly went online and whispered into Robin's ear, "Captain, Donnie's people have contacted us. They are about to attack the temple. They want us to be prepared and destroy the Holy Court's teleportation passage to help them take down the temple as soon as possible." Haha. Robin sneered in his heart. Help? That would not do. Tell them that the people of the Federation are keeping a close eye on us and that we are working closely with them. We can't do anything directly. At most, we can provide them with some information about the situation inside the Holy Court. Robin found an excuse to brush it off. He liked to bet on both sides at the same time. Previously, Lord Donnie and the others who practiced necromancy were discovered by him when they wanted to enter the barbarian realm. Since he couldn't stop it, he would choose limited cooperation. Robin provided Donnie with important information about the Holy Court, including Saintess Vienna's serious injuries. At the same time, Donnie also promised to help them deal with the Land of Plague, the Sacred Tree, and Fang Heng. In short, no matter who won the final victory, the Federation could find a partner to cooperate with to deal with the Land of Plague. Now was not the time to intervene. Suddenly, Robin raised his eyebrows. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from the outside of the temple. A huge dark spear pierced through the gates of the main hall and boomed above the temple. The outer wall cracked. A large amount of undead aura instantly surged in from the outside world. Hee hee, Idiots who believe in a holy light, here we come. Donnie forced her way into the temple under the escort of a group of players. The players quickly lined up in formation and stood behind Donnie, forming a neat formation. Donnie's gaze quickly swept across the hall and shouted, "Get Susie out. It's time to settle the score between us." The members of the Holy Court guarding the hall immediately lined up in a row, blocking the players' path. "Not coming out? Then don't blame me." A cold smile appeared on Donnie's face as she clenched her right hand. Whoosh! A dark red color appeared on her wrist. The dark spear gradually condensed and expanded in Donnie's hand. Whoosh! After the spear was formed, it flew toward a row of the Holy Court's guards. "Susie! Get out here!" Golden holy light flashed, and a golden barrier shield opened. High Priestess Susie walked out from the right side of the hall under the protection of the judges, and holding a scepter in her hand. 1467 Reality boom. The dark spear struck the golden barrier and exploded. Susie's expression was grave as she looked at Donnie and the necromancy scholars behind her. She said in a deep voice, "Undead, this is not a place you should be. Hey, there's no place in the world that followers of the death don't dare to go." Donnie stared at Susie, her eyes flashing with battle intent. The High Priestess Susie who possessed a holy weapon? That was all. It was true that the difficulty of the talent advancement mission was extremely high. But for the sake of this day, she has already made ample preparations. A holy weapon? They had it too. Behind Donnie, the muscular Krista whispered, "The Saintess should be in the area below. According to the plan, you hold them back while I think of a way to kidnap the Saintess." "Okay, let's do it." "Mojai Oi, Fang Heng, I've checked it out. The leader is Lord Donnie, a big shot of the undead element in the intermediate game. There are a few big shots with him. One of them is called Krista, a close combat type who is extremely powerful. The other is called Rivera. They are all here for the talent advancement mission, Mojai Oi. It's said that they brought a holy weapon this time to prepare for a battle with the Holy Court. How's the situation on your side?" "Donnie's people have successfully invaded the city. They should have entered the upper area of the Holy Mountain Temple, on the fourth basement of the headquarters of the Holy Court." Fang Heng put away the game log. He had guessed correctly. The necromancy players were also here for the talent advancement mission. Standing inside the corridor, Fang Heng could roughly sense that the upper layer was carrying out an intense confrontation. The walls and ceiling were trembling. Fang Heng looked at Mohiter and said, "I received a message from the commander. He told me that the necromancers have invaded. They came prepared and even brought along a holy weapon to assist them. High Priestess Susie is in trouble." "Yes. Why couldn't the High Priestess stop this group of undead trash? The news of the Saintess being seriously injured has been leaked. The undead are stalling for time. It's very likely that they've already infiltrated and taken the Saintess away." Fang Heng tried his best to pretend to be anxious and looked at the door behind Mohiter, and said, "The Saintess may be in danger. I need you to check on the Saintess immediately." Mohiter frowned and glanced at Fang Heng coldly. "You don't have to tell me to do things." He would check on the Saintess condition every half an hour. It had been almost half an hour since the last inspection. "You guys stay here and don't come any closer," Mohiter instructed before turning around to open the door behind him and entering the room to check. Fang Heng immediately looked around the room. Saintess Fiona was dressed in white, lying quietly on the bed. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she looked like she was still unconscious. Mohiter stood at the entrance of the room and quickly looked around. After confirming that Fiona was not in danger, he retreated again and closed the door. "As you can see, the Saintess is very safe now," Fang Heng said. "The enemy is here for the Saintess. To ensure her safety, we should move the Saintess out first. HMPH, there's no need for the Federation to worry about this." Mohiter sneered and continued, "There's no place safer than here." Fang Heng sighed in his heart when he saw Mohiter's stubborn appearance. There was no other way. He could only take a gamble and force his way out. Now was his best chance. When the fight was over, it would not be easy for him to end it, whether it was the Holy Court or the Necromancers. "If that's the case, then we can only..." Fang Heng's words were only halfway through when his expression suddenly changed. Boom! A violent explosion came from the other side of the tunnel. He turned around and saw that Zarl had led the group of people from the Holy Court around the corner. Zarl shouted, "Be careful. The undead is coming. Prepare for battle." Seeing this, Mohiter immediately drew his sword and assumed a battle stance. Fang Heng quickly followed suit and hid behind Mohiter. No way. The Holy Court was so weak? He couldn't hold it in so quickly? He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A muscular middle-aged man led a group of undead players and chased after them. Fang Heng sized him up. The appearance of this middle-aged man in front of him was very similar to one of the people in the information given by Mojai Oi. "Krista. A necromancy player, the vice president of a player guild in a mid-tier game world. He was usually quiet and focused on training. He had been stuck on the talent advancement mission for 8 years. He cultivated the close combat system, which was one of the rarer types in necromancy. Stop. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Boom. Boom boom. Krista was as strong as a bull. When he saw Mohiter, his eyes also revealed a hint of excitement. Without saying a word, he charged toward the group. Mohiter stood in front of the tunnel and quickly condensed 2 spears of holy flames in his hands and threw them forward. Boom. The 2 holy flames that were bombarding him were knocked away by Krista. TSK. Mohiter had always been arrogant. Seeing the other party ignore him and forcefully block his attack, the anger in his heart could not help but rise, and a hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. He had once gone to the Necromancer Association in the Eastern Federation. There was nothing much to say. They were all a bunch of cowards. In the game, his strength had an even higher boost. He didn't even care about the players who studied necromancy. Whoosh! Mohiter drew his sword and charged forward. Boom! The 2 figures collided violently in the corridor. Bang! The white bone armor on Krista's body exploded with a bang. A hint of surprise appeared in Mohiter's eyes. With the holy element restraining the undead element, he had the advantage. However, when the holy light longsword in his hand slashed at the other party's body, it felt as if he had slashed at a fine rock. He could not advance at all. Move aside. Taking advantage of Mohiter's shock, Krista raised his fist and swung it forward. Boom. With a single punch, the holy light shield that enveloped Mohiter shattered. His fist knocked Mohiter back. Ha 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 ha. Finally, someone who can fight. Mohiter was knocked back a few steps. He laughed loudly, steadied his feet, and charged forward again. Feng Heng watched from the side as the players brought by Holy Court and Krista got entangled. He immediately felt that his chance had come and carefully retreated. The other members of the Holy Court had already joined the battle, leaving only 2 Saintess Guardian Knights standing guard outside the room, their gazes focused on the battle ahead. 1468 Robbed Feng Heng frowned and immediately retreated to the side of the 2 of them, shouting, "Not good. Something's wrong. The enemy has infiltrated the Saintess room. The Saintess is in danger." The 2 Guardian Knights were shocked. Before they could react, Feng Heng had already walked past them, pushed open the door, and stepped into the room. The 2 Guardian Knights immediately followed suit and entered the room. The room was as quiet as ever. Saintess Viana was still lying quietly on the bed. What was going on? There was nothing wrong with her. The Guardian Knights were puzzled as they looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng's expression did not change as he anxiously urged, "Hurry up. Quickly go check on the Saintess condition." The 2 Guardian Knights didn't suspect anything. Just as they took a few steps forward to check on Viana's condition and before they could get close to the bed, they heard the sound of the door closing behind them. They turned around and saw that Feng Heng had slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. The Guardian Knights looked at Feng Heng, their eyes filled with doubt. What? In the next second, the 2 Guardian Knights realized that Feng Heng's aura had suddenly changed. It was the undead aura. The Book of the Dead appeared clearly in front of Feng Heng. Boom. Boom. Taking advantage of the 2 Guardian Knights' shock, 6 thick dark soul chains shot out from the Book of the Dead and attacked the 2 of them. Oh no. The expressions of the 2 Guardian Knights changed. By the time they reacted, they were already too slow. They simultaneously activated their holy shields. Dong. Dong dong dong. The 2 Guardian Knights suffered a violent impact, and their shields instantly dimmed. They quickly struggled to stand up. Necromancy? He was actually someone sent by the Necromancers. They saw Feng Heng walking straight toward Viana, who was on the bed. Not good, the Saintess was going to. Stop. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes when he heard the 2 Guardian Knights' shouts. The soul chain was a very useful skill. Unfortunately, the sacred study was too strong against necromancy, and the Guardian Knight's overall strength surpassed the elite Holy Paladins, so he couldn't finish them off in a short period of time. Feng Heng quickly put away the Book of the Dead and turned to the 2 Guardian Knights. The 2 Guardian Knights had just stood up and were about to step forward to stop Feng Heng when Feng Heng suddenly pointed at them. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, a magic array appeared on the ground before them. What was that? The 2 Guardian Knights were shocked. In the next moment, a large amount of undead aura gushed out from the spiraling magic array. Not good. Ice bones. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 bones appeared from the magic array and surrounded the 2 Guardian Knights in a corner. Taking advantage of the fact that the Guardian Knights were surrounded by the ice bones, Feng Heng focused his gaze on Saintess Viana who was lying on the bed. Viana. Feng Heng whispered and slowly approached the bed. Buzz. A dark golden light appeared around the bed. Under the illumination of the holy light, Feng Heng felt a sharp pain coming from his body. He frowned and immediately switched to his sacred study. The pain gradually turned into gentleness. Viana. Fang Heng continued to walk forward step by step, calling Viana's name softly. Viana was still unconscious. She seemed to have heard someone shouting outside, and her eyebrows moved slightly. Fang Heng glanced at the soul bottle in his backpack. After hesitating for half a second, he chose to give up. Now was not the time. The risk was too great, and the rewards were not enough for him to take the risk. He had to think of a way to take Viana away first. Viana was still unconscious. Her body was very delicate and weak. Fang Heng gently hugged her. This is troublesome. Fang Heng pursed his lips and picked Viana up, putting her on his shoulder. Stop. Put down the saintess. What are you doing? The two holy paladins were surrounded by the ice bones. Seeing Viana being treated so rudely, their eyes were about to split open and they were burning with anger. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and tear Fang Heng into pieces. However, they were surrounded by a sea of ice bones, so they could not do it at all. Hey, mind your own business. Fang Heng snorted coldly and looked up at the dense holy patterns on the ceiling. A special reinforcement magic array could protect the entire room. Unless a powerful AO spell was used to forcefully destroy the room could only be opened from the front door. Outside, Mohiter and the Necromancers were fighting. If he leave through the main entrance, he would definitely be asking for trouble. He would have to escape from other places. Fang Heng raised his head, and the trajectory of the magic array was reflected in his eyes. Swoosh. Swoosh. The magic array engraved on the ceiling was shining with a dazzling light and spinning uncontrollably. The omniscient eye. Boom. The magic array spun at top speed and finally reached its limit. A violent explosion sounded. With a loud explosion, a hole was blasted through the ceiling. Following that, the golden light in the entire room quickly dissipated. Hey, done. Fang Heng chuckled and took one last look at the two holy paladins who were surrounded by the ice bones. He jumped up from where he was and dashed up together with Viana who was on his shoulder. On the upper level, the passage of the Holy Court headquarters was extremely chaotic. Due to the narrow terrain, the guards of the Holy Court and the invading necromancy players engaged in small-scale battles. The two sides were in the midst of a fierce battle when they suddenly felt a tremor and an explosion coming from below. They stopped fighting at the same time and separated from each other. Boom. Following the sound of an explosion, a deep pit was blasted into the ground. Whoosh. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a figure jump out of the hole. Seeing Fang Heng jump out of the hole with Saintess Viana on his back, the players from the Holy Court and the Necromancers were both stunned and focused their attention on Fang Heng. Almost everyone's expressions were filled with shock, doubt, and surprise. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was, who was he? A little unlucky. Fang Heng had just jumped up to the second floor when he realized that he was surrounded by so many people. He thought to himself that he was down on his luck and shouted, "The intruder's target is the Saintess. Mohiter asked me to escort the Saintess away first. Protect me." The people from the Holy Court were a little stunned when they heard this. Escort the Saintess? Him? The people of the Holy Court felt that the whole situation was weird. Why had they never seen this guy before? How could he be so rude to the Saintess? Mohiter had never allowed anyone to get close to Viana. Would he let someone he had never seen escort her? After Fang Heng's shout, the players immediately reacted and were pleasantly surprised. They didn't recognize Fang Heng, but surely they knew who Viana was. Viana. It was obtained without any effort. They only felt that Fang Heng was on the Holy Court's side. Stop her. Don't let Viana go. 1469 protection, the player shouted and immediately pounced on Fang Heng. The Holy Court members immediately gathered around Fang Heng to protect him. They would have tried verifying Fang Heng's identity if they had had more time. At the very least, they would have taken Viana from Fang Heng's hands and cared for her. However, the surrounding player did not give them any time. The members of the Holy Court subconsciously stepped forward and engaged the player in a fierce battle again. They escorted Fang Heng, who was carrying Viana, all the way to the upper level of the temple. Along the way, many of the teams from the Holy Court who were fighting against the intruders also joined the team that escorted the Saintess. Although the Holy Court team members who joined the escort team did not know Fang Heng, they all recognized their teammates. They did not doubt Fang Heng's identity, but they felt that Fang Heng's behavior of carrying the Saintess on his shoulders was too rude. Perhaps it was just a lack of manners in an emergency. Fang Heng ran forward in a hurry. Seeing the escort team behind him gradually grow more robust, he felt helpless. What was going on? He had wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave with Viana alone, but he did not expect to be protected by the Holy Court. Forget about it for now. He had to leave the Holy Mountain with Viana and think of a way to get rid of the Holy Court behind him. Let's go. Quickly follow. In the temple hall, the battle had reached its climax. A small crack appeared in space. A void vortex emerged from the crack and hovered above Donnie and the undead players. A dark palm reached out from the spiraling void and grabbed at the domain of devotion cast by High Priestess Susie. The domain of devotion continued to melt and resist the invasion of the dark bomb, blocking it repeatedly. High Priestess Susie's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. He felt tremendous pressure from Donnie. Undead. They should have been destroyed long ago. Under the suppression of the domain of devotion holy weapon, the other party was not disadvantaged. The Federation had provided them with relevant information about the Holy Court in advance. They had long been prepared to deal with the domain of devotion displayed by the Holy Weapons Scepter. Holy Court. That's all to it. He extended the touch of death from the void and kept touching the sacred domain, but the domain's strength repeatedly bounced it back. One of the judges realized that the situation was not good and said in a deep voice, "High Priestess, they seem to be deliberately stalling for time." High Priestess Susie coldly looked at Donnie and the intruders. She felt it too. The other party was stalling for time. But why? Not long after, the teleportation passage of the Holy Court was completed, and subsequent strength continuously came from various other worlds to support it. In terms of consumption, the undead had no chance of winning. Susie looked at him, and the uneasiness in her heart grew heavy. She said in a deep voice, "Undead. If you leave this place now, I can pretend nothing happened. Isn't it a little too late to say that now? You can't pretend that your Holy Court has done nothing to us," mocked Donnie as she focused on controlling the holy weapon. Krista was usually stern and unsmiling, but his strength was highly reliable. It would not be a problem for him to lead the team down to seize the Saintess. They had to hold on longer and retreat immediately after Krista took the Saintess. It should be about time. Protect the Saintess. Hurry up. Escort the Saintess away. A commotion came from the right side of the temple hall. Donnie and Susie looked at the passage's right side with strange expressions. What was going on? A believer of the Holy Court carried Vienna and entered the temple hall from the right under the escort of the Holy Court members. Saintess. Because Fang Heng was wearing a human skin mask, Donnie saw Fang Heng's attire and naturally thought that Fang Heng was from the Holy Court. She subconsciously blurted out, "Stop them. Leave the Saintess behind." Susie reacted almost instantly. Saintess. Undead. Their target was the Saintess. Susie had already noticed that Fang Heng looked unfamiliar but had no time to suspect anything in her desperation. She shouted, "Protect the Saintess." The players standing on two sides of the hall again engaged in a fierce battle with the Holy Court's members. More people rushed toward Fang Heng. What the hell? Fang Heng was immediately surrounded by the surging enemies and friends. More and more people gathered around. Chaos. Fang Heng could not use his undead skills in public, and it was not convenient for him to display the Book of Oaths in front of the High Priestess Susie. Furthermore, he carried Vienna on his shoulder, so he could not display his combat strength. Who cares? Fang Heng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Follow me. Break out. Leave the temple." Susie and Donnie fought to control each other with their holy weapons. For a moment, they could not interfere with Fang Heng's actions. Donnie watched as Fang Heng left the temple hall under the protection of the holy paladins. Damn it. What was Krista doing? More importantly, where was he? Donnie turned her head and glanced at the passage opening on the right. Among the three, Krista was more composed than the others, and he was also the strongest. That was why he was assigned to look for the Saintess. Why did he fail to stop an ordinary member of the Holy Court? Chase after them. Donnie let herself be distracted and shouted, "Don't let the Saintess escape. Take care of yourself first." Taking advantage of Donnie's distraction, Susie raised her scepter and slashed through the air. The dazzling golden light shone again. The black palm that reached out from the void immediately retreated. PFFT. Donnie spat out a mouthful of blood as she gritted her teeth and focused on condensing the touch of death. The situation in the hull was reversed in the blink of an eye. Donnie wanted to leave and chase after Saintess Vienna, but Susie forcefully controlled the holy weapon to drag both sides into battle. Dazzling golden light kept blooming. The domain of devotion gradually spread out and slowly pushed forward. Donnie fiercely swept her gaze toward the group from the Holy Court, silently criticizing them for not making a move. Seeing this, Robin suddenly realized that his chance had come. He glanced at Donnie from the corner of his eye and whispered, "Let's go, we will catch up. Be careful." In the hall of the temple, golden light and dark shadows intertwined. The shadow gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. It lasted for a full 3 minutes. Donnie and Susie sensed something simultaneously and turned their heads to look at the passage entrance. Krista's expression was gloomy as he led a group of undead players. The Saintess's night guard, Mohiter, was more troublesome than he had expected. It took a lot of time to get rid of him. He did not expect someone to remove her when Krista again barged into the Saintess room. Could it be a trap? Krista looked at Donnie, who was entangled with High Priestess Susie in the hall. She took significant strides forward and said in a deep voice, "The intel is wrong. The Saintess is not on the 4th floor." Susie's expression changed when she heard this. There was no doubt that the other party was here for the Saintess. They even knew that the Saintess was on the 4th underground floor. Someone must have leaked it. The loyalty of the members of the Holy Court was unquestionable. Then, the person most likely to leak the news to the outside world. The Federation. The Saintess has been taken away from the temple. Donnie shouted at Krista, "Don't worry about me. Chase after him. We must stop him." "Yes." Krista nodded in agreement and immediately led the team out of the temple. 1,470 escaping at the same time. Outside the temple, Feng Heng carried Vienna on his back and escaped from the temple, running down the Holy Mountain. The Guardian Knights of the Holy Court helped Feng Heng stop the undead players outside the hall. Once he left the temple, the pressure on Feng Heng was drastically reduced. After a few rounds of sacrifice, only about 20 members of the Holy Court remained. What would happen next? Feng Heng quickly thought about his options. He would leave the city first, then deal with the group of guards from the Holy Court behind him. Finally, he would go with Vienna and return to the Land of Plague. A shout came from behind. "Stop!" The federal commander, Robin, who followed Feng Heng and the others, was ecstatic. Was there such a good thing? Originally, Robin had received a request for help from the Holy Court and had come over with the idea of not putting in any effort. He could also provide Donnie with some intel about the Holy Court. He did not expect to be so lucky. They had found a lone Saintess. Robin's team had been observing Feng Heng, confirming he was just a standard Holy Paladin of the Holy Court. At most, he would be at the level of an elite Holy Paladin. Once they got the Saintess, no matter what they did with her, handing her over to the Holy Court or Donnie would benefit them. As long as he did it cleanly when the time came. He had to think of a way to take the Saintess away first. Robin shouted and immediately rushed over with his team. "Stop. Wait a minute. I am Robin, the General Manager of the Federation's Barbarian Realm Operation Team. The believers of the undead have already set up an interception in the Holy Mountain domain. My people have already thought of a way to deal with them. I will bring you to a safer place." Feng Heng heard the shouts behind him, and his heart skipped a beat. He turned around to look. Someone from the Federation? What a coincidence. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and immediately slowed down. He whispered to a Holy Paladin guard beside him, "We will meet with the Federation and leave the Holy Mountain together. You will split up with us first and report our itinerary to High Priestess Susie. Tell her that we are going to take refuge with the Federation." The Holy Paladin who was guarding Feng Heng was stunned for a moment. He was at a loss as to what to do with Feng Heng, who had given the order. Since when could a believer command him? "Hurry up and go." One of the Holy Paladin team leaders nodded and said, "Do as he says. Go and report to the High Priestess." "Yes, sir." The Holy Paladin hurriedly returned. Robin led the Federation's group and successfully caught up with Feng Heng. He stepped forward and said, "The undead players who invaded the temple set up an inescapable net around the Holy Mountain and the city. Follow us, I will bring you out through the loophole." The Holy Paladin team leader frowned and was about to say something when Feng Heng stepped forward first. "The undead players are catching up. Quick. Lead the way. Follow me." Seeing that they had succeeded so quickly, Robin was even more excited. He immediately called the team to turn to the right side of the bushes and promptly arranged for people to receive them through the built-in survival radio communication channel. Robin did not lie to him. Donnie had split herself into 3 groups for this operation against the Holy Court. 2 groups invaded the temple, while the 3rd group provided support at the foot of the Holy Mountain. Robin did not want to give the Saintess to Donnie so easily. He wanted to take more initiative. To take the Saintess himself. At the foot of the Holy Mountain, Rivera sent a group of players to guard the various entrances and exits of the Holy Mountain in batches. He even personally led a group of people to protect the main intersection. One needed to control a divine weapon to deal with High Priestess Susie. He could not help. Staying here would allow them to better guard against the dangers of the outside world. At the same time, they would remain behind in case of any accidents and provide support immediately. It was not just the entrance to the Holy Mountain. Layers of guards guarded the entire city. Vienna would not be able to escape this time. From the foot of the mountain, Rivera could not see the specific situation in the Holy Mountain above. He was a little anxious. However, using a unique method to enter the Barbarian Realm game world would not allow them to use the survival radio, nor could they forcefully log off. The long-distance communication between the teams became highly cumbersome. What? Had they arrived? From afar, Rivera saw a team of undead players rushing down the mountain from the top of the Holy Mountain, appearing in everyone's sight. The leader was Krista. Seeing that Krista failed to bring Vienna back, Vera's heart sank. He took a few steps to meet her, frowning as he asked, "What happened? Where's Vienna? Did the operation fail?" I was a step too late. When I arrived, the Holy Court had already evacuated with Vienna and had just escaped from the temple. Krista looked around and said, I chased all the way here. Didn't you see anyone leave the barrier? No, the barrier hasn't been triggered. Not even a fly can fly out of here. The two of them quickly exchanged glances. No one left. The Saintess must still be in the Holy Mountain domain. Search. On the other side, Feng Heng and the others, led by Robin, went around the forest on the right side of the Holy Mountain. Soon, a farm built on the mountainside appeared in front of them. The Federation had occupied the farm as a temporary stronghold. Including the Holy Mountain, the undead believers had sealed the entire periphery of Osherino, setting up 2 layers of restrictions. It would be a little tricky to leave. But it was not impossible. Robin was prepared to control the Saintess first. Everyone, the farm is in front of us. It's already half abandoned. Our people are inside. We can stay inside for a while and then think of a way to avoid the pursuit of the undead. As he spoke, Robin stepped into the abandoned farm warehouse first. Feng Heng followed the team into the farm. When he stepped into the warehouse, he realized the situation was terrible. More than 20 people from the Federation team had received the news on the farm and rushed over. Including Robin's team, there were more than 30 people. There were nearly twice as many people as the Holy Court. Robin felt that he had the situation under control. His eyes fell on Vienna behind Feng Heng. The Saintess is not in good condition. I will take her back to her room to rest first. The others will stay here to relax. Don't worry, it's much safer here than outside. The 2 team leaders of the Holy Court escorting Vienna immediately revealed a vigilant expression and slowly gathered around Feng Heng. Everyone was here to protect the Saintess, so they were naturally cautious about handing Vienna over to someone else. Robin looked at the Holy Court members and signaled to the player around him to get ready. This group of people was not strong, and they had experienced a lot of battles along the way, so their combat ability had significantly been reduced. They would take them down and get the Saintess in their hands first. No need to be nervous. Feng Heng stretched out his hand to stop the Holy Paladins beside him and nodded. Mr. Robin is an essential partner of the Holy Court. If it weren't for Mr. Robin's reminder, the Saintess would have fallen into the hands of the undead. 1471 success. Robin looked at Feng Heng and was stunned. What did he mean? Feng Heng took 2 steps forward, walked up to Robin, and asked, Mr. Robin, can I go to the room with the Saintess to rest? Also, I have something to talk to you about in private. It's a secret about the Saintess. Robin looked at Feng Heng as several thoughts flashed through his mind. This NPC was a little strange. Was there a special mission? Robin gestured for the player not to attack and said, All right, let's talk inside. Under the watchful eyes of the Holy Paladins, Feng Heng followed Robin into the hut behind them. More than 10 Federation players were eyeing Feng Heng and Vienna in the hut like tigers eyeing their prey. Robin looked at Feng Heng and said, It's been hard on you to escort the Saintess along the way. Why don't you put her down first, and we can talk about it slowly? Feng Heng looked around and agreed. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Heng slowly stretched out his hand and spoke methodically, but before that, there's something significant. This book was given to me by the Saintess before she fainted. It has great strength, and we think this undead attack is related to it. Kai. A dark book levitated in front of Feng Heng. That was. Robin's eyelids twitched slightly as he stared at the levitating gray book in front of Feng Heng. He could not help but feel puzzled. Book of the Dead? The other people from the Federation also thought that it was strange. They looked confused at Feng Heng, who had taken out the Book of the Dead. Wasn't he a believer in the Holy Court? How could he still control the Book of the Dead? And it was Vienna who told him to? This Book of the Dead was extraordinary. There's a huge secret hidden in this book. Saintess Vienna said that only. Feng Heng's eyes suddenly opened. Soul impact. Buzz. Robin felt a loud rumble in his sea of consciousness the next moment, like a boom. His vision blurred, and he lost his ability to fight. The others from the Federation also felt a powerful impact on their sea of consciousness. Almost all of them subconsciously held their heads with their hands, and their faces were filled with pain. Damn it. The stun lasted for 5 seconds. By the time Robin recovered from his stun, Feng Heng was nowhere to be seen in the room. He only saw a blurry shadow flitting past the window in the corner of the room and quickly fleeing into the distance. He ran away. Hurry and chase. The people from the Federation who had woken up immediately chased after the window. Robin looked out of the window, his eyes bloodshot. What on earth? He realized that a holy paladin of the Holy Court had fooled him. No, that person was not an ordinary holy paladin. A guy who could control the Book of the Dead. Who was he? After the initial anger, Robin took a deep breath and calmed down. He immediately opened the game log. Ding, you have received an attack from an unknown player. You have received 3,632 damage. Due to the vast difference in soul strength between the two parties, you have received an additional soul impact state, lasts for 4.2 seconds. What? Was he a player? Not an NPC? After receiving the game notification, Robin's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly looked out the window, but an extreme fear rose in his heart. Who was he? A player in the Holy Court? Donnie's subordinate? That could not be right. If he was Donnie's subordinate, why would they take Vienna away? Would he not have succeeded long ago? Could it be someone from the Holy Court? Something was wrong. Why did the people of the Holy Court cause so much trouble? Huh? What was that? A large amount of undead aura suddenly surged out of the window. Robin looked out of the window. Outside the window, 20 to 30 sparse magic arrays appeared on the ground. One by one, ice bones wielding ice soul-slaying blades emerged from the magic array. Undead. It's an undead creature. Be careful. The Federation player jumped out of the window, but before they could give chase of the undead, they were blocked by ice bones summoned by Feng Heng. They were forced to fight. Damn it. It was the undead summoning. So that player must be someone who studied necromancy. Who could he be? Robin's face was solemn. Now that many undead creatures blocked the exit of the window, if they dragged on any longer, they would probably lose track of the Saintess. Just as he was deep in thought, the door of the room behind him was pushed open roughly. When the people of the Holy Court saw Robin in the room and realized that they had lost track of Saintess Vienna, they were shocked and angry. They immediately asked, "Where is the Saintess?" "That person took him away." "What?" "Not far away." Feng Heng carried Vienna and ran wildly again. The effect of the soul impact skill was too good. According to the strength of the opponent's soul, it could add a stun effect of more than 3 seconds. Teacher Dicky had not lied to him. This move was superb. Most undead players would not choose the soul impact skill. The main reason was that the skill required a period to prepare and cast. Moreover, it was an area of effect spell with oneself as the center. For most players, if they wanted to maximize the damage of their skills, they had to get close to the enemy and release their skills. However, mages would want to escape their enemies as far as possible. In addition, the control and damage effects of the skill were also related to the overall strength of the player's soul, so the actual power was only average. Dicky could tell at a glance that Feng Heng's soul strength was extraordinary, so he recommended the skill to Feng Heng. His effects were much better than the average players. Feng Heng's current attributes far exceeded an ordinary player's, but his running speed had been reduced since he carried Vienna. The ice bones should be able to stop the Holy Court for some time. When the survival radio sent a game notification, Feng Heng pondered and was about to take Vienna away from the Holy Mountain. Mojai Oi, Feng Heng, there are more undead creatures outside. The people from the Federation are also gathering. How's the situation on your side? Feng Heng immediately replied. Feng Heng, I've succeeded. I will think of a way to meet you guys and return to the land of plague. Be prepared for my arrival. On the other hand, outside the forest, when Mojai Oi saw the game notification sent by Feng Heng, he could not help but look at Tang Minayu and the other two beside him. So, what does Mr. Feng mean when he said he had succeeded? Tang Minayu blinked her eyes, feeling a little confused. How is it? At the side, another person came over. Giziobo asked curiously, did we win? He was instantly excited when he heard that the people studying necromancy had suddenly become bold enough to fight against the Holy Court. Of course, he refused to miss such a rare event. After receiving the news, he sneakily ran over to watch. 1472 Self-recommendation. Mojai Oi shook his head and said helplessly, I am not sure. Sigh, I can't see anything here. I will go in and look for Brother Feng. Brother Feng is still on the Holy Mountain, right? Mojai Oi knew that Giziobo was also a ticking time bomb and was the kind of rich, stubborn kid. He was shocked and quickly stopped him. Don't go. If you go over now, you might cause trouble for Feng Heng. What's there to be afraid of? As they were talking, they sensed something simultaneously and turned their heads to look above the Holy Mountain. Boom. There was an explosion. A pillar of light rose from the top of the Holy Mountain again. Looking from afar, along with the explosion, one could vaguely see that more than half of the newly rebuilt temple on the Holy Mountain had been destroyed in the blast. Ha ha ha. Great. Great explosion. Ha ha ha. When Giziobo saw this, he was stunned momentarily, then started clapping excitedly. He had entirely forgotten that they were still arguing to see Feng Heng. Holy Court. You didn't expect this, did you? On the other side, Feng Heng, who was running down the Holy Mountain, also noticed the explosion above the temple and could not help but be slightly surprised. Did it explode again? Donnie and the others were quite ruthless. Not to mention anything else, this time, it was a good thing for the Necromancer Association. After the Holy Court headquarters explosion, the players' morale in the Necromancer Association was significantly boosted. Feng Heng retracted his gaze and sped down the mountain. The entire Holy Mountain was not small. Feng Heng ran forward and almost reached the exit at the edge of the Holy Mountain. He stopped and looked into the distance. The necromancy players who were originally surrounding the Holy Mountain began to move one after another. They consciously searched above the Holy Mountain. Feng Heng licked his lips. In the beginning, his plan was straightforward: to barge out and meet Mojai Ai's group before returning to the Land of Plague. The people Dani had brought with her were not enough to trap him. When he returned to the Land of Plague, he could use the power of the space passage to bring Vienna back to the zombie apocalypse. He would have the upper hand once he brought her back. As for how to seal Vienna's soul after that, he was not in a hurry. However, he had coincidentally encountered the Federation on his way here, so Feng Heng changed his mind. Once he forced his way in and exposed his identity, everyone would know that he was the one who took the Saintess away. He would undoubtedly become the target of the Holy Court, the Federation, and Donnie's group of undead. This was a little contradictory to his original plan of keeping a low profile. Most importantly, the Holy Court alone gave him a headache. Since he snatched Vienna away, the Holy Court would chase after him. At that time, would his Land of Plague withstand it? The risk was too significant. Would it not be a massive loss if he lost the sacred tree? Now that he had seen the Federation, Feng Heng immediately had a better plan. His identity had not been exposed yet. If he did it correctly, he might be able to find a way to make these three parties fight each other. As long as they fought, the Land of Plague would be much safer. Feng Heng looked at the player team, gradually moving up the Holy Mountain from afar. As he was thinking about how to make a move, he suddenly felt a light panting sound behind him. Vienna's body, which was on his shoulder, trembled slightly. Not good. Vienna was showing signs of awakening. Feng Heng frowned. He looked around and immediately took a few steps back. He jumped up with Vienna and landed on a high branch above. Relying on the dense branches and leaves to block their vision, Feng Heng placed Vienna on the thick stems and carefully used them to cover their figures. Feng Heng stared at Vienna, holding the dagger and gently placing it on Vienna's neck. A dark golden lightning immediately appeared before Vienna as the dagger neared her. Z. Feng Heng felt a numbing sensation in his hand and quickly put away his dagger. This was bad. As Vienna gradually woke up, a self-protecting holy light barrier automatically appeared around her. Overstimulating the barrier would only speed up Vienna's awakening. She had to be left alone for a while. What should he do? Feng Heng hurriedly rummaged through his backpack, and his eyes lit up. He took out a powerful stamina recovery potion that had the negative effect of drowsiness and gave it to Vienna. After drinking the potion, Vienna, who was in a coma, gradually relaxed. It did not seem to be of much use. No, once Vienna woke up, he would be in trouble. As long as she released a holy light, he would suffer. He had to think of a more reliable method. Feng Heng thought for a moment and quickly scanned his surroundings. Before Vienna woke up, he sent Mojai Ai a message saying, "Let's go offline for a chat." Then, he went offline. Whoosh! Lights flashed. Feng Heng once again appeared in a guest room of the Necromancer Association in the real world. There was nothing he could do online. He had to think of a way to knock Vienna out offline. He could only look for Teacher Dicky. Hopefully, it was not too late. The trouble was that he could not show his true face yet. Feng Heng hurriedly changed into the grey robe of the undead believer. Just as he put on his hood and was about to leave the room, someone knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. "Brother Feng. It's me, we're here." After a few hurried knocks, Jiziobo opened the door and walked in with Mojai Ai, who had a helpless look on his face. "Brother Feng, how's the situation? Did you blow up the Holy Mountain again?" Jiziobo was in a state of extreme excitement. He felt that today was too exciting. The people from the Necromancer Association were rising. "It wasn't me. My situation isn't good either. The Saintess is going to wake up soon. I must think of a way to stop her from waking up." "What?" Mojai Ai was stunned when he heard Feng Heng's words. "Saintess? Huh? Saintess?" Jiziobo's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Brother Feng, you mean the Saintess is in your hands? You all succeeded and snatched the Saintess away?" "Yes." Feng Heng hurriedly prepared to leave and explained in a low voice. "To be precise, it was my action. No one else knows it was me. In short, the Saintess will wake up soon. I am afraid I won't be able to control her then. I must find the teacher and think of a way to make her unconscious longer." Halfway through his sentence, Feng Heng realized that someone was pulling his clothes and could not help but turn around. "Me?" Jiziobo pulled on Feng Heng, his eyes burning as he looked at him, his face full of excitement. "Robbing the Saintess? That was awesome. This was more exciting than blowing up the Holy Court Temple. He had to participate no matter what. I will do it. Feng Heng frowned and looked at Jisiobo, asking suspiciously, You? Are you sure? 1473 interception. It will work. Brother Feng, don't go to that old man Dicky. He's useless. Now that something has happened in the game, the Holy Court in the real world is watching the teacher. If the Necromancer Association makes a slight move, it will be magnified infinitely. Jisiobo panicked. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed Feng Heng, refusing to let go. Don't forget that the Necromancer Association is forever neutral. Feng Heng suddenly understood. He was slightly anxious and even forgot that the Necromancer Association was neutral. Even if Teacher Dicky were willing to help him, he would only, at most, give him pointers and suggestions. If they did so, the Necromancer Association would also be taking a considerable risk. So let me help. Jisiobo saw that Feng Heng had also figured it out, so he quickly recommended himself. He patted his chest hard and said confidently, I am here, I can help. You? Of course, don't underestimate me. I have my way. Moreover, I guarantee that I won't leak new news. Ahem. Mojai I coughed softly, indicating that there was someone else present. Good. Feng Heng thought for a moment and agreed. Teacher Dicky from the Necromancer Association had helped him a lot. It was best not to drag the association down with him unless necessary. Moreover, even if he were to rush to find Teacher Dicky now, he would not be able to make it in time. Yay! Jisiobo clenched his fist and looked at Feng Heng, asking, Where can I find you? Go online first. Old Mr. Mo will tell you my coordinates. I will wait for you there. Good. Whoosh. Feng Heng emerged from the magic array. Po. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Viana still unconscious. He reached into his backpack and took out a soul rune crystal to form an invisible barrier to conceal her life aura. At the same time, he activated his hidden skill. All he had to do now was wait for Jisiobo to come and support him. Holding his breath and concentrating, Feng Heng quietly lurked on the branch and opened the game log to check the battle between the Ice Bones and the Holy Court. Soon, a team of undead players appeared in the distance. The player team was gradually approaching the big tree, searching for him. The players carefully scouted ahead and searched along the way so their movement speed slowed. Feng Heng thought that this was not good. With the other party's thorough search, staying hidden in the tree was most likely impossible. It would take some time for them to arrive. Please hurry up. Feng Heng opened the game log again to control the Ice Bones. The team of undead players was slowly scouting forward. Suddenly, the leading player sensed a holy aura nearby. He could not help but raise his hand, signaling the players in the team to slow down and observe their surroundings. Watch out. There's an aura of holy light. Pay attention and observe. The team's search speed slowed, and they kept looking around. Feng Heng was on top of the bushes, feeling a little anxious. The holy light aura that Viana was constantly emitting attracted the other party. Feng Heng took a jade pendant from his backpack and muttered, Quick. In the worst scenario, he could release the aura of death in the jade pendant and create a dark domain to take Viana away. After another 2 minutes, Krista, patrolling nearby, immediately brought a small team for support when he discovered something was wrong. There was a problem. When Krista got close, he also sensed the presence of the holy light nearby. That was. Raising his head, Krista's gaze gradually moved further away. Alert. In the distance, a team appeared. Krista's pupils constricted. It was the team from the Holy Court. Be alert, prepare to fight. Not far away, the Holy Paladins of the Holy Court were chasing after more than 10 Ice Bones. Robin led the Federation team behind him and followed behind the Holy Court team. He was depressed. After calming down and analyzing for a long time, he felt Donnie had more likely sent the person who kidnapped Viana. Donnie still succeeded in the end. The most unpleasant thing was that they escaped just as they were about to destroy the Ice Bones. The people from the Holy Court escorting Viana were naturally unwilling to give up on finding Viana, so they put on a chase. Helplessly, Robin brought his men and chased after them. The team from the Holy Court did not know what Robin was thinking. Viana's kidnap was a serious matter, so they naturally gave it their all to chase after her. Even the explosion of the Holy Mountain Temple headquarters did not delay them at all. The team continued to chase the Ice Bones into a dense forest. These idiots. Robin gestured for the team to slow down, cursing in his heart. Could the people of the Holy Court not see that this was the enemy's tactic of luring the enemy? What? Suddenly, the Ice Bones that were running stopped moving forward. They turned around and rushed toward the Holy Court. What was going on? Fight to the death? The Holy Court team, which was chasing closely behind them, did not have time to make any adjustments. They immediately exchanged blows with the Ice Bones again. Hand over the Saintess. The captain of the Holy Court team shouted and raised his weapon to slash forward. Boom. The ice bones were attacked and exploded in front of the team leader of the Holy Court. Boom. Boom. Immediately after, the ice bones fighting the Holy Court's group in close combat were blasted apart. The bones that exploded in a concentrated manner caused immediate damage. Caught off guard, the entire team from Holy Court was covered in dust. The priests in the team quickly used healing spells to heal themselves. Robin, hiding behind and slacking off, looked at his subordinates from the Federation, feeling even more puzzled. Self-destruction? What was going on? He felt that he would not win, so he gave up. Suddenly, Robin frowned and looked up. Not far away, there was a small team of undead players. There were many of them. The undead. The team leader of the Holy Court also noticed the undead team in front of them. He stood and stared ahead, shouting, "Hand over the Saintess." When Krista first saw this group of Holy Court members, he felt strange. He thought that the holy aura he sensed earlier came from this group. After going up to investigate, he quickly saw Robin from the Holy Court team. "Where's the Saintess?" Hearing Krista's question, Robin frowned, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Had he made a mistake? Did they not take the Saintess away? When the Federation team heard Krista's words, they could not help but feel indignant. Why were they asking where the Saintess was? Were they toying with us? Did they not take Vienna away? 1474 The gap. Krista frowned when Robin failed to answer. She waved her hand and said, "Go." The necromancy player who followed closely behind received the order and immediately swarmed forward. Feng Hang hid in a big tree and watched the two sides fight beneath. He finally felt at ease. He finally made it. If the people from the Holy Court had come a little later, he would have been discovered. Feng Hang recognized the team leader of the necromancy. Krista. He was the most potent player among all the players who had besieged the Holy Court's Holy Mountain Temple. The Holy Paladins of the Holy Court had already been exhausted by the ice bones, and they were in a hurry to fight, so they quickly fell into a disadvantage. "Come and help. What are you standing there for?" Seeing the unwelcoming situation, the Holy Paladin captain turned to Robin for help and shouted, "Come and help." Robin glanced at him coldly and kept silent. He only waved his hand to signal the team to block the retreat route of the Holy Court. What? As he watched, Feng Hang realized that something was wrong. When the player from the Federation saw the battle between the two sides, they consciously hid at the side. It was okay if they did not help, but they blocked the path of the Holy Court players. Fuck. So that was how it was. Feng Hang finally understood. They are the traitors from the North District Federation. No wonder Donnie and the others had such a clear grasp of the Holy Court's movements. They were the ones who leaked the information. The Federation was cooperating with the Holy Court on the surface, but they had secretly reached an agreement with Donnie's undead team. Taking advantage of the battle below, Feng Hang carefully brought Vienna to the trees and moved towards the periphery area of the Holy Mountain. The most vital member of the Holy Court team was only an elite Holy Paladin, the captain. The team's overall strength was weak and was quickly taken care of. Robin asked in a deep voice, "Didn't your people snatch her away?" "Huh?" Krista's eyes flashed with doubt, and then she frowned and said, "I don't understand you. We've been looking for Vienna since we came down the mountain. We've only returned after we met up with the periphery teams. No one has seen the Saintess along the way." Everyone from the necromancy looked at Robin. At this moment, Robin's negative instincts grew stronger. Krista's eagerness did not seem fake. Was that person not sent by Donnie? Then who could it be? Several thoughts flashed across Robin's mind. Krista stared at Robin and asked, "What tricks are you playing? Where's Vienna? Haven't you been following her all this time?" Robin's eyes flashed with displeasure at Krista's question. He suppressed his anger and explained, "Indeed. In the beginning, we followed the Saintess. However, along the way." Hearing Robin's story, Krista and the undead players were confused. Was the Holy Court believer who had carried the Saintess on his back a player? He even snatched the Saintess and ran away? He could even summon a large number of high-strength undead skeletal creatures. Was he a spy from the necromancy? They still had no idea where he was. Robin was also looking for him. Hearing this, almost everyone cast a look of distrust at Robin. Why had he not found a more plausible reason? Krista's expression was grave. He could not tell if Robin was telling the truth. But he was highly suspicious of Robin. Robin told the truth, but he hid the vague part about trying to seize the Saintess. "So the person who kidnapped Vienna isn't one of your men?" asked Krista suspiciously. "No." Both sides were silent for a moment. The suspicion between them increased instead. Krista looked away and said in a deep voice, "Search." There was no trace of the Saintess leaving. They must still be in the Holy Mountain domain. "Yes, sir." One of Donnie's players was a little anxious. He turned to look at Krista and asked softly, "We've already searched a large area, but we haven't found any traces of Vienna. Could she have already escaped?" No, Rivera has already set up a barrier to the Holy Mountain domain. The Saint's holy energy is extraordinary, so there will be a reaction when the barrier is touched. Krista paused and glanced at Robin. Don't you think so? Robin? Robin noticed Krista's gaze and understood what he meant. He said coldly, of course, the barrier was designed by us. It will work if you didn't set it up wrongly. Okay, then I will have to trouble you to wait here first in case you encounter the people of the Holy Court and cause trouble. Continue searching. Be more careful. Humphrey. Robin snorted lightly, indicating for the team to stay where they were and rest. At this moment, Fang Heng hid in a tree behind the team. Listening to their conversation, Fang Heng's heart sank. It was over. He did not expect a special barrier outside the Holy Mountain. He could change his literary form, switching between sacred and necromancy at will, directly avoiding the effect of the barrier. But what about the Saintess? Once the barrier was triggered, he would be targeted by everyone. It might even wake Vienna up from her coma. Seeing that Robin's team was determined to stay near the area below and even stop to rest, Fang Heng felt it was getting trickier and could not help but lower his head to think. It's not that there's no way. Soon, Fang Heng had an idea. He looked down at the Federation team and the necromancy players resting under the tree. Vienna could wake up at any moment. The slightest movement would startle Vienna or the team below. The most dangerous place was the safest. They definitely would not have thought that he was hiding here. Fang Heng thought about it and decided to stay where he was. He would wait for Jizi-Obo to come and meet him. This time, the explosion in the Holy Mountain Temple was twice weaker than the previous one. Most of the outer area of the temple was destroyed in the explosion, but the lower place was still safe and sound. At the last moment, Suzy used all her strength to activate her domain of devotion. Under the protection of the domain strength, the Holy Court did not suffer too many casualties. Even the teleportation passage was not destroyed. Various mid-tier game worlds could still send in their reinforcements in endless streams. However, doing so consumed Suzy's mental strength, significantly weakening her combat strength. Even High Priestess Suzy and the others took quite some time to leave the ruins. The Holy Paladins worked together to open a vast stone brick. Suzy walked out of the ruins with the help of a few believers and looked into the distance. 1475 attracted the undead had gone out to cast spatial fluctuation, which had caused the explosion just now. Was this the undead's plan? Forcefully triggering such a substantial spatial fluctuation must have seriously injured the other party. With such a desperate gamble, Vienna might have already fallen into the enemy's hands. Suzy's expression was grave. The Paladin Elite Captain hauled a Holy Paladin with a hurried expression and demanded a report. High Priestess, I was escorting the Saintess when we left. Along the way, we met our friends from the Federation and learned that the undead surrounded the Holy Mountain. Therefore, the Federation suggested that we follow them to find a loophole and break through the blockade set up by the undead. What about now? Is Vienna alright? I am sorry, High Priestess. We've just lost contact with the Federation and the Saintess. The Holy Paladin Elite Captain looked anxious and could not help but ask, High Priestess, we've lost track of the Saintess. What should we do? There's no need to panic. High Priestess Suzy retracted her gaze from the distance. The Saintess still has a protective imprint on her body. They won't be able to escape. Suzy shook the scepter in her hand again as she spoke and closed her eyes to chant a prayer. Golden holy light sparkled and gradually condensed in the air. Not long ago, Jizi-Obo rushed online to Fang Heng's coordinates. The necromancy scholars at the periphery naturally treated Jizi-Obo as an unknown. After Jizi-Obo reported his name, Rivera, who was in charge of guarding the perimeter, felt something was wrong and quickly came over to check. Everyone in the Necromancer Association had heard of Jizi-Obo. He was famous for being challenging to deal with. Of course, most of them were willing to show respect towards the Necromancer Association behind Jizi-Obo. After a long time, Rivera could not stop him and could only send a few people to escort Jizi-Obo to explore the area. Ha ha ha, well done this time. After finding the Saintess, you will be rewarded once you return to the Necromancer Association. Jizi-Obo praised the team as he sped up, chasing after the coordinates Fang Heng had given him. Soon, Jizi-Obo noticed Robin, his team, and a dozen undead players gathered in the bushes. On the surface, they were resting, but in reality, the undead players had received a hint from Krista and were keeping an eye on the actions of the Holy Court members. Robin leaned against a big tree to rest. He was still in a dilemma. It was too strange. Who was the player who had snatched Vienna from them? Robin raised his head and noticed a young man carrying a big box with a group of undead. His eyelids twitched. He did not know Jizi-Obo, so he thought he was a support team from the necromancy. The big box on Jizi-Obo's back was a little strange, so Robin took a few more glances at him. Jizi-Obo memorized Fang Heng's coordinates and peeked at the top of the trees from the corner of his eye. He quickly locked onto Fang Heng's exact location. Ziobo muttered, did he hide so close to the enemies? This was tricky. How should he lure this group of people away and meet up with Fang Heng? As he thought about it, he prepared to stir up trouble. He first shifted his gaze to the people from the Federation and shouted at Robin, hey! Who are you? Where did you come from? You're not from part of our necromancy, are you? Robin was even more displeased when he saw the undead player's rudeness. What does it have to do with you? Who are you? Ziobo was about to continue mocking him when he suddenly sensed a robust holy light fluctuation. He could not help but turn to his right. What was that? The rest of the people also felt the holy light shining on them, and they all looked towards the top of the holy mountain. Golden holy light rose from the half-destroyed temple. Holy court. Almost simultaneously, Fang Heng, who was on the branch, raised his eyebrows. What the hell? As the holy light shone from the center of the temple, a dark golden light emitted from Viana's forehead. The holy power could not be suppressed and continued dissipating from Viana's body. Oh no! It was for Viana. Fang Heng subconsciously wanted to stop it but realized he could not do so. Swoosh! A golden light instantly bloomed from Viana's body. Fang Heng's expression changed slightly. He had carefully examined Viana before. Since the Saintess was so important to the Holy Court, it was very likely that the people of the Holy Court had left a tracking device like a rune mark on the Saintess. But he had no way to sidestep that. For example, the pendant on Viana's chest was not an everyday item, but the holy light barrier would block it once it got close. Now that they fled, Fang Heng could not forcefully remove it. Helpless, he could only pray that his opponent was stupid. However, it was apparent that the Holy Court was not stupid. The players below could see a beam of holy light rising from the tree, corresponding to the light on the mountain. Instantly, dozens of gazes gathered on Fang Heng at the same time. What was that? Under the illumination of the holy light, Fang Heng and Viana, hiding on the branches of the big tree, were highly eye-catching. Someone immediately discovered them. Over there. There's someone on the tree. Robin's heart skipped a beat below when he saw the two figures. Holy aura? Could it be the Saintess? Whoosh! The light beam lasted a few seconds before gradually dimming and disappearing. Let's go take a look. Robin immediately waved his hand, signaling Federation players to approach the tree where Fang Heng was on. Whoosh! Before he could reach the tree, a dense aura of the Death Realm instantly overflowed from the area where the light beam came from. Not good. Retreat. The player team realized that a thick black fog covered them and did not dare to act rashly. They quickly retreated, wanting to avoid the range of the black mist. Whoosh! The aura of the Death Realm suddenly erupted and spread rapidly in all directions. In just a few seconds, the space within 100 meters was enveloped in a dense black color. Robin carefully stood outside the aura of the Death Realm and observed, his face full of vigilance. He could feel that something was growing in the darkness. In the black fog shrouded by the aura of the Death Realm, 20 to 30 magic arrays appeared on the ground. Whoosh! Swoosh! The aura of the Death Realm quickly surged out from the magic array. The ice bones gradually revealed themselves from the magic array and ran toward the players at the periphery. Be careful! Someone shouted outside the black fog. As soon as he finished speaking, many ice bones emerged from the black fog. Damn it! It must be him. It was the person who stole Viana. He's inside. Surround them. We can't let him escape. Robin recognized the ice bones in front of him and immediately shouted. He was inside. They must not let him escape again. Whoosh! Robin was staring at the black fog to prevent Fang Heng from escaping. Suddenly, he felt an extreme threat coming at him. His pupils constricted, and he used all his strength to retreat. Phew! In the next moment, a 2-meter-long saber whizzed past his eyes. 1476 a second escape. Robin's heart tightened as he stared at the creature that had emerged from the darkness. It was. Robin was surprised. It was a giant-sized elite ice bones creature. On the other side, Ziobo had already sensed the black aura of death the moment it erupted. He immediately ran towards the empty area on the right, shouting for the others to guard the other regions. After the ice bones emerged from the aura of death, Ziobo saw a shadow shoot out from the black aura on his right side, heading into the distance. Stop! Stop running! Ziobo pretended to shout loudly and quickly chased after him. Robin had also noticed a figure emerging from the aura of the Death Realm and fleeing at high speed. However, the giant-sized creature in front of him slashed at him again. Helpless, Robin could only resist quickly and let the enemy escape. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ziobo pretended to chase after Fang Heng, and the two quickly retreated in the other direction of the forest. Brother Fang, you're awesome. Seeing Fang Heng carrying the unconscious Saintess Viana, Ziobo was pleasantly surprised and gave Fang Heng a thumbs up. Fang Heng thought to himself, what time is it now? Excellent, my ass. Behind him, Viana's holy aura gradually recovered. She was about to wake up. Quickly think of a way. She's about to wake up. Oh. No problem, I can control her. Jiziobo reacted immediately. He looked around blankly and said, but we must find a place with fewer people. We can't be disturbed. Also, the thing on my back is dead heavy. Yes, there's a place ahead of us. Follow me. Feng Heng had also noticed the big box that Jiziobo was carrying on his back. He called out and quickly brought Jiziobo back to the farm where they had fought. Bang! As soon as they stepped into the farm's warehouse, Jiziobo slammed the box on the ground. Brother Feng, hurry and come here. Jiziobo was a little anxious. He called Feng Heng over and pulled the white cloth off the box, revealing a square black box. The chest was covered with patterns of strange creatures. Feng Heng quickly looked and found that these creatures were similar to the animals described at the bottom of the Death Realm. It was not an everyday item. Jiziobo bit his finger and pressed his hand on the box. The box absorbed his blood. A dark glow flowed. Ka. Under the infusion of Jiziobo's mental strength, the lines on the chest began to shift and slowly unlock. Po! Forcefully activating the holy weapon was still too difficult for Jiziobo. Hearing the sound of the mechanism, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead and then reached out to open the lid. He took out more than 20 black nails that were about 10 centimeters long from the box. Feng Heng quietly watched Jiziobo's actions. What is this? My family heirloom is also a holy weapon. I secretly brought it out. You hadn't expected it, did you? Jiziobo's tone carried a hint of pride as he wiped his nose. He reached out his hand and summoned the Book of the Dead, a holy weapon. He flipped to one of the pages and began to browse. If the Necromancer Association president were here, he would beat Jiziobo and lock him up for a few years. Jiziobo stole the family's legacy. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Jiziobo starting to study the Book of the Dead. He asked, what is this? The Book of Oblivion. You can think of it as the user manual for these divine gear nails. Don't look at them as just nails. They have a wide range of uses. Moreover, it's very troublesome to learn. It's very profound. I've been learning it for several years. Feng Heng suddenly realized that Jiziobo was pretty impressive. After all, he was the heir to a big family and business. He could casually take out a holy weapon and even bring such a thick manual. After waiting patiently for 2 minutes, Feng Heng could not help but urge Jiziobo, who was still reading the manual. How much longer? Is there a problem? It will work. It's a holy weapon passed down to me by my family. It will be a piece of cake to seal Viana. It's just a little troublesome to operate. They're chasing us, hurry up. Yes, I know. Even without Feng Heng's urging, Jiziobo was already beginning to panic. Sweating profusely, he flipped through the Book of Oblivion page by page, muttering, that's not right. I remember it was here. Ah, I found it. Suddenly, Jiziobo cried out of surprise and quickly flipped to a page, handing the Book of Oblivion to Feng Heng. Here, Brother Feng, it's here. Feng Heng was stunned. What are you waiting for? Brother Feng, hurry up and start. Me? Feng Heng pointed at himself, then looked at Jiziobo. Yeah. Of course, you will be the one to do it, my spirit and soul aren't strong enough. I had even to carry the holy weapon myself all the way. This. Feng Heng felt like he could not refute him. He looked up at the warehouse again. Many necromancy players sensed the explosion of holy aura and gathered in the direction of Robin and his federation. Soon, they would come back to their senses. Not only them but also the holy court. Viana's holy light fluctuations grew stronger. It was very likely that the holy court would chase after Viana. He could not delay any longer. He would give it a try. Feng Heng took a long and thin soul spike from Jiziobo's hands, his brows slightly furrowed. So heavy. Good luck, Brother Feng. You can do it. How? Jiziobo quickly handed the Book of Oblivion to Feng Heng. Feng Heng turned and glanced at the night he had flipped open the book. He immediately felt his scalp go numb. What the hell? The book was filled with a large number of patterns and text explanations. Yet, he could not understand a single word. I don't know this. Oh. Jiziobo pursed his lips and looked at Viana, then at the Book of Oblivion in his hand. Then, he pointed uncertainly at a spot on Viana's shoulder near her armpit and said, I think it should be this. He nodded after a few more comparisons between the book and Viana's body. Yes, it's here. Stab it in with a nail. That seemed unreliable. Feng Heng glanced at Jiziobo and muttered to himself. Time was tight, so he could not care less. He would give it a try. 1477 soul spike. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and raised the soul spike in his hand. His mental strength and soul power were activated at the same time. Delicate blood-red patterns appeared on the long nail in his hand. Feng Heng raised his hand and stabbed at Viana's left shoulder. Kai. As the soul spike approached Viana's body, a dark golden holy light shield immediately bloomed around Viana. In the next moment, the black soul spike sidestepped the impact of the holy light, and its tip pierced through the shield. Whoosh! What? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. When the spike tip touched Viana's skin, it instantly turned into a black light and disappeared in his hand. Following that, it left a dark pattern on Viana's shoulder. It was a rune. As the rune on Viana's shoulder appeared, Feng Heng could see that the holy aura on Viana's body had weakened significantly. How is it? Seeing this, Jiziobo quickly came over to observe. When he saw the dark pattern on Viana's shoulder, he smiled and clapped his hands. Haha. Success. It was the same as what was written in the Book of Oblivion. It worked, Brother Feng. You did it. Feng Heng was a little speechless. He thought, you're just here to test me? How unreliable was this man? Brother Feng, there are still 16 spots that need to be marked to ensure the seal is complete. We have to speed up. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and did not overthink it. He followed Jiziobo's directions and stabbed the nails into Viana's body. A total of 17 needles. He stabbed all the nails into Viana's body. Viana's body was almost covered in black patterns. At this moment, Feng Heng could no longer perceive any holy aura from Viana's body, even if he stood beside her. It's done, Brother Feng. The manual says we've already sealed and suppressed all the holy power in Viana's body. You can use perception to sense the state of the soul spike in your sea of consciousness. If the soul spike is triggered, she's fighting to be awake. The soul spike is in the most stable state right now. It will loosen up later and be reflected in your sea of consciousness. Jiziobo started to reread the book, trying to explain it to Feng Heng. Brother Feng? Yes. Feng Heng quickly used perception to sense the location of the soul spike in his sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes again and said sincerely, I roughly understand. Let's not talk about this first. The people of the Holy Court are about to catch up. Alright. Jiziobo agreed and left the farm with Feng Heng, heading towards the domain below the Holy Mountain. Not long after Feng Heng left, High Priestess Susie arrived at the farm with the Holy Court's troops. Search. The people of the Holy Court immediately spread out and searched the entire warehouse carefully. A large amount of holy aura was left in the farm's warehouse, meaning the sages had once been there. Moreover, it was very likely that a battle had erupted. High Priestess Susie tried to sense it momentarily before waving the scepter in her hand again. Buzz. Sparks of holy light surrounded the scepter. After a while, the holy light dots gradually dissipated. Susie opened her eyes again, and her expression turned ugly. This time, the people from necromancy had come prepared, and the power of the holy god brand had been partially suppressed. High Priestess, what's the situation? The power of the imprint has been suppressed. They stayed here for a while and went in that direction. Let's chase after them and speed up. Yes, ma'am. Fortunately, the power of the mark on Viana's body had not completely dissipated. She could still rely on the scepter to sense Viana's approximate location. However, every time she used the scepter for perception, it would consume the power of the imprint. The duration of perception would become shorter and shorter, and the sensing effect would also decrease significantly as the distance between the two parties increased. Susie felt immense pressure. On the other side, Feng Heng carried Viana on his back as they headed down the mountain, while Jiziobo had a large chest. Although the chest was empty, it was still cumbersome. As they ran, Jiziobo suddenly had an idea. He could not help but suggest, Brother Feng, why don't I just hide Viana in my chest, and we can take her and run away? Viana's power is sealed but will still trigger the restriction. It will be dangerous for her to leave directly. No, Feng Heng thought momentarily and said in a deep voice, I don't want to cause trouble for the Necromancer Association. Once they were discovered, the Necromancer Association would be implicated. However, Jiziobo reminded him. It was too conspicuous to carry Viana and run like this. Just now, Viana had the aura of the holy god on her body that could not be concealed. Now that the aura had been sealed, he could take her away in another way. Feng Heng was about to proceed to the next step when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned to look behind him with a frown. Brother Feng? What's wrong? Not good, the people of the Holy Court are chasing after us. With his high perception attribute, coupled with the simultaneous practice of necromancy and sacred study, Feng Heng's perception of holy energy was much higher than that of ordinary people. Moreover, High Priestess Susie brought many people over and did not hide her aura. Feng Heng could easily use perception on her. Jiziobo panicked and asked, they caught up with us? Then what should we do? Feng Heng said that it was highly troublesome. The other party did not head towards the place where Viana's holy light strength had erupted. Instead, They first went to the warehouse and then continued to chase after him. They could roughly locate Viana's whereabouts. Viana's holy light strength was most likely suppressed, but the tracking mark was not removed. The crisis was not over yet. Check it carefully again. Feng Hang laid Viana flat on the ground again and examined her again. Viana's necklace. The pendant in front of Viana was the most eye-catching thing, emitting a holy luster. Once the power of the undead got close, the pendant would automatically trigger and create a holy light barrier to block the damage. Feng Hang tried and realized that he could not break this barrier quickly. How is it? Brother Feng, the holy court is coming. What should we do? Feng Hang lowered his head and thought for a moment. He suddenly had an idea, and a cold expression appeared. Don't be afraid. If the holy court is chasing us, then so be it. Don't we still have teammates? Let's change our plan and go back to find them. Huh? Feng Hang shrugged and put on a pretentious look. There's no other way. We can't hide, so we can only find reinforcements. Feng Hang then checked the situation of the giant-sized undead bones elite and realized that its health point was almost 0. He quickly changed their route and chased after the ice bones. Let's go. This time, it was different. Viana's holy aura had been entirely suppressed. At the very least, the Federation and Donnie's people could not sense Viana's aura. They could be used. Feng Hang's mind formed an excellent battle plan in just a short moment. 1478 doubts after discovering the explosion of holy light, the necromancy players gathered around Robin's federal team. The supporting necromancy players noticed that Robin and the others were fighting with the ice bones, so they joined his side. It took a lot of effort for the federal team to cooperate with Donnie's 20 players to defeat the giant-sized Icebones elite. The Icebones creature seemed to have made them its first target. They had consumed a lot of energy dealing with it. What made him even more unhappy was that the mysterious person who had taken the Saintess away again disappeared in the chaos. Robin's anger was rising. He had seen a person dash out of the black undead aura and head down the mountain. Damn it! He escaped again. Robin clenched his fists tightly and panted heavily. He wanted to chase after him, but the other party had already run so far that he could not see his figure. There was no way to chase after him at all. A Federation player came to Robin's side and reported in a low voice, "Captain, I've contacted the people below the Holy Mountain. Rivera has been guarding there with his men." Robin felt a headache coming on. What was going on? Why did the mysterious man who had taken Viana not escape? Or was there a betrayer in Donnie's team? Perhaps the man had already avoided the guards and the barrier and escaped. "Captain, they're here." Robin heard his subordinate's words and looked up from afar. Not far away, Krista was leading a group of undead players over. Krista also noticed the eruption of the holy light earlier and immediately came to investigate. What happened? What happened just now? Seeing that everyone had gone through a great battle, Krista quickly stepped forward to ask. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings and tried to sense the source of the holy power. He could not locate it. Robin looked at Krista, not knowing how to explain himself. He was still confused. Who was the man who kidnapped Viana? He did not look like Donnie's subordinates, nor were they from the Holy Court. Could it be a third party? Faced with Krista's questions, Robin could only quickly tell him about the holy light beam he had just discovered and his encounter with the Icebones. Krista stepped forward and stared at Robin. He was highly suspicious of what Robin said. What a joke. How could it be such a coincidence? Why did the Federation always run into that mysterious person? And he could easily let the other party escape every time? Would he believe that the two of them were not related? Krista's tone became even more severe as he asked, "Who is that person?" Krista was already in a bad mood, and this question made him even angrier. He immediately said coldly, "How would I know?" A necromancy player hurried up and reported to Krista. "President, the people from the Holy Court were chasing after us. Feudal Lord Donnie is heavily injured and has returned to the Holy Mountain to meet with Rivera. What should we do now?" Krista frowned. The plan had been perfect, and everything was going smoothly, but a strange person had appeared and kidnapped the Saintess. The people of the Holy Court had already caught up, but they failed even to see the Saintess' shadow. Krista could not help but look at Robin. There was something wrong with this guy. The barrier outside the Holy Mountain had not been triggered, and Rivera, who was guarding outside the Holy Mountain, had not sent a signal. Judging from the Holy Court's actions, they had not found the Saintess either. So, where was she? He could not help but suspect that the people from the Holy Court had hidden Viana. When Robin heard that the Holy Court was coming over, he immediately frowned and said, "We have a partnership with the people from the Holy Court. It's not easy to explain if we stay here. We will leave first. You think of a way to stop the people from the Sacred Court." "Wait." Krista narrowed his eyes and stopped Robin. "Why don't you think of a way to delay the people of the Holy Court while we think of a way to find Viana?" "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing. I feel that you guys are more suitable for these things. Krista strongly believed that the so-called mysterious person who kidnapped Vian might not exist. Perhaps everything was a trick of the Holy Court. They perhaps wanted them to stall the people of the Holy Court here so that the Federation could take the Saintess and leave. Lunatic. Who's going crazy with you here? If you want to stay here to deal with the Holy Court, stay here. Robin was furious. Everything was going so wrong. One, he did not gain any benefits for coming here. Instead, he lost a lot of props, and he was even suspected. Let's go. Descend the mountain. Let's see who dares to stop us. Robin pushed Krista away and immediately led his men back to the foot of the holy mountain. After watching Robin and his team walk down the holy mountain, a few players gathered around Krista and asked in a low voice, "President, what should we do?" "Get a few people to follow them. The others continue searching. Tell Donnie to be careful of the people from the Federation." "Yes, sir." From afar, Jiziobo and Fang Heng were observing the scene through binoculars. Jiziobo put down his binoculars when he saw the Robin and his Federation approaching. He said, "Brother Fang, they're here." "Yes." Fang Heng had gone offline once before. He had changed into the uniform of an undead servant and hid his head under the hood. He looked like an ordinary necromancy player. Jiziobo blinked, curious about what Fang Heng was planning to do. Undead summoning. Kai. 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 Fang Heng raised his hand and summoned more than 10 ice bones. And then? Then I need your help. Fang Heng leaned over and whispered something into Jiziobo's ear. His eyes lit up when he heard Fang Heng's words. "How is it? Will it work?" "No problem." Jiziobo nodded repeatedly and gave Fang Heng a thumbs up. "Brother Fang, Brother Mo is right. You're the sly one." On the other side, after Robin and Krista had fallen out, he quickly left with the Federation and prepared to leave the Holy Mountain. One of the Federation players reported softly beside Robin, "Captain, there's a tail following us. It's Krista's subordinate. Ignore them. If they want to follow, let them." Robin was furious. He chose to leave the Holy Mountain after weighing the pros and cons. The people from the Holy Court would most likely chase after him, and it would be very troublesome for him to be caught in the middle. As for the Saintess, he had long given up. No matter how well that mysterious person hid, he would go to great lengths to find him when he returned. They would slowly settle this score later. 1479. Putting up an act. Suddenly, Robin raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. What was that? More than a dozen ice bones were fighting a necromancy player at the edge of the forest ahead. It looked like the player was struggling to hold on. As he got closer, Robin realized that the man looked very familiar. He remembered that he had seen the man before. That's right, it's a person from the necromancy. He was previously carrying the big box on his back. He was probably Donnie's subordinate. Humphrey. Robin silently sneered. He wanted to let him die on his own, but he heard the few necromancy players who had followed the federal team shout. "It's Jiziobo. Hurry up. Save him." Jiziobo was an important figure in the Necromancer Association. A few players from the Necromancer Association recognized Jiziobo. Seeing that he was trapped by the undead bones and was about to collapse, they immediately went up to support him. "Hurry up. Brothers. Come and help." Jiziobo saw that reinforcements had finally arrived and immediately shouted for help. "So it's him." Robin heard the players' shouts and looked at Jiziobo, muttering to himself. He intended to ignore it, but Jiziobo's identity was special. Burden. If something happened to Jiziobo, he would have to write several reports. "Let's go help him." Robin reluctantly waved his hand, signaling the Federation players behind him to help. Jiziobo looked like he had used up all of his mental strength. He retreated with the help of a few Federation players, cursing as he followed. "Damn, these undead bones are really hard to deal with. Thank you, brothers, or else I'd be in big trouble." "What happened? Why are you in such a mess?" Robin asked. "Damn. When the holy light exploded, I saw a strange person running away, so I chased him, but I couldn't find him halfway. I wandered nearby and found a strange bones team escorting a coffin. I thought it was strange and wanted to go up to take a look, but I was ambushed from behind when I was halfway there. Later on, I was surrounded by the group of bones. Fortunately, you came in time." Jiziobo looked up and pointed forward, and his eyes lit up. "There. Do you see that? It's that bones team. They haven't run far. Quickly chase after them. Don't let them escape." Everyone from the Federation couldn't help but look in the direction where Jiziobo was pointing. An undead bones team was gradually getting out of sight. Just as Jiziobo said, the undead wasn't moving fast, and they seemed to be escorting something. Undead bones. Robin looked at the team and immediately shouted, "Chase after them. Stop them." "Yes, sir." The federal team, led by Robin, quickly chased after them. When they got closer, they realized that the Bones team was escorting a coffin. Several Bones in the team lifted the coffin at the same time and hurried on. Because of that, the Bones team's movement speed was not fast. Boom. Under the sudden attack of the player team, the Ice Bones quickly counterattacked. The coffin was left alone and fell heavily to the ground. Robin frowned. He felt that something was off. While the surrounding players were fighting with the Ice Bones, he first carefully looked around to see if any suspicious people were hiding. After ensuring there was no danger, he carefully walked to the coffin and pressed his hand on it. Kai. Robin opened the coffin and saw what was inside. His pupils constricted, and his face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Viana. It was Viana. Viana, who was dressed in white, lay quietly in the coffin. She looked like she was still unconscious. The only difference was that a layer of black runes appeared on Viana's skin. Ha ha ha. All were obtained without any effort. Robin wanted to laugh out loud. Seeing that Krista's subordinates had also quickly caught up after they dealt with the Bones, Robin narrowed his eyes and signaled to the two players beside him with his eyes. The players understood and immediately closed the coffin. Then, they guarded the coffin and pretended that nothing had happened. Soon, the Undead Bones team was cleared out. Giziobo followed along with a few necromancy players. How is it? What's in the coffin? Everyone from the Federation surrounded the coffin and used their bodies to stop the members of the Necromancer Association from getting close to check. Robin walked forward and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to look. There are some important items related to necromancy. The Federation is temporarily keeping them. I will explain the details to Feudal Lord Donnie personally." After saying that, Robin waved his hand and gestured for his men to lift the coffin. "Hurry up and leave the Holy Mountain." Huh? Giziobo opened his mouth. He was dumbfounded by what he saw and didn't know what to say. What did he mean? Wasn't Viana hiding in that coffin? He had personally seen Fang Hang stuff Viana into it. Was the Federation really that shameless to lie? Did they want to hide the Saintess and keep her for themselves? At the main entrance of the Holy Mountain, Rivera was still waiting anxiously, wandering back and forth at the intersection, muttering to himself. Why isn't he here yet? Time passed, but there was no news of the Saintess. Krista. Wasn't that guy usually very steady in his work? What was wrong with him today? Rivera, calm down. You're too anxious. How can I not be anxious? You felt it too, right? Donnie. Donnie stood silently at the side. She was injured, but she endured the pain with a solemn expression. It wasn't just Donnie. Many necromancers had already sensed that a holy power was approaching them. It was not a single person, but a group of people gathered to release the holy power fluctuation. Archbishop Susie had brought the people of the Holy Court over. And they didn't have any intention of hiding. Donnie looked at the road ahead and said in a deep voice, "We have done what we should do. Leave the rest to fate. I believe that the Death God will take care of us." Rivera pursed his lips and did not speak. He did not believe in fate. Suddenly, Rivera sensed that something was wrong. He let out a soft cry and turned to look to the right. Had the people from the Holy Court who were heading toward them suddenly changed their direction? The Holy Court turned to the right. What was going on? Rivera frowned and immediately looked at Donnie. The two of them quickly exchanged glances. The exit on the right domain was more special. It just so happened to be the weakest link in their barrier. To be precise, it was the only position with a few loopholes. Why did the people of the Holy Court go over there? Donnie nodded. It's very likely that the Holy Court left a tracking device on Viana. They knew Viana's exact location in time, so they changed their direction. 1480 interception. Rivere's eyes lit up. Therefore, he might be able to find Viana there. That might very well be their last chance. Rivera immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Immediately. "Follow me to the 7th exit." Donnie was silent as she followed the team. She thought deeper. The barrier they set up outside the Holy Mountain was only effective against the aura of the Holy Court. It was, at most, an alarm device with a weak defensive effect. However, it was that barrier that had a loophole. It was very suspicious. It was very likely that Viana had already been taken away from the loophole. Moreover, the person who took Viana away was very likely an insider who knew precisely where the barrier's loophole was. The main intersection guarded by Rivera was not far from the right exit of the Holy Mountain. The player team quickly rushed over to provide support. Halfway there, they saw the battle erupting in front of them. Krista was leading the players to fight against the Holy Court. High Priestess Susie didn't enter the arena. Instead, she stood at the back of the team and commanded the Holy Court team. More and more teams from the Holy Court came to the battlefield from the temple teleportation passage above the Holy Mountain. Krista's team was at a disadvantage. Go. Help them. Upon seeing that, Rivera waved his hand and urged players to join the battle. He managed to turn the situation around and even gradually gained the advantage. Donnie did not join the battle because she was injured. She looked at the back end of the Holy Court. At the same time, Susie looked at Donnie with a scrutinizing gaze. Both were injured. Donnie was more badly injured. Donnie also looked at Susie and said coldly, "Come and try. We will fight you to the end." President. One of the players saw Donnie leading a team to support them and hurried over, whispering a few words into Donnie's ear. Donnie's expression became even more serious when she heard that. She turned her head to stare at the barrier behind her and frowned. Rivera. Rivera was fighting with the elite holy paladins from the Holy Court with his subordinates. When he heard Donnie's shout, he immediately retreated from the battle and returned. "What's going on?" Donnie said in a low voice. "The people from the Federation just left." "What? Who is it?" "The Federation?" Rivera was stunned. "People from the Federation?" Due to the special game entry method, they could not communicate through the game survival radio. They communicated with each other directly offline or through the Federation. He looked around. Rivera realized that the Federation's communications personnel who were originally on the team had disappeared without a trace. There was a problem. Rivera was silent. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped something, but he was a little confused and could not see it clearly. The people from the Federation left. So? Rivera's mind was in a mess, so he looked at Donnie eagerly, waiting for Donnie to give him an answer. Donnie continued, "The Federation came here about 5 minutes ago. They ignored all obstructions and left the Holy Mountain in a hurry. That's odd behavior." Rivera frowned even more and asked, "Odd behavior? What do you mean?" "When the Federation left, they brought a coffin with them. They even stopped our inspection, saying that it was something extremely important and that they would contact us later to explain." Jizobo was standing at the side. At that moment, he was still carrying a holy weapon box on his back. He was listening to their conversation and interrupted, "Yes, I saw that coffin too. We previously snatched it from an Undead Bones team. Robin acted mysteriously and didn't let us see it. After leaving the Holy Mountain, he didn't let us follow him and chased us back." "Coffin? Snatched it from the Undead Bones team? He acted mysteriously and didn't let anyone see it?" Rivera combined a few keywords and suddenly thought of many things. Could it be the Saintess was in the coffin? Damn. They had been used. After spending so much effort, those bastards from the Federation still took away the Saintess. Not only that, but the Federation was also using them to stall the Holy Court. Rivera's eyes were red, and he was so angry that he was about to explode. He stared at the two players and scolded, "Damn it. It must be Viana. Viana was hiding in that coffin. You all deserve to die. Why didn't you stop them?" The two guard players felt wrong after being scolded. "We tried to stop the Federation, but they wanted to force their way out and told us they had already communicated with feudal Lord Donnie." Donnie stretched out her hand to stop Rivera from continuing and said in a deep voice, "All right, calm down, Rivera. There's no point in saying these now. They left less than 5 minutes ago. If you lead your men and chase after them now, there's still a chance to catch up. We will stall the Holy Court and find you later. All right." Rivera gritted his teeth and waved to his subordinates, "All of you, follow me. Follow me." At that moment, Robin had already left the Holy Mountain and was heading towards the city's periphery. Ha 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 ha. When the Saintess was in his hands, he had the urge to laugh out loud. He had confirmed information that the Saintess was wearing some kind of holy weapon. Next, he just had to think of a way to remove the holy weapon from the Saintess' body and then use the Saintess as a condition to threaten Donnie to deal with the Land of Plague. Robin had already contacted the Federation's reinforcement team and was rushing toward them. He didn't realize that from the moment he took Viana's coffin, a bat had been following them from afar. Feng Heng had been following the team. Initially, Feng Heng and Jiziobo planned to temporarily hand Viana over to Donnie and the others. He wanted to let Donnie deal with the people from the Holy Court while Jiziobo watched from the side. He would first borrow Donnie's power to remove the Holy Court tracking device on Viana. After dealing with the Holy Court team, he would think of a way to take Viana back. With Jiziobo watching and the soul spike he left on Viana, he could sense her approximate location through his sea of consciousness. The overall risk was manageable. However, Feng Heng never expected that the people of the Federation would be as greedy as him. They wanted to escape with the Saintess. Feng Heng felt that that was better. He watched as the Federation left the Holy Mountain and entered an open area. It was time to make his move. In his bat form, Feng Heng sped up and flew forward. He bypassed a group of people and blocked the path of the Federation's people ahead of time. Robin was leading his team forward quickly when he suddenly noticed a figure standing in the middle of the road ahead. Who was it? Robin noticed the hostility and signaled the team to slow down. "You." Robin's heart skipped a beat when he saw Feng Heng's face clearly. He stared at Feng Heng as if he wanted to see through him. "Who exactly are you?" Feng Heng didn't care about Robin at all. He put his palms together. 1481 replaying the same trick. Swoosh. Whoosh. Dozens of magic arrays appeared on the ground. A dense dark aura overflowed from the magic array. The elite ice bones emerged from the magic arrays. Without exception, they were all elite-level ice bones. Fang Heng learned from Jizi Obo that Rivera was rushing over with his men. To get rid of Robin and his men as soon as possible, he had no choice but to go all out. He pushed his mental strength to the limit. He summoned all the elite-level ice bones he had recruited during that period to join the battlefield. He had to seize Vienna as soon as possible. Robin's expression changed when he saw so many magic arrays spinning at high speed. That move again? Damn undead. Be careful. Protect the coffin. Before he could finish shouting, the black aura of the death realm instantly seeped out from the pendant on Fang Heng's chest. The thick darkness once again obscured everyone's vision. Retreat. The dark aura of the death realm surged toward the players, engulfing a large area around them. Seeing that, the players retreated one after another, avoiding the area covered by the black aura of the death realm. Whoosh. Fang Heng quickly switched to the Dagger of Sin and attacked the coffin protected by the Federation. Right there. His vision was also blocked by the pitch-black aura of the death realm. He approached the coffin based on his senses. Whoosh. Fang Heng's fingers almost touched the coffin. What? Suddenly, Fang Heng's pupils dilated hundreds of times. A golden light suddenly exploded in front of him. Boom. In the next moment, Fang Heng heard a violent explosion. A huge force exploded from the coffin. The dazzling golden light even instantly dispelled all the aura of the death realm in the surroundings. Fang Heng felt as if his body was heavily hammered from head to toe by an explosive force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The huge impact sent him flying backward uncontrollably. The game hint quickly flashed on his retina. Ding. Player has used skeleton summoning skill, flawed, summon, ding. Player has received holy shock, faith, effect and 1881 damage points. The player is currently in the state of necromancy and receives an additional 450% damage, ding. Player has entered blind, magic seal, dizziness, holy burn, and other statuses, ding. Player's undead effect has been triggered. The player has recovered from dizziness, blind, and fracture, ding. You have been attacked. Your disguise, exquisite human skin mask, will soon be ineffective. You will not be able to use the same item again within 24 hours, ha 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 ha. I've long felt that something was wrong. I knew you would come. Seeing Fang Heng being sent flying, Robin, who was not far away, could not help but laugh out loud. Robin had been infuriated by Fang Heng. He felt a little strange when he suddenly found Vienna, whom he had lost and found again. Hence, he carefully set up a powerful defensive spell outside the coffin. The explosion of the restriction also had a high chance of affecting the Saint's safety. But so what? Robin watched as Fang Heng was sent flying, and he felt a sense of satisfaction as if he had gotten his revenge. He even saw the human skin mask on Fang Heng's face gradually dissolving. Robin stared at Fang Heng, trying to see what the real face behind the mask looked like. Huh? What? Robin frowned. He realized that Fang Heng, who was flying in the air, was trying his best to adjust his body in the air. Then, he covered his face with one hand and touched the necklace in front of his chest with his right hand. How was that possible? Why was he still able to resist? Robin was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. The strong restriction rune was already the most powerful restriction spell he had on him. It took him a few months to complete a large-scale ring mission to obtain it. At such a close distance, the rune explosion's effect was maximized. It was fine if he did not kill him directly, but with so many negative effects stacked on top of each other, could he actually recover so quickly? Was he really a practitioner of necromancy? Robin was bewildered. Since Fang Heng could summon a large number of skeletal creatures, Robin naturally thought that he was a necromancy professional player. Whoosh! In the next moment, the thick black aura of the death realm seeped out from Fang Heng's necklace again, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Robin lost sight of Fang Heng once again. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Robin was about to go crazy, shouting at his teammates to stop Fang Heng. Despite the black aura of the death realm shrouding his vision, Robin could clearly sense that Fang Heng was trying to take the Saint's coffin. However, he had never thought he would participate in the battle between the Holy Court and the undead. The strength of the subordinates he brought with him was not top-notch. They were already struggling to resist a large number of elite-level ice bones. He did not have the time to deal with Fang Heng at all. Damn it! Robin could only watch helplessly as the familiar figure once again emerged from the black aura of the death realm and quickly left with Vienna. He wanted to give chase, but 3 elite ice bones appeared from the darkness and blocked his path. Damned undead. The elite ice bones were not something Robin could destroy in a short period. The federal team led by Robin had fought with the ice bones several times along the way. They were already in poor condition, so they were at a disadvantage for a while, let alone clearing them. It took him a half a day to gradually control the situation. By the time they had the time to care about the coffin, Feng Heng had already disappeared with Viana. Robin. Behind them, Rivera and a small team of players of necromancy quickly caught up with them. Seeing Robin and the others fighting against undead bones, he was slightly surprised. He thought the federal team would have considered an escape route after taking Viana away. He did not expect to catch up so quickly. Stop there. Rivera's eyes flashed with excitement. He quickly led his men to chase after them and surrounded the federal team and the Icebone's elite team. He did not join the battle immediately. Instead, he quickly swept across the chaotic battlefield. Viana was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. A broken coffin? Where's Viana? Rivera's heart sank. Hearing Viana's name, Robin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Didn't I say it before? She is kidnapped. Hurry up and help. Kidnapped. Rivera was furious. She was kidnapped again. How many times had it been? There should be a limit to self-directing and acting. Did he really think that all of them were idiots? Robbie looked at Rivera's suspicious expression and was fuming with anger. He said sternly, "Open your eyes wide. Viana isn't here. Can't you see?" 1482 Awakening. Seeing Robin's arrogant roar, Rivera suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Since you've already found Viana, why didn't you say so earlier?" Robin sneered, "Do I need to explain to you? Hey, let's go." Leaving Robin and his team to handle the elite Icebones, Rivera waved his hand and signaled for everyone to chase after him. He was now certain that Robin had directed and acted out that scene. Robin had already secretly sent someone to pick up Viana, but he personally stayed behind to slow them down. How hateful. Chase. Even though the hope was extremely slim, as long as they chased, there was still a chance. If he chased, he might be able to find Viana. Not far away, Feng Heng carried Viana and ran out of the city while checking the negative effects on his body. The undead effect could remove physical side effects, but that didn't work on spell effects. Magic Seal. In this state, the player cannot use skills that consume more than 0 points of mental strength. Remaining effect duration, 1 hour and 12 minutes. Holy Burn. 300 holy attribute burn damage points every 3 seconds. Remaining effect duration, 3 hours and 55 minutes. It was actually a magic seal? Feng Heng was a little surprised. The Federation had quite a lot of stock. He almost suffered a huge loss. As a result, due to the negative effects, Everlasting Moon could not be used, and Bone Summoning and other undead spells were also useless. Fortunately, the additional skills of the Vampire King's Coffin did not consume any mental strength, and he was more used to fighting in close combat. However, the other Holy Burn effect was very terrifying. The holy attribute damage every 3 seconds was not high, but it was very effective against his undead effect. Feng Heng could not help but frown slightly again as he was thinking. In front of them, in the direction of the city's exit, a large group of necromancy players gathered to guard it. There was a second barrier at the entrance of the city. Breakout? What was the success rate in the magic seal state? Feng Heng estimated in his heart and quickly looked around for a moment. Then, he narrowed his eyes and was about to think of a way to force his way out when he suddenly felt a touch behind him. At the same time, a certain position in his sea of consciousness was slightly touched. Not good. Feng Heng immediately felt a sense of foreboding. He turned his head to look at Viana, who was on his shoulder. It was Viana. She was about to wake up. It had to be now. It was too dangerous to force a way out with the awakening of Viana. Feng Heng thought momentarily and immediately turned around and flashed toward a row of houses behind him. There was still time, so he had to hide first. Viana felt that her eyelids were unusually heavy. She had a very long dream. She was imprisoned in a red prison. Whoosh! Breaking free from the dream, she opened her eyes. It was not the headquarters of the Holy Court. Looking up at the ceiling and the cold feeling under her, Viana's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly sat up. Kai. A sharp dagger was placed on her neck. Viana looked at the person in front of her, her eyes flashing with surprise. You. Feng Heng. SHH, keep your voice down. Feng Heng pointed outside the window. At the end of the pathway, outside the window, a group of necromancy players was searching for something. The undead are looking for you. Do you know feudal Lord Donnie? Forget it. It's not important. In any case, they're here for you. You don't want to fall into their hands, right? What do you mean? Are you here to save me? Viana stared at Feng Heng. Feng Heng. Just in time, she was about to find him. He actually delivered himself to her doorstep. I can't say that I saved you. Viana was silent and had a cold expression. She was preparing to gather her strength to capture Feng Heng in one fell swoop. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and a trace of horror appeared in her pupils. What was going on? The holy power in her body was sealed? Viana's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. The power that left the seal in her body came from the undead. She turned to look at Feng Heng. That night, she saw what had happened in the past through her wheel of fate. That evil power still frightened her. Feng Heng, they will find me soon. Viana looked out of the window and pondered. She tried to convince Feng Heng with words, I have the imprint of the Holy Court on me. The Holy Court will come to find me. Even if you kill me, it's useless. The Holy Court will still be able to find me. Is that so? So? Are you trying to persuade me to surrender? We can work together. There's no need. You don't have the value to negotiate with me. Viana looked at Feng Heng and suddenly chuckled. Feng Heng, you probably don't even know what kind of power is hidden in your body, right? Feng Heng's pupils suddenly constricted. He turned around and stared at Viana. What did you say? You should be able to feel the strength that destroyed the Holy Mountain Temple. That strength is hidden in your body. Viana looked at Feng Heng. You must be curious, right? Don't you want to know the source of that strength? You know about it? Viana looked at Feng Heng calmly. It's just a guess. What do you want? Cooperation. What cooperation? I already have a clue about the truth behind the strength in your body, but I need your cooperation. Viana looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, I have no ill intentions. You can't trust me. Let's find the secret of the source of your strength together. Feng Heng stared at Viana. The source of his strength. What was it? He was extremely curious. Viana's eyes were bright as if she had the power to see through people's hearts. She saw that Feng Heng was a little tempted and continued to persuade him. Find the source of your strength. Find out who planted the seed in your body. Seed? What do you mean? Feng Heng's brows furrowed even more tightly. He didn't know much about Viana. However, based on his fixed impression of the Holy Court was not a good thing. Anything they couldn't stand would be labeled evil and then completely destroyed. Feng Heng wasn't willing to cooperate with the Holy Court easily. It's not your fault you've become like this, Feng Heng. We're not enemies. God will forgive you. Work with me, and we can find it together. Viana did not answer Feng Heng's question but tried her best to arouse the doubts in Feng Heng's heart. Feng Heng admitted that he really wanted to figure out what was wrong with him. Especially the power that could enter and leave the game world at will. That was his biggest secret. The Holy Court already knows? My secret? Not yet. After using the Wheel of Fate to see through the past, I didn't have time to report to the Archbishop before I was hit by a force and fainted. I can guarantee that if you cooperate with me and the Holy Court, we can help you solve the problem in your body and find the person who used you behind your back. 1483 Seed of Strength. Not yet. After using the Wheel of Fate to see through the past, I didn't have time to report to the Archbishop before I was hit by a force and fainted. I can guarantee that if you cooperate with me and the Holy Court, we can help you solve the problem in your body and find the person who used you behind your back. This isn't your fault, Feng Heng. It's all the scheme of the person behind the scenes. Feng Heng looked at Viana carefully, wondering how credible her words were. What's your reason? Why are you helping me? Is the Holy Court that kind? You're wrong. Everyone deserves to be saved. Viana had a holy smile on her face as if her words came from the bottom of her heart. Feng Heng pursed his lips. Stop it. Alright, a seed that can leave a brand in one's body is a strength that is even stronger than yours. I suspect that the person behind this is using you. That person is extremely powerful, and he must have a deeper plan. Finding that person and sealing it to awaken my soul power is helping you, and also me and the Holy Court. Is this reason sufficient? Feng Heng stared at Viana and pondered. He had also heard about Viana's trial and the strength needed to awaken the soul. The method was probably to seal and destroy the strength of evil. Viana looked at Feng Heng and said softly, Are you afraid? Feng Heng? You don't dare? Feng Heng spread his hands and said honestly, That's right, I just don't dare to. The Holy Court has too many tricks up its sleeves. How do I know if you have any special tricks up your sleeve or if you are just tricking me? I have to be extra careful when dealing with you. It's very tiring. Tell me, should I kill you now and eliminate an opponent to make things easier for me? My strength has already been sealed by you. What else do you have to be afraid of? To show my sincerity, I can remove the tracking brand on me and leave with you. Is that okay? Feng Heng was moved. For a moment, he even believed Viana's sincerity. Kai. Seeing that Feng Heng did not answer, Viana simply closed her eyes. The holy light imprint on her forehead appeared and then gradually dissipated. After retracting the imprint, Viana looked at Feng Heng again and asked, I've already removed the imprint. Is it fine now? In the name of holy light. Alright then, tell me, what is the source of my strength? And what is that seed? Cooperation is not like this. If you want to get something, you have to pay with something first, Fang Heng. Viana stared at Fang Heng. You should still remember something, right? At least something, anything. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. Zai. And Ouroboros. Viana had been observing Fang Heng's expression, and a hint of doubt flashed across her eyes. What did you think of? Fang Heng did not answer. He took a set of clothes from his backpack and threw it at Viana. Viana was deep in thought. She subconsciously reached out to take the clothes. It was just a normal necromancy attendant outfit. Viana looked at Fang Heng with a puzzled expression. Put it on. Everyone knows you're a saintess in this outfit. How can I take you away? Fang Heng turned around. Hurry up. Viana watched as Fang Heng turned his back and gently took off her clothes. She still could not forget the scene she saw through the Wheel of Fate on the day she fainted. Scarlet filled her eyes. Everything was red. That strength originated from hell. Rivera and his men were searching the surrounding area outside the row of houses. He couldn't find her. Rivera couldn't find any trace of Viana just by sensing. After asking around, the players guarding the city also did not find anyone leaving the city. Where was Viana hidden? Rivera was anxious. While they were searching, the federal team led by Robin also followed. Rivera felt that matter had something to do with the Federation. When he saw Robin arrive, he led his men to find him and held him tightly, not letting him leave. The two sides almost fell out face to face. Robin was also furious. I am telling you one last time. The disappearance of the Saintess has nothing to do with us. Do you think I am an idiot? Rivera stared at Robin. So many coincidences happen to you. Don't think you can do whatever you want in the name of the Federation. If you don't give an explanation today, no one can save you. Robin was extremely frustrated. He realized that he had taken the blame for no reason. But it was due to his greed, which itself was a small problem. However, he didn't really want to fight against the necromancy players. Rivera stared at Robin, and the intuition in his heart grew stronger. There must be a problem with the Federation. The two sides were still in a stalemate. Donnie and Krista returned with a large number of necromancy players. Seeing Rivera and the Federation members confronting each other, Donnie frowned and said coldly, "The Holy Court is catching up. What are you doing? Have you found the Saintess?" Rivera continued to stare at Robin with a vicious expression and replied, "We were a step late. The Federation is the one who took Viana away." "Bullshit. Nonsense. You're crazy." Robin was slandered and did not look happy at all. He pushed Rivera away and turned to Donnie for an explanation. "Donnie, are these your people? How do you do things? Do you not want to cooperate?" Donnie frowned and quickly looked around. At the very least, there was no trace of Viana nearby. Rivera stared at Robin and sneered, "Humphrey, self-directing is interesting, isn't it? Don't think I don't know that you've already teleported Viana out after stopping us several times." Krista was also highly distrustful of the Federation. He led the players behind him and secretly blocked the Federation's retreat route. Robin clenched his fists tightly. "Donnie, is this the intention of the guilds?" Donnie was silent for a moment. While the few of them were entangled, the Holy Court arrived with their members. The members of the three parties gathered, standing in a triangle formation, being wary of each other. No one noticed that Fang Heng and Viana were hiding in a hut not far away, coldly watching the outside. High Priestess Susie walked out from among the Holy Court members and looked at the people before her. "This is your last chance. Hand over Viana, and we can let you go." "Susie. You came at the right time." Robin was a little exasperated. He looked at Susie and gritted his teeth. "You have the ability to locate Viana. Someone is now slandering me for kidnapping the Saintess. Come, I want to see who is hiding the Saintess." 1484. Leaving Donnie and the others were stunned. Seeing Robin being so loud and looking wronged, they even thought for a moment that they had slandered him. Susie was also confused. She didn't know what Robin was doing. Seeing that Donnie did not stop her, Susie quickly closed her eyes and gently raised the scepter in her hand. She actually couldn't perceive it. When she opened her eyes again, Susie's eyes were filled with confusion. "How is it? Where is the Saintess?" Under everyone's expectant gazes, Susie shook her head and said in a deep voice, "The power of the imprint has completely lost its effect." "What? It had become ineffective?" Donnie suddenly turned her gaze to Robin. At this moment, she was certain of one thing: the whole thing was the Federation's doing. "Federation. Interesting. I will remember you. Let's go." "Donnie, isn't it too easy for him to just let him go?" Rivera stared at Robin as if he wanted to swallow him whole. No wonder he was so unscrupulous. He knew that the tracking spell was ineffective. Donnie glanced coldly at Rivera. "Shut up." Donnie shouted coldly and turned to look at Susie behind her. "The Saintess is not in our hands. We will leave this place now and never enter the Holy Court again. If you give chase, Be prepared to perish together. Susie narrowed her eyes. We won't let this matter go just like that. You're welcome anytime. Let's go. The necromancy group quickly left with Donnie. What the fuck was this? Viana's disappearance clearly had nothing to do with the Federation, but now it seemed that Donnie and the others had already determined that he was the one who kidnapped the Saintess. Not only Donnie, but even the people from the Holy Court were staring at them. Robin and his group were too suspicious. He was obviously in close contact with Donnie and her group. Combined with the information leaked by the Holy Court, the answer was too obvious: the Federation. Other than them, there would be no one else. Robin couldn't bear the scrutinizing gazes of the people from the Holy Court. He said in a deep voice, High Priestess Susie, sorry to disturb you. I am sorry I couldn't help you. After saying that, Robin turned around and left with the others. The two judges stepped forward and were about to stop them, but Susie stopped them. There's no need to give chase. The judge was a little anxious and asked in a low voice, High Priestess, are we really not going to chase after him? The Saintess had disappeared, and there is indeed something wrong with the people from the Federation. Susie watched as Robin and the others slowly disappeared from her sight. She said in a deep voice, the holy light imprint left on the Saintess' body will take a long time to be erased. It's almost impossible for it to be completely erased in such a short time. There are only two reasons. First, a super strong power had wiped it out. If the enemy really has such power, we will only be courting death if we chase after them. Secondly, the Saintess personally erased the imprint. Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Compared to the first reason, the second reason was obviously more practical. But the Saintess herself erased the imprint? Why was that so? Susie thought to herself, I think the Saintess has other plans. The Wheel of Fate is able to see through the past, probably this has something to do with the destruction of the temple. The judge was still puzzled and questioned, why? The Saintess has her own trials to go through. This is the path she must go through. We have to respect her choice. 3 hours later, after confirming that the Holy Court could no longer track Viana's exact location, Feng Heng brought Viana back to the Land of Plague. On the way back, Feng Heng had already made some preliminary plans. He still needed to verify whether Viana was reliable or not. Of course, it would be best if he could use her power to figure out what was happening to him. As for the advancement of talent, he had not obtained the highest tier brilliant crystal yet. Even if he collected Viana's soul, he would not be able to complete the mission directly. He could still spare Viana's life to give himself a way out. In the future, if the Holy Court figured out that something was wrong and joined forces with the Federation to deal with the Land of Plague, he might still have a hostage. After settling down for a while, Feng Heng went to look for Viana, who was temporarily imprisoned. In fact, Feng Heng did not make any further arrangements. In the Land of Plague shrouded by the sacred tree, every room entangled by vines can instantly turn into a cell. Under the protection of the sacred tree, not even a fly could enter. In a room, Viana sat on the bed with her eyes closed. She had heard of the sacred tree, but she was still shocked when she saw the forest of trees with her own eyes. The information was not wrong. The sacred tree was related to the secret of the birth of the vampires that they had been searching for. Feng Heng's control over the sacred tree had already reached an extremely high level. No wonder High Priestess Susie had encountered great trouble when probing the Land of Plague. Feng Heng. He was a huge threat. He had to be purified. Hearing footsteps outside the door, Viana opened her eyes and hid the killing intent in them. Seeing Feng Heng push the door open and enter, Viana looked at him calmly. Feng Heng asked as he looked around, is the place okay? Viana's expression was calm. She had already thought about talking to Feng Heng. She used her eyes to signal the vines in the room and said, is this how you treat your business partners? This seems to be different from what we agreed on. There's nothing different. Trust is built slowly between both parties. Considering the various grievances between us in the past, cooperation needs more time to slowly get used to. Be patient. You need to show me your sincerity. What do you mean? Give me more information. I need to verify if what you said is true. You want to trap me here and investigate alone? I will have to trouble you to stay here for a while. Before I establish enough trust, I need to make some confirmation. You should be able to understand me if you put yourself in my shoes, right? Viana stared at Feng Heng for a while before nodding. Alright, since you want to spend more time investigating on your own, I won't stop you. However, I am very sure that without my help, you won't be able to find anything. Feng Heng asked in a deep voice, why do you say that? You can try. How? What? In the mouth of your players, that's a game world. And then? Viana slowly leaned forward and leaned her head in front of Feng Heng, staring at him. You should still have some memories, right? That ritual. Feng Heng's pupils constricted, and his heart started to beat faster. Of course, he remembered. The ritual in his memory. The ritual that was led by Zai. He had also seen the projection of this ritual on the day the Holy Mountain Temple exploded. When he woke up again, the entire temple had exploded. 1485 probing, so it was related to that ritual? For a moment, Feng Heng was bewildered. I saw the illusion of the ritual through my talent ability in the temple. Viana saw the change in Feng Heng's expression and was even more convinced of her guess. She slowly retreated as she said, I will give you a hint. The ritual you saw also existed in Watts. You can go to Watts and investigate it yourself. And then? What secrets does Watts have? Feng Heng, it's still too early for us to discuss this. Since you think you have the ability to investigate, then come find me after you enter Watts with your findings. Cooperation is a two-sided thing. I need to check out my partners too. Viana sized Feng Heng up and asked, or do you think that the advanced game world is too difficult for you? Indeed, with your identity as World Lord, it is more than 10 times more difficult to enter the advanced game world than normal people. Think about it, we have a common goal. Feng Heng, you need to trust me more. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Putting aside the bullshit trust, Watts was actually an advanced game world? This was troublesome. With his current ability, he could barely make it to the intermediate game world. He was still far from being able to crush those of the same level as he did in the low-tier game world. Did he have to go to the advanced game world directly? No, this was too much of a torture. Be safe, low-key, and patient. Even though he was curious about the secrets of his own body, Feng Heng still chose to hold it in. This might be a trap that Viana had set for him. I will consider your suggestion, Viana. Please stay here and rest for a while. I will come back to see you after a while. Viana's eyes flickered as she watched Feng Heng leave. She had already sensed it when she first woke up from her coma. The undead power seal on her body was very strong, but there seemed to be a big mistake in the establishment of the seal, causing a huge loophole in the original seal. Viana had the ability to forcefully break through the seal. Therefore, she decided to come back with Feng Heng. Just now, she had carefully examined the seal and confirmed its strength. She could definitely break free from the seal by force. However, she realized that the bigger problem now was the sacred tree in the land of plague. She believed that she had the ability to break through the shackles on her body, but after breaking through, she would be weak for a moment. Viana felt that it was impossible. She chose to endure and wait for an opportunity. The risk of following Feng Heng into the land of plague was undoubtedly extremely high, but the benefits were huge. Viana was extremely ambitious. Not only did she want to seal Feng Heng, but she also wanted to follow Feng Heng's investigation and dig out the person behind it. However, she did not expect Feng Heng to not be in a hurry to investigate. Right now, for the sake of safety, she needed to think of a way to pass on the information she had received. However, it was a huge problem to avoid the sacred tree and achieve this without anyone noticing. Viana fell into deep thought again. Feng Heng was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Outside the door, Mojai Ai and the others stopped talking when they saw Feng Heng. How did the discussion go, Brother Feng? Not good. Viana isn't very willing to cooperate, and I can't trust her so easily. In fact, Feng Heng had expected the cooperation to reach a stalemate. The good news was that no one knew that Viana was in his hands for the time being. He could take advantage of this opportunity to quickly think of a way to bring back the sacred tree Abakia to the zombie apocalypse. The money is far from secure. As for Viana, he could leave her for a while. The advanced game world was still too dangerous. It was never wrong to be cautious. He still had a lot of troublesome things to deal with. After completing his talent advancement mission and becoming stronger, he would go to the advanced game world to take a look. Mojai Ai agreed with him but could not help but remind him, Feng Heng, the people from the Holy Court are not easy to deal with. Yes. Jiziobo came up excitedly and suggested, why don't we forego the idea of working together with her and just kill her as a sacrifice? This will be the first shot in the all-out war between the Necromancers and the Holy Court. Let the whole world know the consequences of offending the Necromancer Association. Don't even think about it. Mojai Ai wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly pulled Jiziobo away. This kid really wanted the world to be in chaos. Seeing that they were almost done talking, Tang Minayu walked up and asked, Feng Heng, we have almost finished collecting the goods. Most of them have been moved to Hani City. The time we can stay in the trial game is almost reaching its limit, so let's finish things up. Tang Minayu looked expectant. Things kept happening in the barbarian realm, and she didn't want to stay any longer. She quickly took the spoils of war and returned to the apocalyptic world. In the following days, she would be able to lie flat and live comfortably while hiding in the zombie apocalypse safe zone to collect rent. Wasn't it a brilliant plan? Okay, I will make the arrangements. We will start moving tomorrow. Feng Heng nodded in agreement. It was true that Tang Minayu had plundered a large number of resources from the barbarians by relying on her identity as the heir of the royal family. It was time to send these resources back. Since the Holy Court, the Federation, and the Necromancers were still at loggerheads with each other, they could just leave them be. Feng Heng was ready to make his move. Alright, I will take you to Hani City to take a look. Everyone immediately followed him back to Hani City through the portal. At present, the vast amount of resources that they had plundered from the barbarian realm were piled up in the city. When Feng Heng walked out of the portal and saw the situation in Hani City, he felt a little dizzy. There were actually so many resources? Was Tang Minayu out of her mind? The entire Hani City was almost filled to the brim. Not bad, right? This is definitely a great harvest. There are still many that cannot be stored. We will temporarily leave them outside the city. Tang Minayu chuckled. She was exceptionally greedy. Anyway, with Feng Heng around, there was no need to worry about whether it could fit. As long as it could be sold for money, even if it was scrap, she would bring it over. The price of the materials here was more expensive than the entire zombie apocalypse she controlled. Gale stood guard alone in Hani City. When he saw Feng Heng and the others coming over, his eyes were filled with anticipation. He spent most of his time focusing on cultivation, and the development of his zombie apocalypse world had never been very successful. If they could teleport all these resources back and distribute them, the technology of their world could be upgraded by several levels. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Feng Heng took a deep breath, feeling the pressure. It was not an easy task to bring back so many materials. 1486 transfer. As he thought about it, Feng Heng opened the game log and observed the current state of the zombie clones. He nodded and said, it will take some time for all of them to be transported. How about this? Come to my zombie apocalypse the night after tomorrow, and we will split the loot together. You alone? Will it work? Mikhail was a little surprised. It took them more than half a month to organize and collect so many materials. He had even mobilized the strength of the entire empire to do so. Feng Heng could complete the transportation in 2 days? It's not that we don't believe you. We've collected a lot of materials, and there's still a lot of them piled up outside the city. There's no need for that. The trial time is almost up. There's no need to risk lowering your score by staying. Feng Heng reminded them by saying, oh, right, remember, you have to keep my matter a secret. You haven't seen me during this period of time. Okay, no problem. Then you should be careful too. If there's any problem, contact me at any time. After discussing some details, they separated again. Feng Heng watched them leave and gently rubbed his shoulders. Then, he opened the game log panel to control the zombie clones. The holy weapon, the teleportation hub, was one of his secrets. For safety reasons, Feng Heng did not want to expose it to outsiders. Even if Tang Minayu and Gale could be trusted, what about their subordinates? It was better to use zombie clones and prison NPCs to transport the materials. As he thought about it, Feng Heng controlled 100 zombies left at the source of the shady line to continue branding the bones. Yes, and the rest shall all commit suicide. By tomorrow morning, the zombie clones would be revived and the numbers multiplied by 2 times. At that time, he would be able to open a teleportation passage and control the zombie clones to transfer all the materials over. Not only were they zombies, but they also had the vines of the sacred tree to help transport materials. Calculating the time, he should be able to make it in 2 days. Since there was still some time left, Feng Heng returned to the real world to rest. The next night, Feng Heng went offline, took a shower, and fell heavily onto the bed. He was feeling emotionally drained. Since this morning, he had been busy controlling his zombie clones to move the materials. Then, he would rely on the spatial teleportation hub to open a world passage for the transportation of materials. After a long period of time, almost 2/3 of the valuable materials were finally safely transferred back to the zombie apocalypse world for storage. Then, the NPCs in the zombie apocalypse safe zone would store them separately. It was estimated that it would take another 2 days to complete the transportation. Feng Heng planned to meet with Gale and Tang Minayu tomorrow night to split the loot. Currently, he had the resources, but it was still a little troublesome to cash them out. Due to the game settings, the amount of King of Gods points that players could trade each month was strictly controlled. He would think of a way when the time comes. After working non-stop for several days, Feng Heng decided to take a good rest first. Feng Heng finally lay down on the bed. For a moment, his brain was a little excited and he could not fall asleep. His thoughts were in a mess. He was suddenly curious. After Viana's disappearance, Tang Minayu left the trial very quickly. They had lost control of the barbaric world, and only Ed could provide information. He hadn't seen Ed for the past 2 days, so he didn't know how the Holy Court was reacting. Saintess Viana had gone missing, So the Holy Court had to at least do something, right? Would the Federation and the Holy Court start fighting? He would go online and take a look. Unable to fall asleep, Feng Heng sat up and used his tablet to log in to the Federation's official website to search for information. The Federation's official website was as calm as ever. Most of the posts were about survival strategies and tips. Feng Heng typed in a few keywords and found a few discussions about the confrontation between the Holy Court and the undead, but they were all casually brushed off. Looks like the news has been diluted by the Federation. Feng Heng muttered to himself and quickly logged into the unofficial website Old Black gave him. As soon as he logged in, Feng Heng's eyes lit up. As expected, unofficial websites were much more interesting. The news about the fight between the Holy Court and the undead was hyped up. This was the first time a player team had ambushed the Holy Court and succeeded in one fell swoop. According to the forum, the Holy Court and the undead had gone through a wave of battle and finally, Vienna was taken away by the undead. The Holy Court was accumulating strength to attack Donnie's world. They were determined to find Vienna, and they were also pressuring the Necromancer Association in various ways. Most of the onlookers on the forum thought that the Holy Court had suffered a huge loss this time. Moreover, with the Holy Court's usual style, they would definitely get back at them in the near future. Donnie and her gang were in trouble. Looking at the analysis on the internet, Feng Heng could not help but laugh. The onlookers who did not know the truth analyzed it logically, but the degree of absurdity made Feng Heng want to laugh. The mainstream opinion on the forum actually thought that the actions of the necromancy players were strange, and suspected that Donnie was secretly controlled by the Holy Court. The Holy Court had long wanted to take action against the undead. They only needed to abandon a useless saintess and use this as an excuse to attack the undead, preparing to completely destroy the undead. This incident was a warning before the war, indicating that the Holy Court was on the side of justice. It was similar to the way the Holy Court used to do things. There's more or less a problem with the Holy Court's conduct. It seems like everyone is not satisfied with the Holy Court. As Feng Heng scrolled through, a comment caught his attention. Ridiculous. Don't think that just anyone can become a saintess. Saintesses are reincarnated souls, and they carry holy weapons with them. Their combat power is extremely high. It's even more likely that the saintess was deliberately taken away by the undead. As for the purpose of doing so, it has something to do with the awakening trial of the saintess. Did you guys notice? The Holy Court did not react quickly this time, and they were not enthusiastic about the pursuit of the saintess. It is very likely that the saintess is actually very safe. The anonymous person's speculation was bombarded by other netizens. However, Feng Heng rubbed his chin and felt that it was not unreasonable. He silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. As he was thinking, Feng Heng noticed that an avatar on the bottom right corner of the screen suddenly flashed. Are you alright? There are rumors that you are trapped in Frost Hell. Feng Heng saw that it was Old Black and replied, I am temporarily free. Help me keep it a secret. Impressive, you even managed to escape from that godforsaken place. Old Black sent Feng Heng an impressive emoji and continued typing. You have nothing to do with the saintess matter, right? Feng Heng didn't say it explicitly. He only replied with an emoji. In front of the screen, Old Black saw Feng Heng's don't talk nonsense emoji and immediately understood. Fuck. It might really be him. TSK, 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 he even got the Holy Court's saintess. This kid was playing bigger and bigger. The saintess is not easy to deal with. Old Black didn't ask further, he just pretended to be confused and continued to type. Oh right, regarding the matter last time, I found a professional for you. He's a second-hand merchant who's in charge of the trading of materials in various game worlds. He's very famous in the circle. He should have a few world boundary coordinates in stock and is very interested in working with world lords. Are you interested? 1487 News of the transplant, of course. Feng Heng's interest was piqued. Yes. I have just obtained a batch of materials and will be going to cash them out. Then let's set a time? How about tomorrow night? The materials are almost ready, and they are temporarily stored in the zombie apocalypse. Alright, I will go and communicate with him. It's not a big problem. When the time comes, you can provide the authorization and he will come. Feng Heng communicated the time and place of the meeting and asked, one more thing. There's an advanced game world called Watts. Do you know about it? Old Black raised his eyebrows when he saw the name of the game world. What do you mean? Are you ready to go on a vacation? A vacation? What the hell? Feng Heng was puzzled and sent 3 question marks in a row. Don't you know? Watts is an advanced game world, and its difficulty rating is extremely high. This world looks like a relatively high-tech world like the one we're in now, but there's something very strange. What? That world is very safe. There is almost no danger. You mean a safe world? Yes, It's an extremely safe world. It's even safer than the real world. That's why the Federation once wanted to establish a safe zone there, but... Fang Heng asked curiously, but? Due to some reasons, the plan has been temporarily put on hold. According to the official statement, the entry requirements for the advanced games are too high, and there's no point in building a safe zone there. I've heard some rumors. It's said that there were a few accidental deaths during the construction of the safe zone. The cause of death could not be found. The players died inexplicably, and they were all high-level elites of the Federation. Hee. The interesting part is coming up. The professionals of the Federation have been investigating for months but have not found anything. They suspect that that place is some kind of rule-based advanced game world. Are you sure you're interested in that place? Fang Heng's frown deepened. Then he nodded and said, help me investigate first. It's still a little too early to enter what's at this stage. Also, what do you mean by rule-based? Yes, a general term for an unknown power. The power level of the advanced game world is easily beyond my understanding. However, I've heard people say that that world might be related to occultism. Fang Heng frowned. Occultism. Speaking of which, he had an occult mark on him. Was the ritual in his memory related to occultism? Fang Heng thought for a moment and wanted to ask more questions. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door from outside. Dong dong dong. The necromancy attendant's deep voice came from outside the door. Honorable scholar, have you rested? President Dickey wants to see you if you are not resting now. Teacher Dickey? 2 days ago, the teacher said that he would visit a friend to ask about the sacred tree. Could it be that there was news about the sacred tree? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He replied to Old Black, I am busy. Let's talk next time. He quickly closed his laptop. Wait a moment. I will change my clothes and be right there. Fang Heng quickly changed into his necromancy attendant attire and hid his face under his hood. He followed the necromancy attendant to find Teacher Dickey. It was just the right time to ask Teacher Dickey about the Holy Court's reaction. Fang Heng, you came at the right time. In Teacher Dickey's lounge, Dickey was having a conversation with another elderly lady. When he saw Fang Heng, Dickey stood up and introduced her. This is Oriana, a naturalist. She has extremely high attainments in natural science. Hello, Miss Oriana. Hello. Oriana nodded at Fang Heng, then looked at Dickey and asked, is this your student? The one who you keep praising? Ha ha ha, he is indeed worthy of my praise. It's worth being happy to have a successor, isn't it? Oriana looked at Fang Heng with surprise in her eyes. The omniscient eye, what an interesting young man. I've heard about you. You want to transplant a high-level plant, right? Yes, please teach me, senior. Of course, I can do it. Oriana nodded and continued, but according to the laws of nature, help is not free. I need you to do something for me. Fang Heng said with a frown, I will do my best. You know, I've always been very interested in natural life. I hope to find a rare plant that I've never seen before and bring it to me in its entirety. I will use it for some fusion research. Oriana said with a wicked smile on her face, of course, it's only limited to the plants that live in the high-level worlds. After all, the plants in the lower worlds are too inferior. I am not interested in them. You have the ability to enter that world, right? Fang Heng fell silent. It was so difficult, and it was an advanced game. When he first heard Oriana's question, he had thought of giving the sacred tree, Ibakiya, to Oriana. Unfortunately, the advanced game world had limited the requirements. The sacred tree was a special species. It was indeed taken from the high-level game world, the world of forests, at first. However, it had been modified by the primogenitor vampires and had become a new life form. It was not a plant found in the advanced game world. Moreover, Fang Heng really could not give the sacred tree to Oriana. Ding! The player has triggered the mission Rare Plants. Mission title, Rare Plants. Mission description, Oriana is very interested in rare plants. She hopes that you can go to the high-level game world to find some rare plants for her. Mission requirements, please head to the high-level game world to find plants with a rating of S level or above and submit them to Oriana. Ensure that the high-level plants are complete and intact. Ding! To determine the level of the plant, you need to master the nature science skill. Ding! This mission needs to be completed in an advanced game. Before entering, the player can check if the mission item exists in the game. Alright, Dickey, I still have to go meet another old friend. It's a pleasure to see you this time. Let me send you off. It's alright, my people are waiting outside. You should spend more time thinking about how to deal with the people from the Holy Court, right? Dickey smiled bitterly as he watched Oriana leave the room under the guidance of the necromancy attendant. When there were only 2 of them left in the room, Dickey looked at Fang Heng and reminded him, if you want to identify the level of plants, you need the help of natural science, so it's best to bring a friend who has mastered natural science to complete the mission together. In addition, with your current ability, entering the advanced game world is still very dangerous. Don't be too anxious. It's not too late to go after everything is prepared. 1488 Starfish Company. Okay, thank you, teacher. Feng Heng had his own plans. Learning about natural science wasn't a big problem. He could learn it through the omniscient eye, and with the help of the zombie clones to gain experience, he could do it himself. The troublesome thing was that he still had to go to the advanced game world to find some S-level plants. Teacher, do you know about Watts? Watts? Dicky muttered this strange name and recalled it for a moment before shaking his head. He said, I am not sure. I think it's a little familiar. I've heard of it somewhere. You know, we necromancers have a long life, so I can't remember many things clearly. It's an advanced game world. Really? I don't have any impression of it. Dicky tried to recall and change the topic after realizing that he had no recollection. He said, you should have heard about what happened in the Holy Court for the past few days, right? The undead and the Holy Court had a conflict. From the information that the Holy Court received, they believed that the North District Federation and the Necromancer Association were responsible for the disappearance of the Saintess. Right, they also asked about your situation. Teacher, I've been busy rebuilding the Fallen Corridor recently. I am not too sure about you either. I only know that you've been cultivating in Punos recently and have encountered a little trouble. Dicky waved his hand and interrupted again. Go, Jiziobo was raised by us old guys since he was young. We can't teach him, so just do me a favor and watch over him. Yes, thank you, teacher. Feng Heng understood Dicky's meaning, nodded, and left. It seemed like Dicky and the others had already noticed something. Walking out of the room, Feng Heng could not help but rub his head. What a headache. The 2 consecutive missions required him to enter the advanced game world. The only good news was that the advanced game world of Watts was extremely peaceful and had very little danger. Feng Heng wondered if he could go to Watts and try to get some precious plants. He would go one step at a time. There was still some time. At night, in the zombie apocalypse prison headquarters, after countless renovations, the underground area of the prison headquarters had been expanded and upgraded 6 times. Each renovation led to the highest level of expansion. A large number of materials transported from the barbarian game world were sorted out by the NPCs and stored in various basements. Even so, there were still large amounts of materials piled up in the square. After receiving the world transfer request, Tang Minayu and Gale were allowed to establish a spatial teleportation passage with Feng Heng and came to District 8 where Feng Heng belonged. Tang Minayu's eyes lit up when she saw the large pile of materials in the prison. Feng Heng really did it. At least half of the high-level materials that they had spent a lot of effort to collect had been transferred to the zombie apocalypse. This wave of resources was enough for them to sit idle for decades. The space passage connecting the 2 zombie apocalypse worlds opened. Feng Heng began to control the zombie clones to move the materials into Tang Minayu's world. At this rate, it would take at least one night to move all the materials. In the square not far away, a middle-aged man wearing a mask with fangs also revealed a surprised expression. Hee, how is it? I am not lying to you, am I? My friend is quite good at collecting resources. This is a big client, so I have to grab hold of him. Old Black chuckled. Not just Hector, even Old Black himself was shocked when he saw this scene. The many years of savings of the barbarian empire paled in comparison to such a large amount of resources. It seemed that Feng Heng had gone to the barbarian realm to rob them. Hector retracted his gaze, nodded, and said, yes, I really want to get to know this friend. I think we should be able to work together on a deeper level. Don't worry, I will definitely give you the intermediary fee. Let's go, I will bring you over to take a look. Old Black walked towards Feng Heng with his brother, waving his hand at Feng Heng from afar. Hey, Feng Heng, I brought you a new friend. Let me introduce you. This is Hector from Starfish Company, a famous warmonger group. Nice to meet you. I am Hector, one of the founding partners of Starfish Company. Our company mainly deals with the distribution of materials in the mid-tier of the game. We are also involved in the distribution of resources at the high-tier level of the game. Yes, we also work frequently with the Federation. I heard from Old Black that you have a batch of materials ready to sell. You can consider selling them to our company. I will show you our sincerity. Feng Heng pouted at a pile of materials beside him and asked, I heard from Old Black that the price you offered is not bad. Of course, other than trading goods, we also provide special services. Starfish's clients are divided into 3 levels. For basic clients, we usually barter with them. For senior clients with large amounts of money, we provide them with points for the sake of convenience. The points can be exchanged for physical cosmic crystals at any time through our company. The conversion into physical cosmic crystals is freely chosen by our clients. Cosmic crystals? Fang Heng's eyes flashed with doubt. It's a currency commonly used in mid-tier and advanced games. It has extremely high energy and can provide energy to all kinds of creatures and machines. The crystal's structure is stable, and each crystal contains a large amount of energy value. Only some mid-tier game worlds produce it, so the demand is high, and the price is very stable. Ahem. Old Black coughed and whispered to Fang Heng, Starfish Company has established a strict customer confidentiality system. Don't worry, they are professionals. There has never been a problem with information leakage for more than 10 years. Hector looked around before asking, can I have a look at the goods you want to sell this time? Fang Heng nodded and said, yes. Follow me. Following the guidance of Fang Heng and the two NPC stewards, they entered the prison and visited several underground warehouses that stored materials. Following that, a significant change appeared in the expression on Hector's face. So many resources. Unlike the materials piled up in the square, the materials stored in the warehouse were all high-tier materials. He was a little suspicious before, but now he was sure. With so many resources, Fang Heng had definitely ransacked the entire barbarian realm. He meant big business. With this deal, he would be able to achieve a year's worth of KPIs. Very good. Suddenly, he felt much more excited. He did not care how Fang Heng did it, to him, business was business. Get the money, do the work. It was that simple. From the looks of it, the value of your batch of materials is very high. We can upgrade you to the highest level of cooperative users in advance. We will have professionals evaluate the price of the goods in detail. We will give you a copy of the material value evaluation form. 1489. A special passage. Due to various influences, the price of materials will fluctuate every day, but it won't fluctuate too much in the short term. Fang Heng, we can hand over the trade of materials to them. The price they offer is not the best, but working with them is definitely the most worry-free. Old Black patted Fang Heng's shoulder and nodded at Hector before asking, I mentioned to you before about the tool for the world boundary coordinates. Is there any news? Hector replied with a nod, yes. The tools for the world boundary coordinates are scarce, and their prices are relatively high. You might need world boundary coordinates to enter other worlds. Our company provides two methods for players like you who are already bound to an existing world. The first method is to sell the world coordinates and the related missions. Currently, these coordinates are very limited. Once the transaction is completed, we will accompany you to complete the mission. After you complete the mission and obtain the coordinates, the transaction will be completed. The second method is more commonly used. We have developed a high-energy density chip device that can create a passage that connects two worlds for teleportation. I am sorry that we cannot reveal too much of the specifics. It's extremely difficult to build such a passage, and it only allows single-person teleportation. There are many restrictions, but you can teleport once without the world coordinates. You can think of it as a stowaway. The effect duration of the teleportation is only 3 days, but using this method to teleport you will face more restrictions in that world. When Fang Heng heard this, he immediately felt that the second method was not bad. He didn't need to travel back and forth to Watts for a long time. He was only going there to complete a simple mission. The second method is not bad. When can we start? The difficulty of the teleportation is very high. We need to make arrangements in advance. There may be accidents during the setting of the teleportation coordinates. The more difficult the game world is, the lower the success rate of teleportation. The time required to prepare is also longer, and the price is also higher. Hector handed over a form to Fang Heng and said, due to the restrictions on the use of the special energy tool, this is the world where we are currently able to provide single-person teleportation services. Fang Heng quickly glanced at it and his eyes lit up. What? Starfish Game Company provided more than 20 teleportation worlds, of which only 3 were advanced game worlds. Watts was among them. I want to take a look at Watts. How long will it take for everything to be ready? Watts, huh? Hector nodded and said, yes, Watts is an advanced game world, but it's less dangerous than most intermediate game worlds. This is the standard of payment. It is worth noting that this method of entering the game world is a form of intrusion. The company will not provide protection for your safety, so you must be careful. It's okay. How long do you all need to prepare? If nothing unexpected happens, it will take 3 days. Fang Heng checked the teleportation fee list and the ore resource price list. After a rough estimate, he would be able to exchange a small portion of the ores for research and construction, and the rest of the resources he plundered from the barbarian realm for 50 million points. Starfish Company would convert the points into cosmic crystals of equivalent value, which was equivalent to 5 tons of cosmic crystals. Most intermediate game worlds cost around 1 million points to teleport, while advanced game worlds cost around 8 million to 10 million points. Only the advanced game world, Watts, cost 500,000 points. Going to Watts was actually cheaper than going to an intermediate game. Fang Heng muttered to himself, it's quite cheap. Old Black covered his forehead and said, cheap. This is a huge sum of money. However, it isn't easy to find a reliable company like Starfish Company. If you had more money, you can directly buy world boundary coordinates from them in the future. That would be safer. Yes. It was true that he had made a huge profit from the barbarian realm this time because of Tang Minayu's special identity. It would not be so easy to make money again in the future. Originally, Fang Heng did not plan to act so quickly. Thanks to the special teleportation passage of the Starfish Company, he was ready to go to Watts to check out the situation. Before that, he had 3 days to prepare. In these 3 days, he could think of a way to go to the source of Panos's Shady Line and see if he could escape from the Shady Line. Apart from that, the main purpose of this trip to Watts was to complete the mission of transplanting the sacred tree and finding the S-level exotic plants and fauna. The second reason was to find the ritual clues that Vienna had mentioned. The prerequisite mission for transplanting the sacred tree required the use of natural science. Fang Heng asked Old Black, by the way, do you have any friends in Watts who study natural science? That world? No, I suggest you ask them for help. Old Black pointed to the side of the mine where Hector was inspecting an ore, patted Fang Heng on the shoulder, and whispered, you're a big client of Starfish Company now. They will satisfy your small request if you spend a little money. Yes. 3 days later, at the source of the Shady Line, the bone-piercing cold continued to attack, and even Jiziobo couldn't help but shiver. Fang Heng had tested it before. He could still use the holy artifact to teleport to the spatial hub in this place. Moreover, the fluctuations of the Shady Line and the Great Sword completely covered the fluctuations of the spatial energy. Using the space passage for a short period of time would not cause an excessive reaction from the outside world. Hence, Jiziobo used the teleportation passage to get here. Of course, Jiziobo was currently in the outermost area, and there was quite a distance between him and Fang Heng. Fang Heng had thought that Jiziobo, as one of the successors of the Necromancy family, would have some foresight and provide him with some solutions to help him escape. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. Brother Fang, this scene. Jiziobo was fully equipped, and the undead aura around him allowed him to stand in the middle of the undead leaders without being attacked. However, when he saw the huge great sword in the middle of the hall, he looked as confused as Fang Heng and spat out 3 words. I don't know. Like Fang Heng, Jiziobo couldn't get close to the giant holy barrier. Even Fang Heng could not pass through the barrier on the 2nd floor. It was worth mentioning that ever since he had secretly brought out his family's heirloom, Jiziobo had been afraid of being scolded when he returned, so he had decided to stay in the land of plague with Fang Heng. The Necromancer Association also didn't come looking for Jiziobo. Jiziobo naturally didn't have the patience to stay in the land of plague and cooperate with Starfish Company and Tang Minayu to deliver materials like Mojai Oi. As a result, he had become bored in the past 2 days and began to pester Fang Heng to discuss the grand plan to counterattack against the Holy Court. For this reason, he had even formulated a preliminary action plan. 1490 high-tier Fang Heng had also seen it. It was very intuitive and direct. Roughly speaking, it was divided into 3 steps. Kill the Saintess. Destroy the Holy Court headquarters. Destroy the Holy Realm. Brother Fang. What is this? Heavens. The leader of the undead bones? You can already control commander-level creatures. Jiziobo looked around and suddenly saw something. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and shout in disbelief. At this moment, the passion within Jiziobo that had been suppressed for a long time could no longer be suppressed anymore. Brother Fang. You're really my brother Fang. You're too strong. You're the hope for the revival of necromancy. You've been preparing for this day for a long time, right? Don't worry, with me here, I will definitely stand firmly by your side. We will start with Vienna and give the Holy Court a big strike. Let them know who they are not supposed to mess around with. Fang Heng felt a headache when he heard that. He thought that necromancy was still around, so what revival was he talking about? Moreover, wasn't the goal of counterattacking the Holy Court a little too big for him now? He had to think about how to escape from the frost hell first. Fang Heng then roughly observed the situation in the cave. For 3 whole days, nearly 100 zombie clones were branding continuously. A total of 8 giant elite undead bones were successfully branded, and even one of the leaders of the ice bones was successfully branded. In terms of combat strength, with their new addition, his combat strength had a breakthrough enhancement. A boss commander level creature in an intermediate game. This was no laughing matter. However, even so, he was still trapped here and could not escape. Jiziobo couldn't help but look at Fang Heng, who remained silent. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Fang, what do you think? As long as you give the order, I am willing to be the vanguard and help you take down the Holy Court first. Cough cough, Let's put the holy court aside for now. Let's think about how to escape from the frost hell first. Escape? Brother Fang, didn't you stay here on purpose? Do we still need to escape? After you pack up all the undead here and leave a spiritual brand on them, won't we be able to escape on our own? Fang Hang opened his mouth and looked at Jiziobo, unable to refute him. That makes sense, but isn't the efficiency a little too slow? Huh? Jiziobo rubbed his chin as he looked around at a large number of elite undead bones and their leaders. He couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, the soul power of a commander-level undead bones is very strong, and its level is much higher than yours. Theoretically speaking, the greater the difference between your abilities, the harder it will be to successfully do the spirit brand. Brother Fang, you're already an absolute genius to be able to complete the branding. But I can still think of a way. Fang Hang was surprised and looked at Jiziobo. You can increase the success rate of branding? Of course, we can think of a way to weaken these bones leaders. Jiziobo rubbed his fists, looking eager to try. He said, Brother Fang, this isn't easy to do. It will take some time. Don't worry, leave it to me, but you have to promise me one thing. What conditions? After this is done, we will give the Holy Court a vicious blow. I will be the vanguard. Deal. Fang Hang agreed immediately. With his current speed, he would not be able to brand all the ice bones here in a year. If Jiziobo had the ability to do it, his strength would increase greatly, so what if he went crazy with him? I will be going to the advanced world later. I will come back after 3 days. Can you handle it alone? Jiziobo nodded. Okay, don't worry, just wait and see. Yes. In the zombie apocalypse teleportation hall number 2, a red pillar of light condensed in the center of the hall. Teleportation passage activated. Activate. Connecting to the system. Use transmission guidance mode. Connecting to target. Kai. The light pillar emitted a high-frequency flickering light. The senior partner of Starfish Company, Hector, looked at Fang Hang and nodded. World Lord Fang Hang, the teleportation passage has begun to connect. We have arranged for a friend who is proficient in natural science to meet you at the other end of the passage. She will assist you on this journey. Also, it's worth noting that we will open a passage to help you return here in 3 days. Please don't delay, or you may be severely punished by the game and you will need to think of another way to return to the zombie apocalypse. Starfish Company will not be responsible for the loss caused by this. Yes. Fang Hang nodded. This time, he was only going to the advanced game world to check out the situation. His main goal was to collect test-level exotic flowers. The second was to investigate and confirm if this world was related to the ritual on his body and to confirm that Vienna was not lying to him. Victor looked at the data displayed on the dashboard and said in a deep voice, the energy of the teleportation passage is expanding at a high speed. Prepare to open the passage. Activate the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The passage opened the moment the light beam bloomed. Fang Hang stepped into the teleportation passage. Kai. A dazzling light flashed. A strong sense of dizziness came. By the time Fang Hang regained his senses, he had already appeared on the other side of the teleportation passage. The dazzling light in front of him gradually dissipated, and lines of game prompts appeared on Fang Hang's retina. Ding. The player has entered the advanced game world. Watts. Ding. The player has used a special method to enter the advanced game world. Ding. This method is the default intrusion mode. Ding. The player may face hostility from the original survivors of some worlds. Ding. In the current advanced game, the player is unable to use the survival radio to communicate remotely. Ding. An abnormality has occurred. The current teleportation method can last up to 72 hours. After 72 hours, the player will be greatly weakened. The glaring red notification in front of Fang Hang's eyes gradually faded. Looking around, he realized that he was in an abandoned unfinished building. Hi, how are you? Not far away, a young woman with long chestnut hair waved at Fang Hang. She patted the hem of her dress, looking a little dissatisfied with this sturdy environment. I am Ron Ziyang. Starfish Company sent me to pick you up. In short, I will try my best to cooperate with you for the next 3 days. At the end of the 3 days, I will also help you return to your world. Of course, cooperation is limited to low-risk operations. I will give advice on operations that are higher than a certain risk. Ron Ziyang gave a simple introduction and nodded at Fang Hang. Come with me. This place is really too dirty. I don't want to stay here for another minute. All right. Fang Hang agreed and left the building with Ron Ziyang. 1491 Natural Science. The car was parked outside the unfinished building. Ron Ziyang nodded at the driver. Let's go. The car sped away. He's a native of this world. Brother Chen, he's been with me for several years. Ron Ziyang introduced the driver and asked, where are you going? If there are no arrangements, I can bring you to the nearest residence. This game world is relatively safe and there are not many rules. If you need personal space and want to move around by yourself, you can leave your contact information. If there are any problems, contact me at any time. Ronzine had heard some rumors about Feng Heng. In fact, she had always been in the advanced game world, so she was disdainful of most of the battles in the low-tier game world. She did not know the extent of Feng Heng's ability to cause trouble. In the past, in other game worlds, Feng Heng could turn a game world upside down in 3 days. Ronzine was not given any warning in advance. She only thought that this was a normal mission. A long time ago, she met a few partners and became one of the partners of Starfish Company. It was said that Feng Heng was a big client and needed a scholar who was proficient in natural science to cooperate with him, so she went there personally. Oh right, this is your phone. It's fully charged. My contact information is in it for easy communication. For safety reasons, there's a GPS system installed in it. If you are mindful of it, you can close the positioning. Yes. Feng Heng took the phone and fiddled with it. A smartphone? The technology level was about the level of an iPhone 5. Feng Heng put away his phone and nodded and said, I've mentioned it to Hector. I need a scholar who practices natural science. Yes, I am. Ronzine shook her long hair, and her actions carried a bit of confidence. She said, Nice to meet you, I am Ronzine, a Grandmaster level naturalist. I am currently at a bottleneck, and it's a bit difficult to break through. I've been waiting for an opportunity. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ronzine. Grandmaster level. That was so powerful. A small number of academics had even higher tiers. Transcendent level, demigod level, and god level. Ronzine had already cultivated to the highest level. In fact, the master level was already enough to become a normal teacher. Were all players of the advanced game this powerful? He could just randomly find a player who was of Grandmaster level? Feng Heng didn't know that Ronzine was a partner specially invited by Starfish Company. He was secretly surprised and his expression became more serious as he asked, Can you show me? Of course. Ronzine casually placed her hand in front of Feng Heng. Kai. Under the infusion of mental strength, a green life bloomed in Ronzine's palm. The plant grew out of thin air in Ronzine's palm. Feng Heng was surprised. He looked at the green life that grew out of Ronzine's palm. At the same time, a slowly rotating magic ray appeared in his eyes. A game notification appeared on his retina. Ding, you have observed the natural science spell. Through the omniscient eye, you have comprehended the foundation natural science. The player can choose whether to master it or not. Foundation natural science, mastered. Ding, the player has chosen to master foundation natural science. Warning, the player's natural science talent has been detected to be extremely low, and the player has mastered at least 3 different academic and bloodline skills. Forcefully learning will cause the skill learning progress to be too slow, and you will be punished by the additional increase in the difficulty of upgrading the existing academic and bloodline skills. Do you want to continue learning? Learn. What was there to be afraid of? It could be farmed. Feng Heng ignored the game warning and chose to learn. Ding, player has successfully mastered Foundation Natural Science, skill, Foundation Natural Science, level 1, type, academic skill. Tier, level 1. Description, Foundation Perception +1. Description, Foundation Natural Science is a prerequisite skill for all types of nature spells. Description, through Foundation Natural Science, you can discover the natural energy existing in nature and have the most fundamental control over natural energy. Description, you have sensed the nurturing of nature and life. Description, this skill can be activated. When activated, you can easily sense the gathering of natural energy. How is it? Does this count as passing your test? Ronzine smiled and withdrew her hand. It required an extremely high level of skill for her to condense the surrounding life force and release it in her palm without relying on the power of the Book of Nature. It was extremely difficult. One needed to have at least a Grandmaster level in natural science to do it. This fancy move had almost no actual combat effect, but it was just to show off. In the past, Ronzine would often receive a lot of praise and admiration when she performed. But this time, she didn't get it. Instead, she saw a hint of seriousness on Feng Heng's face. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and asked, How do you cultivate the natural science? Huh? This question stunned Ronzine. It was over. She finally understood. It turned out that Feng Heng was a layman who knew nothing about natural science. He couldn't understand such a high-end operation. Sigh, in the end, he still made the wrong payment. Feng Heng thought that Ronzine didn't understand, so he explained, Yes, it's Foundation Natural Science. How do you carry out level-up training? Ronzine sized Feng Heng up. Have you ever learned about natural science before? Feng Heng nodded. Yes, Foundation Natural Science. I just learned it. There were slight differences in the experience points gained from the 3 academic bloodlines of necromancy, holy theology, and the vampires. Since he had Ronzai, a naturalist scholar at the Grandmaster level, Fang Heng could directly ask her for advice. Hearing this, Ronzai revealed a look of understanding. She had never expected that the just now that Fang Heng mentioned was only a few minutes ago. Alright, the way to level up natural science that is below the advanced level is relatively simple. For beginners, after learning the activation skill, close your eyes and concentrate. When you open your eyes again, observe carefully. Yes, alright. Fang Heng nodded and switched to the natural science state. He closed his eyes and focused on releasing his natural science before opening his eyes again. How is it? Do you see the natural energy lingering in the air? Green dots of light. Fang Heng looked confused. Everything was normal. He could not see anything at all. No, I haven't. Ronzai thought that Fang Heng's natural talent was also relatively low, so it was difficult for him to sense the natural energy, and his subsequent cultivation was also very natural. Since he was a client, Ronzai changed her way of speaking. It's normal that you can't see it. In the early stages of learning the skill, you can sense very little natural energy. I suggest you go to a place with more plants to try. After you observe the natural energy, you need to try to control these energy spots. In the beginning, start from the fundamental control of energy and pour it into ordinary flowers and trees. When you reach the advanced level, then you can slowly level up. 1492 mana after completing the infusion, you can obtain natural science experience points. In the beginning, it is more difficult to control the natural energy, and it is also very difficult to sense the natural energy. This is related to natural talent. Just spend more time practicing, and eventually, man will conquer nature, and hard work can make up for one's weakness. So that was the case. Thank you. I've remembered everything. Fang Heng secretly noted down the key points in his head. He looked at the night sky outside the window and said, "It's a little late. I want to find a quiet place to rest for the next few days. I hope it's spacious. It's best if it's suitable for me to study natural science." He was thinking of a quiet and spacious place that was suitable for holding the zombie clones, as well as cultivating natural science. You want to learn natural science? Here? Ronzai was even more confused. Natural science could be learned anywhere. Why did he have to spend so much effort to come to the advanced game world to learn? Was it to increase the difficulty for himself? Was there such a need? Fang Heng saw Ronzai's hesitation and asked, "Is it very difficult?" "No problem. You're our customer. We will try our best to satisfy your requests." Ronzai had not realized the seriousness of the matter. She had received many clients before, and there were many who had more troublesome problems than Fang Heng. At the very least, Fang Heng's current requests could be resolved with money. As long as it could be solved with money, it would not be a problem. It just so happens that I have a manor in the suburbs. It's abandoned and no one lives there. Usually, no one will disturb me. A master of natural science used to live there too. Cultivating in the house can also give you a little bonus. You can stay there, how about it? Good. Ronzai waved at the driver and said, "Brother Liu, go to the manor in Lin County." A hint of doubt flashed across the driver's eyes as he stepped on the accelerator and turned into the small road leading out of the city. There were fewer people in the suburbs, so it was easier for the zombie clones to move around. There was also the added bonus of learning natural science. It seemed to be a pretty good place. Fang Heng was very satisfied with Ronzai's arrangement. So, this question made Ronzai slightly stunned. She nodded and said, "Yes, it has been many years." Ronzai sighed in her heart as she replied, "The advanced game world is sometimes more like the real world. I've stayed in the game longer than the outside world. After a long time, sometimes I can't tell if it's a game or reality." Fang Heng looked out of the window and asked, "I heard that this world is very safe?" "Safety is relative." Fang Heng turned his gaze to Ronzai, feeling that she seemed to have a hidden meaning behind her words. "It's probably the so-called those who don't know are fearless. Ordinary people can't see, can't touch, and won't go near danger. To them, this place is a paradise. What about you? I've seen many dangers. In short, if you don't touch the taboo, you won't encounter any danger." "Taboo? What is it?" Ronzai put her finger in front of her mouth and made a gesture to silence him. Fang Heng frowned, then shrugged and asked, "All right, have you heard of any strange rituals?" "Ritual?" Ronzai frowned and thought for a while and said, "I don't have any impression of it. This world is very similar to the world we live in. There are also some strange stories and things like that. You can look them up online. By the way, I have a friend who works in a newspaper office. I can help you find out." "Thank you, In addition to this, I also want to find some precious plants to bring back. The rating needs to be S level or above. Is it related to the mission? Yes. Ronzang finally understood the purpose of Feng Heng's visit. So it was for a mission. S-level plants are more difficult. I will go back and contact a few of my friends. There should be some clues. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a large manor. The manor was built at the end of the path and had a large garden. The main building of the manor was located in the depths of the garden. More than half of the building was covered with vines. It seemed that there were very few people who came here usually. We're here. This is the key to the main gate. Thank you. Feng Heng took the copper key from Ronzang and weighed it in his hand. He got out of the car and looked at the building in front of him again. How is it? Are you satisfied? Very good. There's no need to send me off. I can go in myself. Ronzang didn't insist. She stuck her head out of the window and asked, I will ask a few friends about plants later. How about I pick you up at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning? All right. Right. Ronzang reached out to stop Feng Heng, who was walking toward the manor. One more thing, there's an organization called the Occult Investigation Joint Committee in this world. In short, it's best not to get into conflict with them. If you encounter any problems, call me immediately. Yes, all right. Feng Heng nodded to indicate that he would take note of it and waved his hand at the car. The car turned around and slowly drove away along the path. Ronzang couldn't help but stare at Feng Heng for a moment. A strange guest. The driver, Uncle Liu, moved his lips and asked, Zhao Ron, is it okay to leave him there alone? Don't worry, it's fine. Abandoned manor in the suburbs? In fact, it was the residence of one of the natural science teachers, Edema Cervantes, after his old age. It was said that Edema had once written the monumental work of natural science, General Theory of Nature. After hundreds of years, the manor passed through several owners. In the end, it was bought by Ronzang at a high price. After getting the manor, Ronzang thoroughly searched the manor several times and even lived there for half a year. In the end, she didn't find anything. It was just that the special structure of the house had a little bonus to the study of natural science below the intermediate level. Ronzang was convinced that this was just an ordinary manor. Letting Feng Heng stay temporarily was already a waste. Feng Heng estimated that the trip to Watts would only take 3 days, so he did not bring any luggage. After entering the manor, he first entered a garden. Although it was an abandoned manor in the suburbs, it could be seen that someone cleaned it often. In the garden, the stone paths leading to the entrance of the manor were very clean. The cultivation of natural science required one to sense natural energy. Feng Heng could hardly feel this natural energy in the car. Now, the large garden in front of the manor was filled with plants. That should be enough, right? Feng Heng was not in a hurry to enter the manor. He first walked to the center of the garden and scanned the area. He could give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again, focused, and activated natural science. He opened his eyes again and Feng Heng finally saw the so-called natural energy. At a glance, there were about 30 soft bright green lights scattered among the flowers in the manor's garden.